I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Han Sen avoided Phoenix King because he wanted to collect king spirit genes from the lower-ranked king spirits first. All the spirits believed the king was too afraid to battle Phoenix King. They also believed Phoenix King was the only one who could beat him. The King of Day proclaimed the king to be a cheap *sshole, who would only bully and compete with those who were obviously weaker than he was. Han Sen's behavior had disappointed many spirits, and their enthusiasm for the king waned significantly. Most spirits tended to avoid him, and none were quite as willing to part with their spirit geno points as they had been. Of course, Han Sen cared little for how they felt. Right now, he had a goal and he wished to see it through. Therefore, he spent all his time on hunting down king spirits in sequential order. After killing a few, though, Han Sen had a considerable amount of difficulty locating others. The spirits he sought were no longer entering the spirit base. The king, quit your search. Unless you fight Phoenix King, none will allow themselves to be fought by you, Heavenly Empress said. Flower Empress looked at Han Sen with disappointment. She had admitted to the crush she had on him, but she was now feeling foolish for thinking too highly of a spirit who was now viewed as a scaredy cat. It looks like they've thrown a wrench in my hunting plans. Han Sen sighed, thinking he could have collected many more geno points first. Now, aside from Phoenix King, there'd be no one else to fight. You are obscene. Challenge him, if you have the balls. The King of Day said. Han Sen looked at him and said, fine, I'll challenge you. You are obscene. Challenge Phoenix, not me. The King of Day shouted. To this, Han Sen smiled and said, you're like a broken record. And all this proves is that you're weak. I must have been mistaken, believing you to be quite the character. I can't believe you just admitted to being weaker than me. You. The King of Day's face turned green. Han Sen looked at Phoenix King on his island and said, do you really want to fight me that badly? You are not qualified to be my opponent, so I was merely hoping to teach you a lesson, Phoenix King coldly said. Well said. Han Sen laughed. All the spirits in the vicinity frowned. Phoenix King had sought to mock him, yet Han Sen had complimented him for the jest and laughed in his face. Han Sen looked at Phoenix King and said, if you really think you can teach me a lesson, would you like to make this a proper fight? One in which we gamble our self-geno points. All of them. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. If this was true, it would be a long fight. The fight would last until one side had maxed out their geno points, or the other side ran out of them. There was no cap to how many self-geno points a person could have, but Han Sen could only have 100 spirit geno points. The only exception to this was if Han Sen signed a contract with Phoenix King. In that case, he could gather as many Phoenix geno points as he wanted. Of course, Han Sen wasn't willing to sign a contract with Phoenix. Therefore, the max amount he could receive was 100. That's just what I was hoping for. Phoenix King agreed without hesitation. He did not believe Han Sen could beat him, so he accepted the deathmatch. Ha ha ha, you really think the terms of this fight would scare off Phoenix? Let's see how many self-geno points you'll have left by the end of this fight. The King of Day was tremendously excited. Both empresses did not speak, for self-fights were too serious. No one had many self-geno points, and losing a large amount of them was a terrible misfortune to befall anyone. They were surprised at Han Sen's suggestion of making it a self-fight. What they did not know was that Han Sen only had 2 self-geno points. At the most, he could only lose 2. Han Sen wanted to increase his number of self-geno points, but until now, he had not known how. They would never have guessed Han Sen only had 2 self-geno points. Han Sen sent out his self-fight request, and Phoenix King spared no time in accepting it. A fight such as this attracted the viewership of many spirits. The king is having a self-fight with Phoenix King. Oh man, he is insane. Phoenix King has Phoenix body, though. The king is going to get murdered. I wonder what element the king's genes are. I hope Phoenix doesn't have any of the element he has, so he can receive every last one. Yep, we have yet to see the king lose, so it is still unknown to us what element he has. It must be very powerful, no matter what it is. Don't worry, mate, we'll find out soon enough. Because Han Sen had rejected the fight before, they still believed the king did not have what it took to beat Phoenix. Han Sen slowly walked to Phoenix King's island and said, looking at you makes me feel sleepy. It's too late for regrets now. Phoenix King blasted. Oh, I have no regrets. It's just the thought of killing you 100 times will be so boring and tiring. I hope I don't fall asleep before we're done. Hey, here's a thought, how about I annihilate you once, and then you commit suicide 99 times to spare me the trouble? Han Sen said, with a surprisingly serious tone of voice. Ridiculous. Hearing what Han Sen said, the King of Day could do nothing but scoff indignantly. Phoenix King took the jive calmly, though. He was not swayed by what Han Sen said, and merely responded, "This is good. Perhaps that is what we should do. Of course, the reality will be the reverse. I kill you, and then you proceed to kill yourself 99 times. Okay, then it is settled." Han Sen smiled, as he let out a holy light that enveloped him. Phoenix King's body kicked up a blaze of golden flames, instead. The shadow of a newly arisen phoenix could faintly be seen, behind the curtain of fire that wreathed the spirit. The array of tall flames was a mesmerizing sight, like a fountain of molten gold. "Phoenix body sure puts the envy into all who look upon it," the King of Day said, not even attempting to hide his own jealousy of the power. Each member of the audience of spirits had their mouths agape and eyes wide. They felt pride in being allowed to witness the casting of Phoenix body. Phoenix King had spent many years in the first and second spirit bases. He had never lost once, and he was a supremely powerful spirit. Han Sen looked at him and merely swung his fist. Phoenix King threw a fist of his own in retaliation. The gold flames that surged around his fist turned into the shape of a fire-born phoenix, and it carried the knuckles forward with tremendous force. Boom! Han Sen's fist collided with the phoenix and broke it. His fist did not stop there, however, and onwards it went. His fist surged through the air and walloped Phoenix King. The bird and the flames that surrounded Phoenix King were shattered by the mystic power that fueled Han Sen's fist. But in the next second, the golden flames tightened around Phoenix King's body and were renewed like the summoning of fiery armor. He was undamaged, as if he had not suffered the power of that punch. Phoenix King is good, but there's no denying how powerful the king is, too. Did you see his phoenix shape shatter? Heavenly Empress commented. The King of Day was happy, and he said, "Ha, even the king's power is null against Phoenix King. The king is done for this time." Flower Empress wore a complicated look, and clearly waged an internal battle of conflicting opinions. She wanted the king to lose, but not grievously. She almost wanted him to win. Han Sen did not relent in his attacks. Fist after fist hammered against Phoenix King's body, and while each time the fires were quelled, they'd be reborn to protect their caster before another fist could land. No matter how much power Han Sen put into his attacks, Phoenix King shrugged each of them off. Still, no damage was dealt to the Phoenix body. Phoenix King merely stood there, not even attempting to dodge Han Sen's attacks. He looked at his opponent with disdain, as punch after punch was thrown against him. "It's useless. You cannot harm me. Suicide now, and save us all the trouble and wait," Phoenix coldly said. Han Sen smiled at Phoenix in return, saying, "I'll admit I'm impressed. That's a fire element skill, right? Don't compare the grace of my Phoenix body with that of ordinary fire. Mine is a holy flame, it is pure and it is ultimate." Phoenix's face was stuffed with gross pride as he spoke. The spirits that watched the fight looked on him in admiration. They were in awe of Phoenix body's might. Han Sen laughed and said, "You make it sound unbeatable, but we all know everything has its weakness. Fire is fire, and fire doesn't get along with water too well. You don't control the powers of water, boy," Phoenix said with a mocking tone. The water element was still harmless against Phoenix King. Ordinary watery attacks were not able to suppress the flames of the Phoenix. The King of Day joined in on the mocking and said, "Cut the crap. Even if you did wield water elemental powers, they would do nothing. Stop wasting our time." Han Sen ignored the King of Day and continued to focus on Phoenix King. He said, "Who told you I'm not attuned with the element of water?" Han Sen reached out his arm and opened the palm of his hand. Frosty air was summoned to encompass it, and it grew stronger and stronger into a fierce blizzard, until it eventually consumed him. I thought he was physical only. Everyone was shocked at this revelation, unable to believe Han Sen was using the power of ice. Was he hiding his true power, after all this time? I mean, he was already beating each and every one of us he faced. Even the King of Day was taken aback. "No, this is not his true power, it actually seems weaker," Heavenly Empress stated. "You mean to say that power doesn't actually belong to him?" Flower Empress asked. Phoenix King looked on Han Sen with disdain, saying, "This power does not belong to you. You cannot make it effective. Not even this power can bring me harm. Really? Then are you willing to accept one of these punches?" Han Sen did not wait for a response, and simply threw a fist out towards Phoenix King. The icy powers were learned from Little Fairy in the second God's Sanctuary. He had only opened its first gene lock, so it was indeed weaker than what it could have been. It was visibly so, in the eyes of others. Han Sen knew Little Fairy's powers were special, but he planned on doing more than just using her powers. He had more than a few aces up his sleeve. Almost at the same moment, Han Sen simulated Little Silver's power. The frosty air crackled with the charge of brutal electricity, not too unlike the water thunder skill he had just learnt. Han Sen's fist was shrouded in biting clouds, the same clouds that masked much of his body. Phoenix King's power and speed were not as good as Han Sen's, so the spirit's Phoenix Flame attack could not hurt him. They had been at a stalemate, in which Han Sen could not be damaged and Han Sen could not damage the spirit with his holy light. Thus far, Phoenix King had only been so cocky and boisterous because of the Phoenix body talent he possessed. He had an indestructible body, and he wanted people to know that. Boom! Han Sen's fist collided with Phoenix King's fire-wreathed body. The clouds pierced the wall of fire. The cold air could freeze the cells of others, and almost immediately, the flaming phoenix was metamorphosed into its own opposite. It was turned into a statue of ice. Boom! Phoenix King had become ice, and all of his cells had frozen solid. Then, without notice, the composition of his being exploded into minuscule chips of ice that either pelted the field or submitted to the wind and were blown away. The golden flames were gone, and Phoenix King had poofed out of existence in a haze of cold blue dust. He respawned near his spirit statue. The spirit base fell so quiet, you could hear a pin drop. Phoenix King had been utterly annihilated in the blink of an eye, and for a moment, every spirit thought they had slipped into a bizarre and surreal dream. The King of Day was frozen, and he could hardly believe his eyes. Flower Empress' mouth was wide open, as if in awe that was trying to masquerade as disappointed shock. Heavenly Empress herself did not expect that the king could defeat Phoenix King so easily, meaning all the Phoenix genes would have to be delivered to the king now. Seeing as she was the one who had convinced Phoenix King to fight the king, she felt tremendously guilty. Kingfire Gene +1, first rank achieved. First rank reward. Self-Spirit Gene +10, Han Sen was only a little bit pleased. Receiving 10 Self-Spirit Genes for achieving first place seemed like a lowly reward for the feat. It now seemed to Han Sen that obtaining Self-Spirit Genes in the spirit bases would not be easy, and it also told him there had to be other ways to receive them. Phoenix King respawned from the Spirit Stone with anger, and amidst the fire and fury of his temper, he spared no time in launching himself towards Han Sen in the shape of a phoenix. Boom! Han Sen cast the skill Water Thunder, which obliterated the flying phoenix into another cascade of giblets. If you lack the courage to commit suicide, I can help you. Han Sen's body crackled with a surge of electricity. He was a physical manifestation of terrifying lightning, as he approached Phoenix King's statue. When the Mad Phoenix respawned, Han Sen punched him to death again. As soon as he respawned again, Han Sen killed him. This was repeated over and over, and people were in such shock and awe that they could hardly think straight as they tried to process what their eyes were telling them. Alternating between ice and thunder, Phoenix King kept dying without even being given the chance to breathe. All the spirits watched Phoenix King get slaughtered relentlessly, like livestock being led to a grinder. 10,000 spirits had come to watch the battle unfold, and not one of them made a sound. They were all in silent fright, as the noise of explosions sounded repeatedly, as if they were on a timer. He is the first-ranked king spirit of this spirit base, the king is far too overpowered. This thought raced through the mind of every spirit there. The spirits who had shown disdain to Han Sen before were now frozen. No one could believe that this was the result of the fight they had come to spectate. Does this mean the king wasn't afraid of Phoenix King, at all? Did he just want to collect more king spirit genes before achieving first place? Some spirits finally understood Han Sen's initial reaction to the proposition of fighting Phoenix King, and after realizing this, they shouted to the sky. So, the king decided to fight king spirits one by one, in sequential order. And the people who wanted to bully him were those king spirits. The king is so powerful, man. He'd never fear an opponent, or even think of fleeing a battle. The king is invincible. Who was stupid enough to believe he would be afraid of Phoenix King? The sudden reversal of opinion represented just how much spirits adored those who were stronger. More than ever, spirits started to admire and show their affection for Han Sen again. For the fire genes he sought, Han Sen did not slow down in his repeated slaying of Phoenix King. He kept on killing him until he reached the sum of 100. 100 points was the max he was able to extract, unfortunately. Had he signed a contract, he could have received an infinite amount. Still, the results satisfied Han Sen a great deal. He was very appreciative of the fire genes he was able to harvest. All he would have to do next was max out his fire royal genes. Once he did that, his fire element strengths and resistances would be perfect. Once this was achieved, he could practice fire hyper-geno arts at a considerably quicker pace. After the fight was over, the king's name became synonymous with the word invincible. Many king spirits continued to despise him, but the love given to Han Sen from the lower-tier spirits was unending. Many royal spirits were all too happy to provide him with spirit genes. Despite receiving so many spirit genes, though, a feeling nagged at Han Sen's mind. He was actually quite unhappy. Spirit genes only strengthened a person's talent and proficiencies with elements, they did not increase a person's fitness level. The greatest effect they would provide was in the opening of a gene lock. Han Sen's fire geno points had almost maxed out. If he practiced fire element skills, his speed in opening gene locks would be far quicker than it would be for other humans. Ordinary humans needed a fitness level of 900 to open their third gene lock, but if Han Sen practiced fire element skills, he could open a third gene lock from as low as 600. Whatever fire elemental skill he used could be cast faster and with a greater power, too. But to Han Sen, such a privilege was useless. The reason why he was this powerful was all down to his super king spirit body. It put him in a whole different league than other king spirits. Of course, the title of being a super king spirit did not mean that it was stronger than every other king spirit. Still, king spirits that had only opened their first or second gene lock would still be weaker than a base super king spirit. A king spirit that had opened their first gene lock possessed a fitness level that was comparable to the Iron Bug King. King spirits needed to grow, and their fitness increased as they became stronger. Han Sen noticed that by obtaining more self-spirit points, the power possessed by his Super King Spirit mode would be much stronger. Because Super King Spirit was stronger, he could defeat King Spirits with ease. But to keep going in this manner, without increasing his sum of self-genes, the advantages he had would soon be made irrelevant. He needed more, and he realized how difficult such a task would be. And to make matters worse for him, Han Sen was still stuck back in the sanctuary, unable to hunt creatures there. Continuing on this trajectory, without increasing his fitness, could one day prove deadly. He could only use Super King Spirit mode in the sanctuary as a trump card. It was relegated to being a last resort. He couldn't randomly use it anymore, not before improving the strength of his body. San Mu, we have finally come to the edge of Thorn Forest. Chu Ming jovially called out to Han Sen. Han Sen was incredibly happy at this news. They had run out of food a long time ago, and now they had the opportunity to restock. Han Sen called for Ku Lanshi and Little Wind to accompany him and Chu Ming in the hunt of creatures. He wasn't going to waste a single second, as he wasn't sure when the shelter would move to the outskirts of the forest again. They did not know which way they were going to go, but where they went seemed to be in absence of thorny brushes, and they espied a number of clearings in the distances ahead. After killing a group of iron bugs, they stumbled across a hunting party of humans. Humans, there are humans. Chu Ming looked excited when his eyes fell upon them. Each of them were surprised, and it was a sight that warmed their hearts. It was usually a great joy to come across other humans, as the occasion was rare across the brutal expanse of the Third God's Sanctuary. They had heard of a human royal shelter in the vicinity, and after walking an additional 30 miles, they came to a shelter which had many humans strolling in and out. Finally, I'm back to civilization, Chu Ming almost cried at the sight. Han Sen and Ku Lanshi were glad to have found such a shelter, but weren't half as excited as Chu Ming. After entering the shelter, they informed themselves of what manner of place it was. It was a relief to hear it was good for humans, despite the spirit shelters that weren't too far away. The people in this place were strong, and they could fight back and maintain their independence. Whoever was capable of defending themselves were allowed to live there. We have found a place in which we can live and be free. We can have a good life, free from the fear we have had to constantly live through in recent times, Chu Ming said. Han Sen said, if you two like it, then stay. I'm going back, though. What? Why are you returning to that dump? You might die out there, all alone. Chu Ming looked at Han Sen with confusion. I prefer to remain in perpetual adventure. Han Sen couldn't explain how he felt well, but this was the closest and most concise way he could express himself. There were a few other reasons, of course, ones he did not wish to tell them. Han Sen needed that shelter to grow plants and enter the spirit base, something that was far more valuable to him than a safe place to lay his head. In Thorn Forest, there weren't many primitive creatures to find, but he could easily encounter creatures of a higher level. The resources he could get there, with his moving shelter, was far more important. And having a shelter that resided underground, free from any possible attack, was something incredibly rare, and it was not something Han Sen was willing to give up. Can't we adventure from the safety of this place? Chu Ming asked. Han Sen wanted to explain further, but much of what anchored his desire to remain in the hidden shelter had to be kept a secret. Chu Ming, San Mu knows what he is doing. Don't try and change his mind. What matters is that we will still be friends forever, and distance won't lessen the bond we have established in our time together, Ku Lanshi graciously said, stopping Chu Ming's desire to plead that Han Sen remain with them. Han Sen looked at Ku Lanshi and said, you are right, we have survived much together. We've been through thick and thin, and straddled precarious lines through life and death situations. This is not something that can easily be forgotten. Chu Ming could not understand why Han Sen wanted to go back, and after a few complaints, did not wish to strain their relationship or end their times together on an unhappy note. He stopped trying to change his mind. When Han Sen and Ku Lanshi found some time to be alone, she said, you are Ji Yanren's fiancé, aren't you? Your name is Han Sen. You knew. Han Sen had a wry smile. Ku Lanshi smiled and told him, there aren't many famous surpassers that go by the name of Han. I figured it had to be you, especially since you are fairly young. Besides, if you were going to select a fake name, San Mu was a bad choice. Han Sen said, I didn't mean to lie or hide, it wasn't done in spite. I have many enemies, and I didn't want to bring you any more trouble than I did when we first met. When I got a firmer grasp on where we were, and was able to acknowledge that where I was free of other humans, I didn't mind changing my surname and confiding in you. Ku Lanshi put her hand out in front of Han Sen and said, when next we meet, I'll buy you a drink. I thought you don't drink. Han Sen said, shaking her hand. Meeting you again will be quite the occasion, I'm sure. And getting drunk on special occasions seems to be the tradition, haha. Ku Lanshi took a brief pause, and then continued by saying, don't die out there, Han Sen. I will hold on and anticipate the drink we will one day share. I'm almost thirsty already. Han Sen smiled. Before leaving, Han Sen provided Chu Ming a tree crab, an iron bug beast soul and a copper fruit for a kickstart. Han Sen did not give these to Ku Lanshi because he knew she would not accept them. Han Sen felt remorseful, leaving the shelter without them. He felt he was being cold, and he was more disappointed with himself for not being sad about leaving them, but by being excited for the adventures that were sure to come. He killed a few iron bugs on his return, and by the time he arrived back at the underground shelter, the skies had been stolen by the night. Being lonely and being alone are two different things, but on this night, I feel the former. Han Sen, while he cooked, had summoned Meowth and Golden Growler to talk to. Meowth and Golden Growler would occasionally reply, and it struck Han Sen how much more intelligent and human they were, following their consumption of the water drops. When there is no one around, it's quite boring. I think it's time I bring Zero here. Han Sen said out loud. It should have been a thought, but he was surprised to hear himself talk it out. The reason why he hadn't brought Zero with him yet, was because of Chu Ming and Ku Langzai's company. It would be suspicious to see him always be accompanied by a strange little girl. Now that he was alone, he decided to bring her there. Still, he wasn't sure if he was able to simply teleport her there on a whim. I'll try it tomorrow. Han Sen looked at the watch and the photo it contained. He asked his mother about it once, on his return to the Alliance, but she had told him she did not know who the man was. She didn't recognize him as someone who belonged to the Han family. Who is this man, and did he kill all these creatures? If he did, what connection does he have to our family? Han Sen was starting to get a headache, thinking of this. Regardless, he really was starting to believe his father's death had not been an accident. The next day, Han Sen asked his mother to bring Zero to the teleporter in Moment Shelter, to see whether or not she could teleport. Like before, she came through the teleporter into his shelter. Han Sen was quickly delighted. With Zero there, Han Sen did not feel as lonely. The shelter, overnight, had again moved into the deeper recesses of Thorn Forest. Upon a small expedition outside, Han Sen was able to spot some winged snakes. He thought about engaging them, but when he saw the king amongst them, he promptly turned around and went back inside. Han Sen knew he couldn't kill such a beast, but without the intrusions of others, he was free to grow that which he wanted to. For now, he planned on growing the dragon blood tree. Each day, he gave the tree a single drop. It didn't take long for the tree to flourish, and within a few days, flowers bloomed across the well-structured boughs of the tree. If it was to continue in such a manner, Han Sen deduced it would not be long before it grew fruit. The mutant-class beast souls of dragon blood snakes would be very beneficial. If many of such fruits grow, I'll be rich. Han Sen was delighted at the results, and his mind feverishly pondered the results his harvest would soon bring. Whenever Han Sen was bored, he visited the spirit base to obtain more genes. He had an incredible reputation by now, and many royal spirits sought him out to deliver him their genes. The king's spirits no longer dared to challenge him. While their pestering was a relief, it was ultimately a disappointment, for it prevented Han Sen from being able to gather more of their genes. It looks like I should keep a low profile, otherwise, my gain of points is going to slow to a crawl, Han Sen thought to himself. He had shown a spotlight on himself a number of times now. He had relished in the attention he was giving, and caused constant commotion with the staggering fights and the audiences that would crowd to watch. He knew he had to avoid doing this from now on, and if that didn't work, perhaps even lose. While this prospect seemed promising, the spirit he threw the fight for would be given a Super King Spirit gene. Then, the truth would be revealed. No one knew Han Sen was the king, and he wanted to keep it that way. It would be dangerous for any aspect of his identity to be learnt. Being unable to gather King Spirit genes, Han Sen was no longer too fussed with visiting the spirit base. On this day, he only spent 2 hours there, seeing what he might have needed. Aside from Royal and King Spirit genes, the other ranks of spirit genes were almost all maxed out. Without anything to do, Han Sen decided to summon Moment Queen. The last time Han Sen saw her, she was bawling her eyes out like a maddened woman. Summoning her this time, Han Sen did so in the wonder of whether or not she could control the movements of the shelter. If she could control it, then he wouldn't have to roll the dice every day, waiting to see whether or not it had moved to the outskirts of Thorn Forest. When Moment Queen appeared, she did so with an immediate desire to kill Han Sen. Although he despised him, her attack was not through animosity alone. She wanted to die, and she hoped Han Sen would provide her this release. But right before she tried to attack, she stopped. She stood still, while her eyes looked around wildly. Why are you in a king-class shelter? Moment Queen looked around in visible shock. I conquered it, not bad, huh? Han Sen smiled. Moment Queen looked at him with disdain and said, the creatures these bones once belonged to would crush you with a mere poke. All you need to know is that this shelter belongs to me now. Han Sen looked at Moment Queen dead in the eyes and then said, you seem stronger than you did before. Moment Queen seemed spooked by her presence there in the shelter. As she looked around, she said, when king spirits enter a shelter, they become stronger. If I could obtain self-geno points, I could become as strong as the king spirits that populate the third god's sanctuary. That sounds good. Han Sen eyed her suspiciously and observed how she seemed to look like a newborn king spirit. Whatever the case may be, she couldn't have been any weaker than an iron bug king. If she misbehaved or did something that would incite his ire and require him to kill her, he could do so with ease with his Super King Spirit mode. He wasn't quite up to the task, with his own simple, raw power, however. Where are the spirits here? Moment Queen entered the spirit hall. Do you think I'd still be here if there were spirits? Han Sen followed. Moment Queen. Moment Queen saw the perfect statue and looked as happy as one could be. But then, her face started to look complicated and she fell silent. You can put your spirit stone inside there. Han Sen asked. Would you allow me to? Moment Queen asked in return. After her last betrayal, Han Sen had imprisoned her. Yes, but that all depends on the benefits you might be able to provide me, Han Sen said. Moment Queen's eyes widened, and she coldly said, I can help you control the movements of this shelter. If I don't, then this shelter will continue to teleport as it does and total ownership of it will be impossible. I like the moving aspect of this shelter. Give me some cold, hard benefits, Han Sen said. Han Sen would have really liked her to be able to control the position and location of the shelter, but he wasn't quite willing to let her know that now. Well, aside from that, I have nothing. Of this, you know, Moment Queen said, dismally. I want your king spirit gene, Han Sen told her. Moment Queen's spirit gene might have been of the space element he much desired, but because she would rather die completely, she would not give it to him. This was his first mentioning of this. Impossible, Moment Queen rejected Han Sen. Do you want to be imprisoned in the Sea of Soul from now unto eternity, or would you like to control the shelter? Han Sen said, sternly looking at Moment Queen. Moment Queen had a conflicted expression. Humanity acknowledged the existence of spirit bases, but very few knew what they were exactly. Han Sen had threatened her with what she feared the most, return to the Sea of Soul, trapped. If she could control the shelter and enter the spirit base, she believed she would have a chance to escape him. Of course, Han Sen was not entirely trusting, and he practically knew what she was planning. He wanted her to feel hopeless, though, so that she would deliver her geno points to him. He thought Moment Queen aligned with the rare space element, and she was likely the only spirit he could find who had space genes. Even if he was lucky enough to encounter a space element spirit in the spirit base, the amount he'd receive would be extremely low, and it was almost guaranteed that no space element spirit would wish to wager a vast number of them in a self-fight like Phoenix did. Moment Queen looked at Han Sen and said, they took my genes before they booted me back to the second god's sanctuary. I couldn't give them to you, even if I wanted to. How do you earn more self-geno points? Han Sen wanted to increase his tally. Consume the life geno essence of a super creature that shares the same element as you. Either that, or fruit of the same element, Moment Queen answered, surprisingly forthwith. Let's talk business. Han Sen paused a brief moment, eyeing Moment Queen, then said, but before that, you will have to give me one geno point. But I really only have one left. Moment Queen pleaded. Well, it's either that or you return to the Sea of Soul. The choice is yours. Han Sen did not believe her. Even if her king spirit genes had been taken away, she had been in the second god's sanctuary for quite some time, ruling over a shelter no less. He firmly believed she had more than one. She had the talent to grow a six-gear tree, after all. In response to the untruthfulness, Han Sen raised his hand to send her back to the Sea of Soul. But before he could finish, she quickly said, okay, I can give you a point. But please, explain the terms of your desired cooperation. Give it to me first, Han Sen said. Not wanting to be stuck in the Sea of Soul, she gave it to him as quickly as she could. A light was hastily fired into Han Sen's body. King Spirit Time Gene +1. Has Sen believed her teleportation skill had required the space element. He hadn't expected her to possess the time element, instead. Now, what do you want? Moment Queen asked, looking at Han Sen. There is no rush, let's discuss these matters slowly. Han Sen smiled. The two spoke with each other for a long time after that. She would be given the responsibility of controlling the movements of the shelter, on the term that she would obey him. And up until Han Sen reached 100 self-genes, she would have to share half of hers with him. Moment Queen would be allowed to enter the spirit base, but she would have to exit and aid Han Sen in hunting creatures on occasion, as well. After they struck a deal, her wish for death subsided for a while. She had hope. Because she now had hope, she was willing to accept Han Sen's authority for the time being. She did not want to kill him just yet, either. King Class Time Gene, EH. She really is quite special. Han Sen was overjoyed with this revelation. You said you killed the son of a king, didn't you? If you enter the spirit base, will they find you? Han Sen asked. I look different now. They won't find me. What, did you think I only came back here just so I could be killed? Moment Queen said. No, but that's good. Han Sen nodded. Moment Queen observed the statue's forehead, and as she did, a black hole emerged from her and drifted over to fit itself inside the slot. It formed neatly into a spirit stone. A light shot towards Moment Queen, and she disappeared in a flash of light. She had entered the spirit base. Han Sen did not tell her about him being a super king spirit, and he most certainly did not want to let her know he was the king. In the spirit base, she could talk freely with other spirits. He had to be careful about what information she had, and could possibly release in spite. If she caused issues for him, though, he could always use his Super King Spirit mode to end her. Moment Queen had only just managed to arrive back at the third god's sanctuary, so it was likely she was looking to collect many genes. It'd be a while before she came back out. Han Sen did not wait for her, though. Instead, he went to water the dragon blood tree. He believed each flower would bear him a fruit, but he soon realized he was wrong. When the flowers withered, they did not grow fruit. And all that appeared were 4 grape-sized dragon fruit. Why are there only 4? Han Sen looked bitterly disappointed at the result. Still, obtaining 4 mutant-class beast souls was not all that bad. Pet beast souls that were birthed from plants would already have their battle mode active, so there would be no need for him to spend time raising them. Once the wait for the ripening fruit was over, he'd have 4 pet fighters. Han Sen wouldn't go hunt immediately after that, though. He wanted to wait until Moment Queen returned first. In the meantime, over the course of his wait, he tended to the dragon blood tree and watered it, eagerly anticipating the birth of the dragon blood snakes. I wonder how many gene locks they can open. Han Sen was feeling hopeful it would be a high number. Mutant pets could unlock 6 at the max. If it was the child of a creature, they'd only have 1 open at birth. But creatures born from geno-plants were not like this. The more talents they had, the more gene locks they could have open from birth. Furthermore, the open gene lock numbers were fixed. They weren't like genuine creatures, which could improve and open further gene locks over time. Moment Queen stayed in the spirit base for the longest time and did not return. Han Sen had no fear, though, for he could feel what she was up to. Providing 1 water drop to the tree every day, it only took another 4 days for the small fruits that hung from its boughs to increase to the size of an average car tire. The texture of the fruits was peculiar, scaly and reptilian like the creatures that were supposed to be within. Pang! 1 fruit finished maturing and fell from the tree. Quickly, and quite ecstatically, Han Sen retrieved the fruit and peeled back the layers of its scaled exterior. After he did so, a red light shot out from the interior and entered his sea of soul. Mutant pet beast soul obtained, dragon blood snake. Looking inside his sea of soul, he noticed the presence of a new creature. It was a red snake with 4 legs. It was more like a gecko than a snake, but not quite. Its skin wasn't leathery like a gecko or smooth like an amphibian, it was more reptilian and scaled like dry, cracked mud. From out of its mouth, a forked tongue rattled. It was definitely a snake of sorts. Of course, Han Sen knew appearances could be deceptive, and so he didn't pay too much heed to its odd look. What he was most interested in were its statistics, and that was what he spent much of his time perusing. Mutant dragon blood snake. 2nd gene lock open. Han Sen was a little disheartened at the result. Mutant pets were capable of having 6 open gene locks, so this was at the lower end of the spectrum. It is fortunate I have another 3 to test my luck with. Han Sen resolved to only be grateful if one of the pets had 5 gene locks open. Pang! Another dragon fruit fell from the tree. Hastily, Han Sen scrambled over to pick it up. When it was in his hands, he peeled away the layers, all the while saying, "God, please bless me with a pet that has 5 of its gene locks open. Amen." After the layers were peeled and removed, another red light burst forth like a beacon and entered Han Sen's sea of soul. Uncaring for the little creature's appearance, he raced straight for the statistics. Mutant dragon blood snake. 1st gene lock open, FCKU. Han Sen wanted to flip the nearest table he could find, as this was the worst possible result one could receive. Although mutant creatures had a high fitness level, ones that had only opened their 1st gene lock were unlikely to be able to take down anything greater than an ordinary creature. Since Han Sen wanted to take down mutant creatures on his own next, this pet was useless. It looks like I've been praying to the wrong god, Han Sen thought to himself. The 3rd dragon fruit dropped from the tree and hurtled to the ground, but before he went over to pick it up, he requested that Zero bring him water. When she brought the bucket over, he washed his face and summoned his iron bug armor. Han Sen approached the fruit and started peeling it. As he did so, he said, "God, it's me again. Perhaps you didn't get the message last time, but I request that you bless me with the fortune to receive that which I most desperately need. I will sacrifice lambs, goats, or whatever in your name, if that is what it's going to take. Please, God, amen." After he finished peeling it, a red light moved to nestle in Han Sen's sea of soul once more. Mutant dragon blood snake. 1st gene lock open. After hearing the voice, his face blackened. He shouted, "Oh, come on. This is not even funny." Seeing the 3 snakes, Han Sen wanted to bang his head into the nearest concrete surface. The final dragon fruit fell from the tree, and considering his current string of bad luck, Han Sen felt reluctant to open it himself. Zero, help me peel it. He hoped Zero would be luckier than he was. Zero approached the fruit and gently started peeling it with her small and delicate hands. When she was done, a red light shot into her forehead. Han Sen pointed at Zero and asked, "Hey, I thought you couldn't use beast souls." Zero could not eat the flesh of creatures, and neither could she make use of beast souls. This was because she did not have a sea of soul. Her situation was similar to the Shira, in that regard. But with ease, the dragon blood snake entered her forehead, signifying she now had a sea of soul. Han Sen had once tried to send her a beast soul in the past, but it didn't work. He knew for sure she had no sea of soul, but clearly, things were different now. Zero looked at Han Sen but did not say anything, and the expression she wore made it seem as if she didn't know what to say. Han Sen tried sending her one of his other, now useless dragon blood snakes, and the transfer actually worked this time. What is this? Han Sen was shocked with this revelation, but judging from Zero's relative silence, it seemed as if she too was unsure what had happened or what had changed. Zero merely stood where she was, staring back at Han Sen at a loss for words. Han Sen asked Zero to return the snakes to him, and lo and behold, they were transferred back to Han Sen correctly. Her sea of soul seemed to function just as any others would. Was she too young before or something? Perhaps that is why her sea of soul had not yet activated. Han Sen mulled over this curious development with great interest. After thinking about it some more, her being too young may have indeed been the correct answer. He observed Zero's figure some more and noticed she appeared a little more grown up than she had previously. Rather than a child, she looked more like a teenager. That being said, she should have fully grown up a long time ago. Why this was happening now befuddled Han Sen. Humans need to be 16 before they can enter the first god's sanctuary. Before 16, you haven't fully grown up, thus the ineligibility. It is true she is not a pure, average, run-of-the-mill human, so is her slow growth a result of this peculiarity? Han Sen wondered some more. He couldn't prove his theories, but looking at her matured facial structure, it seemed likely. Regardless of what the cause was, Han Sen was just happy she could now use beast souls. Han Sen asked her if she could receive Geno points from the consumption of meat, but she merely shook her head. Han Sen took a look at the dragon blood snake she had obtained and returned to him, in the desperate hope her fruit opening result was better than his own 3 tries. Mutant dragon blood snake, 6th gene lock open. Han Sen's jaw dropped to the ground. He ran over to Zero, picked her up in his arms, and started spinning about with her. Then, he kissed her on the cheek, telling her, "My dear little Zero, you are my lucky goddess." Yes, yes you are. You just got me the best snake possible. Blood dragon snakes were of the blood element. With every gene lock that they had open, their powers improved by a great deal all across the board. Their speed and strength, however, were given an exponential boost. Even a blood dragon snake with only 2 open gene locks would be considerably stronger than Han Sen. To receive a blood dragon snake with 6 open gene locks was a tremendous thing, and it was sure to lay waste to any creature it fought. The fitness level of ordinary creatures was 3 to 600. Primitive was 6 to 1200. Mutant was 12 to 1800. Sacred blood was 18 to 2400. Humans had yet to gauge the fitness levels of super creatures, but it was estimated that they had a fitness level of at least 3000. There was quite a gulf separating sacred blood and super creatures in this sanctuary. To bridge that fitness gully, newborn super creatures and newborn king spirits were viable targets. Newborn king spirits would not be unlike the spirits Han Sen had encountered in the first and second spirit bases. Their fitness was comparable to that of a sacred blood creature, with some being a little higher. But when challenging creatures that were of the same tier as a human, creatures always proved stronger. Humans couldn't go against creatures unless they had a clear advantage. With that being said, it was more difficult for creatures to open their gene locks. Their control of energy flows was not as efficient as human hyper-geno arts in harnessing and using power. Receiving a snake, with 6 open gene locks, was an incredibly rare gift for Han Sen. It had a base fitness level of 1500, but the 6 open gene locks boosted that to the region of 2000. It was a creature that could hunt sacred blood creatures effortlessly. The dragon blood snake would have destroyed the iron bug king with ease, and yet, it was likely that the other 3 snakes he had received would have been the ones wrecked if such a fight took place. Any sacred blood creature, with a single open gene lock, would have had what it took to destroy those 3 snakes. They wouldn't perform too well against mutant-class creatures, either. It was strange, though, as many people would value such pets. Other humans would need whatever help they could get, and they'd view even the weaker snakes as formidable pets to aid them in the third god's sanctuary. I would like to send them to Ku Lanshi, but how am I supposed to explain how rapidly the dragon blood snakes were grown? I guess I have no choice but to sell them, Han Sen thought to himself. But thinking about this made him frown. Moment Queen had yet to return from the spirit base, and by now, he was getting impatient. He summoned her to return. She had become addicted to the acquisition of power and Geno points, so she was unhappy at having Han Sen yank her out so abruptly. You'll have plenty of time to earn Geno points, so maybe now you can help me move this shelter someplace safer, Han Sen said. I can move it, but where is safe, exactly? Moment Queen asked. Han Sen did not know either, but Thorn Forest was not an infinite woodland. If they were to travel in one direction or another, they'd eventually arrive at an outskirt of some sort. Acknowledging this, Han Sen merely pointed in a direction. Moment Queen moved in the direction Han Sen wished for her to go. Unfortunately, the distance the shelter could travel was limited, and it could only move a certain amount a day. After the move, they were still deep inside the webbed brush of Thorn Forest. The next day, they were still there after the subsequent move, too. And so they were after the next few moves following that. Where is this? Han Sen saw a big tree ahead of him in Thorn Forest. It stood half a kilometer from the shelter, a Goliath tree that stood proud and firm, its verdant head standing 40 meters high in the sky. Curiously, it looked as if many people had been strung up and left to hang, dangling from the thick boughs of the tree. Fortunately, upon closer inspection, Han Sen realized his vision was just a misinterpretation of what they actually were. They were fruit, and only human in shape. While they looked human, they were slightly bulky. It was as if they were armor-clad humans, and with such protective gear, no hint of flesh could be seen. Han Sen thought they looked similar to the steel-clad knights that hailed from medieval Europe. With their helmets connected to the tree, it was a strange sight. Are they alive? Han Sen counted the 6 armored knight fruits. This is a sacred blood class knight tree. They grow sacred blood class loyal knights, Moment Queen explained, as she too calculated the breadth of the remarkable tree that stood before them. They're sacred blood creatures, Han Sen asked, before going on to say, should we kill them before they mature? Moment Queen looked at Han Sen as if she had just witnessed his brain cells implode. She asked him, why would you do that? You can't eat them, and when they mature, they will never betray the first person their eyes fall upon. Really, when will they mature, then? Han Sen said, jovially. Moment Queen looked at the tree and said, well, sacred blood trees take a few thousand years to mature. This one will take another 1,000, is my best estimate. I can't wait that long. Han Sen frowned, but his frown soon vanished upon a sudden realization. But that's okay, let's bring it with us. Stop moving the shelter, and let's go dig it up. Pa, you think you can transplant a sacred blood tree? Moment Queen found it funny, and she giggled under her breath. Just do it. Han Sen did not explain and just rallied his 4 snakes and Little Wind to accompany him on the way to the tree. Moment Queen followed. Not long after, her face curdled as she noticed something amiss. She called out, stop. Something is wrong. What is it? Han Sen looked at her with confusion. Look at the ground. They were only 3 meters away from the night tree, at this point. When Han Sen looked down, all he could see was yellow soil. Still wondering what she was referring to, he asked, why, what is it? Is this something special? Don't you think it is strange? How can such sordid, ill-kept ground birth such a magnificent tree? Moment Queen asked. Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura to scan the vicinity, and it was just as she said, there was no life force around or in the soil below. This is weird. Han Sen frowned. Only the night tree had a life force in the vicinity. Maybe the tree absorbed the life from the soil all around it. Han Sen asked, looking at Moment Queen. All plants absorb energy from the ground, but they never take more than their fair share. If there is an insufficient amount of nutrients available for its growth, it does not drain the surrounding area, it just accepts its own demise. It would not grow, Moment Queen said, with her eyes fixed on the night tree. The tree has a problem, Han Sen said, as he eyed the 6 knights that hung from the boughs. Moment Queen replied, yes, it has a big problem. For this tree to grow, with dead earth all around, should be impossible. Han Sen nodded to display his understanding, and as he turned back to watch the tree, his face turned grim. There is something amiss with the fruit, also. Han Sen's forehead flexed again. Why, what do you see? Moment Queen asked, with her own ardent curiosity. Han Sen, with his eyes on the 6 night fruit, said, the night tree is strong, as we have surmised. But the fruit it bears are weak. And you said it would take another 1,000 years for them to mature. They seem too weak to adhere to your estimate. And, Han Sen froze. And, what? Moment Queen was not used to the way Han Sen was speaking. This night tree has 7 fruit, actually. There is one behind the tree, but it avoided our attention at first, Han Sen explained. There is another one. Moment Queen's face changed, and so she went to the other side of the tree. Han Sen brought the dragon blood snake and Little Wind with him to circle the tree. He was keen to get a better look, but he made sure to keep his distance. On the other side of the tree, the fruit there was different than the other 6. It was similar in shape, but it didn't look quite as natural. It was more like a statue of a knight. The other 6 wore bright steel armor, but this one wore green copper armor. Its presence there was a mystery. Han Sen felt a powerful energy coming from the knight, and the other 6 combined seemed to be no match for the green copper enigma. As Moment Queen's eyes fell upon it, she exclaimed, disloyal knight. It is a disloyal knight. The tree has birthed a disloyal knight. What is that? Is there a difference between loyal knights and disloyal knights? Han Sen looked at the green copper fruit in confusion, and so he asked Moment Queen to clarify. Well, of course there is. Duh, they aren't the same type of fruit. Can apples grow on a peach tree? Moment Queen retorted. Han Sen did not know much about botany, so he frowned and said, maybe it was lonely on its own tree. Hey, do you think a disloyal knight will be loyal to me like the loyal knights? Moment Queen looked at Han Sen with eyes of fire, wondering whether or not his stupidity was genuine. She told him, no, of course not. Are you serious? Disloyalty is the opposite of loyalty, and so the disloyal knight is the opposite of a loyal knight. If you are the first person it sees, consider yourself marked. It will be your greatest nemesis, a foe that will not relent in its pursuit of you until you are dead. Moment Queen continued in her speech, saying, I once saw an emperor grow a disloyal knight tree. It hadn't matured yet, and he said it would take 9,000 years for it to grow the single disloyal knight it would bear. Ooh, so that means it's a treasure. That's some good stuff, right? Can we get a beast soul if we kill it? Han Sen asked. Moment Queen did not answer him directly, and she merely continued on from her previous dialogue. Do you know what he did to grow that disloyal knight tree? What did he do? He didn't bury a real knight beneath that tree, right? Han Sen wondered. Moment Queen answered, 10,000 knight spirits cannot compare to the strength of a single disloyal knight. It could very well be a super creature. At the very least, any ordinary disloyal knight can be birthed to the rank of a berserk sacred blood creature. Could you answer my question, please? The emperor that wanted to grow the tree, what did he do? Han Sen asked. Moment Queen said, before he grew it, he had a grand expanse of land dedicated to the cultivation of night trees. There were over 10,000 of them, but when the disloyal knight was born, they all withered and died. Okay, but that at least explains why there is no life force in the area around this tree, Han Sen said. Ah, but there's another problem. Disloyal knights are birthed on trees of their own. They cannot grow on a traditional night tree. I remember this emperor saying that without the energy of the loyal knights, the disloyal knight could not grow. What, do you really think this place once had thousands of night trees? Moment Queen said. Han Sen looked around and replied, I'm not sure, but this is deep inside thorn forest. Thorns clog every path, and as such, there cannot be many trees. Even if there was, the disloyal knight should not be growing on the same tree. Unless, Moment Queen said. Unless what? Han Sen asked, inquisitively. He did not know much about genoplants or other botanical fields, so he needed Moment Queen to explain everything she knew or guessed. Unless a disloyal knight died beneath this tree, and the loyal knight tree absorbed the deceased disloyal knight and somehow mutated, Moment Queen explained her line of thought. And what's the bottom line, if that is what has happened? Does it benefit us in any way? Han Sen wasn't really interested in how the tree was grown, only what rewards he might be able to reap. If things are indeed like this, then maybe the disloyal knight will be different and we'll be able to claim it, Moment Queen said. How do you reckon I can claim it? Han Sen asked. Moment Queen shook her head and said, well, the chances would be slim. And besides, look at it, it's going to take at least another 1,000 years for it to mature. You'll be old and gray by then. 1,000 years is not that long, and furthermore, we can bring it into the shelter. Han Sen did not seem apprehensive or wary in the least. With the water drops Han Sen possessed, the 1,000 years could be reduced to a mere 3. And Han Sen was willing to wait that long. The disloyal knight was a berserk sacred blood creature, and if he was lucky, the scales could tip and result in it being a fully fledged super creature. Waiting 3 years for that opportunity would be tremendously worth it. But Han Sen needed to know whether or not he could claim the disloyal knight. If he couldn't, then he'd be the sole, lifelong target of the violent fruit-born soldier. Don't even think about it. It's hard enough to grow sacred blood plants, but to unearth and move one someplace else is mere foolishness and will ruin what has already grown, Moment Queen implored. Just tell me how to claim the disloyal knight, would you? Han Sen said, although it is a disloyal knight, it has grown on a night tree. This may result in it obeying the first person it sees, but Han Sen always hated buts, so he said, just spit it out. He is a disloyal knight, and you can't deny what you are forever. Genetically, it's a disloyal knight and that's what it's going to be. Even if it obeyed you, initially, the traditional, unwavering fealty of a loyal knight would fade over time. It would only be a matter of time before it betrayed you. It could hurt you as much as it hurts others, Moment Queen explained. If that loyalty lasts 100 years, I'd say it's worth it, Han Sen said. 100 years was nothing to Han Sen, and he could be as strong as a super creature himself in that time. The knight would be helpful, in its early years. He could use it to kill Goliath monsters with the greatest of ease. Han Sen, learning this about the disloyal knight, commanded his snakes to unearth the tree and transport it back to the shelter. Moment Queen did not say anything, but she found the scene quite amusing. It would have made sense for an emperor to move a tree, but for Han Sen, who had only just entered the third god's sanctuary, it was a humorous joke. She thought he was being a little too big for his britches. Still, she would not stop him. Ultimately, it would not be her business, so she was happy just to sit back and watch. If you don't need me, then I'll return to the spirit base. Moment Queen was eager to get back to earning Geno points. Han Sen waved her off, knowing she would not aid in the tree's excavation, anyway. The soil around the tree was very hard, but the snakes were powerful and it did not take them long to dig through. This was especially true of the snake with 6 of its gene locks open. The speed at which it worked was remarkable, and it had no trouble committing to the task they had been commanded to perform. The roots beneath the earth were slowly revealed, and they were as thick as barrels. The roots were also long, and it proved impossible to move the tree as well as the roots. Han Sen commanded that they bite the roots off. They did so, but it wasn't easy. The roots were harder than stone, and 3 of them failed, only leaving light bite marks in the material. Only the dragon blood snake with 6 of its gene locks open was able to cut off the excess roots. But after the snake bit off one root, the tree began to shiver and tremble. The 6 loyal knights were like ghosts, swinging from the boughs of the tree. Boom! One loyal knight disconnected and hit the ground. One after another, so did the others. They did not collapse onto the ground, but instead, they landed on their feet like armor-garbed mannequins in a museum. Han Sen took a step back, not sure what to expect, and allowed Little Wind and his number 1 dragon blood snake to protect him from the front. He also made sure to summon his armor, just in case. What have we here? Didn't Moment Queen say it would take 1,000 years for them to grow? Why would they detach now? Han Sen looked at the 6 figures, twirling the red dagger in his hand. Suddenly, the loyal knights opened their eyes. They looked at Han Sen and the dragon blood snake beside him. Wait, these are loyal knights. So that means they'll obey me upon seeing me, right? But if the snake is in front of me... Han Sen regretted using the snake for protection, but suddenly, one of the loyal knights threw a punch towards it. The other 5 followed and did the same, throwing fists towards the stalwart snake. They were much weaker than sacred blood creatures, but they were undoubtedly greater than mutant class types. Did Moment lie? They are attacking whatever they see. Han Sen commanded the dragon blood snake and Little Wind to fight back against their fruity aggressors. Boom! A light rose from the feet of one of the loyal knights, then it punched the snake. The snake was sent flying. Han Sen saw the rest of the knights generate an aura, one that rose from their feet, also. 3 of them were graced with a halo atop their heads. 2 of them had 2 halos, whereas 1 had 3. The more halos they had, the more powerful they were. Han Sen thought it might have signified the number of gene locks they had open. The halos did not deal extra damage, but they buffed the knights in a variety of ways. Not that Han Sen cared much for this. They hadn't finished fully maturing, and they had been deprived of adequate nutrition. Han Sen guessed the pets under his command could deal with the foes before him. It's lucky the disloyal knight has not decided to join them. Had it chosen to, I might have been done for, Han Sen thought. But then, he looked towards the figure of his musing and was given a shock. He did not know when it had happened, but the disloyal knight's eyes were open. They were fixed on Han Sen. Han Sen was taken aback. For now, it was lucky that the disloyal knight had not left the tree. You're nowhere near done, there's no way you're coming down from there. Han Sen looked at the disloyal knight and felt a little safer. Han Sen, clutching the dagger in his hand, turned around and attacked one of the loyal knights that were advancing. The dragon blood snakes took 1 knight each, and Little Wind engaged 1, 2. The loyal knights were almost as strong as the dragon blood snakes, and only the one with 3 halos had a noticeable advantage in strength. Fortunately for all involved, it was the dragon blood snake with 6 active gene locks that chose to engage that knight. The skittering slithering fiend was quick on its feet, and it leapt at the armored nemesis to scratch it and draw blood. Little Wind fought against a knight that had only 1 gene lock open, and thus had only 1 halo. His fitness was pretty low, all things considered, but he had 4 gene locks open. The wind attacks the furry fighter employed ravaged the defenses of his enemy. Han Sen used his sacred blood armor and dagger to engage his target, and he was doing well in the fight. He suffered a few hits, but the armor was strong enough to keep him protected. Kacha, the dragon blood snake, with 6 open gene locks, found an opening to dig its teeth into the neck of the loyal knight it had engaged. The vicious teeth sunk into the neck with ease, and it tore the entire head off the knight's shoulders in a gruesome display. Before the head could hit the ground, though, the snake spun around and swallowed it. Sacred blood creature loyal knight killed. No beast soul gained. The flesh is inedible. Wow, these things are pretty weak. It looks like the disloyal knight really has been hogging all the energy. Han Sen was overjoyed, thinking he could still one day claim it. And the fact that they were weak was good, as he wouldn't have to exhaust himself in the battle, despite the lack of meat he would receive. With that being said, though, he wouldn't mind getting one of the beast souls. A sacred blood beast soul was, after all, a sacred blood beast soul. Roar! The dragon blood snake leapt towards another knight. Against the dragon blood snake with 6 gene locks open, the other knights on the field didn't stand a snowflake's chance in HLL. The heads of 4 loyal knights were quickly severed and gobbled up by the snake. As impressive as this was, Han Sen was disheartened by the lack of beast souls he received. The other 2 loyal knights were still doing combat. With the situation under control, Han Sen decided to turn around and look at the disloyal knight to see if anything had changed. Eerily, it was still there, staring back at him. But with the disloyal knight being unable to move, Han Sen was not afraid. The snake finished off the other loyal knights, but still, he received no beast soul. Today's luck is far too poor. Han Sen commanded the snake to get back to work, excavating the tree for transport. 3 snakes dug the earth around the tree, while the strongest went to biting through the roots. All of a sudden, the disloyal knight began to scream in agony with a shrill, inhuman voice. It was still connected to the tree, though, and Han Sen was confident that it couldn't dislodge itself. Stop screaming, you big baby. I'm only moving the tree, I'm not killing you, Han Sen said to the knight. The disloyal knight seemed to hear what was spoken to him, and it looked down on Han Sen with murder in its eyes. Hurry up, snaky boys. Dig faster. Han Sen rushed the snakes, just in case something unfortunate was about to happen. An unnerving feeling had managed to latch itself onto the back of Han Sen's mind, and slowly the feelings of concern for ill happenings simmered. It brought him discomfort, and he thought something foul would soon happen. Moment Queen had told him that the knight would obey the first person it looked on. It had indeed seen Han Sen, but still, it looked rather hostile. Perhaps I should ask Moment Queen about this, she might be able to shed some light on the issue. Much to her chagrin, Moment Queen was summoned back. Can't you leave me alone for a minute? I'm trying to earn Geno points. What do you want? Moment Queen sounded a little moody. What you said was incorrect. You have some explaining to do. Han Sen then proceeded to tell her what had occurred in her absence. Moment Queen eyed the dead bodies that littered the site and said with genuine surprise, "Wow, that is weird. It looks like what I hypothesized was reversed. The disloyal knight was not affected by the loyal knights, but it was the loyal knights that were affected by the overbearing force of the disloyal knight. I think it made them disloyal. Does that mean I won't be able to tame it?" Han Sen asked, quickly gesturing for the snakes to stop digging. "I suppose," Moment Queen said. "Are you positive? There is no other way I can get that knight to follow my commands." "The emperor must have had a way, surely," Han Sen said. "Yes, but it doesn't work for ordinary people," Moment Queen said. "How do you know that?" Han Sen asked, looking at the disloyal knight. "Easy. It requires domination. If you could dominate the disloyal knight, prove to it that you are the alpha and that you are unequivocally superior to the disloyal knight in strength, it wouldn't betray you. It would follow you, but do bear in mind that this thing, once matured, might actually end up being a super creature. Toppling a foe such as that would be no small feat," Moment Queen explained. "And there is no other way besides that?" Han Sen asked with a frown. "If there is, I have not heard of it. This disloyal knight infected the entire tree, though, so don't do anything reckless. Sometimes it's best to just cut your losses and quit while you're ahead." Just as Moment Queen finished her speech, a roar sounded. Following that, the noise of breaking wood came from high up in the tree. The disloyal knight had broken its tie to the tree. It looked as cold as ice, as the back of its copper armor was stained with blood. It looked broken there, also, as if it had not finished growing. The disloyal knight cried out. Its copper armor glistened in the midday sun, as it teleported in front of Han Sen and tried to strike his stomach. The disloyal knight moved too quickly, and Han Sen took the punch. The force lifted Han Sen from his feet and sent him hurtling a couple dozen meters, toppling several trees as he went. When the arc of his launch led him to the ground, a deep crater was left in his shape. His sacred blood armor was dented, and its metal was cracked. Blurg. Han Sen spat out blood. "DMN it. Why did I react so slowly to that strike? I should have been able to dodge that." As Han Sen reflected over what had just happened, the disloyal knight did not relent in its pursuit of Han Sen. It came over to where he lay and tried to strike him again. Han Sen commanded his 4 dragon blood snakes to writhe together and protect him like a shield. Pang! The disloyal knight struck the barricade, with the fist landing firmly on the head of one of the snakes. The snake was pulverized immediately, as a squelching noise greeted the knight's closed fist. The beast soul had been killed just like that. The dragon blood snakes unfurled and leapt towards their aggressor in an attack, but the disloyal knight dodged. One snake aimed for the knight's helmet, but just as it flew close, an open hand was raised. The gauntlet captured the airborne snake and then closed hard, turning the wriggling creature into jelly. Another snake was killed. In a short amount of time, the disloyal knight had managed to damage Han Sen and kill 2 of Han Sen's mutant-class pet beast souls. "Moment, what are you waiting for? If I die, you die with me." Han Sen called for Moment Queen to act. If this had happened any earlier, she would not have cared for his plight, and instead would have opted to die alongside him. But she had recently been given hope, and the promise of a brighter future not locked inside the Sea of Soul. She had to do something. She was not willing to watch Han Sen die. Moment Queen gritted her teeth and raced towards the disloyal knight. She would do what she could, but she had only recently started to gain strength through the collection of Geno points in the spirit base. She wasn't in her prime, despite her willingness to aid Han Sen the best she could. Her body was little greater than a young king spirit's. Her speed was exceptional, but overall, her fitness level was lower than the snake that had its 6th gene lock opened. This speed of hers was no trivial factor, however. Her genes allowed for the control of time, and she could slow down the disloyal knight with it. Han Sen commanded the other 2 snakes to strike, while Little Wind cast Windblade and Air Cannon. But this didn't yet suppress or put the disloyal knight at a disadvantage. It managed to kill another snake, effortlessly. The only one left alive now was the one with its 6th gene lock open. "DMN it. Its halo weakens others," Moment Queen called out, as she evaded an attack that came for her. Her long hair was given a trim by the disloyal knight. Had she moved any slower, it would have been her head that was cut off. "I see that. So, what can we do?" Han Sen briskly asked, as he observed the 2 copper halos above the disloyal knight's head. The reason Han Sen had been unable to dodge the initial attack was clear now. It was all because of those halos. The disloyal knight's halo did not just slow people down, it also weakened their very bodies. Pang! The disloyal knight punched the last remaining snake. It was not killed, but the attack was so strong that it sent the snake reeling backwards, squealing as it spat out blood. The disloyal knight was not powerful enough to one-hit kill a 6th gene lock snake. This knowledge comforted Han Sen to a certain degree, and it made it look increasingly likely that the disloyal knight had dislodged from the tree too early. It wasn't ready for prime time, and it wasn't a berserk sacred blood class creature yet. Han Sen clutched his red dagger and cast his Dongshuan aura. Now Han Sen was able to observe just how the halo worked, and he was able to calculate how much it weakened others. With the snake and Moment Queen's kiting, Han Sen would be able to get behind the fruity fiend. Unfortunately, though, they'd still be at a disadvantage. Little Wind fired its blades of wind and finished casting its air cannon. Unfortunately, they did not help all that much. The attacks were little more than a stiff breeze to the disloyal knight. The knight had a great level of fitness, and its halo was strong. Its punches were mighty and destructive. When the red dagger cut the copper light of its fist, no damage was done. So, Han Sen resolved to watch its movements more and get a firmer grasp on how the opponent acted. Previously, in grievous times such as this, he'd activate his Super King Spirit Body mode. Using it in such a dire situation would usually ensure a victory, but alas, he couldn't. Pang! Moment Queen teleported directly behind the disloyal knight and tried to punch the bloody, torn place in its armor where it had prematurely ripped itself loose from the tree. But all of a sudden, the disloyal knight's body shone brightly and blocked her attack. It was close, but no cigar. Moment Queen's fist bled after punching the light-imbued protection that now coated the foe's armor. The dragon blood snake roared and attempted to sever the knight's head from its body. But the knight was able to move away, turn, and wallop the snake's head. The snake fell to the ground. Now, Han Sen appeared behind the disloyal knight and threw a punch. He had used a stealth skill, one that didn't allow the disloyal knight enough time to notice and deflect the punch. Still, its body glowed in order to better absorb the damage that would come from the incoming fist. Han Sen knew there was much power in that glow, but he was not afraid. His left arm was raised as it gathered frost and lightning, and his right arm bore the dagger. The fist carried a destructive light. The power was so great that it shone straight through Han Sen's hand like an X-ray, revealing the skeleton beneath his flesh. Han Sen's water thunder skill smashed against the disloyal knight's back. Boom! When the water thunder came into contact with the knight's blood, it electrified the being. The crackle, sizzle, and pop of the lightning strike grew louder and fiercer until it crescendoed in a dizzying firework of electricity. Without Super King Spirit mode, the body of the disloyal knight was not blown to smithereens. Still, it froze and paralyzed the knight, inhibiting any further movement from it. This was exactly as planned. The dragon blood snake and Moment Queen both recollected themselves and did not spare a single moment in taking the opening Han Sen had created. They raced towards the disabled knight that could not currently move. All the knight could do was try to block. With each hit that landed on his defenses, the force pushed him back. The attacks mounted, and the rate of fire against him steadily increased. When the knight looked ready to lose all control, Han Sen fired coins onto his body. The pressure of several mountains weighed upon him, slowing him down considerably. When the disloyal knight finally buckled under the pressure of the relentless attacks, Han Sen had fired a dozen coins upon it. Since Han Sen had opened his second gene lock by now, they were far more effective, too. Dragon Blood Snake and Moment Queen did not cease in their merciless assault, particularly now that the coin-laden knight was unable to fight back. The knight was maddened by what was happening, and its mind could not fathom losing to them. As much as it wanted to lash out and do something, its health was being slowly whittled away, and the coins prevented it from doing anything. The weight that disabled it only got increasingly heavy over time, as well. Han Sen himself took advantage of the situation he had stuck the knight in. He noticed their fruity foe was still trying its hardest to resist its predicament, and he also noticed the negative effects the halo upon its head continued to exude. But still, he knew that he had all but triumphed over the frighteningly powerful tree-born nemesis. It had been crippled by the weight and repeated attacks, it was no longer a threat to him. The disloyal knight had countless coins stacked on it. Boom! The disloyal knight could no longer withstand the pressure. It submitted to the weight and collapsed to the ground, entirely immobile. Han Sen, the dragon blood snake, and Moment Queen did not lax. They all continued to batter the monster, and after a few more minutes of such a treatment, it died. Super creature disloyal knight killed. Beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Han Sen was exuberantly happy. Not only had he just slain a super creature, but he had also received its beast soul. He was a lucky man. Han Sen's joy was given a momentary lapse, however, as he contemplated the string of events that led to his ability to kill the creature. He was incredibly fortunate to have dislodged the super creature, despite the fact that it wasn't fully matured. The disloyal knight's body vanished, but in its place rested a copper life geno essence. Han Sen gladly accepted it, for it was the first life geno essence he had received in the third god's sanctuary. Even he was surprised he was able to acquire one so soon. After the knight died, the tree died along with it. Bringing it into the shelter now would be pointless. Still, this did not disappoint him too much. For now, he was simply pleased that he had gotten the beast soul in the life geno essence. Quickly returning to the underground shelter, he spared no time in summoning the beast soul he had just received. A copper-plated knight appeared in front of Han Sen. There was no halo above its head, but the armor was complete. Disloyal knight, super pet beast soul. As glad as Han Sen was, he was a little upset to learn it was a pet. That meant it would take a long time for it to be raised, and he couldn't use it for a while. If others learned he had a super pet, the attention he would receive would be insufferable. It'd undoubtedly create another big fuss. After the ordeal, Moment Queen returned to the spirit base. In her absence, Han Sen decided to refine the life geno essence. He simulated the energy flow of the night and consumed the orb. He received 5 super geno points. Perhaps it was because it hadn't fully grown, or that it was a first-generation super creature, but receiving only 5 points was a little disheartening for Han Sen. The shelter, after another couple of jumps, reached the outskirts of Thorn Forest. Creatures were finally appearing now, and it looked as if Han Sen could start hunting again. With Little Wind and the dragon blood snake, Han Sen wasted no further time and left the shelter to kill as many creatures as he could. It wasn't long before Han Sen was able to max out his ordinary and primitive geno point tallies. Han Sen did not know which area he was in, and he wondered whether or not there might have been a shelter nearby. If there was, he didn't want anyone to discover the location of his shelter, so he didn't allow his shelter to advance any further. He preferred walking a greater distance, if it meant less exposure. Wherever he was, though, it was far away from the human shelter he had previously discovered. It was even further away from Qing Ming's shelter. Regardless, it wasn't a coarse area of woodland. Low-level creatures populated the region, which made for more relaxing hunts. After walking 50 miles, however, Han Sen stumbled across another shelter. It appeared to be a night-class shelter. From what he could see from the outside, the interior seemed to resemble some sort of ancient city. Han Sen saw many humans there, and that excited Han Sen a great deal. If it was a spirit shelter, there'd be many creatures in and about the shelter as well. Fortunately, they were absent, so he thought he was in luck. But why do they only stand there on the inside? Doesn't anyone want to come outside? Han Sen pondered the curious sight. Normally, he'd have met and greeted the humans already. The fact that there was not a single human outside of the shelter struck Han Sen as strange. After contemplating it some more, Han Sen decided to approach the shelter with equal amounts of confusion and concern. What are you doing out there? Get in. Han Sen witnessed someone calling out to him. When Han Sen entered the shelter, he was able to get a better look at the people who seemed unwilling to go outside. They looked awfully glum. It seemed as if something bad had been going on. This was a small town, a night-class shelter that provided residence to around 30 people. It wasn't the worst location for people to band together in the hostile lands of the third god's sanctuary. Is something wrong? What's going on here? Han Sen asked the middle-aged man who had called out to him. I've never seen you before. Are you new? The middle-aged man didn't respond to the question he was asked. Yes, I've only just arrived, Han Sen said. Well, that's unfortunate. You may think spawning in a human shelter is a good thing, but we're about to lose the place, the middle-aged man said with a sigh. Why? Han Sen asked. The middle-aged man explained. 20 years ago, we conquered this shelter and built it up as a safe refuge for many people. A few days ago, a creature discovered our shelter. It's not your average woodland critter, either. It is a foul beast, one that came here from the north. The creature belongs to a royal shelter someplace in the mountains of that region, and we have been informed of an impending assault. The leader of that shelter is determined to lay waste to our little sanctuary. How did you learn about all of this? Han Sen asked. He thought it was strange that they would even know about the shelter that lay to the north. We have a man in their shelter. He has risked life and limb to provide us this information. But even so, with all the knowledge in the world, there is little that can be done. We don't have the manpower to withstand an assault like the one that is said to be coming down on us. We only wonder now whether or not we should make our glorious last stand here or flee to the wilds, the middle-aged man explained. Han Sen, understanding their predicament a bit better, acknowledged the dureness of their situation and their hesitance to defend the shelter against the hostilities of the north. He could tell they were weak and had no chance of protecting their home. As Han Sen retreated into thought, a loud noise brought him back. It was the tolling of a bell in the plaza. Old Huang is summoning us, the middle-aged man told Han Sen, before proceeding to the plaza. Han Sen followed the rest there, as well. Normally, many would take a newbie under their wings and treat them well. They'd be asked many things and offered an all-around welcome. Under the current circumstances, however, few cared enough to make the effort. Things were bleak for them, after all. A man with white hair was ringing the bell, a man Han Sen naturally assumed was Old Huang. For a moment, Old Huang's eyes fell upon Han Sen. Then the man's eyes moved on. The time is nigh, now we must decide, do we fight or do we go? Old Huang finally spoke. Against the darkness that fast approaches, raise your hands if you wish to flee. Everyone looked at each other before making a decision, but ultimately, almost all chose to raise their hands. Then perhaps it is for the best. Let this be our final night of refuge in what has become our home. Tend to any last duties and prepare yourself for the road ahead. We leave at first light on the morrow, Old Huang solemnly spoke. After his speech concluded, everyone stood where they were. They all knew it would be best if they abandoned the shelter. But the sudden realization of this loss was difficult to swallow, and they knew once they departed, they'd have nowhere else to go. There was going to a great deal of hardship for them, beginning the next day. Some of the older community members had put their hearts and souls into securing this place, and spent the years toiling hard to make it prosper. They felt the most agony, in understanding they would soon depart the safety of its walls. Go home, Old Huang said, returning to the podium he had spoken from. They had been there many years, and it was their home. But if they didn't leave, it would swiftly become their grave. Unless they were willing to obey a spirit for what would likely be the remainder of their days, they had to flee. And even if they did decide to accept a lesser fate as thralls for a spirit, there was no guarantee the spirit would even want their service. They might have been killed even in surrender. But the majority still wanted to leave, of course. They wouldn't allow a spirit to dictate their fates, if they had the choice. They determined their own destiny, and that was how it would remain. Still, leaving their home behind was a difficult thing to come to terms with. Han Sen observed the life forces of the people around him, and he noticed many of them were quite skilled and powerful. 30 such people in a group was quite impressive. Can I say something? Han Sen broke the silence. Everyone turned to look at Han Sen, and when they did, Old Huang said, of course. Speak. We are all family here. We should fight, Han Sen said. Old Huang, with a wry smile, said, young man, I understand the zeal of youth and the way in which you feel. But you must understand, we face the unyielding wrath of a royal spirit. They have at least 15 mutant creatures. Even if half our people went to face that wall of terror, there is little we could do. Do you think we would leave if we had what it took to fight, Grasshopper? Han Sen wished to say something more, but a young person who stood near Old Huang suddenly asked. Are you Han Sen? Yes. Han Sen nodded. Little you, do you know who this young man is? Old Huang asked. He is Han Sen, the son-in-law of the president. He is a great man. He is the one who defeated the royal Shira, Little Yu explained. After Little Yu said this, people recalled the name and the deeds he had become known for. Even the elderly of the shelter had heard of Han Sen. If you choose to flee, then flee. But if you decide to fight, you have my full support. Not only will we defeat those who believe they can trample us underfoot, but we will strike back and claim that northern royal shelter for ourselves, Han Sen proclaimed. Little Han, we would like to, but we don't have the power. It is a struggle to maintain our current grip on this shelter, old Huang confessed. Do you not believe we can stand firm against the assault on this shelter with this? Han Sen summoned his dragon blood snake. This is, old Huang and everyone there looked at the dragon blood snake in wonder. They thought it was some small, average pet beast soul. Han Sen let the pet do the explaining for him, by having it unleash its gene locks. When the first gene lock opened, the dragon blood snake's body grew to the size of a tiger. When the second gene lock opened, the dragon blood snake's body grew to the size of a bull. When the third gene lock opened, the dragon blood snake's body grew to the size of a golem. When the fourth gene lock opened, the dragon blood snake's body grew to the size of a giant beast. When the fifth gene lock opened, the dragon blood snake's body grew to the size of a dinosaur. A pet beast soul with 5 of its gene locks opened. The plaza gathering had quickly become an audience, and they were each amazed by the mutant pet. Then, the dragon blood snake hissed and grew in size one more time. Its red scales glistened as it became a terrifying beast of gigantic proportions. It looked ready to murder any that offended it. 6 gene locks, the best possible mutant pet one can claim. Someone in the crowd shouted. Old Huang, with this snake, do you think we stand a chance of repelling those who seek to remove you from your home? Han Sen posed the question. That just may be possible. Although he tried to hide it, his loosely bottled excitement began to overflow. Although the spirit shelter that opposed them had many creatures, it was very unlikely there'd be a creature amongst them with an open gene lock tally anywhere close to the snakes. Mutant creatures could open 6 gene locks at the most, but that did not mean it was achievable for all mutant creatures. And now, it wasn't only old Huang who got excited, as hope of a future in their shelter returned to the crowd. This mutant creature can at least kite 3 creatures for us, and with us there, valiantly fighting alongside it, we may just pull through. Yes, let's fight and prove to that spirit we're not to be messed with. We're not leaving this place, FCK those spirits. Aside from a few of the elders, everyone who saw the snake had a change of heart they were keen to vocally express. Old Huang told everyone to calm down soon after, however, and then told Han Sen, I would like to ask you a few questions, Han Sen. And I would like you to answer my questions seriously and truthfully. This is a matter of life and death. I will gladly answer your questions, Han Sen said in response. Where did you come here from? Did you travel here from another shelter? Old Huang asked. Yes, Han Sen nodded. Hearing this, Old Huang also nodded. Then he asked, if we succeed, will you remain with us? Everyone understood what Old Huang was implying. Even if they could withstand the attack, Han Sen's absence after that would mean they'd have no more manpower if something sought to retaliate. They would still be vulnerable. Fighting now would be pointless if it meant they'd only fall in the future. Everyone looked at Han Sen, hoping he would choose to stay. I will leave, Han Sen answered. Everyone looked disappointed. It felt as if their newfound hope had been dashed across the rocks. I appreciate your honesty. Old Huang did not hold it against Han Sen and understood why he'd leave. Han Sen was a famous person of much renown. He had a dragon blood snake with 6 of its gene locks open. He was destined for a place greater than the little shelter he had stumbled upon. He was bound for someplace far grander, for sure. I have not finished. I said I will leave, but only under these 2 conditions. Firstly, we claim that royal shelter. Secondly, if we fail, I leave the snake behind, Han Sen said. Everyone looked surprised, and in response, Old Huang asked, do you speak the truth? If you don't believe it, I can give you the snake now. Han Sen was not afraid of any potential theft, and didn't think they'd refuse to return it. Had they sought to, there was nowhere they could run off to. They were in the middle of the woods with a small army of creatures preparing to wipe them off the face of the sanctuary. To do so would be futile. If the people did not stand and fight for their shelter, they'd most likely run off into the forest. And gauging the strength they possessed, Han Sen believed they did not have the mettle to survive in that domain. Han Sen knew the end result if they chose to flee, so he felt compelled to help them. Han Sen would use this opportunity to raise his mutant geno point tally, too. It was far more difficult to do when flying solo, after all. The people there weren't that strong, but many could challenge and rival mutant creatures in strength. If Han Sen could use this opportunity to obtain a royal shelter, it would be a terrific result, as well. Little Han, you are the president's son-in-law, so of course we believe you. Old Huang was not stupid, and he most certainly would not have kept the snake. Now, following Han Sen's promise, everyone readied themselves for a fight and geared up in the best armaments they possessed. So, which shelter seeks to destroy you? And what is its master? Han Sen hadn't been told the name of the shelter that sought to conquer them, so he asked for elucidation. It's Thorn Shelter, and its master is Thorn Baron. She is a royal spirit, and she is wickedly powerful, old Huang said. Han Sen was surprised to receive this answer, and so he said, "Ah, then we are in the regions that belong to Thorn Shelter." Han Sen became the de facto leader of the shelter for the time being, and others relied upon him to establish and organize their defenses and tactics for the coming battle. He was capable. When it came to leading others, he might not have had what it took to command large armies, but a group of about 30 people was within his comfort zone. Han Sen was able to use his formations to effectively coordinate the others. At first, others did not trust Han Sen, but after some more practice with the formations, they listened and paid greater heed. They soon realized the true talent he had, and so they were all able to work together in greater cohesion and synergy. 3 days later, the spirit army had yet to arrive. Han Sen traveled to a nearby knoll, to see if he could spy any movement. Han Sen ascended a mountain, led by an old man. He was on his way to Thorn Shelter. The mountainsides were steep, and unlike the woodland that circled them, they were barren. The environment there was poor, which provided little reason for creatures to visit. As such, there was a noticeable lack of them. The old man did not go too far across the mountain, and when he decided to return, he instructed Han Sen on which way he should go. Han Sen's purpose for making this venture to Thorn Shelter was to meet the person who had supposedly risked life and limb in warning the night shelter and its inhabitants of an imminent attack. After 100 miles of travel, Han Sen was finally able to lay eyes on the black shelter which resided on the peak of that mountain. Above the foothills of the mountain, Han Sen caught sight of creatures, running to and fro. The human who delivered the news was said to live separate from the shelter, in a house that had been built in a nearby valley that was said to resemble the shape of a fish's mouth. When Han Sen came to that valley, he spotted the house. It was wooden, but ill-kept and all around ugly. Han Sen did not approach as he frequently did casually and without care. He instead chose to approach stealthily. There didn't seem to be anyone around, so he waited for the onset of night. As the sun was being reclaimed by the horizon once more, a man returned to the house. The man was built like a tower, and when Han Sen saw his face, he couldn't help but quietly exclaim in shock, "Tiger of blue blood, Tai Yi." Han Sen and Tai Yi once butted heads in a competition for a military position. He beat Tai Yi, thereby becoming Ji Yanren's bodyguard. This allowed him to remain in the sanctuaries while he served in the army. "Who's there?" Tai Yi was quickly alerted upon hearing Han Sen's unexpected outburst. "Long time, no see. I didn't expect to find you here, as a courier of bad news to the shelter that lies a good distance south of us." Han Sen arose from the bushes and smiled as he delivered his dialogue. "Han Sen, why have you come here?" Tai Yi appeared to be just as surprised. "I have come here to find out when Thorn Shelter plans to begin its assault." Han Sen smiled. "Come inside, it would be best if we spoke there." Tai Yi took a gander at the surrounding environment and then opened the door. Han Sen followed, and when he entered the shack, he closed the door behind him. There were no chairs inside, so he had no choice but to sit on the floor. Han Sen observed the decor and decayed architecture of the home he found himself sitting in, and was surprised to see it so bare. Items of comfort were in short supply, and the majority of what lay scattered about were tools. There wasn't even a bed frame, mattress, or duvet. "Have the people in that shelter evacuated?" Tai Yi asked. "No, we will fight Thorn Baron and slay her," Han Sen said with confidence. "Are you people insane? She also has a multitude of royal spirits in her service. They would be all that is required to conquer that shelter and its meager populace," Tai Yi finished with a concerned frown. "That won't happen. We have a nice howdy-doody prepared for whatever threat comes our way. But can I ask if you know which spirits and creatures are to be rallied and sent against the shelter in the planned assault?" Han Sen asked. Unfortunately, Tai Yi shook his head, saying, "I am only here to grow Geno vines for them, that's all. I was lucky enough to overhear the murmurs that spoke of their planned conquering of that shelter, but I've been here long enough to learn a thing or two about how Thorn Shelter and its occupants operate. If Thorn Baron is going, she'll lead the battle with 8 mutant creatures." Han Sen nodded and said, "And when are they planning to strike?" Tai Yi shook his head and said, "I have told you everything you need to know. You and your people should leave, for Thorn Baron's power is unmatched. She will slaughter whoever remains there. Han Sen smiled and said, a matter of principle is involved in all this, and as easy as it would be to run away, we can't do that. We, nor the people who initially claimed the shelter way back when, will not throw away all they have built. If you don't run, then at least consider a surrender. You might still walk away with your head attached to your shoulders if you do that, Tai Yi offered. It was, he believed, the only alternative to flight. I am confident we can defeat Thorn Baron. After a pause, Han Sen continued by saying, you can remain here. When we launch our counterattack, we will save you. Tai Yi looked strangely upon Han Sen. After a moment of contemplation, he said, are you naive? Are you stubborn, or are you just too thick in the skull to not hear what I'm telling you? You don't actually have a plan, do you? And a viable one at that. I won't tell you more than you need to know, but I will save that shelter. Han Sen smiled and then continued by saying, now, tell me about the mutant creatures and the royal spirits we might expect to see. I don't know much, but Tai Yi told Han Sen all he knew. After asking a few more questions, Han Sen decided to return to his shelter. Seeing Han Sen leave, Tai Yi could only sigh before closing the door behind him. Back in the shelter, Han Sen continued to refine and formulate more plans for the upcoming siege. Thorn's shelter was far more powerful than he expected it to be. If Thorn Baron decided to bring 10 mutant-class creatures, even with the snake on Han Sen's side, they'd pay a high price in blood to secure the shelter's freedom and future. I think we should strike first. We can take the fight to them, and battle them beyond the immediate borders of home. Han Sen decided to return to the alliance. Han Sen figured he needed a good bow, one that was good enough to slay mutant creatures. He had already maxed out his ordinary and primitive Geno points and managed to obtain 7 sacred Geno points, as well as 5 super Geno points. His fitness was over 1,000 points by this point, and that put him in the range of mutant creatures. If he had a quality bow, he could make use of the flaming arrow he received off the porcupine and further increase its efficiency and power by employing the drillhead arrow skill. Killing the mutant creatures should not prove too difficult. The Alliance had many powerful bows he could use for such an occasion, but their use required much strength. Not everyone could use them effectively. With a fitness level of 1000, Han Sen would only be able to use such a bow once or twice in rapid succession. Han Sen received a bow from Annie. The Z-steel arrows that were available for purchase would be ineffective against creatures of the third god's sanctuary, so the best arrow to use would undoubtedly be his flaming arrow. Han Sen brought the bow and arrow with him, as he snuck near Thorn's shelter. He wished to find Tai Yi again, but before he could, he saw a group of people approaching him. Han Sen went into hiding and watched the people go by. They were all so strong, it was clear that they hailed from Thorn's shelter. When Han Sen saw the leader of the collective, he was delivered another shock. It was the female spirit he had once encountered in Thorn Forest. She is Thorn Baron, HMPH, I suppose that rules out my use of the red dagger. If she sees that, she'll recognize me. Han Sen was glad he had decided to bring a bow. After opening his second gene lock, Han Sen's Dongshuan aura had improved a considerable amount. Its effective radius had greatly increased, and it now allowed Han Sen to inspect and observe every member of Thorn Baron's team. The team was massive. A royal-class spirit accompanied Thorn Baron, and 7 mutant-class creatures encircled him. There were 300 primitive creatures in Thorn Baron's company, all in all, and even with the dragon blood snake on Han Sen's side, if they were to triumph, it would be a hard-fought victory. It is lucky I came out here to scout. I may have gotten everyone killed, had I chosen to remain in the shelter waiting for all this to descend upon them. Han Sen continued observing the creatures. He knew he'd have to start taking them out, thinning the herd before they arrived at the night shelter. All he would have to do was wait for the right opportunity to start doing so. Spirits would respawn, so killing the creatures would be the best course of action, since it dealt permanent damage to the strength and integrity of the enemy horde. Han Sen spent time looking at the 7 mutant creatures the Baron had brought with her. A gold-winged hawk was one of them, and it flew high above the rest, as if in airborne defense. Its eyes flickered with gold lightning, as its body glistened in the warm rays of the sun. It was a powerful thunder-class mutant creature, in terms of the damage it could deal out. Han Sen, however, could gauge the strength of its defense and tell that it had a weak body. It was like a glass cannon. Its weakest spot, Han Sen could detect, was a furry section on its chest. It was even less sturdy than the plated wings. Han Sen remained hidden for the time being, clutching the bow he had borrowed from Annie. He summoned his flaming arrow and knocked it on the string. Having prepped himself for dealing with the host of creatures he would engage solo, he pulled the string back. Han Sen suddenly felt very heavy. He had to exhaust all his strength in preparation of firing the bow. The bow was aimed at the exposed spot of the gold thunder hawk's chest, and the moment it spread its wings to reveal it clearly, Han Sen loosed the arrow. Without making a sound, the arrow glided towards its target without drawing any attention to its presence. It pierced directly through the hawk's chest, causing it to gush blood in a cascade to the ground below. The hawk cried out, fell to the earth, and after a few futile flaps of its wings in an attempt to return to the skies, died. Everyone and everything that accompanied Thorn Baron saw it happen and were dazed. The Baron herself was shocked, seeing one of her most prized creatures suddenly assassinated. The creatures and spirits all peered in the direction they believed the arrow had come from, and without hesitation, the Baron barked an order for them to annihilate the hidden assassin. When they arrived in the area where they suspected the arrow had come from, there was no one there. No sense or life force revealed the presence of an enemy in that place. Mutant creature Gold Thunder Hawk killed. No beast soul gained. Consume its flesh to gain 0 to 10 mutant geno points randomly. Before Han Sen could even hear the announcement chime, he had already vanished from the area. He was not afraid that others could find him, as he was able to erase any indication of his life force and even the precise trail of the arrow. Unless they could see the arrow, no one could detect where he might have attacked from. Han Sen used the skill Cold Arrow, which masked the flight of an arrow and made it incredibly difficult for people to deduce where the attack originated. If he had not done this, he might not have been able to kill the creature without catching its attention and giving it a chance to evade. He thought it was a shame he could not retrieve the dead body, though. When Thorn Baron noticed that the hawk had been murdered, Han Sen was already long gone. He simulated the powers used by Ku Lanchi and masked his scent. Although he wasn't as proficient at it as she was, it was still good enough to mask the scent of one person. Even mutant creatures that were of the same level as Han Sen would not be able to detect him. And the creatures that were naturally talented in detecting scents and life forces were unable to detect Han Sen due to his Dongshuan aura. Like a ghost, Han Sen weaved his way between the trees. With his bow raised, the flaming arrow was knocked and ready to fire again. How can there be no one there? Thorn Baron frowned. Roar. As Thorn Baron mulled what phantom might have decided to attack them, she was suddenly interrupted by the cry of another creature. An arrow of fire had pierced through Gold Talon Wolf's left eye. It writhed around in agony as the arrow vanished into thin air. Blood flowed out of the annihilated eye socket in a gruesome stream. It wasn't dead yet, but it would be soon. Thorn Baron looked angry, and she herself raced towards the area where she believed the arrow had come from. But when she reached there, as reported by others in the first location, there was no one to be seen. No life force could be detected, and it was as if her team was being assassinated by a ghost, one by one. Who is this? Who is out there? Reveal yourself. Quit hiding in the foliage like a rat and face me. Allay your cowardice for a time and fight me like a real warrior. Thorn Baron exclaimed to the trees, but was met with no response. Roar. A primitive class beast was killed. Thorn Baron's formation of creatures descended into anarchy and chaos. They looked around for their phantom aggressor, but it could not be found. Spirits and creatures searched high and low, but they were jittery, each fearing that they might be the next to greet the murdering arrow. Kacha. Another arrow was fired into Gold Talon Wolf's right eye. The same fire arrow that had initially dropped it had returned to finish the job. A few creatures leapt to where they believed the arrow had come from, but there was nothing to be found. The spirits and creatures were terrified, as if the Reaper himself was playing some game with them. They did not know who would be the next to go or when they would be taken. Mutant creature Gold Talon Wolf killed. Beast soul gained. Consume its flesh to gain 0 to 10 mutant geno points randomly. When the wolf died, the announcement played inside Han Sen's head. Walk in a circle and keep walking. Thorn Baron was angry, but she had to maintain her composure in order to effectively lead and issue appropriate commands for the situation. Han Sen's arrow was a silent killer, but it could still be seen with the naked eye. Thorn Baron's subordinates were situated in a formation that allowed them to carefully watch in every direction. If an arrow was fired, it'd definitely be seen. Han Sen's arrow delivered terrible damage to the creatures it struck, but if the creatures were able to see it come their way, they could block it. Unable to find a decent opening for the time being, Han Sen had no choice but to fall back. Removing 2 mutant creatures from the field of play was good enough for the time being. There were 5 mutant creatures and 2 royal spirits remaining, as the key figures of the enemy horde. With the dragon blood snake on their side, they stood every chance of defeating those who sought to oppose them. Thorn Baron's people, following this, walked at a much slower pace in fear of another ambush. When Han Sen returned to the night shelter, they were still descending the mountain region he had engaged them on. Han Sen had been able to get a reading of the power of the mutant creatures and spirits remaining, so he returned quickly to make some final adjustments to his plan. 5 mutant creatures and 2 royal spirits. And only 300 primitive creatures. Perhaps you are correct. Perhaps we really can win this, Old Huang said, with tempered excitement. By committing to a strong defense, we can employ a great advantage over the assaulting force. The primitive creatures are only cannon fodder and are not a genuine threat for the time they remain in the open. All we must fear is them breaching the wall, someone else chimed in to say. Their numbers are too many, and ours too few. We don't have enough people to effectively guard all 4 walls, another man said, with a frown. We have to try, we have committed ourselves to this. We have no choice. Someone else said, with a clap of their hands. After the discussion, Han Sen went to the spirit hall. It was situated in the center of the shelter, and from there, he could see all 4 walls and their ramparts. They're here, someone proclaimed, riding into the shelter. The time had come, and even though they had steeled their hearts for the hardships to come, they were still in shock. They all looked to Han Sen for the initial instructions. You know the plan. Everyone, get to your positions now. As Han Sen issued the command, he summoned Dragon Blood Snake, which went to the northern side of the shelter. He also had Little Wind with him, who he told to stay near one of the walls. Han Sen stood atop the spirit hall, not planning to leave. He didn't care much that his fighters were feeling nervous, only that they did as they were told. He now looked at his Gold Talon Wolf Beast Soul. Mutant Gold Talon Wolf. Weapon Beast Soul. Han Sen summoned it, and a fang-like dagger appeared in his hand. It was not as lethal as the red one he had been using, but it was still a powerful weapon. I am Thorn Baron. This shelter and the lands that encompass it are to be relinquished by the current inhabitants and given to me. If you wish to escape the futile death that will result from pointless resistance, your lives can be spared and forfeited to service beneath my rule. Thorn Baron was not in a good mood. And I am just a soldier. If you wish to escape a futile death that will come about from pointless attempts of shelter conquering, your lives can be spared and forfeited to service beneath my rule. I could do with a pretty new maid, a man called Chen Lei spoke aloud in response. The humans around him all burst into laughter, and they did not appear as tense as Thorn Baron had expected. As a baron of thorns, I'm used to dealing with pricks, but you. Thorn Baron's mood went from sour to curdled. Hearing this, she became angrier than ever. Not in the mood to negotiate any further, she commanded her creatures to begin their assault. Han Sen had drafted many different plans, but most of them seemed to be pointless now. Perhaps it was due to her impatient mood, but her entire host seemed to only attack from one sole direction. I overestimated her intelligence. Han Sen had a wry smile and commanded everyone to the defense of the northern wall and ramparts. He also went to accompany them there. With Thorn Baron's less than efficient method of assault, the pressure they had each been under was lifted by a great degree. Having 30 people to guard the northern wall was more than enough. Monsters roared, explosions sounded, thunder struck, and humans shouted their war cries. The variety of noises melded together to form the grand soundscape of war. It was a magnificent scene. The walls were being shredded by blades of wind, as fireballs were also hurled at it. A creature that looked like a leopard started to scale the stone wall, and just as it was about to reach the top, a human plunged a sword deep into one of its eyes. Blood squirted from the puncture, as the leopard dropped back down to the chaotic ground below. Roar! A tiger that was wreathed in fire appeared and announced itself. Its body was sturdily built like a tank, and its mere presence was enough to exude a feeling of dread on those that saw it coming. Boom! A red shadow jumped out of the shelter and lashed out against the terrifying tiger. It was sent flying through the air, on a low trajectory which had it knocking down trees as it went. The dragon blood snake cried out at the foes that assaulted the shelter. With a simple swing of its tail, 8 primitive creatures were instantly slaughtered. A black eagle circled the air and cast its own windblade down below. A titan-like beast brought a battering ram towards the gate of the shelter, and with each pounding impact, the shelter rattled and vibrated. Han Sen did not fight during the entirety of this, he merely commanded the dragon blood snake and the humans that fought valiantly in the defense of their home. As good as things had been going so far, Han Sen believed the enemy was more formidable than he had initially assumed them to be. They even had 2 mutant creatures with them that had unlocked 5 of their gene locks. The flaming tiger that had been knocked away had 6 of its gene locks open, just like the snake. The humans were in a bad spot, and the battle was going to be far tougher than they expected. But calmly, Han Sen watched and commanded his troops to repel the invasion. And with his improved Dongshuan aura, he could keep track of all the humans and creatures. While things would be okay for now, he knew he'd need an additional trick to give his team an edge. As such, he spared one part of his mind for figuring that out. He knew he could maintain a stalemate, continuing as he had been, but a surefire victory would need something more. If this isn't enough to win, we may have to cut corners. Han Sen observed Thorn Baron, who was standing behind her army. She too observed Han Sen. She believed the humans would be easily defeated, and was surprised to see such an effective resistance. Of course, she knew this was down to the person commanding them. He attracted her gaze. "My Baron, do you wish me to rid the field of that human?" The royal spirit dragon demon asked. In response, Thorn Baron said, "Yes. Do it at once, quick and clean. We have wasted far too much time as it is." "Yes," Dragon Demon said. He was clad in black armor, and with a black dagger in hand, he raced towards the gate. His eyes looked on Han Sen with the desire for cold-blooded murder. When Han Sen saw him come, he frowned. He knew this latest foe would be a more formidable opponent than the dragon blood snake itself. The odds truly were against them, it felt. Thorn Baron's team was, on the whole, significantly stronger than those who defended the shelter. "Old Huang, take the reins of command." Han Sen leapt down into the chaotic battlefield below. If he wanted to halt the incessant advance of the creatures, Han Sen knew he'd have to take down Thorn Baron. If that didn't happen soon, he'd have no choice but to summon Moment Queen for aid in the shelter's defense. Han Sen did not want to make his ownership of Moment Queen public yet, so he decided to go solo for now. Old Huang was shocked to see Han Sen so casually descend onto the battlefield. How Han Sen would survive, amidst the carnage, he could not even hazard a guess. The humans that fought were starting to realize the creatures were stronger than they initially believed them to be. To them, Han Sen's sudden behavioral shift was like suicide. Of course, Han Sen did not think this way. Although the Baron was physically stronger, it was a situation he wasn't likely to drown in. He knew he could hold his own against her. And for as long as he remained fleet of foot, Han Sen wouldn't find himself surrounded by the creatures of the battlefield, either. He could detect and respond to each and every creature movement. The moment he leapt from the ground, he'd know exactly where to land. And what he'd do next. Left and right, Han Sen swerved, bent, and twisted his way through the hordes of enemies like a breakdancing leopard. The entire scene looked as if he was running through a number of bushes, yet not a single leaf touched him. It was wild to watch. Despite the countless creatures that thirsted for his blood and did the best they could to stop him, nothing could come close to touching Han Sen. Closer and closer, Han Sen advanced to the approaching royal spirit. Arrogant, Dragon Demon's eyes were filled with the desire for slaughter. The black armor began to generate scales, as horns formed atop his helmet. The black claws were like the fangs of dragons, and they looked indestructible. Han Sen could feel the staggering amount of power inside his latest nemesis, but it did not make him afraid. He didn't feel any hesitation, even in the knowledge that his own speed and strength did not match that of the spirit who desired his blood. Han Sen and Dragon Demon's shadows flickered past each other. But before Han Sen could launch his fist, slashes were carved in his chest that exposed his ribs. Kacha! Han Sen coughed out a glob of blood, as a river of claret oozed from his chest. He fell to the ground with no sign of life. He was a dead man. Dumb human, he could not even recognize the difference in strength between us. Thorn Baron looked upon Han Sen's lifeless corpse with disdain, then she issued one more command, kill the remainder. Yes, Dragon Demon was delighted to hear this, and he took off running towards the shelter. He was confident in his powers, and he could sense there was no more life force inside Han Sen's body. There was no longer any need for him to concern himself with the human that so stupidly engaged him in battle. A primitive creature then jumped onto Han Sen's body and tried to devour it. The remainder of the humans, Those left guarding the stronghold they had spent their lives in the third god's sanctuary building, were sad. They saw what had happened to the man they believed to be their savior, and felt the zest and zeal to fight being sapped upon the realization the hero Han Sen had been killed. Don't give up, people. We still have a chance of securing victory. Old Huang could not give in to sadness, and he did his best to instill some confidence in the people who were valiantly fighting for their lives and future. He saw the dragon blood snake continuing to fight out on the battlefield. If Han Sen had truly been killed, the pet beast soul would have disappeared. But the dragon blood snake was still fighting as hard as it could against the flaming tiger, indicating Han Sen was still alive. Old Huang was not sure what game Han Sen was playing, but he knew this was all part of a greater plan of his. Things weren't over yet. Seeing the humans continuing to fight, Thorn Baron smiled mockingly. Dumb humans. Then, all of a sudden, an arrow was flying towards her face. She felt a searing heat approach, and the hair of her head singed. She recognized this to be the arrow that slew Gold Thunder Hawk and Gold Talon Wolf. Thorn Baron was quick to react, though. With a hearty rose, she tried to deflect the incoming projectile. But the arrow acted as if it had a mind of its own. It swerved to the side and lodged itself in her throat. Thorn Baron looked down on the protruding arrow, her face consumed with disbelief. She tried to speak, but only pathetic gurgling sounds came out as she choked on her own blood. Her eyes moved up to observe the battlefield. The dead man was stepping on the corpse of a primitive creature. He held a bow and mocked her in return. Thorn Baron had wished to later cut his lifeless body up into pieces to release her anger. But now, she could do nothing. The life was leaving her body, which began to fade away. The entire battlefield came to a standstill. Immediately, all the creatures retreated. Dragon Demon cried against the insubordination of the creatures that wished to flee and yelled at them to stay, but they did not listen. He lacked the authority, for he and the creatures had signed a contract with Thorn Baron. She was the sole person either party could accept commands from. The humans were exuberantly happy, following the quick turn of events. Under Old Huang's lead, they chased off the creature horde into the woods and away from the shelter, slaying stragglers. I'm going to kill you. It was through Dragon Demon that Han Sen was able to feign death and kill Thorn Baron. And seeing Dragon Demon come for him, Han Sen called for his dragon blood snake to back him up. I will kill you, maybe not now, but someday. I promise you this. Dragon Demon knew he could not defeat Han Sen under the current circumstances. So, he pledged an oath to kill him, turned, and departed the battlefield. There was no point going after him, though. His spirit stone was nowhere near, and any victory against him would be short-lived. With the dragon blood snake at his side, Han Sen instead decided to cull as many of the fleeing creatures as he could and thin the horde that would soon recover their numbers and personal strength in Thorn Shelter. Mutant Creature Pillar Titan killed. Beast Soul gained. Consume its flesh, gain 0 to 10 mutant geno points randomly. Han Sen and the snake delivered the beatdown upon the creature. Through the entire ordeal, this only marked their third kill of the evening. Receiving another beast soul was remarkably fortunate. With most of the horde dispersed, scattered in flight across the thick underbrush in a desperate attempt to return home, Han Sen turned away and focused his attention on the primitive stragglers he could more easily capture and slay. Humans won the fight, and they were treated with many spoils for their bravery. Plenty of beast souls had been collected and much creature flesh had been harvested. The only thing that disheartened Han Sen was the size of the creatures they had slain. While bringing such foes down was an impressive task, the hulking bodies meant their consumption would be slow, and many mouths would have to work on the same meat. Still, it allowed for a feast in the victory celebrations that were soon to follow. Han Sen summoned Meowth and Disloyal Knight to feed them. The knight, however, didn't even look at the food it was offered. Another picky-eating bastard. Han Sen unsummoned the knight swiftly after. In the celebration, Han Sen was treated as a hero, and he was almost made drunk. In Thorn Shelter, things were expectedly glum. The beautiful Thorn Baron was furious over the events that had transpired. That obscene *SSHOLE. I'm going to have him hung, drawn, and quartered. The spirits and creatures in her presence all trembled in fear of their matriarch. The last thing they wanted to do was say or do something that displeased her even more. No one wanted to incite her ire in her current frame of mind. They did it. Tai Yi wore a complicated expression, and he struggled to wrap his head around the fact Thorn Baron and her army had been beaten back. It was a shocker to learn that the little human shelter had claimed victory. He had never been so surprised as when he saw a horde of worn-out creatures scramble their way through the gates of the shelter. After a while, he decided to count how many creatures had returned. He was even more surprised to learn 5 mutant creatures had not come back and were likely slain. How in the sanctuaries did he pull this off? He actually wished he had been there, fighting alongside other humans. Such a battle must have been a glorious spectacle. Unfortunately, he had signed a contract with Thorn Baron. Back in the Alliance, Han Sen went to meet up with Ji Yanran in the virtual community. He told her about the battle he had been in. Ji Yanran was happy for him, but she still had to plead that he try to remain as safe as possible. The third god's sanctuary was a dangerous place, and she wanted nothing more than for him to be secure. Shortly after their meeting, Ji Yanran had to return to work so she left the virtual community. Before he departed, however, Han Sen stopped Annie. "Annie, can I borrow this bow for a while longer?" Han Sen ordered the construction of the very same bow for his personal use, but it'd take 3 months to be completed. Liking it very much, he asked her if he could continue using hers for the time being. Bows like this required much hard work and delicate deliberation in their crafting. They were extremely valuable, and even with present technology, mass production of such a bow was impossible. "Sure, but how about you do me a favor in return?" Annie said. "Do what?" Han Sen asked. "I'm joining a surpasser party, I'd like you to accompany me," Annie answered. "You, partying?" Han Sen looked flabbergasted. Han Sen had always taken Annie for some sort of lifeless robot that followed Ji Yanran around like a shadow. He had never seen her demonstrate much emotion, and neither had he seen her do anything remotely interesting. He had never even seen her visit the sanctuary. And now that she was saying she was off to a party, Han Sen was taken aback. "Yes, so will you come?" Annie coldly asked. Of course. What kind of party is it?" Han Sen needed about a hunt, so he knew he had no choice but to join her. "Oh, it's just a get-together with some of my old friends," Annie said. "Friends? You have friends?" Han Sen's mind struggled to think what sort of people would want to be friends with Annie. "Forget it. Give me back my bow." Annie's temper suddenly flared up in anger. I'm sorry. I'll come, no questions asked. Just tell me where to be and I'll go," Han Sen swiftly pleaded. "Go to the Atlantic planet. Someone will come pick you up there tomorrow." After saying this, Annie promptly took off. Atlantic planet, isn't that Lan Tei's family's planet? Han Sen thought to himself. Lan Tei's family was similar to Angel Gene, and was one of the big 4, but Lan Tei did not sell anything remotely similar to the angel fluid. Lan Tei's family only produced money. It was the oldest and biggest bank in the Alliance, and most other banks referenced and cooperated with them. There was an organization in the Alliance called Levo Federal Reserve. It was connected to the economy and was an independent department. Not even the president had the authority to control them solely. If something needed to be changed or done, it had to be agreed upon through a vote. Lan Tei's family was the boss of the banking world, and no family could avoid having some form of ties with them. As a result, they had an unprecedented amount of influence in the Alliance and Council, and no single person could ruin their reputation. The Ji family and Lan Tei family had business together, but hearing Annie was going to a party with them, Han Sen couldn't help but be surprised. The next day, a spacecraft came to pick up Han Sen. Clearly, but perhaps unexpectedly, Annie had revealed herself to be a bit of a Scrooge. The spacecraft was only a shuttle that was to bring him and Annie to the spaceport so they could charter public transportation and make their own way to Atlantic planet. Did you have a blind date with one of their men? Did you not fancy him enough for a second date? Am I to come along with you, also you can pretend I'm your hot and sexy new boyfriend? Han Sen jested. Giving Han Sen a side eye, Annie told him, if you, in any way, ruin my chances of dating and subsequently marrying a man from the Lan Tei family, I will kill you. Each and every person from that family is a better example of a human being than you. That's disappointing to hear. Han Sen let out a chuckle, but then went on to ask, so, why have you asked that I accompany you? Shouldn't I prepare before we get there? Annie said, there is no reason. They know I work for Captain G, but since she's too busy to come, I'm having you take her place. You are, unfortunately, her fiancé, after all. So, I'm only a substitute. I almost feel insulted. Han Sen feigned sadness, but then went on to say, but what about these friends you say you have? Provided they are genuine human beings, are they people you met in the third god's sanctuary? No, it was from my time in the second god's sanctuary. Annie paused briefly before continuing. In the third god's sanctuary, I am in a restricted area. A restricted area was a place that was previously owned by humans, but was then taken over by spirits. Humans who teleported away could not return. If they did, they'd either be forced into slavery or killed. Unless someone fancied being a thrall to the whims of a brutal spirit, such people could never go back. Ah, that's why she's always around in the Alliance. That's why she can follow Ji Yanran like a puppy, Han Sen thought to himself. Then he said, what is your shelter called? If there is a chance I can reclaim it for you, I'll do my best to help. Then, you can return to the sanctuary. Beast Shelter. A spirit emperor conquered our shelter, one who went by the simple name of Beast, Annie coldly said, as the haunting, previously suppressed visions flickered across her eyes in remembrance. Han Sen could only present a wry smile, because he knew there was no chance he could take on an emperor spirit. Well, I may not be strong enough to help you now, but one day I will be. And when that time comes, I'll help you, Han Sen kindly told her. Annie believed he was only saying that to comfort her. Taking down an emperor-class shelter was an impossible feat, she thought. When they arrived on Atlantic Planet, Lan Tei's people were there waiting. They brought them to the yard. Annie had told Han Sen that she had befriended people in the second god's sanctuary, people who were forming an army. She had been positioned vice commander of the forces, while the leader was a man from the Lan Tei family. His name was Lu Meng. Lan Tei Lu Meng, that's a mouthful, Han Sen commented. Annie rolled her eyes. She told Han Sen he was an important man of the Lan Tei family, he was just unfortunate to receive a long and girly name. When they arrived in the yard, Lu Meng was there to greet them. He looked quite different than Han Sen had imagined he would. He didn't have the signature blue hair and blue eyes of the family. In fact, he looked like any other person in the Alliance. He was fairly handsome, but plain. And much like everyone else in the Alliance, he had black hair and black eyes. You are Han Sen, I can only assume. Finally, I get to meet the man. Lu Meng was polite, and there seemed to be genuine enthusiasm and passion in his mannerisms of speech. Han Sen expected an encounter with another rich snob, so it was nice to know he might be spending time with a humble, educated gentleman instead. When they entered the lobby, there were many other guests there. All the members of the aforementioned army came forward to greet Annie. Seeing Ji Yanran was not accompanying her, they were disappointed. Fortunately, Han Sen had made a name for himself and they weren't shortchanged. They thought he made for a fine substitute, and due to them being keen on meeting him, as well, things weren't too awkward. Annie was a quiet person, and whenever she was asked a question, she replied in as few words as she possibly could. Have you heard tales of a powerful spirit said to be rising through the ranks? It is said he destroys any spirit he goes up against. Oh, you mean the king? Of course, I've heard of him. I live in a shelter that belongs to Thunder Devil King's father. His son was one-hit killed by the king. That's just what we need. Another wretched, looming threat for us humans to worry about. Spirits are born stronger than us. As everyone dined and drank, they somehow ended up discussing the king. Han Sen, what are your thoughts on the king? Lu Meng asked. He sounds strong. Han Sen wasn't sure what he should say as, unbeknownst to them, he was commenting on himself. Everyone thought Han Sen could provide a professional review or an insightful observation of what the new threat might have been. They were taken aback by the response he gave. You have just become a surpasser, have you not? It is normal that you do not understand, I suppose. Lu Meng smiled and then went on to say, there are many smart and powerful spirits in the third god's sanctuary, but we're not too far behind. We have angel gene fluid and pet pills. In time, we will bridge the gap that separates our power from the spirits there. The speed of our development will only increase beyond that, too. People were very interested in Han Sen, but they were surprised to see he mostly ignored everyone else there. Han Sen was not a quiet person, but still, he wasn't much of a talker. He could only relax when he wasn't the center of attention or being asked a bunch of questions. Annie had been pulled away by a few of her girlfriends, so Han Sen focused his attention on the chefs in the kitchen. From the open view, he was able to watch them prepare and cook their meals. But as he watched, the housekeeper came over to Han Sen and said, Mr. Han, my master wishes to show you his collection. What about the rest? Han Sen looked around and saw that Lu Meng had gone. My master tells me the special collection can only be shown to special people, the housekeeper said. Han Sen followed the housekeeper out into the gardens. The area glistened like polished jade, and it skirted the edges of a lake. In the middle of the lake was a stone pavilion. Lu Meng was sitting there, and he smiled at Han Sen. Mr. Lu, is the collection you wish to show me the fish in the lake? Han Sen approached the stone pavilion, and aside from the active fish below the glass surface of the water, saw nothing else there of note. Lu Meng, in response, said, the collection I wish for you to see is right before you. You can't be talking about yourself, can you? Han Sen looked at Lu Meng with wide eyes. With a serious look on his face, Lu Meng answered, yes. I have never fought anyone before. I have practiced and done all manners of training, ascended ranks at an alarming pace, but never before have I fought against another human. To me, it is a valuable collection, and I wish to give this to you. With a wry smile, Han Sen said, I think you have the wrong person. Shouldn't you give this to someone who is more qualified? Lu Meng calmly responded, as a family member of Lan Te, I am provided much care and protection. Even in the sanctuary, I am given everything I need without challenge. This is a good thing, isn't it? Han Sen said. The Lan Te had business with every aspect of the alliance, so such treatment was not unexpected. And Han Sen believed this to be a great thing. Lu Meng nodded and said, this is good, yes. But personally, I feel that it is wrong. And yet, no matter how hard I try, I am still nothing before the Lan Te glory. Han Sen did not say anything. The two were nothing alike, and Han Sen had been raised in a completely different manner and environment. It would be impossible for him to empathize with Lu Meng. I like fighting, and I am learning the arts of combat to the best of my abilities. However, all I challenge never treat me as a proper opponent, Lu Meng explained. Han Sen thought to himself, isn't the reason why obvious? Who would dare harm you? The moment I saw you fight Yu Qilin, I knew I would have to make you an opponent. Lu Meng looked at Han Sen with much excitement. Han Sen had no idea what to think or feel. He hadn't done anything and had never met Lu Meng before, yet the man wanted to fight him. The way he spoke made it sound as if they were destined to compete, too. Han Sen wanted to tell him, what makes you think I'll challenge you? Lu Meng smiled and drew a short sword. He placed it onto a table and said, I know I'm putting you in an awkward position, but if you can beat me, this sword is yours. No, I am too weak to go up against you. Why don't I recommend you to fight someone who is truly powerful? Han Sen spoke, but then retreated into his mind, thinking, even if you gave me 1 billion, there is no way I'd beat up a son of the Lan Te family. Lu Meng slid the short sword across the table, closer to Han Sen. Look at it, would you? This is a weapon that comes from ancient times. Its name is Taya. Han Sen had no knowledge of ancient weaponry, but he knew the blacksmithing required in the past could not compete with what was produced in the current age. Humans were still primitive back then, and even metals such as Z-steel hadn't been discovered. Han Sen picked up the short sword, and when he felt the power inside it, a chill ran down his spine. Han Sen observed Taya. The blade was shorter than 2 feet, and the metal had a certain reddish hue to it. It almost looked as if it had been crafted from bronze. It wasn't blood red, it was more like the last light of a sun that was to dip below the horizon. The bronze, elegant sword looked cold and murderous. But the sword had been crafted from primitive materials, so it wasn't as if it could serve as a suitable weapon. Even a knockoff Z-steel sword could break it with the greatest of ease. This sword was created in a country called Chu. Its crafting was the joint operation of 2 expert blacksmiths, and it was a gift for a king. It became an infamous, well-renowned sword following the king's rule with that weapon, Lu Meng said. Han Sen was not much of a fan of swords. To Han Sen, practicality always came first. The relic he was handed, he believed, should have been placed in a museum. You must think this is some useless sword hailing from a bygone era, but you'd be forgiven for thinking that. Lu Meng knew exactly what Han Sen was thinking. The blacksmithing of ancient times can't hold a candle to what is done today, right? It might look good, but it is undoubtedly weak. I can't say I'm much of a fan of art, Han Sen clarified his true feelings. Lu Meng did not speak, but instead drew a dagger of his own and attacked Han Sen. He was not expecting Lu Meng to start a fight there, of all places. And being caught off guard, it was too late for Han Sen to dodge. He did recognize that the dagger being used against him had been crafted from Z-steel, though. In a flash, he used Taya to block the incoming attack. He was planning to evade as soon as the sword began breaking. Gotcha! Something broke, and it was not Taya. It was the Z-steel dagger. Han Sen observed Taya in his hand, and then looked at the Z-steel dagger's severed blade. He was shocked. Taya was not always a short sword. In the past, Taya was once a 5-foot-long greatsword. After it was cut in half, it was refined into the weapon you now hold. The remainder of the blade that was broken is in the possession of the Qin family. They continually try to buy this back, but I reject them each time, Lu Meng said. Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura to take a better look at the sword Taya. Its sharpness was not its greatest attribute. What was most striking about it were the features of its power, hardness and durability. If two swords ever clashed, and one broke, that meant one of them had better hardness and durability. But this was a sword that had been crafted in ancient times, and it was believed that no material could be hardier than Z-steel. It was perplexing to try and grasp how Taya had prevailed as the stronger sword. Although it was only a 2-foot-long short sword, Han Sen was able to detect the presence of a life force within. This surprised him even more, because it was common knowledge that only beast soul weaponry could possess a life force and be alive. He was told that the sword was forged through the talents of 2 blacksmiths, so how could this be so? You know, we aren't all knowing of our past. There are more questions than answers to be found, when seeking knowledge of our history. As for this sword, in place of truths and facts, only myths can be found. Myths, however, are fickle things. One myth claims this sword was forged from outer world black iron. Meaning, a chunk of a metallic meteor was obtained by the blacksmiths. Somehow, this ore was smelted and used in the creation of the sword, Lu Meng said. How did it break? Han Sen asked. It was incredibly sturdy, and it was hard to fathom how such a powerful weapon was broken in two. You'd have to ask the Qin family about that. They care very much for this sword, so it is likely they are the ones who can answer the questions you have, Lu Meng confessed. And so, if we duel, and I win, this sword can be mine. Han Sen was excited by this sword, and he believed it might have been greater than the red dagger. Lu Meng pulled out a contract and said, if you want assurance, feel free to sign atop the dotted line. Okay, sure. Han Sen did not want to fight earlier, due to the fact that there was no benefit. With such a precious treasure dangling in front of him, he couldn't resist trying. He knew Lu Meng was a surpasser, but he had no idea what his fitness or gene lock level was. Annie said he became a surpasser 2 years before, though, so he couldn't have been too powerful. Regardless, with no incurred loss for losing, there was no harm in Han Sen giving it a go. Quickly, he signed the contract. Come on, Lu Meng excitedly proclaimed. Out here. Han Sen looked around the pavilion he was standing in. Why do you ask? Is there a problem? Lu Meng asked. Shouldn't there be a training room somewhere around here? I can't imagine destroying this place, Han Sen said. Lu Meng then said, okay, let us go there. Acknowledging Han Sen would actually try his best in a fight against him, Lu Meng was visibly overjoyed despite his attempts to contain it. Lu Meng did not want to fight Han Sen due to his inability to find a person who was stronger. The primary reason was because of Han Sen's defeat of Yu Qilin. Beating those of your own kind wasn't glorious, but beating a royal Shira was. It was quite the achievement. Unfortunately for him, his family forbade him from challenging a Shira. As a substitute, he decided to fight Han Sen, for he was at least as powerful as a Shira. Han Sen followed Lu Meng, and along the way they bumped into Annie. Where are you two going? Annie asked. Lu Meng wants to fight me, so I am going to the training room, Han Sen explained. You are fighting him? Annie asked. Is there a problem with that? Han Sen looked at Annie. Lu Meng, do not play with him. I promised Lady Ji I would bring him back safely, Annie said. But then, Lu Meng showed her the signed contract and said, we aren't playing, look. We've signed a contract and everything. Lu Meng then went on to say, Han Sen, I'll wait for you in the room just up ahead. You talk to her first. Annie, with apparent concern, hastily asked, why would you agree to such a foolish thing? Didn't I tell you he is the only heir of this family? Han Sen smiled and said, we're only having a friendly bout. Don't worry, I won't hurt him too much. Annie said, hurt him? Do you have any idea who you're up against? Do you have any idea what his title is? I dunno, I've never met the chap before. Han Sen shrugged his shoulders. Annie sighed and slowly pronounced his title, he is the son of all gods. He has never killed a creature, due to many demigods accompanying him, that may be true. But they are the ones who train him. Don't be so foolish as to think he won't know how to fight. Many demigods frequently speak highly of his talents. They say he's even better than Lin Feng. Ji Yanren's great-grandfather has even spent some time training him, too. He sounds pretty powerful. Han Sen smiled. Annie then said, he is powerful. When we were both in the second god's sanctuary, although he had many bodyguards with him and he was forbidden from killing stuff himself, his commands saw us through many perilous battles. Even I have learned a lot from him. Han Sen looked at Annie, and with a smile, said, niece. After that, Han Sen patted her shoulders and entered the training room. What is that supposed to mean? Annie sounded a little frustrated now. She believed Han Sen was implying she was weak, due to his continued belief Lu Meng was an average fighter. But she knew he was joking, and so she just followed Han Sen into the training room. Lu Meng was there waiting, and as Han Sen stepped forth, he performed a friendly welcome gesture. Han Sen gave one last look to Annie and approached the stage. There was a strength tester in the training room. Lu Meng punched it hard, and on the display, the number 1203 appeared. This is my fitness level. My strongest skill has unlocked its third gene lock. If you haven't reached that level yet, then I can only open one gene lock to match a similar strength to your own, Lu Meng said. No, do your best. Otherwise, what is the point in winning? Han Sen said, as he looked at the number. Lu Meng said, good. In that case, use any weapon you fancy. I think my fists will do just fine, Han Sen said. All right, then, it is settled. Lu Meng's body blazed with a sudden flame, and immediately, a fiery fist was thrown Han Sen's way. The fire that snared his maniacal fist was carried by a gust of wind, and it reached for Han Sen's head with an alarming speed. Pang! Han Sen punched Lu Meng's fist, and with the collision of fire and lightning, sparks obscured the battlefield. They both fell back, regathering their composure. With no cause for delay, they lunged towards each other again. The dance of lightning and fire was wild and unpredictable. It was like a light show of the elements, and so bright and quick were they, the arms that carried the elements could not even be seen. And thus they remained engaged, with not one of them taking a step back. Annie watched the fight with keen interest, unsure which of the fighters would end up injured. Inside a room in the yard, away from the training area, an old man with blue eyes and hair settled his eyes on a screen. It was a video feed of the fight, and he watched it intently. Near the blue-haired old man, there was a black-haired old man, also. He was watching the fight, as well. The black-haired old man was the one Han Sen had thrown up on, outside of a bathroom one time. Tell me, old friend, who do you think will win? The blue-haired old man asked Zhou Donglai. Your grandson is more talented than you were. He is the strongest person of his age, but I must confess that if I were a betting man, I'd put my money on Han Sen prevailing, Zhou Donglai said. The blue-haired old man looked offended, but he still smiled and said, why? Do you think Han Sen has received better training than my grandson? Or is it because he is the heir of Mr. Luo? What I do know, is that he chose not to practice the falsified Sky Sutra. Zhou Donglai was aware of the temper that silently flared beneath his feigned smile. His name was Green, and although he appeared to be gentlemanly, he was extremely stubborn. What's more, he always wanted to win. Green did not fight much, but he believed the Lante family was superior to all others. If Han Sen wasn't from the Luo family, Green would have already stopped the match, proclaiming it to be disrespectful. Zhou Donglai smiled in response and said, believing Han Sen will win does not stem from any part of his muddled heritage. I simply believe he is the best. You think he is better than my grandson? Green asked, with a serious look. Green was not willing to veil his true thoughts, despite sitting beside his old friend. He was not happy about what Zhou Donglai said, and he was fine with allowing his face to carry a scowl that explained this on his behalf. When the words my grandson were spoken, the tone of voice deepened. Zhou Donglai smiled and answered, yes, I think he is better than your grandson. Zhou Donglai was not a person to beat around the bush. He was happy to tell Green exactly what he thought, as straight as an arrow. Besides, it was not out of the simple respect he had for Han Sen, he had plans for the boy. He planned to take Han Sen on as a student of his, and of course, he'd never agree to a student that he believed was inferior to any others. Green was visibly disgruntled by the answer, but he still tried to maintain a graceful appearance. He then proposed, how about a wager? And what wager would that be? Zhou Donglai said, if Han Sen loses, take Lu Meng as your student and teach him the Purple Manner Sutra, Green proposed. Zhou Donglai frowned and responded, don't you remember what I told you? It is not that I am unwilling to teach him, it's just that your grandson is unsuitable for its learning. And how would you know that? He is the best in our family, and I believe he can. Green took a moment to collect his composure and then said, if you are that confident in Han Sen's abilities, then agree to the wager. Or are you merely saying Han Sen will win so you can be contrary and go against me? Green knew Zhou Donglai well. Zhou Donglai wouldn't let others think he was not firm in his beliefs. Han Sen will win, Zhou Donglai said. Then there is nothing to worry about, is there? Green laughed. But this seems to be a lopsided wager, don't you think? What if you are the one who is wrong, my friend? What will you be coughing up? Zhou Donglai asked, looking at Green. Then take an item from my collection. Once upon a time, didn't you want them? Green offered. Zhou Donglai said, they are good, yes, but none are superior to my Purple Manner Sutra. Then what would you like? Green asked. Angel's Wheel, Zhou Donglai slowly answered. Green's face dropped to a cold stare at Zhou Donglai. After a lengthy silence, Green's face returned to a smile and he said, you are already a demigod. What do you need that for? If I can't use it, then I could at least provide it to my student. Zhou Donglai smiled. You have a student? Green was shocked. No, not yet, but I will soon. Zhou Donglai paused briefly, then resumed by saying, do you still want to establish this wager? Green turned back to look at Lu Meng and Han Sen. Through his observations, he could tell Han Sen was weaker than Lu Meng, though not by much. Han Sen's number of opened genes could not be higher than Lu Meng's. Yes, we have a deal. If Han Sen loses, you will take Lu Meng as a student. If Lu Meng, by some miracle, happens to lose, I will give you Angel's Wheel, Green said. Lu Meng had a higher number of gene locks open, and a higher fitness level, too. Because of this, Green did not believe his grandson could lose. If Han Sen had learned the falsified Sky Sutra, he would have been worried. But since this wasn't so, he was fine with accepting the gambit. Okay, then, it is settled, Zhou Donglai confirmed. Pang! Lu Meng and Han Sen continued their barrage of attacks at one another, and then, in the blink of a single second, they stopped. Good. With that warm-up over, we can commence the real fight. Lu Meng was getting very excited. All that had transpired thus far was a test, and now he acknowledged Han Sen's power was not too far off his own. Han Sen knew Lu Meng was not an easy person to deal with, so he didn't treat his opponent lightly. The man's skills and reaction times were faster than his own, and Han Sen knew this. Lu Meng's fire went out, but that only made him look scarier. An eye opened in his forehead. The eye was pitch black, like a demon's. When the eye opened, Lu Meng's body grew to twice its size. His muscles multiplied in shape and strength, transforming his once gracious body into a hulking, monstrous machine-like entity. Lu Meng possesses Odin's eye. Zhou Donglai looked shocked, upon seeing this. The genuine surprise that spread across Zhou Donglai's face made Green happy to see. Not to present himself too boorishly, he tried to suppress his excitement somewhat, and merely responded with a jiving, I bet you didn't see that coming. Zhou Donglai's shock turned to utter confusion, and so he asked, I thought you said only those that have pure Lan Te blood can practice this skill. Your grandson is a mix, is he not? Green dropped all pretense and started to look unabashedly cocky. He said, I told you he is a child prodigy, and that he is a genius. Even I sometimes believe his learning of Odin's Eye is some strange hallucination of mine. If he can learn Odin's Eye, then he can learn Purple Manner Sutra. Zhou Donglai gave no response to this. He knew how powerful Odin's Eye was, and this birthed a worry in his heart. To see a non-pure blood member of the family was able to learn this skill was shocking. Zhou Donglai's confidence in Han Sen's ability to win this fight had actually been dialed down a couple of notches. Odin's Eye was not something to be trifled with. Lu Meng does not only have Lan Te blood running through him, but he has your blood, too. If the day comes when he learns both Odin's Eye and Purple Manner Sutra, we will have created a most terrifying human. He would be unstoppable. Green made no effort to subdue his childish excitement over this prospect. Zhou Donglai could only manage to muster a wry smile in response, and say, so, what? Will you allow him to fight? Green shrugged his shoulders, saying, old friend, don't say that. Lu Meng himself, down on the battleground, was very excited. His third eye, the black one, had a white pupil. It exuded a certain mystic quality. I see you have opened 2 gene locks. I will open 2, as well. It was as if Lu Meng's third eye had been looking right through Han Sen. Sure. Han Sen nodded and cast the Dongshuan Sutra. Annie, still on the sidelines, was getting very nervous. She was beginning to acknowledge that this was no longer a traditional practice session. If either one of them was hurt, there'd be much trouble. She wanted nothing more than to stand up, run over to them, and get them both to stop. Just as she opted to do just that, the housekeeper appeared beside her. Annie, please do not disturb the fighters. Watch the match. The housekeeper, as always, spoke with soft politeness. She did as she was bidden. She sat down and prepared to watch the fight, in dreadful anxiety. She did not hesitate in obliging the housekeeper's command due to what she felt from him. While he was indeed gentle, there was a certain power brimming just below the surface. She believed it wasn't a power she should risk upsetting. Han Sen's fists were like cannons, as the powers of sonic and thunder exploded in the air. He ran towards Lu Meng. Alongside Sonic Thunder Punch, Han Sen cast Heavenly Go on his approach and used them to the best of his abilities. Lu Meng's mechanical body made no effort to avoid the attack, and instead just raised his arm to accept the incoming Sonic Thunder Punch. Boom! The sonic and thunder buildup exploded. Silver lightning skittered and hopped along Lu Meng's muscles, but dealt no damage. And even worse, the sonic power did nothing to mess with his energy flow. There was no cause for alarm just yet, however, for Han Sen did not expect to beat Lu Meng quite so easily. He had a greater plan, a trap, and that attack was only the first part of what it was going to take to lead Lu Meng into the position Han Sen needed him in. As Han Sen punched, ducked, and weaved, Lu Meng continued to stand still. The white pupil glowed strangely on his forehead, as only his hand moved. With perfect precision, every attack was blocked with this single hand. Han Sen felt as if Lu Meng could predict all of his moves. When Han Sen moved, Lu Meng was already turning to where he proposed to go. This resulted in Han Sen having to change his formation. But no matter what he tried, whenever Han Sen sought to attack Lu Meng, his hits were deflected. The formidability of his opponent surprised him a good deal. Does Lu Meng know Heavenly Go, too? Han Sen frowned. It was strange, though. While the traits were there, it didn't quite look like Heavenly Go. Lu Meng's performance was almost as if he was cheating, and there were flickers of the falsified Sky Sutra in his moveset, or so it seemed. The most remarkable trait of the falsified Sky Sutra was that it never missed. Lu Meng acted as if he was omnipotent, as if he could predict or see the outcome of a person's destiny when they committed to a choice in battle. If needed, he could change his own course in a flash. Wanting to prove some of his theories, Han Sen decided to madly attack his opponent, and when he did, the sound of thunder echoed throughout the training room. But amidst those crazy attacks, Lu Meng merely stood still and used the most simple of blocks to deflect each and every hit. Lu Meng was like a bastion of impenetrable defense. There was not a single flaw in his movements, and with each hit he blocked, a spark of Han Sen's hope was dashed against that wall. Annie's hands were sweating as she watched. While he had not gained an advantage, she was surprised at how powerful Han Sen had become. After all, he had only just entered the third god's shelter. Lu Meng's power, however, scared her even more. He looked invincible before Han Sen. The dominating feeling he exuded was overwhelming, and it almost choked the breath from his onlookers. Annie could not see a way in which Han Sen might overcome this foe. Annie believed that if she had been the one competing against Lu Meng, her confidence would have snapped against his intimidation. She'd have been rendered unable to fight. Failing once was not scary, but repeated failings can wear down the stoutest of hearts and minds. Fighting with Lu Meng was to suffer failing, over and over. Every skill used against him would prove useless. He is stronger than you used to be, when you were that age, Zhou Donglai sighed. With a proud tone of voice, Green said, I told you he is the best in our family. No one is stronger than him. Not even some mud of the Luo family. Zhou Donglai shook his head. He wanted to say something, but he held his tongue. Green was an old friend of his, so there shouldn't have been anything they'd refrain from saying to each other. But this was different, and he knew he could not speak it. When Green was young, he was famous in the Alliance. He wasn't born into fame and prosperity like Lu Meng, it was earned. He was a genius, and he was highly respected by all. And appearance-wise, Green was even more eye-catching than Lu Meng. With Green at the family helm, the Lante family maintained a relatively low profile. But they also attracted certain animosities, and forged many rivalries with other families. With their power, though, most of the alliance still feared the Lante. Power could often breed hubris, and Green was wise enough to steer the family in a slightly humbler direction whilst also maintaining its influence. There was once a time, though, when Green, who had practiced Odin's Eye, challenged the renowned Luo Haitang, the Godslayer. Luo Haitang defeated Green without trouble, and while no one was able to spectate the match, Green shied away from the public eye after this. Being Green's old friend, Zhou Donglai knew about the fight. Green was beaten badly, and he viewed it as the most terrible of shames. He still felt the sting of that day, and Zhou Donglai knew this. As such, he never brought it up in conversation. Zhou Donglai knew how much Green had invested in Lu Meng, and he knew how much he wanted him to defeat Han Sen. Despite being a descendant of Luo Haitang, though, Han Sen had not been trained by his forefather. He had also refused to learn the falsified Sky Sutra. This nodded Green's belief in the significance and the self-wrought poetic notion of the fight he was spectating. He was just not keen to admit it. "I think Lu Meng can beat the falsified Sky Sutra," Green excitedly commented. Zhou Donglai smiled and said, "There's always the possibility. He is still young, too." Green shook his head and said, "If he practiced the Purple Manor Sutra, he could most certainly beat it. And even learn it, as we have already established. If he can beat Han Sen, I will teach it to him." Zhou Donglai spoke with a tone of surprised seriousness. "Thank you, Zhou." Green looked touched, as if it was already a confirmed commitment. "Let us eagerly await the results, shall we?" Zhou Donglai smiled wryly. Lu Meng was good, and he was most certainly a stronger fighter than Green had been, back when he was the same age. But Zhou Donglai was still firm in the faith he could not defeat Han Sen. Even though Han Sen had not practiced the falsified Sky Sutra, he believed the young man was a better fighter. "I'm going to fight back." After blocking all of Han Sen's attacks, Lu Meng finally moved. He swung his fist towards Han Sen like the flaming lunge of a wrathful dragon. Han Sen blocked the fist, resulting in an explosion of fire and electricity. Without reprieve, Lu Meng then brought down his other fist. It was wreathed in ice, and all of a sudden, the training room dropped to low temperatures. The attacks came quickly, as wind, fire, and thunder burst out of Lu Meng. He was like a machine, and every part of Lu Meng's body possessed the capacity to murder. He was able to utilize every ounce of strength, effectively, and coordinate every part and component of his body with incredible precision. Everything about his performance was amazing. It was almost as if he'd transcended the capabilities of a human and operated with the perfection only achievable by a machine. Annie stood up. She had known Lu Meng for the past few years in the army, but she had never seen him strike before. With the kicks and punches that were thrown, and the constant collision of elements, the training room was filled with the raucous noise of battle. It was so loud, it felt as if the very atmosphere was getting hammered to the breaking point. But Green frowned. He noticed that when Lu Meng attacked, Han Sen managed to guard effectively. Lu Meng had been unable to penetrate his defense. Odin's Eye could expose a target's weakest point, and it was not like the falsified Sky Sutra. Han Sen had his own method of evaluating his opponents, though, through his Dongshuan Sutra. He used it to trace his foes' attacks and effectively block each one. Fighting Lu Meng was not easy. He was around the same level as Han Sen, and he was exceptionally talented. Since he was unable to break through Lu Meng's defense, Han Sen knew victory would not come easy when it was his turn to attack. Despite the underlying complexities of each fighter, the fight was simple to watch. When one attacked, the other blocked with absolute perfection and vice versa. Right now, it was Han Sen's turn to defend, and after a half-hour-long barrage of attacks, Lu Meng could not damage his opponent in the slightest. "I have heard he has learned Heavenly Go from the Wangfu family. I see now that it is true." Green frowned. Han Sen blocked every one of Lu Meng's attacks, despite their power. The moves Lu Meng performed against Han Sen had been taught to him by a demigod, and under the effect of Odin's Eye, they were executed flawlessly. He could use any skill perfectly, as a matter of fact. Whether it was a righteous skill or an evil one, Lu Meng could use it. Half an hour later, the battlers switched and Han Sen was the one to start attacking. But just like before, he was unable to overcome Odin's Eye. By now, they had been gone a long time. The other party-goers, noticing their absence, wandered around in search of them. One person, seeing that the light in the training room was on, curiously peeked inside and found them. The news of this fight spread like wildfire, and people came in droves to watch. One would attack and the other would defend. Their fighting skills were incredible, but it shocked the onlookers to see Lu Meng unable to penetrate Han Sen's defense. Han Sen's fists, when he attacked, came in simple. It was Han Sen's signature skill, Sonic Thunder Punch. It wasn't the same old, however. Han Sen was switching up his formation a lot, and that had a knock-on effect to the display of his skill. Still, it was not enough to damage Lu Meng. Both of them swapped between attack and defense many times, and a decisive victor seemed impossible to decide. Compared to the ferocity of their initial fighting, though, things started to change. They had slowed down in fatigue, but neither was tired enough to drop their guard. The audience had been there a long time now, too. Their excitement had long since depleted, and a few people had even gone to sleep. After 5 hours of battling, there had been no progress. Annie's butt had gotten numb. "I have already prepared rooms for the guests. Come with me," the housekeeper announced. Oh, thank heavens. People had grown tired of watching them fight. Most went off with the housekeeper the instant he appeared, but quite a few stayed. A few hours later, that changed. After more and more people left, only Annie remained. They may as well have been shooting free throws in basketball, except neither of them had scored a point the entire time. The initially enthralling spectacle of their combat had long since lost its excitement, and the two were a mind-numbing bore to observe now. And after all that time had elapsed, neither had been able to inflict the slightest damage to the other. Their defenses were impenetrable. Han Sen and Lu Meng, by this point, were gasping and sweating. Their exhaustion had slowed down their fight. Han Sen's fist, which once gleamed like suns of electricity, only produced minor sparks. Lu Meng only had his bare fists left to fight with. Pang, pang. Their knuckles collided with each other, shaking off droplets of sweat as they coursed through the air. It was midnight by now, and still, the fight limped on. Soon after, their movements were twisted and neither of the two could stand upright. Neither of them wanted to concede, though, and their will was all that kept them going. Their attacks, being much weaker than before, were easier to block. "That Taya sword is mine," Han Sen declared. Lu Meng's body was extremely fatigued, and he had exited Odin's Eye a long time ago. Lu Meng, unable to dodge Han Sen's next attack, was thrown to the ground. With an opening before him, Han Sen climbed on top and repeatedly punched Lu Meng in the face. "No, I'm going to win." Lu Meng managed to get Han Sen off of him. Kicking him away, it was his turn to mount Han Sen and punch his face in. The once delicate exhibition of combat by two highly trained individuals had swiftly turned into a drunken bar brawl. "Are you guys done?" Annie could not watch anymore, and so she stood up and left. She knew that with both of their stamina being what it was, neither would end up dealing considerable amounts of damage to the other. It was practically over. With Lan Tei's housekeeper there to keep an eye on the proceedings, she knew everything would be all right after she left. "Friend, I don't think our bet is going to present the results either of us want," Zhou Donglai said. "Han Sen should be proud of his ability to fight with my grandson like this." While what Green said was graceful, he was sweating on the inside. He did not expect Han Sen to be able to fight Lu Meng to this point. "I'm going to rest. I have no interest watching kids quarrel on the ground," Zhou Donglai said. "Walk with me." Green left. In the training room, both were writhing on the ground. They were sopping wet as if they had both been for a swim. "I have a skill I have not used yet. Had I used it, I would have won a long time ago. I have a skill that's more powerful than your skill. It's super secret, but you'd have lost immediately, had I used it. I have a skill that would kick your skill's butt. I have a skill that is so much more powerful than your skill. It's the strongest skill, and I could kill you with ease." They were both on the ground, and the only thing that seemed to fight now were their mouths. The next day, as Han Sen and Annie were leaving, Lu Meng was nowhere to be seen. His face had been beaten and bruised. Thinking it wasn't appropriate for the young scion of the Lan Tei family to be seen in such a state, the housekeeper accompanied them on their exit. Before they boarded the starship, the housekeeper gave a gift to Han Sen and Annie each. He told them they were gifts from Lu Meng. After sitting down and unwrapping her gift, Annie was taken aback by the presence of sparkling jewelry within. They had been created by the finest of craftsmen of the Alliance. Upon opening his box, Han Sen was greeted with the sword he had fought Lu Meng for. The broken sword named Taya was within. Why were you given a copper sword? Annie did not know about the significance of this sword, and she merely believed it to be a relic or art piece. Was at the crux of our gambit. Han Sen smiled. Does that mean you won the fight? Annie didn't really care much, but she still asked to make conversation. No, Han Sen shook his head. Lu Meng did not open his third gene lock for the duration of the fight, and Han Sen did not use his Super King Spirit mode. Neither of them broke the defense of the other, and it resulted in a stalemate. Nobody won. Lu Meng had more Geno points than Han Sen. If Han Sen had as many mutant and sacred blood Geno points as Lu Meng did, he would have defeated him without issue. With strength like that, he could obliterate Odin's eye, but that would also result in it being a life or death fight. A fatality could easily occur. And seeing as they weren't actually enemies, Han Sen saw no reason to push Lu Meng so far. Annie didn't ask any more questions about the gift he had received. She didn't know the nature of it, and neither was she really interested. She believed it to be a nice little decoration, and she was content in thinking that. Picking up the sword, Han Sen saw an envelope lying below it. When Han Sen opened it, there was a plain white parchment inside with no text on it. It was empty. Why is there nothing written on it? Annie asked. Who knows? Han Sen crumpled the paper in his fist and incinerated it with a fire born of his hands. Then he looked to the stars in the sky. When he arrived home, he examined the Taya sword with greater care. The handle was not its original, and he noticed it had been forged of Z steel. It had later been plated with the copper scales of some beast. All in all, it seemed to match the blade well. The copper sword looked a little red, and it looked rough. The tip of the broken blade was craggy and vicious looking. Han Sen could feel the life force in the sword. Han Sen gave it a swing and appreciated the feel he got from it. Still, it wasn't perfect. The blade was not complete, and as such, it lacked the precise balance the most exceptional blades typically possessed. The other half of this blade belongs to the Qin family. Even if I managed to retrieve it, it'd be useless. It's harder than Z steel, so how in the sanctuaries would I be able to reforge it? Still, there's always the possibility I could forge a whole other sword with the other half. Then, by dual wielding, I could use dual fly sword skills. For now, Han Sen was going to use Taya and the red dagger. After giving it a quick go, they felt good in his hands. He was comfortable using them. After that, Han Sen went to the St. Hall community in search of a fire hyper Geno art. It wasn't long before he saw an S-class skill named Phoenix. Without hesitation, he bought it. It was not too dissimilar from Phoenix King's Phoenix body. It was a protective skill that required nirvana for its learning. Han Sen, of course, did not need that. His proficiency with the fire element was exceptional, and he could merely simulate Phoenix King's energy flow for the direct practice of Phoenix. As expected, Han Sen learned it with ease. He figured it would not be long before he could use it in combat. Han Sen decided to return to Thorn Shelter, with Annie's bow in hand once again. Although Thorn Shelter had not decided to retaliate, their presence there was still a concern. To weaken them further, Han Sen planned to assassinate as many creatures as he could. Heading through the forest, Han Sen wanted to pay Tai Yi a visit first. He wanted to learn more about Thorn Shelter. Before he reached Fish Valley, he saw the bodies of many creatures strewn about, and many more creatures locked in combat with one another. What the hell happened here? Han Sen quickly hid his presence and snuck closer to get a look at what was going on. Ka, a golden bird flew across the battlefield, unleashing a barrage of wind blades to slay many of the creatures down below. Tai Yi, Han Sen saw Tai Yi fighting a creature, and he was heavily injured. Making use of Taya, Han Sen sprung forward to sever the head of a primitive creature from its body. Tai Yi, what happened here? Han Sen asked, while holding him. The Holy Flame King lost the war. Thunder King took 9 Wish Mountain. Thunder King's son, Thunder Devil King, is coming. Thorn Shelter is done for, Tai Yi painfully explained. Thunder Devil King, Han Sen had once killed him in the spirit base, much to the spirit's embarrassment. He found it difficult to believe that same spirit was now trying to conquer this area. I signed a contract with the Baron. I can't leave, even if it results in my death on this battlefield. If you want your people to survive what is to come, lead them into the forest and never look back, Tai Yi mournfully said. Stay here and hide, get to safety. I'm going to try and take her spirit stone. If I do that, you will be free. Han Sen took Tai Yi to a hidden location. Don't go. Thunder Devil King is much stronger than Thorn Baron. Thorn Shelter is lost, Tai Yi said. I'll be right back. Han Sen snuck towards Thorn Shelter. Han Sen kept his presence hidden, and no creature across the battlefield was alerted to his coming. He killed a few that were close to seeing him, and soon arrived at Thorn Shelter. Dead bodies littered the ground as far as the eye could see. The mutant creatures Han Sen had encountered before were still alive, doing battle, but they looked to be in terrible condition. Oh, no, it looks like Thorn Shelter really will fall. Han Sen climbed up one of the shelter's towers and peered over towards the Spirit Hall. All of Thorn Shelter's inhabitants had been wiped out, and Thunder Devil King was now nearing the Spirit Hall with his creatures in tow. Thorn Baron was in front of the entrance, and she looked panicky when she saw Thunder Devil King strolling up towards her. Thorn, Flame King has lost the war and Nine Wish Mountain is mine. Give me your Spirit Stone and I will allow you to live under my command, Thunder Devil King said. No thanks, Thorn Baron coldly responded. Thunder Devil King laughed and proclaimed, he has many wives, and you are just one name on that list. I am the son of an emperor, become one of my wives. DMNU. Thorn Baron immediately pulled out a crystal bottle. It contained a water-like substance, which she promptly threw on the floor. Immediately, purple vines sprouted and wreathed their way across the entire ground of the Spirit Hall. The vines were like snakes, rising up to lash out and attack Thunder Devil King and his followers. Han Sen was shocked to see the sacred blood creatures that belonged to Thunder Devil King being injured by the vines, whereas those below sacred blood class were instantly slain. So many creatures had been beaten by the vines, no aggressor could do anything to free themselves. What is that bottle? It's so powerful. Han Sen had seen those vines before, but it was clear to him that the bottle he was seeing now had amplified the strength of them. Thunder Devil King annihilated one of the vines and said, Flame King loved you greatly, to provide you with that bottle. Die. Thorn Baron held the bottle like an orchestration baton. She conducted her vines, raising them up to attack Thunder Devil King with greater ferocity. Thunder Devil King summoned a thunder hammer in response. He shattered a large number of the vines, and said, you are too weak. Even with the bottle, your efforts are futile and powerless. I am going to take this King Spirit class treasure and use it properly. With an effectiveness you cannot. The thunder hammer was activated by Thunder Devil King's thunder. Its power electrified and charred the vines with ease. All the creatures that could then pounced into action, attacking the vines. And under the wrath of that sudden siege, the vines did not seem as if they would last very long. A lot of vines were destroyed by Thunder Devil King and the creatures. Thorn Baron poured out some more of that magical liquid in response, growing more of the vines. After a few more pours, the bottle was at half capacity. And still, she was making no headway against those who had assaulted her shelter. Vine after vine was cut down, with no great trouble for Thunder Devil King. Thorn Baron started to look hopeless. She really was too weak to use the holy bottle effectively, as it did nothing to halt the aggressive progress of the enemy. The thunder hammer was not a normal weapon either, Han Sen believed. It must have possessed a wretched amount of power to so easily disintegrate Thorn Baron's vines. Han Sen's heart was now pounding, though. Thorn Baron's holy bottle was undoubtedly a rare treasure of sorts, whereas Thunder Devil King's hammer was a high-level Geno weapon. Even if it was a little weaker than the bottle, the spirit's weapon had to be at least sacred blood level. Han Sen wanted to fight them both, but he could think of no way he might do that without using Super King Spirit Mode. But Super King Spirit Mode only lasted 3 seconds, and there was not much he could do with such a small window of opportunity. Han Sen, watching the fight, slowly approached Thunder Devil King. Even if Han Sen managed to get the holy bottle, he wouldn't be able to escape the swift wrath of Thunder Devil King and his creatures. So, he watched them intently. He was going to wait for the perfect moment in which he could use Super King Spirit Mode to kill Thunder Devil King. If he did that, it'd send the spirit back to his Spirit Stone. The spirit's troops would flee in fright. If he was lucky, Thunder Devil King might even leave the hammer behind. Geno weapons were different than beast souls, as they were proper physical items at all times. If you dropped a Geno weapon, anybody else could pick it up and use it. He didn't want to forget the threat Thorn Baron herself posed, either. He wanted to wait until she had used up all the water in the holy bottle. That would also be the time he'd expect Thunder Devil King to drop his guard, leading to the right moment for Han Sen to strike. This is it. That moment arrived, and so Han Sen camouflaged himself and approached Thunder Devil King from behind. Han Sen had fought him once before, so he was familiar with the spirit's moveset. But still, the spirit had not used that hammer the last time they fought, and Han Sen knew he'd have to be wary when confronting it. To kill him quickly and avoid as much trouble as he could, Han Sen knew he'd have to assassinate Thunder Devil King. If he couldn't end him fast, he'd have to face off against many sacred blood creatures, and that was something he wasn't quite confident in doing yet. Thorn Baron, in the meantime, was doing poorly. The legion of vines were almost all gone, and the bottle didn't have a single drop left. The vines were no longer shielding the spirit hall, either. Hiss! A colorful snake destroyed the wall of vines and grabbed Thorn Baron. She was too weak to dodge. The bottle is mine. Thunder Devil King looked as sinister as he did happy, as he pried the bottle from her hands. Thorn Baron was hopeless, and she wanted nothing more than to self-destruct now. The moment she was about to do just that, a white light appeared behind Thunder Devil King like the sudden eruption of a volcano. Thorn Baron suddenly saw a handsome spirit appear, shrouded in a white light. As her pupils shrank, her mouth widened in joy. Thunder Devil King saw the expression on her face, but he believed she was trying to trick him into dropping his guard. He didn't feel the presence of anything behind him, but as he peered into her eyes, their glassy surfaces showed flickering reflections of something behind him. He was shocked. The white light in the handsome face looked familiar. He had repeatedly dreamed of the day when he could crush and forever mar that pretty face, but now that he was encountering the spirit again, he could only feel fear. Thunder Devil King wished to turn around and hammer the bright shadow that had appeared behind him, but it was too late. Boom! The scary white light fist flew towards the back of his head. In a split second, the head was nothing but a crushed melon. His face had been completely disfigured, and he hadn't even gotten the chance to fight back. Before he could swing the hammer in retaliation, he had been killed. The creatures that had assaulted the shelter and were laying waste to its inhabitants suddenly started to flee in fear. The king! Thorn Baron happily exclaimed. In her eyes, Han Sen was the greatest, most powerful king spirit ever known, at his tier. She had no idea that it was a human behind the mask. Grabbing the thunder hammer, Han Sen leapt over Thorn Baron's head and took off running through her spirit hall. Han Sen hadn't grabbed the bottle yet. Instead, he focused on obtaining her spirit stone from the statue inside the hall. I, Thorn, am willing to submit and offer absolute loyalty to a new master. I can become the most faithful of servants. Thorn knelt in front of Han Sen without reluctance, but as she combined with the spirit stone, she realized something. She wasn't kneeling before her most admired idol, the most powerful spirit of his class, the king. This was a human, and it wasn't just any human, it was the human she hated the most. What? The king is a human? Thorn thought in utter disbelief, but the process of becoming his subordinate had already started. She transformed into a rose and disappeared into Han Sen's sea of soul. Han Sen picked up the holy bottle and thought to himself, perfect. Han Sen raced back out of the shelter and down to where he had left Tai Yi. Although Thunder Devil King had been killed and the creatures had fallen back, it would only be a matter of time before he returned. And when he did return, he'd most likely come back with a greater host of creatures. For now, Han Sen had to use the time he had to run. Tai Yi looked overjoyed, likely because his contract with Thorn Baron had been revoked. What did you do? Tai Yi asked with much surprise. Flee first, talk later. Han Sen, leading the injured Tai Yi, brought him to the human shelter. Han Sen told old Huang what had occurred, and everyone's worries over the shelter's safety returned. The shelter was again unsafe. It'd only be a matter of time before Thunder Devil King found it. He was a brutal spirit, and his power far exceeded Thorn Baron's. If they were to remain in that shelter, only death would await them. We have to leave, and depart through Thorn Forest, old Huang said. They had to go, but Thorn Forest was a treacherous place. There was no telling how many could survive in the deeper recesses of that nefarious woodland. They'd be venturing into a great unknown, and the thought of what might await them there brought them much fear, and rightfully so. I have a shelter where everyone can stay, Han Sen said. You have a shelter? Everyone looked at Han Sen in disbelief, a common sight when something concerned Han Sen. Even high-level spirits would not wander through Thorn Forest, yet Han Sen suggested that he owned a shelter of his own someplace there. I can take you all there, but it is my shelter. That also means I call the shots. If you guys can accept that, you're welcome to stay there, Han Sen said. Little Han, you really have a shelter where we'd be safe. Old Huang asked once again. They did not care who would end up being their boss. What concerned them the most at that moment was survival. If you believe me, and would like to come to such a place, then start packing your bags. You can let your eyes decipher the truth. Once you've seen the place I will take you to. Han Sen did not explain more than that, as the Thunder Army would be upon them any second. They were actually reluctant to believe what Han Sen had said, but they knew they really had no other choice than to hope he was telling the truth. So, they all decided to accompany him. Before long, they departed their home. When they arrived at the underground shelter, everyone was shocked. Thunder Devil King respawned with an explosion of thunder and lightning. The discharge brought ruin to everything around him. The king, I'm going to kill you. You hear that? I'll kill you. Thunder Devil King had been snubbed in many different ways. He had not taken the holy bottle, and even his thunder hammer had been stolen. He immediately rallied his troops and prepared for another assault. When they arrived back at Thorn Shelter, the place was empty. And what's more, Thorn Baron's spirit statue was missing its spirit stone. The king, I'm going to kill you. Thunder Devil King wrecked the spirit hall and commanded his creatures to scour the encompassing lands for any trace of the two spirits. The creatures found the abandoned human shelter, as Han Sen suspected they might. Inside the underground shelter's palace, Han Sen sat upon a stone chair. Thorn Baron sat opposite him. She stared at him with a complicated expression, but her gaze was unblinking. Are you done staring? Han Sen asked. Thorn Baron looked at Han Sen and mumbled, You are the king. Thorn Baron could not believe it, and she thought the entire concept was ridiculous. She saw the king appear to save her and then run for her spirit stone. When she looked up at the king again, it was just the human Han Sen. Aside from Han Sen being the king, there could be no other explanation. Her eyes could not have deceived her. Does it matter? Han Sen smiled. Yes, of course it matters. Thorn looked at Han Sen angrily. Then the answer is yes. Han Sen knew that she had already realized this and only wanted confirmation. How can the king be a human? How can he be you? Thorn Baron's tone of voice was low with sorrow, and she looked utterly disheartened. The bottom line is that I am your master now. So, what are you going to do? Han Sen said. Thorn trailed off. If this any other ordinary human, she'd have preferred to self-destruct. But this was the king that she had secretly admired for the longest time, which left her with a number of conflicted emotions. There is no rush for you to say anything, but I do have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Han Sen brought out the holy bottle and continued, Tell me, how do I use this thing? Han Sen had been unable to figure out how to use the holy bottle, so it was fortunate she was there. Hopefully, she could explain it to him. Why would I tell you that? Thorn Baron said, You will tell me so you can avoid being forced to do things for me, like some thrall. Han Sen smiled. If I tell you, will you free me from your service? Thorn Baron asked. No, you know my secret, so for the time being, you are stuck with me. Telling me what I wish to know, though, will give you some modicum of freedom. I won't force you to do anything you don't wish to do. Han Sen maintained his smile. It can only be used by a spirit. It is a spirit gear, Thorn Baron reluctantly explained. She still wanted to confirm whether or not Han Sen was the king. Then, how do I use it? Han Sen asked, as he thought to himself, if only spirits can actually make use of the thing, no wonder I am unable to use it. It is fortunate that, for a brief amount of time, I can be a super king spirit. Spirits need to fill the bottle with their own energy. The holy water inside can purify and sanctify the spirits that use it, Thorn Baron went on to say. Purify? Han Sen looked at her with confusion. It's like a buff. You should try it, Thorn Baron said. Don't lie to me. Han Sen turned into a super king spirit and placed his white light inside the bottle. Thorn Baron saw Han Sen transform into her much fantasized about king. She could not help but stare at the attractive face, that indeed looked like the most handsome male spirit one could ever expect to see. She had never before felt so conflicted. Are you a human or a spirit? Thorn Baron asked. Han Sen did not answer because his time had run out. Water had manifested inside the bottle under the influence of his white light, but upon his return to a human figure, that water vanished. It really is only available for the use of a spirit. Creating water is too slow for the current duration of my super king spirit form, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen put the bottle away, placing it in his pocket for now. You are Flaming King's wife. Han Sen was surprised to hear that a king spirit had married a royal spirit. Thorn Baron was pretty, but spirits were attracted to power more than anything. It was hard to imagine that any king spirit would fancy her. No, Thorn Baron said. Although she knew the king was actually a human, she still did not want him to misunderstand. If you are not his wife, then why would he give you this bottle? Han Sen asked. Thorn Baron nibbled her lips and said, I'm actually his daughter. What? Han Sen was now looking at her in disbelief. After all, how could a king spirit give birth to a royal class daughter? My mother was a royal spirit, so I was unable to receive his power and title. Flaming King gave me this bottle, but that was all. He would never allow me to be by his side, and he never once let me come close, Thorn Baron coldly explained. That's a sad story. Han Sen could relate to what she was saying, somewhat. Spirits adored the strong. It made sense why a king spirit would not accept a royal class daughter. Had he accepted her, other spirits would consider him a joke. If you stick with me, faithfully, maybe I can help you become a king spirit someday, Han Sen said, then returned her to the Sea of Soul. She knew his secret, so Han Sen wasn't willing to let her frolic about as she pleased, like Moment Queen. Han Sen grabbed the thunder hammer he had stolen from Thunder Devil King. He swung it to unleash huge serrated zigzags of lightning. This must be a sacred blood class piece of equipment, for sure. With Silver Fox's power, this thing would be incredibly powerful. Han Sen then suddenly felt his body move. Han Sen touched his pocket and noticed that the bottle he had placed inside had disappeared. The gourd that was also inside that pocket was vibrating. Han Sen took out the gourd and placed it in his hand. It was previously gold, but now it was dim and dirty looking. Cracks had manifested across its surface, giving it the appearance of dried, distressed mud. Its heartbeat, however, was growing stronger and stronger. Han Sen believed something would soon emerge. Is this it? Is whatever's inside it finally going to reveal itself? Han Sen was shocked. He was glad that whatever was inside was finally going to come out of the gourd, but he couldn't help but wonder whether it would be a good thing or a bad thing. As the gourd vibrated, the mud-like shell began to flake away. If you've just stolen my holy bottle, you better be giving me something good in return. And by good, I'm expecting something like a super weapon. So, how about one of those? I'm not being greedy, but something that'll give me the leg up and enable me to slay troublesome spirit emperors would be pretty sweet. But you know, I wouldn't say no to armor, either. After all, everyone should use protection, lest an unfortunate accident occur. Armor that'd make me invincible would be decent enough, so there's no need to go any stronger than that. I do need to remain modest. So, Buddha, Taoist, God, Jesus, and even you Muhammad. Athena, all of you, I'm asking all of you, please, pretty please, fulfill this wish of mine. Han Sen then proceeded to ramble even more, praying to any and all deities or religious figures he could think of. Han Sen had invested much in nurturing the gourd. The gourd had just taken the holy bottle he fancied, and that was in addition to the cog gear that was created by Moment Queen. If nothing good emerged, he was going to explode with anger. Watching the shell of the gourd peel off inch by inch, Han Sen's heart began to beat faster. Each thump was almost painful. Kacha. The shell collapsed into a mound of mud flakes, as something new rolled into Han Sen's hand. Examining it, Han Sen was in disbelief. It was a thumb-sized female doll. Its eyes were big and black, the same color as the doll's hair. It was a chubby little thing, but most curious of all was what the doll was holding. The doll was holding another gourd. As Han Sen stood there, frozen and unsure of what to think, the doll started to grow. It expanded to the size of an ordinary baby. It was alive. The chubby hand of the doll grabbed Han Sen's arm, and with its cheeks, the baby rubbed her face against Han Sen's. Then, she said, "Daddy, Daddy." Han Sen wanted to shoot himself. He had sacrificed so much to the gourd, and all he had received in return was a baby. My 6 cog gears, my holy bottle. Han Sen's spirits hit rock bottom. The baby grabbed Han Sen's neck and used her other hand to stroke his head, saying, "Father, don't cry." Han Sen looked at her and placed her down on a table, wishing he could exchange the baby for the weapons he so sorely wanted. After he observed her for a while, the baby's mouth began to drop as tears welled up in her pretty, sparkling eyes. Don't cry, don't cry. Han Sen was starting to get a headache, but he wasn't going to bully and disregard the feelings of a baby. Father, hug. The baby looked pitiful as she stared up at Han Sen. Han Sen sighed and picked the baby up. This immediately brought the baby joy, and with her hands, she grabbed Han Sen's neck, shouting, "Daddy! Daddy! What are you?" Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura to examine the baby, and didn't notice much of interest. Had it not emerged from the gourd, he'd have assumed she was a natural human baby. Whatever she wasn't a creature and she wasn't a spirit. Geno seeds can grow humans. But what do I need a baby for? Han Sen's depression was sinking in, and it wasn't going anywhere else in the immediate future. Thinking something was wrong, though, he kept on examining the baby. Strange. Where is it? Han Sen looked around on the floor and there was nothing. I thought she was holding a gourd. Where did it go? Han Sen's confusion was only getting worse. Han Sen kept searching, but he was unable to find out where it had gone. What he did find, though, was a seedling on the ground. The sprout was coming out of a rock, and like the picture-perfect image of a young plant, it had two cute little leaves. Han Sen squatted for a better look. He had seen this before. It was a 6-item gear tree. Han Sen observed the little tree and saw that the ground around it was wet, as if someone had just watered the plant. These are the tears of the baby. Han Sen looked at her, and noticed the tears that still remained on her face. They must have dropped to the ground, soaking the plant. Han Sen wasn't prone to dripping sweat, so the only explanation was it being the tears of the baby. He smiled and said, "Don't cry. I love you." Han Sen then used his finger to wipe the tears from her face and then throw them on the ground deliberately. What happened, a second later, made Han Sen freeze. Where the tears fell, the rock cracked as another young plant sprouted through it. The little leaves were green like jade, and they did indeed look like another 6-item gear tree. DMN, one of her tears is equal to one of these trees. Haha, I'm rich. Han Sen almost jumped in joy. He gave her a kiss on the cheek and then said, "My good little daughter." But still, despite that revelation, Han Sen was unable to find the gourd she had been holding when she first appeared. After scouring the entire palace, he was unable to find it. Han Sen was having trouble with the baby, following all this. And its presence in the shelter drew much attention. The shelter's residents were shocked at the sight of the baby, as humans typically weren't allowed or able to enter the sanctuaries until they were 16 years of age. Due to its appearance and behavior, no one took it for a spirit or a creature. There was nothing ominous or unusual about it, so no one thought of it as being anything other than a human baby. There it was, alive and well in the third god's sanctuary. Whenever Han Sen was in her company, others would interrogate him with questions. He couldn't answer any of them, of course. Still, he was glad that he was able to command Old Huang and his people to take residence in the east side of the shelter. This meant they couldn't come to Han Sen's side and pester him whenever they wished. "So, what should I call you?" Han Sen put the baby in front of him. The baby sat there on the ground, looking up at Han Sen. Seeing him standing still in thought, she tugged at his pant leg, wanting to be held and cradled. Then, she went to sleep. Han Sen wasn't the most proficient when it came to naming things, and this was no different. He'd never had so much trouble coming up with a name before. And what's more, this was apparently a human girl he'd be naming. He couldn't devise any old random name. If it was a male, he could be less careful. He wanted to come up with a good one, because he planned to treat her well. He wanted to raise her as an actual child and instill her with good morals. Any child under his care would grow up with her head screwed on right. If she got older, he didn't want her running off with any cheap man who sought to woo her. But, every tear she cried was able to grow a 6-gear tree. And those things were more valuable than a tree made of money. Since he'd always be getting something in return, Han Sen was confident in his decision to raise her well. He was going to treat her far better than any creature he ever owned. After another half-day's thought, he was unable to devise the right name for her. "I'll just call you Bauer," Han Sen told her, putting the baby on the bed. Then he stood up, deciding to go to the Alliance so he could buy her some clothes. After going through the teleporter, though, he heard the baby cry out, "Daddy! Daddy! What? How did you get here?" Han Sen was shocked. He'd never before seen something non-human that could make use of teleporters. "Daddy, hug," Bauer said, as she sat on the teleportation plate. Han Sen picked her up, with a head chock full of questions following her arrival from the sanctuary. And it wasn't just that, she had also arrived at Han Sen's destination. He picked her up in his arms and decided to give it another test. He walked through the teleporter and was taken back to the sanctuary with her in his arms. Then, he returned to the Alliance, and lo and behold, it worked. Bauer was like a human, freely able to enter and exit the sanctuary. Fortunately, Han Sen teleported to his home in the Alliance. It would only freak out the masses, were they to see or learn about a baby that had teleported in from the sanctuary. And furthermore, if the Child Protection Agency saw Han Sen do that, he'd be taken straight to jail. So, Han Sen kept her in his room and gave her good from Little Yan. After scoffing it down messily, her face was covered in cream. Then, Han Sen bought many clothes for her off of Skynet. Once that was done, he returned to the sanctuary. Although Bauer looked like a human, her behavior was a little different. She didn't poop or pee everywhere like human babies did, and she didn't cry easily. Aside from the 2 tears she had cried on their first encounter, Han Sen hadn't seen her release single tear. Of course, that was also partially due to Han Sen's good behavior with her. And for now, the 2 6-gear trees were enough. He couldn't take care of any more, for the time being. The 2 trees were not entirely like the ones grown by Moment Queen, and these ones were likely to require dozens of thousands of years to fully mature the fruit they'd bear. Getting water drops to sustain the trees was already enough of a trial. So, with the hope of learning a new trick or two, Han Sen decided to consult Moment Queen and ask her how her tree developed so quickly. The answer she gave surprised Han Sen, though. She told Han Sen the tree had already spent much time growing in the 3rd God's sanctuary. It stopped growing after she was kicked back into the 2nd God's sanctuary, but when the opportunity appeared, it started again. I need more water drops. Han Sen now needed to care for his blood pine and the 2-gear trees. For now, though, he had to prepare. For the duration of time he would be gone, Han Sen tasked Zero with looking after his trees and the baby. In his absence, he gave her a number of water drops to apply each day. Fortunately, Bauer did not make a fuss and was more than willing to remain in the shelter. Had she insisted on coming, Han Sen had no idea how he would have hunted. After exiting the underground shelter, Han Sen decided to pay a visit to the abandoned human shelter which was now possessed by Thunder Devil King. The hold was overrun by creatures and monsters. Amongst them all, Han Sen saw a royal spirit and 2 sacred blood creatures. He was surprised to see Thunder Devil King stuff so much defense in such a small compound. But, keen to learn more of what Thunder Devil King had brought to the area, Han Sen decided to venture past this shelter and see what might now reside in Thorn Shelter. He wasn't dumb enough to think of assaulting the shelter by his lonesome. The forces that were present ensured he wouldn't be able to take it easily, even if he had many accompanying him. Han Sen's purpose wasn't to conquer the shelter, though. His aim right now was to pillage Thorn Shelter's botanical garden. It resided outside of the shelter, and even though there were guards in place, Han Sen knew he had what it took to infiltrate the garden. Sneaking towards it, Han Sen could already make out the presence of many peach trees. The entire garden was packed with good stuff. Thorn, you said you could sneak in there. How? Han Sen asked, after summoning Thorn Baron and gesturing towards the garden. Getting in should be easy. There is an old tree close to the east side of the garden that is hollow on the inside. It has many roots all around it. If you drill your way through below it, you can enter the garden without sounding any alarms. Thorn Baron paused, then said, but the tree that is closest to maturing still needs another 30 years. There is nothing for you to take there. You can't obtain anything of value right now. Despite being unaware of Han Sen's trick for growing plants, Thorn Baron still led the way. Before long, they came to the tree she had spoken about. As she had described, there were many thick roots protruding from the earth. After digging downwards, he soon came to a spacious pocket beneath the roots. After entering, he traveled a short distance to enter the garden. Without much effort, they had infiltrated the area without triggering any sort of alarm. It was in the middle of the night, so there wouldn't be anyone going for a walk in the garden at this time. Han Sen was delighted, seeing all the plants there that were ripe for the taking. He grabbed a nearby sword vine and sucked it dry. Suck it, suck it, suck it. Han Sen drained as many plants as he could, and obtained over 1,000 drops of his most cherished liquid in no time at all. Thorn Baron had no idea how Han Sen was able to suck the plants dry, but she thought it was quite concerning, watching him ruin the garden in such a manner. After sucking half of the garden's plants dry, Han Sen had obtained 10,000 water drops. Wait, Thorn Baron stopped Han Sen, just as he was tugging on another plant. What is it? Han Sen heeded her, stopping for a second. I didn't grow these ones. Foreign Baron examined the plants Han Sen was about to destroy. Should that bother me? Let me continue absorbing. All Han Sen wanted was water drops. He didn't really care who had grown the plants. No, wait, hang on. This does not seem normal, Foreign Baron warned. Not normal. Han Sen looked at the plant he was about to absorb and saw how it looked like an orchid. This must be a sacred blood class purple butterfly orchid. It is likely Thunder Devil King claimed the garden and sought to plant his own botanical items here. This is not brand new, so it is likely it was transplanted here from someplace else of his. I'd say it is only 2 weeks away from maturing, actually, Foreign Baron explained. Ooh, I should definitely drain it then. Han Sen had thought obtaining mutant class plants was great enough. He hadn't realized that he'd be able to nab some sacred blood plants, as well. Han Sen then asked Thorn Baron, but is there anything special I should know about it? If humans eat this plant, it will increase their sacred blood geno points. If a spirit below royal class consumes it, it can increase the spirit's self-geno points, Thorn Baron said, as she counted the orchids. There are 7 flowers here, so you can increase 7 points. These things are that effective. Han Sen looked at the orchids with shock. Following that, he grabbed his red dagger and started digging around the orchid. When he was done, he picked the entire collection up. Thorn Baron frowned and said, this plant seems to have been damaged when it was transplanted here. How are you going to keep it alive? By digging it up again. If I want it to live, it'll live. Han Sen lifted it up and gave it a water drop before pocketing it. When Thorn Baron saw how rudely Han Sen was treating the flowers, she almost felt insulted. She didn't believe the plant would live following the mistreatment. As this was all Han Sen's business, however, she held her tongue and did not mention her displeasure. What lay ahead of Han Sen were mostly sacred blood plants. Heaven knew how long they'd all take to mature, but Han Sen did not care. He unearthed each of them, ready to take them home. Any plant that wasn't sacred blood, though, he simply absorbed for water drops. When he was done, the garden was like a wasteland. It was a dead and depressing sight. Han Sen saw a mushroom growing at the foot of a tree. The mushroom was large, its cap about the size of a human head. It was red, covered with the traditional white polka dots. Its smell was delightful. Han Sen noticed how powerful it felt, and noted that its life force was much greater than the sacred blood plants that had previously populated the garden. Do you know what this plant is? Han Sen asked, as he pointed towards the mushroom. Thorn Baron's face changed, and she said, this is a flying mushroom. A flying mushroom? Han Sen frowned, none the wiser. After a while spent examining the mushroom, Thorn Baron said, yes, it is a flying mushroom. I haven't the faintest clue who planted it here, though. Okay, but tell me what it does. Han Sen was annoyed at the lack of answers. Han Sen had been using his Dongshuan aura to hide the movements of the two in the garden, but by now, the garden was in ruin. If the guards turned to look at what had happened to the place, the intruders were sure to be in trouble. This is a super geno plant. If a royal spirit eats it, they can become a king spirit, Thorn Baron said, excitedly. Really? Han Sen was delighted, so he quickly dug up the mushroom. He was so quick, Thorn Baron was unable to stop him, but if he didn't take it now, others would eventually come for it. Han Sen gave a water drop to the mushroom before packing it away. After that last item, the garden had been stripped. It was entirely empty. It looked like a remnant of some decayed land. Aside from the flying mushroom and 4 sacred geno plants, the rest had been absorbed by Han Sen. He had netted 20,000 water drops. I'd love to see the look on Thunder Devil King's face tomorrow, when he goes for his next garden stroll. Han Sen laughed to himself and disappeared into the moonlit mountainsides. DMN the king. I'm going to kill him. The next day, Thunder Devil King's rage reached new heights. It was likely the entirety of Thorn Forest could hear his furious screams. By now, Han Sen had already safely returned to the underground shelter. He grew the mushroom and his orchid in secret, behind his garden. Daddy, Daddy. When Bauer saw Han Sen return, she spared no time crawling towards him. She climbed up to his neck and gave him a kiss. Did you behave while I was gone? Han Sen was happy. Yes, Bauer said. Han Sen brought her back with him to the palace. When he arrived, he was shocked to see that the place looked like a ruin. Trash was littered everywhere, and in the midst of it all was Zero, cleaning. Many of the things Han Sen had brought back with him from the Alliance had been destroyed, including his softest mattress. When Han Sen witnessed the sight, he asked Zero with much concern, "What happened here?" Zero looked at Bauer and said one word, "Her." Bauer kissed Han Sen's cheek and said, "I was good." He had only been gone for 2 days, and yet, in that short amount of time she had managed to ruin the palace. If he had been gone any longer, he feared the entire shelter might have been destroyed. "Just throw it all out. We'll go buy some new stuff." Han Sen took them both to the Alliance, so they could purchase replacement furniture and such. They could have bought it all on Skynet, but by walking around the shops themselves, they could get a better look at the furniture and feel how solid each piece was. Bauer looked excited the entire time, while Zero was quiet and seemingly uninterested. "Sir, this supermarket has a room for toddlers. Would you like to make use of it and leave your child there for the duration of your shopping trip?" One of the workers in the store stepped forward to ask Han Sen. "No, that's okay." Although the room for kids was free, Han Sen had no idea what she would do in his absence. Without being under his watchful eye, she might destroy the room or even hurt the other babies. They went over to where they sold mattresses and checked out the airbeds there. They were the easiest to carry and most suitable for life in the sanctuaries. "Sir, this airbed uses the latest technology. It is very suitable for the skin of babies. Perhaps you should give it a try," the salesman said. No thank you." An image of Han Sen's old bed flashed through his mind, and knowing that the small child in his arms had caused the destruction, he wasn't willing to risk a repeat there in the store. "It's okay. You won't be held accountable, even if there is damage," the salesman said, smiling. After the second request, Han Sen cautiously placed Bauer down on the airbed. "Bauer, is this good?" Han Sen asked. She looked excited, and she brought her hands down on the bed gleefully. Pang! The airbed exploded before them, and Han Sen quickly pulled her back. "Oh my god, is your daughter okay? I'm so sorry for this." The salesman apologized, as a manager approached them. "We apologize for that, sir. Please be sure that we will pay the medical bills for any treatment your daughter needs," the manager said, with obvious concern. "That's okay. How much is this bed?" "I'll buy it," Han Sen said, smiling. The manager did not want Han Sen to pay anything, so they gave it to him for free and even provided him with a few lottery vouchers. It was difficult to explain what had happened, so Han Sen did not argue and accepted all they offered him. Han Sen did not want to use the vouchers, but the prizes attracted Bauer. Many of the items that were up for grabs were toys. When Han Sen entered the entertainment section, someone called out his name. He turned around and saw that it was his second uncle Han Lei. Han Sen did not hate the Han family members, per se, but he was not fond of them either. They hadn't done anything too despicable, and Han Sen had so many dangerous enemies that he didn't have time to waste on ill thoughts of the Han family, anyway. Han Sen's father used to manage the family's company, but the company was owned exclusively by the other members of the family. Han Sen's father was given no shares of the business. Strangely, they had no idea they owned it until after Han Sen's father died. And after the ordeal, they sold the company to Starry Group. Han Sen's father used to say he and Han Sen owed the Han family, so Han Sen did not really have to hate them. Still, he preferred to treat them as strangers. "Han Sen, are you buying stuff from here?" Han Lei looked on Han Sen with a slight awkwardness. This was probably due to how the man had mistreated Han Sen and his mother in the past. Now that Han Sen was famous, and had even managed to defeat a royal Shira and become the president's son-in-law, they had been quite rightfully served humble pie. If they had treated Han Sen better in the past, he could have helped them a great deal. Now, that was unlikely. "I'm done, and I am gone," Han Sen said, and prepared to leave. Although Han Sen didn't dwell on what had happened in the past, he still preferred having no contact with the Han family. Han Lei said, "My brother left something in the company. If you want, I can give it to you." "What is it?" Han Sen asked. "Just some private belongings he left behind. Some clothing and communicators, things like that," Han Lei said. "I'll claim them when you are free next." Han Sen could not be bothered asking why they had not mentioned this before, but the less talk, the better. "I am free now. You should come over and take them." Han Lei smiled. Han Sen returned from Han Lei's house with a box of items. While Han Sen was there, his uncle repeatedly mentioned his debts. Han Sen eventually gave him some money. This was not him being nice, though. He wondered if there was something more of his father's that might have been hidden from him. Perhaps the gift of money would prompt his uncle to give it to him. Back in his home, Han Sen started to dig through the wares. There were 2 jackets, documents, various tools, communicators, and a smartwatch datapad that was like a wrist laptop. After rummaging through the items, Han Sen ultimately came to the conclusion that there was nothing all that special. Most of the physical documents were work-related, so there was nothing revelatory amongst what he had received. The datapad was 40 years old, too, so that had almost zero monetary value at this point. But that wasn't where its worth would lie. The datapad was the only thing that might harbor the sort of information he was looking for. Unfortunately, it was password protected. Han Sen decided to give Li Xinglun a call, as he was the sort of fellow who could crack open encrypted computers and hack into all sorts of things. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I'll be done in 10 seconds, Li Xinglun said. Li Xinglun established a connection between the datapad and his PC remotely through Skynet. And almost immediately, it was unlocked. 3 seconds later, though, the datapad exploded. Holy sh*t. What the hll? Li Xinglun was frozen at the result. It's fine. It wasn't worth anything, anyway. Han Sen kept his smile, but in his chest was a mound of confusion. No, this is an A52 smartwatch datapad. Why would brute forcing its password initiate a self-destruct? Let me get a closer look at that, Li Xinglun said. Han Sen opened it to nothing. All that remained was the black, smoldering remains of what it had been. Someone must have custom-rigged a self-destruct system inside it. Unlocking it caused the thing to blow up. I'm so sorry about this. Li Xinglun was feeling guilty. That's okay. It's nothing important, anyway. Han Sen didn't blame him. It wasn't his fault, and no one could have expected such a system to be in place. This smartwatch debacle just made Han Sen more suspicious about his father. The chip is not completely destroyed, though. Perhaps it would be possible for me to extract some data. Li Xinglun really wanted to help Han Sen, and he continued, "Don't go anywhere, I'm coming to see you. Maybe I can recover something." Han Sen wasn't the wisest when it came to technology. He only had the knowledge he had been taught in school. As a result, he didn't think data recovery would be possible in this case. But Li Xinglun was dexterous with technology, and Han Sen trusted him. If Li Xinglun said some manner of recovery was possible, he thought there'd be no harm in allowing him to try. 2 days later, Li Xinglun arrived at Planet Roca. He took out the chip and got to work. Han Sen was quite surprised to see Li Xinglun work on the remains of the datapad so intently, and he watched him work on it day and night for the next few days. Eventually, Li Xinglun really did find something. Of course, because it was damaged, the information was not complete. But still, there was one sentence of text that really made Han Sen frown. Entering ancient hall, practice blood, sutra. There were many words missing from the text, but this sentence was the easiest one to read. If I want to enter the ancient hall, do I need to practice blood pulse sutra? Is that what this is implying? Han Sen's confusion was only becoming greater. I'm sorry, but this is all I could do for you. Li Xinglun was still remorseful over blowing up the laptop. And he felt even worse, not being able to recover as much as he had hoped to. Don't worry, you've done enough. Thanks a lot for the help, Han Sen said. Han Sen did not know why his father had left behind this datapad, but obviously, someone did not want Han Sen or anyone else finding out what was inside it. After Li Xinglun departed, Han Sen researched what he could about the existence of Ancient Hall. It was still just a myth, though. There was no factual evidence supporting its existence. As a result, Han Sen was unable to find out much from humans. What he did find out, though, was where the myth of the Ancient Hall originated from. It was from the Shura. The myth said that the Ancient Hall was where the deities or gods of the Shura resided. It was a forbidden place for the Shura to go, and only their kings were able to visit there, sometime before their death. It was like a tomb for the monarchs of the Shura. If Shura kings died outside the hall, they must be left where they were, as no else could enter the hall. Of course, this information was only obtained from Skynet, and Han Sen could still not find any information on the ancient hall's whereabouts. But he did find 2 pieces of information on the hall's architecture. It was said to be a palace built from stone, and outside it stood a Shura statue. Han Sen was unsure whether or not the ancient hall in the extracted data was the one associated with the Shura, though. Something could have been lost in translation, and there was no way for him to know for sure. But if these two ancient halls are indeed the same, why would my father have an association with it? Han Sen, once again, was confused. He knew he himself was a human, but there was one person who he wasn't quite sure about. If his great-grandfather was Han Jingji, and if Zero's identity had something to do with Blood Legion, things could become muddy. What happened to the Han family? In the past, Han Sen destroyed the rest of the chip, so no one else could ever read what was written. He was not strong enough to investigate these matters alone, and there still wasn't enough to go on. But once he had the appropriate leads, and his power had grown, he'd follow it through to the end. But whatever happened, he still acknowledged he couldn't let himself get too deep into these affairs. He might eventually find himself unable to return. Back in the underground shelter, Han Sen called for Moment Queen to retrieve the dragon blood snake and go out hunting on his behalf. Although she did not want to do this, she acknowledged it was about time she did something for him. It had been a while, after all. As Moment Queen left, Han Sen entered the spirit base so he could start gathering more Geno points. But he was ranked number 1 in the second spirit base, and as a result, he was unable to challenge anyone. All he could do was wait for other spirits to offer up their genes. King spirits still harbored a grudge against him, though, as a result, they were the only genes he could not collect. The king, my eyes can greet your splendor once again. Han Sen suddenly saw a huge spirit bowing before him. It is you, Flaming Giant. Flaming Giant was the first spirit Han Sen ever encountered, back in the first spirit base. My king, on the floating islands, Space Splitter King has proclaimed you are nothing but a wimp. He said he can instant kill you, and he wants you to go and fight him. Flaming Giant was a hulking beast of a spirit, but he was as nosy and gossipy as an old woman. If he's that confident, then why doesn't he come to me while I'm here in the spirit base? Han Sen said. Flaming Giant said, didn't you know he's currently in the third spirit base? I don't really pay heed to those who are unworthy, Han Sen said. Flaming Giant was exuberant with joy, and his adoration of Han Sen had not lessened a single bit. But he warned, you are very powerful, but Space Splitter King has always been a bit of a boaster. With his constant trash-talking of you, it may lead other spirits to believe you are merely afraid of him, if you do not challenge him soon. Han Sen asked, what element does he align with? I have heard he possesses the powers of space, and with it, he can tear through the fabric of our dimension. He has beaten everyone that is around the same level as himself, Flaming Giant explained. Well, when I reach the third spirit base, I'll be sure to deal with him, Han Sen said. Han Sen really wanted to kill Space Splitter King for the Geno points he could provide, but outside of the spirit base, he had no idea where that spirit might be found. He wished to extract more information from Flaming Giant, but he was startled by Zero. She was knocking on his statue, so he exited the spirit base to see what was up. When he emerged, she was pointing to the other end of the hall. She said, someone is here. When Han Sen departed the hall, he saw Old Huang. He was yelling, Old Huang, what's going on? Han Sen asked, as he stepped outside the hall. Chenzhang and a few others left to slay iron bugs. But they have become trapped. Old Huang said, didn't I tell you guys not to wander off too far? Han Sen frowned. They made a mistake. Can you please go and save them? Old Huang pleaded desperately. Han Sen went to visit the survivor of the ordeal, who had returned to inform them of what had happened. The man said, 6 of us departed in a bid to hunt and replenish our pantries. On our expedition, we encountered an injured creature unlike what we usually choose to be our prey. We decided to engage it. Unfortunately, its injuries had not slowed it down as much as we'd hoped, and it ran off really fast. We chased it for a while, and before long, we were far deeper inside the forest than we ever thought of actually going. The surpasser looked terrified, and after a pause to gather his composure, said, the forest came alive. The vines and their thorns worked to capture my friends. I was at the back of the group, and after witnessing what was happening to my compatriots ahead, I turned to flee and successfully escaped. As I ran, I was able to observe the manner of vines that had captured my friends. They were different and strange. And shortly after being captured, my friends passed out. After Han Sen heard the tale, he told him, take me out there, so I can get a good look. I'm coming with you, Old Huang said. No, the greater the number, the greater the possibility of accidents. Let me head out there first and scope out this incident. After Han Sen finished, he mounted Little Wind and immediately took off with the survivor. At about the halfway point of their supposed journey, the man called out, "Ah, look! That is the creature we sought to hunt." Han Sen looked to where he gestured, and he saw a creature lying in the bushes. It was a bear, covered in white fur. It was small, and its underside had been badly injured. Shortly after Han Sen looked its way, the beast became aware of Han Sen's presence. It took off at great speed, but it left a trail of blood. "Is it going off in the direction Chenzhang and the others became trapped?" Han Sen asked. "Yes, actually," Li Yudian confirmed. "Let's go." Han Sen hurried Little Wind to chase after the injured bear. Others might have believed the white bear was an injured creature, fleeing those it feared might take advantage of its condition. But this wasn't the truth, and Han Sen was able to discern this through an observation of its life force. It was incredibly lively. The bear was only luring them in that direction, in a cunning method of obtaining food, most likely. Han Sen kept chasing the cub, and as he went, he said, "Tell me when we near that portion of the forest." But as they ran, vines emerged from the earth like snakes. They attempted to tie them up. Han Sen's right hand unsheathed his Taya sword immediately, and with a black flame wreathing it, he hewed the vines that were closest to him. Roar! They heard a scream from someplace, and as it sounded, the ground began to tremble. More and more vines broke through the earth, lashing wildly to trash the forest around them. "Oh my God, what is this monster?" Li Yudian was shocked. A giant bug, as big as a bus, shot out from beneath the earth. Its tentacles looked like discolored versions of the vines of the forest, laden with lethal thorns. After Han Sen sliced one of its lecherous appendages, the foe was enraged. It charged at Han Sen in a frenzy. The white bear stood atop the bug's head. It no longer feigned being injured, and it now revealed its true state. It was excited over the distress it had caused the two that had followed it. Han Sen looked at the bug and the bear and was surprised. He never expected to see two wholly different species hunt together in this fashion. "You go first," Han Sen commanded. With Taya clenched firmly in his hand, he moved to attack the bear first. The cub ordered the bug to use its tentacles to ensnare Han Sen. But nothing could stop Han Sen's assault, as he sliced and diced his way through the tentacles that sought to capture or slow him. When nothing stood between him and the cub, Han Sen swung Taya with great ferocity. The speed and power was unleashed in the form of visible wind, shaped to the blade that cast it. The cocky bear was taken aback by the human's formidability. Not hanging around, he leapt off of the thorn bug. The bug was indeed the unluckiest of the two, thus far. After what it had already incurred, the wind blade sliced through its body and cut the creature in two. Shortly after, black fire blazed across its dying, twitching pieces. Mutant creature thorn bug killed. No beast soul gained. Consume its flesh to gain 0 to 10 mutant geno points randomly. Han Sen was surprised at the power he had managed to unleash with Taya and Phoenix. But that surprise quickly turned to moderate frustration. The flames that enveloped the bug were so strong, they charred the corpse until it was inedible. The cub was frightened by what he saw, and quickly fled the scene into the tangled depths of thorn forest. "I think Chenzhang is most likely dead. Go back and report what happened. I'll give chase to that bear." Without waiting around, Han Sen took off after his target. The cub did not stop running for 1 second. As it went, a light appeared from somewhere in its body. After a short while, a buzz was heard, and then a number of bugs swarmed to attack Han Sen. "This guy can control bugs." Han Sen was pretty surprised by this revelation. Still, the horde of pests that flew towards him did not delay his pursuit. With Taya in hand, he effortlessly carved his way through the lot, until only a smoldering mound of fly corpses remained on the forest floor. He swiftly left it behind. The bugs he had killed were primitive class. As soon as they came into contact with Han Sen's Phoenix Flame, they were instantly incinerated. Han Sen, at top speed, was a little faster than the cub. This fact and the powers he had wielded undoubtedly scared the bear, as it kept looking back as it ran. It had certainly gotten more than it had bargained for when it tried to trick Han Sen. But the bear surprised Han Sen, too. The creature wasn't as weak or as simple as he had initially assumed it to be. If it was a mutant creature, it must have many of its gene locks open, at the very least. Strangely, though, all it did was run. It did not seem as if it wished to fight. Is this guy actually weak, and using others as all it can do to survive? Han Sen guessed. Still, Han Sen wanted it dead, no matter the cost. And vengeance aside, there was always the chance he could net himself a new and rare beast soul. Before long, he caught up with the cub and was directly behind the fleeing beast. As Han Sen lifted his sword and brought it down low, the bear did not react. All it did was continue to run as fast as it could. And when the sword made contact with the bear, it carved a cleft into its furry backside. In a flash, its buttocks burst into flames. The bear squealed and came to a crashing halt on the ground. Upon the spoiled, upturned soil of the forest floor, the bear rolled and writhed around in agony, attempting to suppress the flames that gnawed and obliterated his bum. Han Sen prepared to slash it one final time and bring an end to the beast, but all of a sudden, it jumped up and started kowtowing to Han Sen in a plea for mercy. DMN, this bear really is a wimp. Han Sen looked at it, as it continued kowtowing. It was easy to pity the thing, and all of a sudden, it did not look like a murderous, fleeing beast. It actually looked harmless. Suddenly, however, the bushes nearby quivered and shook. A pitch-black, two-tailed scorpion came rampaging through. The scorpion was as big and intimidating as a tank. The tails were 10 meters long each, and their ends were incredibly sharp. After a brief moment, the color of black faded to a blue, almost aquatic glow. If you were to suffer a sting from one of its wretched tails, you would assuredly not survive. At this moment, the bear Han Sen was taking pity on stopped kowtowing. It leapt atop the scorpion's head, as a boastful grin returned to dress its face. DMN, son. This creature is a coward of legendary proportions. As he thought this, the scorpion's stingers swiftly raised up, then flew towards Han Sen's chest. Han Sen whipped up a quick storm of black fire and blew it towards the scorpion's stingers. Much to his surprise, it dealt no damage. With haste, Han Sen activated his Dongshuan aura and used it to dodge the stinger he hadn't been able to stop. The scorpion struck with two tails, and their rapid jabs came thick and fast. Although he was able to dodge each attack, he was unable to get a hit of his own in. The cub was jumping in glee atop the scorpion. It was unbelievably cocky, and it most certainly wanted to see Han Sen dead. This thing is weird. The scorpion should be sacred blood level, as my fire was unable to deal it damage. But the cub, it must be a mutant class. And yet, if that is so, how is it able to control the mind of a sacred blood creature? Han Sen wondered. Han Sen's fitness level was just over 1,000. Compared to sacred blood creatures, which had fitness levels of over 2,000, it was not difficult to understand why slaying such beasts was a trying task. Han Sen could only use Dongshuan movements to help him evade the onslaught of attacks that came his way. The scorpion's fitness level was practically double Han Sen's, so his ability to threaten the monster was almost non-existent. If his dexterity wasn't so high, and he couldn't dodge with such great skill, he'd have been killed with ease. The scorpion had opened 6 of its gene locks, so it was incredibly unlikely that Han Sen could beat it. Han Sen just thought it was fortunate that the scorpion lacked AoE skills. Had it learned such attacks, the only thing he could have done was run away. Roar. The bear was still stood proudly atop the scorpion. Its roar was as if it was saying, "Come fight me." Amidst the barrage of pincer strikes Han Sen was narrowly avoiding, he caught sight of the bear's smug face. It was at this moment Han Sen's body exuded a frightening aura. A white light burst out of him, and it turned him into a bright, holy figure of resplendent light. In this grossly incandescent form, a terrifying power thundered. Boom! Han Sen evaded the scorpion's next attack and set his sights on the white bear. Not expecting the sudden outburst, the creature terrified. It desired to run, but Han Sen wasn't having it. With his sun-like fist of pure, unbridled power, he threw his knuckles at the bear. When the punch found its target, the bear was sent skimming across the coarse forest floor. It was unable to get up. Han Sen grabbed the white bear like a hunter grabbing a dead squirrel. With another evasive maneuver around the attacks of the scorpion, Han Sen took off flying into the air. The 3 seconds of Super King Spirit mode came to an end, and with the bear still firmly in his hands, Han Sen made an airborne return. Thankfully, despite its strength, the scorpion lacked the ability of flight. All it could do was hiss menacingly at Han Sen as it watched him go. Where did that smug little bear go, huh? Where's that cockiness now? Come on, show me. When Han Sen arrived back at the shelter, he rudely tossed the bear on the ground. Grr, grr. The white bear was not as remorseful as Han Sen expected, and rather than beg for mercy, it threatened Han Sen with growls. Ah, that's how you want to play it. Let's see what you're made of, then. Han Sen brought out Taya in an effort to kill it. But suddenly, the white bear drew out its claws and scratched itself. Blood dribbled down from its body. Han Sen was surprised by this, unsure of what it was planning to do. Suddenly, Han Sen felt the forest above tremble as if there was an earthquake. Countless bugs were now swarming towards the shelter, like an aftershock tsunami. The bugs could smell the bear's blood, and they were each brave enough to come in. At the sight of the legion of bugs that now assaulted their shelter, the humans around were afraid, and they scrambled to different corners of the shelter in panic and disarray. "Get to safety inside the shelter," Han Sen called out. He grabbed the bear and fell back, further in. There were too many bugs to count, and they were all at least mutant class. If it had just been a few, it would have been fine, but now, it was a different ball game. The bugs came for the bear, and their numbers continued to grow. They fought and clawed their way through their brethren in an attempt to get to him. Grr. The white bear was being provocative, and it seemed to be telling Han Sen that he should have let it go. "You're dead meat. No bug can help you, not a single one." Han Sen grabbed the white bear by the neck again and retreated deeper within. This enraged the bear, and so it dragged its paw along its flesh again. After this new self-inflicted lesion, the blood drove the bugs into an even greater frenzy. The bugs were everywhere, and they choked the air and sky. Han Sen then decided to head to the entrance of the shelter, afraid the bugs would continue their assault until they destroyed the underground realm. Ruin to his shelter was the one thing he could not afford. And even if the shelter and the monumental tree above were not destroyed, if many bugs were left to invade the shelter, they'd undoubtedly slay the people that had moved in to live there. Grabbing the bear as roughly as he could, Han Sen ran outside and into the forest. The bugs did not relent in their crazed swarming. Grr. The bear growled and growled, but that's all it would do. It was furious at its mistreatment. But despite this, Han Sen did not dare hurt the bear at this point in time. The more damage the bear was and the more it bled, the more rabid the native bugs would become. Unfortunately for Han Sen, this trial was far from over. Before long, he saw the scorpion coming his way, wishing to rejoin the fray. With the situation as messed up as it was, all he wanted to do now was quickly kill the bear and discard its corpse there in the forest so he could run home. He'd most likely be able to get away, but he wanted to do this only as an absolute last resort. There'd be no benefit for him in simply killing the bear. But more and more bugs came, with many of them being sacred blood class. They were getting frighteningly close. As Han Sen wondered whether or not he should have killed the bear, a familiar voice rang out. "Daddy, Daddy." Han Sen looked back, and he saw Bauer sucking an empty bottle as she crawled towards him. "Why are you here?" Han Sen picked Bauer up. "I want milk." Bauer shook the bottle she had been sucking on, indicating its empty condition. Roar, roar. Seeing the vast swaths of bugs continuing to join the pursuit, the bear made more threatening noises. Pang. Bauer had gotten annoyed, and so she kicked the bear in its face. The power in that kick was a struggle to believe, as blood suddenly spewed out from the bear's face. The head's structure was disfigured and crooked, and the teeth were knocked out. They scattered across the forest floor like loose change. But when the bugs smelled the bear's blood, the creatures merely screamed, squealed, and raged even more. Ah! Bauer was furious. The insects were keeping her from receiving milk, and this displeased her a great amount. Then, she pulled out a small gourd and shouted at the bugs that cloaked the surroundings in their ravenous numbers. Bauer clutched her gourd tightly, and from the tip of it, a black hole formed. The atmosphere around it broke, and in that space, the very composition of the dimension fragmented. And then, from all around, everything began to be sucked into it. Han Sen was frozen at the sight, watching the dark, swirling vortex suck in all the bugs like a hyperdrive dehumidifier. The gourd was small enough to fit neatly inside Bauer's hands. As a result, the gourd was far smaller than the bugs. And yet, it effortlessly vacuumed in each and every one of the creatures. Even the tank-like scorpion was dragged through the black hole at the mini-gourd's tip. Han Sen could hardly believe it, even watching the sacred blood creatures be sucked inside the gourd. The gourd had to be some sort of bottomless well. Despite the countless creatures it had absorbed, there was no indication of it filling up. It was as if a pocket of endless space resided within it, and it could collect all that it sought to. Pat. Soon after, the bugs were all gone, and an unnerving silence returned to the tangled woodland. And then, just as quickly as it first appeared, the gourd disappeared. Bauer, empty bottle in hand, said, "I want milk." "Okay, I'll get you the best organic milk I can find," Han Sen said, smiling. With Bauer there, No one could dare mess with him. After bringing Bauer back to the shelter, Han Sen filled up her bottle with milk. And calmly, she suckled its rubber end in delight. Bauer, where is your gourd? Han Sen asked. Bauer looked at Han Sen with moderate confusion. You know, the gourd that absorbed all those bugs. When she still didn't seem to understand, Han Sen presented her with a drawing of a gourd. Bauer, now understanding, said, it's mine. Han Sen quickly replied, oh, I know that. Don't worry, Daddy knows it's yours. But I'm just wondering, can Daddy borrow it for a time? Okay, I can give it to Daddy. Bauer clapped her hands and the gourd appeared before her. Then she passed it to Han Sen. Good girl. Han Sen accepted the gourd and simulated Bauer's energy flow. He aimed it at the bear that had brought him so much trouble and yelled, absorb. The white bear PSSED itself, but strangely, the gourd did not produce a black hole. Suck, 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 Han Sen yelled, 3 times. But still, nothing happened. The white bear was frightened with each call, and when Han Sen started yelling, the bear passed out due to the overwhelming fear of imminent death. It was like a prisoner who was to be executed at a firing range, but all the guns had jammed 3 times. Why is it not working? Han Sen asked, bringing the gourd back over to Bauer. How can I make it absorb stuff, just like you do? Bauer looked confused, not sure what Han Sen was suggesting. Han Sen tried to explain it in greater detail, but she was evidently too young to understand. Can we release the bugs that are inside, maybe? Han Sen had an idea, regarding the bugs that had been sucked inside. There were a few sacred blood class creatures inside, so releasing them one by one could let him obtain quite a few sacred blood geno points. But unfortunately, Bauer could not understand this suggestion, either. In response to this, Han Sen tapped the gourd on its head and said, the bugs, Bauer smiled and then grabbed the gourd. He thought she had understood, but instead, she tapped the gourd on its head and made it disappear. I need help. I better enroll in some baby language academy. Han Sen felt incredibly disheartened. Since he could not speak to Bauer properly and make her understand him, Han Sen planned to kill the bear the old-fashioned way. As Han Sen approached it, though, the bear leapt up and began another act of kowtowing. It's too late for that, you've already done this once. Just as Han Sen prepared to finish the bear off, Bauer started laughing and clapping. The bear saw Bauer's happiness and did a handstand for her. Then it did a strange performance, using its tongue to jump and hop in the air. Bauer laughed with exuberant glee. He is smart. Han Sen was surprised. The bear, seeing her so happy, crawled near her and tried to lick her feet. But Bauer thought it was too dirty, which soured her mood. She slapped the bear, which sent the furry felon flying into a nearby wall with a crash. Han Sen then wondered whether or not if he should give the bear an extra chance, if it committed itself to pleasing and providing Bauer company. If it would change its ways and do this, he'd allow it to live as a toy for Bauer. Also, it could provide Han Sen some blood every now and then to attract bugs and make hunts simpler. The bear survived its latest wallop, but its nightmare had only just begun. Han Sen watched the bear and allowed it to remain near Bauer's side. Over time, he'd occasionally hear the bear scream in agony, following a loud thud. The people in the east would always hear these screams, and they started murmuring amongst themselves about what it could have been. Many were in the belief that Han Sen had a secret hobby of torturing animals. By the end of each day, the bear was injured and could hardly even move. It thought it could rest, but such wishes were flickers of its naivety. At night, Han Sen used his holy light to heal the creature. And the day after, it'd be sent right back to Bauer for play. The bear needed to allow Bauer to bully it, for that was the only way to keep her happy. And every now and again, Han Sen would come to draw its blood. It felt as if it had been robbed of its bare necessities, and its life as a free bear was over. As the days went by, the purple orchid matured. Its flowers spread open like purple butterflies, and they released a most glorious scent. Thorn Baron confirmed that they were mature, and so Han Sen promptly put one in his mouth. An incredibly sweet nectar bathed his tongue in delightful ecstasy. Sacred blood purple butterfly orchid consumed. Sacred blood geno points +1. Han Sen was more than ecstatic, so he collected the rest and stuffed his mouth with them. By the time he was done, he had obtained 7 geno points. Thorn Baron looked at the plants with shock, almost unable to fathom how the plants had all survived their uprooting from the garden. She found it even more difficult to believe how healthy the flying mushroom had become, and how it was actually growing bigger. How did you make this thing grow? Thorn Baron asked. Oh, it's just a little something that is derived from human knowledge. But tell me, what are the chances a royal spirit will become a king spirit following the consumption of this mushroom? Han Sen inquired. It is somewhere in the realm of 1 to 10 million, Thorn Baron answered. You might as well have just told me there's zero chance. Han Sen frowned. Even king spirit parents are not guaranteed to have a baby king spirit offspring. Believe it or not, these chances are actually decent, Thorn Baron said. You are a royal spirit, but you should have the genes of a king spirit. Will you have a higher chance of becoming a king spirit? Han Sen asked. Are you suggesting you might give it to me? Thorn Baron asked, with a sudden perking of her mood. Yes, there isn't much point in me keeping it, Han Sen coldly said. Han Sen wanted to give it to the spirit with the greatest chance, and he thought Thorn Baron would be the best choice. I'm not sure the chance would increase, though. Thorn Baron sighed. Well, we'll wait and see. There's still a while to go before it has fully matured. Han Sen quite liked her, and she had always been honest. That was a big plus in his books. Moment Queen returned from her hunt with Dragon Blood Snake. They brought the carcasses of 6 mutant-class creatures back with them, which, after consumption, provided Han Sen an additional 35 mutant geno points. Han Sen allowed Moment Queen to remain in the shelter after that, and he himself went out to hunt next. Bao's gourd was good, but the creatures it absorbed seemed to disappear forever. Because of that, he did not take her with him. The white bear was still accompanying Bao on a day-to-day basis, and he had swiftly become her favorite toy. Han Sen took a vial of the bear's blood with him, in case he needed later for the hunt. Han Sen had long since stopped the movement of the shelter, which allowed the people to become familiar with the surrounding terrain. And on this hunt, Han Sen decided to head west. There weren't many insects left in the vicinity, due to Bao's gourd absorbing much of the population. To find more, he had to walk an additional 50 miles. To make the traversal easier, Han Sen rode his dragon blood snake. And soon after the 50-mile mark, he did indeed start to stumble across creatures. The first thing he found was a tank ant nest. He stopped right next to it. Han Sen took out a metal straw and placed it on the corpse of a dead iron bug. Then he went into hiding. Not long after, a few tank ants came marching out of their nest. Their names were quite misleading, as tank ant belied their relatively frail nature. They were red, and they were about the size of an average fist. Their shells were tough, but that was just part of dealing with ants. But regardless, they waltzed out and went straight up to the iron bug bait. Han Sen did not use much blood, so it was only enough to attract a few ants. This was exactly what he desired, and after the ants had arrived at the dead bug, Han Sen loosed an arrow at one of the suckers. Pat! The flaming arrow tore right through the body of the targeted tank ant. Mutant creature hunted, tank ant killed. No beast soul gained. Consume its flesh to gain 0 to 10 mutant geno points randomly. The tank ants had come out of their hole one by one, in single file. Han Sen did not decide to hunt these tank ants because they could provide him with decent beast souls. He hunted them because of their nature. They always lived together, and what's more, most of the ants inside that particular ant hill were mutant class. They were so small, Han Sen would be able to eat them quickly and increase his mutant geno point tally at a rapid pace. The tank ants were very dumb, too. Even if the ants ahead of them had been killed, they fearlessly continued their single-file march. Han Sen was overjoyed, being able to kill them in such a hassle-free manner. It was an easy task, overall, and their mindlessness made it a simple affair. The strongest tank ant Han Sen detected had only opened 3 of its gene locks. But with its waste as a weakness like all the rest, it was still incredibly easy to kill. After killing 20 of them, Han Sen received a beast soul. Eventually, though, the smell of blood faded, and when it had all disappeared, no more ants came to the surface. Picking up the bodies of the ones he had slain, Han Sen removed their shells and built a campfire in which he could cook them. Ah, this is good. Han Sen ate one and found that it tasted wonderful. The meat was crisp and surprisingly sweet. Mutant tank ant consumed, mutant geno points +1. Just a little salt is all that's needed for this delicious meat. As Han Sen ate, though, he felt something was amiss. He was unnerved, and so he turned to scan the environment around him. Then, he caught sight of 2 red eyes staring at him from a nearby bush. Quickly, he became alert. With his skills and experience, Han Sen should have known something was watching him far sooner. Whatever was watching him, it wasn't any old creature. Rustle, rustle, rustle. As the bushes rustled, a white shadow leapt out. Han Sen was frozen. From the red eyes, he believed a horrid monster had been watching him. But that wasn't the case at all. All that emerged was a white rabbit. Aside from its ruby eyes, it mostly looked like an ordinary rabbit, save for it being about 3 feet tall. It was like an oversized teddy bear. Still, Han Sen knew not to drop his guard. He had seen many cute creatures in the past, ones that had turned out to be cruel, vile, and terrible beings that only sought to do him harm. Han Sen could tell that it was a mutant creature. How many gene locks it had opened, however, he hadn't a clue. Han Sen's fitness had yet to reach even the heights of his dragon blood snake. To compete with this rabbit, he knew he'd have to rely on his Super King Spirit mode. The rabbit used its hind feet to jump over to Han Sen, and Han Sen immediately readied himself to summon the dragon blood snake. But curiously, the red-eye rabbit only nabbed the food Han Sen had been cooking. It opened its mouth and began gnawing and nibbling on whatever it could get. Han Sen then thought to himself, "How dare you eat my meat?" And on that note, when in the sanctuaries did rabbits decide to start eating meat? And you're only a lowly mutant creature, how dare you? The rabbit's actions infuriated Han Sen, and he quickly turned his fist into a fiery phoenix. Without delay, he swung it towards the mischievous critter. Pang! The rabbit seemed to have an aura of protection around it, like a crystal casing that was invisible to the naked eye. When the phoenix flame came into contact with it, the fire spread out everywhere, all along the orbish aura. Not a single hair of the rabbit was singed. Han Sen was shocked. He was incredibly strong when it came to the use of fire, so he was taken aback to learn that he could not shatter its protection. He sat up again, and saw that the rabbit was totally unfazed by what Han Sen had attempted to do. Because of its lack of concern, it continued eating the food Han Sen had worked for. And for this, his anger only increased. "You bastard!" Han Sen's body became enwreathed in a black flame. Repeatedly, he punched the glass-like casing that protected the rabbit from harm. Multiple phoenixes shattered against the protective casing that housed the rabbit, but it was all in vain. The ground around the rabbit was somewhat sunken, due to the deflection of fire, but this charred, upturned soil was the only result Han Sen was achieving. Han Sen's shock continued to heighten. He thought to himself, has this thing opened 6 gene locks, as well? The red-eye rabbit continued to nibble the food without interruption, but at this point, Han Sen realized there was something very wrong with it. The glassy aura that protected it was entirely transparent, but if you looked closely on the side, you could see a layer of shimmering light. It was kind of like a halo, and Han Sen counted 7 of them. That must have meant the rabbit had opened 7 gene locks. Is it a sacred blood creature? While this might have been so, Han Sen had sensed that it was weaker than a sacred blood creature. The rabbit was clearly an enigma, and so Han Sen decided to lay off the punching for a bit and contemplate the curiosity that was stealing all his food. Without knowing how strong it was, and whether or not it might turn hostile, he knew he had to calm down somewhat. All Han Sen had seen of its power was the protective shield it possessed, and yet he was already amazed by the strength of it. It'd be foolish to push the creature further. Not willing to punch the rabbit anymore, Han Sen could not do much of anything. He stepped back and merely gave it a stern look. Survival of the fittest was the #1 rule when it came to life in the sanctuaries. The rabbit was clearly the fitter one between them, so there was nothing Han Sen could do to prevent it from taking his food. Han Sen decided to walk the perimeter and scope out whether or not there were other creatures nearby. After traveling briefly, he stumbled across a canyon. He was at the top, and when he leaned over to take a peek, he saw many more red-eye rabbits. Why are there so many of them? If all of them were sacred blood class, the power they'd have was sure to be insane. Using his Dongshuan aura, though, he was able to determine that they weren't sacred blood creatures. In fact, they were quite weak. They must have been the weakest critters Han Sen had ever seen during his time in the Third God's Sanctuary. Han Sen believed their fitness had only reached 300, or thereabouts. Whilst they might have dominated the Second God's Sanctuary, here, they were nothing but creatures of prey. No way, even if my food thief is a rabbit king, there can't be such a clear difference in strength between it and its kin. Can such weaklings have a sacred blood king? Han Sen snuck down the ravine to get a closer look, as he mulled the strange scenario. He did not alert the rabbits, he merely walked down and observed. The red-eye rabbits there were far smaller than the one that had stolen his food. In fact, they looked like regular rabbits you'd see scurrying about farmlands. They did not look like creatures hailing from such a dangerous sanctuary. Han Sen walked an additional 10 miles, following his descent. The number of rabbits was incredible, and he had easily seen 1,000 of them in that time. And not a single one of them was hostile, or even of primitive class. Han Sen did not believe they could hide the truth about their energy flow, so he decided to attack one rabbit with all his might. This rabbit also had an invisible barrier of protection. But this rabbit was weaker, and Han Sen was able to break through the force field and kill it. Ordinary creature red-eye rabbit killed. No beast soul gained. Consume its flesh to gain 0 to 10 ordinary geno points randomly. So it is an ordinary creature. Han Sen frowned even more. The red-eye rabbits around him were all ordinary, which meant their boss could be no greater than primitive. But the thieving red-eye rabbit Han Sen had first encountered had opened 7 of its gene locks. Ordinary creatures were now useless to Han Sen, so he didn't harm any others in the valley and simply kept on traveling. He occasionally bumped into other creatures, but they were nothing he needed to hunt. After another 50 miles of travel, he no longer saw any more of the rabbits. Still, that first red-eye rabbit continued to concern him. Exiting the valley, he proceeded to ascend the slopes of a mountain. There, Han Sen stumbled across a mutant creature he could hunt. From a cliffside wall hung a large beehive. The occupants of the hive were bigger than average bees, approximately the size of pigeons. Han Sen was already aware of the existence of this creature, and knew that it was called a saber-tooth bee. They were venomous, but they were usually only primitive in class. That being said, mutant ones did occasionally exist. And of course, that was Han Sen's intended target. Their form and their weakness made them an ideal target for him to hunt. Han Sen had brought with him the corpse of the red-eye rabbit he had slain. He laid it out on the grass, peppered it with some of the white bear's blood, and left it there while he went off to hide. The bees soon became aware of the liquid. In response, swarms of the insects exited the beehive in haste, all of them seeking the source of the smell that had ensnared their attention. There must have been at least 300 of them. Han Sen drew his bow, nocked an arrow, pulled the string, and readied himself to fire an arrow at any mutant ones that appeared. They were quick little blighters, and their eyesight was good. Hitting them from such a distance was no small feat. If they were aware of an arrow headed their way, they'd have no trouble avoiding it. And following the first miss, they'd remain alert. Any further shots would also result in misses. Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura to mask his presence so the bees would be unable to detect him. This increased his chances of successfully performing the stealth kills he wanted to. After gauging the scene for a while, Han Sen found the ideal opening for an attack. He fired the arrow, which silently ended the existence of one saber-tooth bee. Mutant creature saber-tooth bee killed. The beast soul has been acquired. Consume its flesh to gain 0 to 10 mutant geno points randomly. Han Sen was delighted to receive a beast soul on the first kill. Without waiting, he took a look at its features. The beast soul turned out to be an arrow type. Ooh, I can finally replace the arrows I've been using. Han Sen hadn't been impressed with the power of his flaming arrow for a long time, so he was pleasantly surprised to find a mutant beast soul replacement. Han Sen summoned it, and he liked its look. It was white and serrated, not unlike the vicious teeth of the creature it had come from. The tip of the arrow was hooked like the saber teeth the bees possessed, as well. It was a spooky-looking arrow, for sure. Nice arrow, Han Sen thought, as he fiddled with it. Either the bees weren't very smart, or they were too fixated on the blood Han Sen had lured them out with, but none of the other bees cared that their bee friend had been murdered. Not wanting to waste a chance to score one more, Han Sen decided to take out another mutant bee. This time, he was going to use his saber-tooth arrow. After lining up the shot, he released the string. The arrow pierced through his desired target effortlessly. After re-summoning the arrow, Han Sen fired again. By the time the blood smell had finally gone away, Han Sen had killed an additional 6. Ensuring his presence had been masked, there was nothing he had to worry about. Still uncaring for their fallen bee compatriots, the rest of the bees returned to their hive. Han Sen emerged from where he was hiding and collected his kills. Then he sprinkled a few more droplets of blood on the carcass of the rabbit to lure out more. Before the bees returned, he went back into hiding. By the time he was done with the bees, Han Sen had slain 16 of them. He was also able to obtain another saber-tooth arrow. Awesome. Without any more mutant bees for him to hunt, he decided to stop and move on. Han Sen took the bear's blood frequently, and every time he did so, he was met with high-pitched squeals and screams. To extract the amount he needed, he always had to have Bauer near him. For some reason, the white bear was extremely frightened by Bauer. Han Sen left the mountainsides on which he had hunted the bees, and then decided to have a cookout with his latest kills. The taste of the saber-tooth bees was different than the taste of the tank ants. The flavors were very wild and unappetizing, so Han Sen had to spruce the taste up himself. Han Sen added a variety of his favorite spices to the insects he roasted, and after sinking his teeth into their meat, his tongue was met with a smorgasbord of delicious tastes. It was exquisite. Mutant class saber-tooth bee consumed. Mutant Geno points +1. Cool. The only thing that would make this cookout better would be a case of chilled beer. Han Sen munched and crunched his way through the bees he had harvested. Their skin was crispy and their bodies were without bones, and it was a feast he was happy to relish in. But then, Han Sen suddenly saw a white shadow emerge from the bushes. It wasted no time in destroying Han Sen's enjoyment of the moment by grabbing one of the bees he had been cooking. "It's you little sh*t. Han Sen watched the Rabbit King nibble on the bees he had hunted himself. "FCKU. How dare you come back and steal my food again?" Han Sen was infuriated by the boorish, thieving critter. His phoenix fire was unable to break its shield, so this time, he fancied summoning his dragon blood snake. But before he did, he managed to stop himself. He re-acknowledged the strength of the rabbit, and remembered that if the dragon blood snake was killed, it'd be a great loss for him. Seeing the rabbit gnaw the well-seasoned bees, Han Sen had an idea. Han Sen sat down near the campfire and started cooking another bee. So far, he had only cooked 4 out of the 16 he had hunted. He had eaten 1, and so had the Rabbit King. Han Sen did what he could to make the bee taste the best it could. Han Sen had been grilling food for many years now, and he had become a bona fide master of the art. He was the king of cuisine, when it came to outdoor cooking and grilling. This latest bee was laden with the perfect assortment of his best spices. This was the perfection of the culinary arts, and a mere gander at what he had cooked was enough to make the most stoic vegan drool copious amounts of saliva. After the rabbit was done gnawing on 2 bees, Han Sen's latest masterpiece had almost been completed. When the furry fiend was done, it turned its attention to the one that was now being grilled. Surprisingly, it did not immediately grab it. The rabbit simply watched it get cooked in captivated silence. This wasn't at all what Han Sen expected, but he was glad the rabbit wasn't rude enough to steal the unfinished food. "What's wrong with this thing, I wonder?" Han Sen finished cooking the bee and then stood up. Seeing Han Sen put down the bee for it, the rabbit kicked its feet together in a joyous leap and began scoffing it all down. "Yes, eat it all. This will be your last meal." Han Sen watched the rabbit and smiled menacingly. Although it surely tasted divine, Han Sen had left one of the bee's poison sacs inside. This poison could numb and paralyze the tongue, but with the spices he had used, Han Sen was sure the rabbit wouldn't be able to detect what it was eating. He didn't expect it to actually kill the rabbit, but making it sick would be enough for him. Han Sen continued to watch the rabbit, anticipating the moment it'd fall under the effect of the poison. After a few more mouthfuls, the rabbit suddenly froze in place. A white substance frothed from its mouth, before it collapsed to the ground and began convulsing. Han Sen watched with a captivated stare. His ploy had been more effective than he believed it would be, and he was pleasantly surprised at how low the rabbit's resistance to poison was. Is this really a sacred blood creature? Han Sen ran over to the rabbit and watched its life force begin to fade while its body twitched in agony. Han Sen stroked its fur, and was surprised to see that its shield had vanished. From his light touch, the rabbit started to bleed. The rabbit was far weaker than he believed it to be. He was quite shocked. Weak. It was unimaginably weak. The sacred blood rabbit was actually just as weak as an ordinary rabbit. How is that even possible? How can a creature with 7 gene locks open be so weak? How can such a weak creature possess the fitness level required to be a sacred blood creature? Han Sen was frozen in disbelief, watching the rabbit's life force fizzle away. The rabbit was dying, but before it completely gave up the ghost, Han Sen decided to be merciful. With his holy light, he opted to heal the rabbit and purify the toxins in its body. Han Sen did not believe it was a sacred blood creature. It was impossible for a sacred blood creature to be that weak. The only possibility for its weakness, Han Sen hypothesized, was that it had somehow managed to open 7 gene locks while being an ordinary creature. As unbelievable as it sounded, it was the only explanation he could think of. If it was just an ordinary creature, killing it would have been pointless. He didn't need ordinary geno points anymore, so being merciful wasn't a problem. And besides, this was a puzzling creature. And the enigma fascinated him so much, he really desired to know how this strange anomaly had occurred. If a human with a fitness of 300 had opened their second gene lock, they'd be considered a genius. Opening a third gene lock would have made them a legend, and such a feat would require much time and talent. Just like Han Sen, who was very talented, he would have been capable of doing this, had he remained at the same fitness level and trained for 2 years. If he had the opportunity to get extra geno points, he could have opened 3 gene locks. But that would be as far as he could go. But Han Sen was not interested in doing things this way. He wanted to do things fast and hard, unlocking gene locks and amassing fitness levels the quickest way possible. The speed at which he gained power was something few would believe, though. Much like the rabbit, no one would believe him if he said he had opened 7 gene locks. This rabbit must have received 1 HLL of an opportunity to achieve this. Can I somehow extract a benefit of my own following this discovery? Han Sen pondered to himself as he continued healing the sick rabbit. Han Sen really wanted to find out what was wrong with the Rabbit King. A short while later, the rabbit seemed to be getting better. Before long, it was able to open its eyes again. The rabbit, despite what Han Sen had done, was not aggressive. It remained still, accepting all the healing it was given. The rabbit was no longer poisoned. After he moved away from it, the rabbit ran around in what appeared to be happiness. It was not afraid of Han Sen, and it didn't behave like any creature of prey he had seen before. He cooked some more meat and gave some of it to the rabbit. Clearly, the creature wasn't very wise. It hadn't learned its lesson, following the last piece of food it had been given. Without a modicum of concern for whether or not the latest treat was poisoned, the rabbit gobbled it up. The rabbit wasn't aggressive, and Han Sen realized he may have overestimated its willingness to steal. It wouldn't attempt to take anything Han Sen was handling. Once its belly was full, however, the rabbit ran off. Still curious about its nature, Han Sen tried to follow it. Regardless of what abilities it possessed, the rabbit was an ordinary creature. That much, Han Sen was certain of. As he followed the creature, the rabbit didn't seem to be aware of its tail. Eventually, it reached the canyon that was populated by other rabbits and entered a burrow. Without a shadow of the doubt, Han Sen assumed that the burrow was its rabbit hole. The rabbit hole was fairly large, even large enough for Han Sen to follow the rabbit inside. Han Sen pushed away the shrubbery that cloaked its entrance and climbed inside. A little past the entrance, the tunnel expanded further and became quite wide. The sides were all carved from rocks instead of loose earth. Further ahead, the tunnel opened up into a wider space. And upon arriving there, he noticed it was a natural formation. It was a beautiful cave, hidden underground. Han Sen hastened inside and observed the area. From that subterranean pocket, there were many branching pathways. And in that place were many other rabbits, as well. The Rabbit King didn't stop in that cave, and it zigzagged along through a variety of different passages. Han Sen had to speed up in his pursuit of it, in fear of losing the creature. After a while, they came to an underground river. Many rabbits drank fluid from the stream, which led Han Sen to believe that was what the Rabbit King had come to do, also. But instead, the Rabbit King leapt into the water. The shield allowed it to float atop the babbling river, and the rabbit submitted itself to the gentle pull of the current. Using arrow, Han Sen followed the Rabbit King down the river. Where is this rabbit going? Han Sen wondered. Further downstream, the water's flow got a little choppier. The tunnel they moved through was purely for the passage of this water. With the splashes from the stream, all the rocks around were wet. There was no place for the rabbit to disembark, and eventually, even the tunnel had various branches and different offshoots of tunnels to follow. This complex network of caves was not at all what Han Sen was expecting. The rabbit slowed down as it bobbed along the river, and it seemed to be deciding which way to go next. When it decided, it moved its feet to roll the orb-shaped shield in the direction it wished to float. Han Sen followed the rabbit down these tunnels for 2 hours, until he heard a louder sound of water. All of a sudden, the Rabbit King disappeared from his sight. And that was when Han Sen realized the Rabbit King had taken the plunge off a waterfall. When Han Sen saw the Rabbit King next, many splashing sounds accompanied the Sight. After the Rabbit King descended the waterfall into a subterranean lake, a silver-scaled aqua dragon lashed upwards. It was attempting to kill the Rabbit King. It seemed as if the Rabbit King was going to be eaten with relative ease. But it managed to kick itself off a cliff wall and leap past the water serpent. The dragon turned around and continued chasing the rabbit, but the aqua dragon had black chains around its arms. The chains quickly jerked the dragon to a stop, and allowed the Rabbit King to get to safety. Boom! The aqua dragon's body fell, creating 10-meter-high waves. The Rabbit King was still in the water, but it was no longer in danger. The aqua dragon was still chained up, and it was unable to pursue the furry king. The rabbit, still in its shield and submitting to the bob of the waves, continued to travel downstream. Han Sen was frozen, acknowledging the power that dragon possessed. It was almost as strong as a super creature, that much he knew for certain. The biggest question on his mind, though, was how someone had managed to chain up such a fierce beast so far below the earth. And furthermore, why, was it a human that did this? Or was it a spirit? The chains did not look as if they had been forged by humans, but ultimately, Han Sen could not be sure. After one last, quick inspection of the aqua dragon, Han Sen returned to following the rabbit before he lost it. Fortunately, the creature was purely physical. If it wasn't, Han Sen and the rabbit would have been done for. Eventually, the river started to slow down, and this was when the rabbit disembarked from the current. It leapt out of the water. Now, the Rabbit King followed the rocks. Before long, it came to another passage. It was a cave. Han Sen did not waste any time, and so he flew over to the stone cave the rabbit had come to. The cave was only a few meters deep, and Han Sen was shocked when he saw what lay inside. The cave was not actually a cave. It had been hand-built, like a room. The only thing natural about this place was the entrance. It seemed as if the landscape had changed since the time this room had been built, and the entrance had been cracked. The room was rather large, equivalent to the size of 60 living rooms. A plum tree stood in the center, and it was 4 meters tall. It extended to brush the ceiling of the room. Strangely, there was fruit upon its branches, but no blossoming flowers. The fruits were about the size of an egg, and they were purple and red in color. The red-eye rabbit jumped and grabbed one of the tree's fruit. It swallowed it in one gulp, and immediately after doing so, started to roll on the floor as if it was suffering. Not long after, it calmed down. It looked weaker than it had before, and its life force was faint. But slowly, it began to return to normal. What is this plant, and who planted it here? Han Sen was surprised at where he ended up, and he observed his surroundings with keen interest. Aside from the plant, there was nothing else in the room. There was a single closed door, but where it led, he had no idea. Han Sen turned his gaze back to the tree. Its life force was incredibly strong, and he did not even have to use the Dongshuan aura to feel it. It was a very high-class tree. If this was what enabled the rabbit to open its 7th gene lock, then it could have very well been a super geno plant. Han Sen, wanting to try it, grabbed one of the fruits and took a bite. He felt the delicious juices roll into his belly. If the rabbit was able to consume it, then he wagered he could too. He was interested in seeing if it would affect him similarly to how it affected the rabbit. Assuming his hypothesis was correct, of course. After eating the fruit, Han Sen felt as if his innards were getting sliced by some phantom knife. He fell to the ground, sweating. The pain did not immediately relent. It continued to increase, and became so intense that he ended up screaming aloud. Soon after, though, the pain went away. His body was left in a weakened state, which was a foreign feeling to Han Sen. It was a sensation he wanted to be rid of soon. Super King Self-Spirit Gene +1. Han Sen was surprised that this fruit was able to increase his self-geno points. Looking up at the tree, it delighted Han Sen to see that there were around 100 of the fruit. Han Sen was now glad to see that the rabbit was still incredibly weak. It took a while to digest the fruit. If it was still hungry and back to being spry, it'd take all the fruit before Han Sen could. Han Sen saw that a lot of the fruit had already been eaten, and he wasn't sure how much had been taken. Using his holy light, Han Sen was able to fully recover and get back on his feet. When he was upright, he wasted no time in gobbling up another. The pain was just as bad as it was the previous time. Fitness level did not matter when eating this fruit, you were dealt unimaginable pain no matter how strong you were. Super King Self-Spirit Gene +1. No pain, no gain. Literally. And Han Sen could not wait to eat more. After eating the fruit, he healed himself. And when he was recovered, he'd immediately eat another fruit. This happened over and over, and suddenly, pain had become his pleasure. The tree still had over 100 fruit, and when he had eaten 100 of them, Han Sen heard a strange announcement play: Super King Spirit Gene capacity at maximum. First gene lock open. Han Sen was more than shocked, to say the least. He already knew opening his gene locks improved his Super King Spirit mode, but he had no idea Super King Spirit mode had its own gene locks to open. Although he wished to know what changes there were following the opening of its first gene lock, he had no idea where he was. He wasn't going to randomly use it here. Han Sen ate the rest of the fruit on the tree, providing him an additional 18 self-geno points. This meant he had a grand total of 118 self-geno points following this excursion. I'm sorry, rabbit, but fair's fair. You eat my stuff, I eat your stuff. Han Sen almost felt guilty. The rabbit was not aggressive to him, and Han Sen comforted himself by telling himself the rabbit's open gene locks were useless. All they did was strengthen the bubble shield around it. Fine, I'll tell you what. In return for what you've just given me, how about I provide you with a bunch of pet pills? You can have as many as you want. Han Sen planned to bring the rabbit back with him. In case it was ever killed by other humans, unable to defend itself due to the fact that Han Sen had stolen its source of strength, he decided to return with it. It was a clumsy creature, and he figured if a human ever did set its sights on the rabbit, it'd be killed without much trouble. The rabbit looks very cute, too. Bauer might like it, but thinking about what the bear had to suffer, he wasn't sure he should subject any more creatures to her cruel torment. Besides, the rabbit was different than the bear, and the circumstances of their meeting were entirely different. The rabbit didn't deserve to get destroyed every day by Bauer. Han Sen left the rabbit there for a while and went towards the door. He had already received a most amazing treasure in the room he was in. The thought of there being something even better, further in, excited him a great deal. Humans were both greedy and curious things, so Han Sen wasn't going to leave without searching this place in full. Han Sen pushed against the door. It opened easily, and there was no lock or rusted hinges to contend with. Beyond it, there was another stone room. This one was even bigger, and it was beautiful like a palace. The walls were decorated with a variety of strange symbols. There were curves, straight lines, and dots of all sorts. They were not religious symbols, instead, they seemed more like celestial imagery. In the back of this palace-like room, there was a bronze tripod ding cauldron. It was 10 meters tall, and it possessed similar imagery as well. Han Sen flew over there, curious about what might be inside the ding. And after seeing what was there, goosebumps rose up and down his body. His sweat turned cold. There was red soil inside the bronze ding. It smelled like blood, and someone had been buried beneath it. The head and the hair of a man was all that was left uncovered by the soil. As Han Sen looked, the man's pale face seemed to be looking at him. The man's eyes were white, and they had no pupils. It was a chilling sight, and he could have easily been mistaken for a demon. Han Sen could not tell whether it was a human or a spirit. He couldn't detect a life force, but it was so curious and unnerving to think a person had been buried there, so far underground, inside a ding. Han Sen gulped, as he was getting rather creeped out. When he regathered his composure, he sought to check the man out and see if he could learn more. His preliminary examination told him that the man had a pretty face, and he was wearing jade earrings. That was all he could see. Who is this man, and why has he been buried here? Han Sen flew away from the ding and saw a folding screen. Moving past it, his eyes were greeted with the sight of a stone hall. In there, Han Sen noted the presence of several stone statues. They were all demonic-looking in their imagery, but he didn't know which demons they depicted, as they didn't at all look familiar to Han Sen. Towards the end was a stone table, and atop it, a gray box. Han Sen approached it, and noticed it was open. The lid was slightly ajar. Through that gap, he saw that a bone was inside it. Han Sen magnetized the box towards him and fully opened the lid to get a look at the bone that was within. Much to his surprise, he realized that it was actually a Rubik's Cube that had been crafted from bone. This wasn't an average Rubik's Cube, though. It was 6-sided, and none of its surfaces were color-coded. In place of colors, there were many symbols that were foreign to Han Sen. After a thorough count, he learned there were 100 faces for the Rubik's Cube. Creating a Rubik's Cube that was so small, yet so dense and complex, was not something of average craft. It would require the precision of high technological advancements in machinery. If you could complete and solve a simpler Rubik's Cube, you could do this one. The only difference being, with this level of complexity, it'd take far more time. And with only foreign symbols for an indication of which face aligned with what, minus any easier to discern colors, it was sure to be far harder. With 10,000 faces to unmuddle, it was to be a real head-scratcher. And it was most certainly not a puzzle that could be solved by any average human. Thinking it quite interesting, Han Sen wanted to keep it. After another examination, to see whether or not there was any danger associated with the item, he deemed it okay to take. Swiftly, he pocketed the puzzle. When he got back, he fancied completing it through the use of a computer. He figured there was no point in exhausting actual brainpower to solve it. All Han Sen worried about was whether or not the bone that had been used to craft the Rubik's Cube had come from a creature. If it had been, he couldn't return to the Alliance with it. Han Sen decided to leave the stone hall, and just as he was to pass the screen, he was delivered a fright. Standing atop that screen was the man he had previously seen buried inside the ding. He was staring at Han Sen. "Are you a man or are you a spirit?" Han Sen eyed the man suspiciously, as he drew his blood dagger. The clothes the man was wearing did not seem like any uniform belonging to the Alliance. There were many plates of black metal across his attire, but they looked soft. His garb was strange. The man did not answer. He reached out his hand towards Han Sen's neck with a sudden burst of speed. Han Sen's face changed in acknowledgement of this, and a blaze of phoenix fire enveloped the dagger in his hands. He struck forth with it and slashed the man's outstretched hand. Dong! When his blade collided with the man's skin, it sounded as if Han Sen had just struck metal. The dagger bounced off the man's hand, and with a sudden reversal of power, Han Sen was sent flying backwards into the stone walls of the hall. The white-eyed man sought to attack Han Sen again before he could recover, so Han Sen summoned his dragon blood snake to defend him. Pang! The white-eyed man created a hole directly through the dragon blood snake. The creature squealed in pain. Fortunately, it was a strong and powerful beast soul. It was able to withstand the hit, and it'd take more than that to bring it down. But the white-eyed man had no interest in fighting the dragon blood snake. After his initial attack on the creature, the man moved past the reeling beast soul and went after Han Sen again. Using his Dongshuan movements, Han Sen repeatedly slashed the man with a storm of black fire strikes. But no matter where it landed, each hit was useless. He even attacked the man's face, but it was all to no avail. The man closed the distance between them with an attack of his own, and Han Sen was too late to dodge it. The flesh of his shoulder was torn, and the gash instantly wept blood. "Who are you?" Han Sen asked again. Against this enemy, Dragon Blood Snake was all but useless. And even if he employed his Super King Spirit mode, Han Sen wagered he'd still be weaker than the man. Realizing he could not beat this foe, all Han Sen wanted to do now was escape. The landscape, and its winding tunnels, were maze like this far below the earth. If he was quick enough, there was a chance he could lose the man. But that was a big if. The man was incredibly fast, and Han Sen was unsure whether or not he could compete with him. Already, that speed was being employed to prevent Han Sen's departure. After a few more evasions, Han Sen's chest was slashed. When the man's middle finger came back into view, it dripped with Han Sen's blood. Boom! The snake was knocked away by the man again. When it crashed into the nearby wall, the entire hall shook violently. Han Sen did not dare fight the man any longer. When the man turned his attention back to him, though, he swung his dagger to kick up a black flame, then leapt out of the man's way in a fiery evasion. But the man possessed unimaginable power, and no matter how hard Han Sen tried, he couldn't dodge. The man's hand was like an omnipotent shadow that trailed those who sought to flee it, hovering above and ready to snatch or smash helpless victims. Gritting his teeth, Han Sen used his red dagger in an attempt to knock the hand away. But this time, the man's hand suddenly opened to grab the red blade. And then, in a flash, it was broken in a swift clench. But the man's hand did not stop there. It still came toward Han Sen, and the attack was not absorbed by the sacred blood armor he wore. The wretched nails of Han Sen's foe were sharper than any blade. If it wasn't for the dragon blood snake, the man in black would have twisted Han Sen's head off. When the hand came for Han Sen, at the last second, the dragon blood snake leapt in front of its master to take the hit. Instantly, the creature was knocked away again, but still, the man did not relent. and it seemed no matter what Han Sen tried, shaking this ghastly person would be impossible. Han Sen had no choice but to now pull out his Taya sword. He hadn't used it earlier, in fear of it being broken. That belief had not changed, but it was the best blade he currently had. It was a desperate time, and Han Sen could not afford to be careful. He would do whatever it took to survive, so with Taya in hand, Han Sen swung it against the man's incoming hand. Dong! Han Sen and the sword were sent flying, but strangely, the man let out a yelp. He shouted aloud in pain, and Han Sen noticed a wound across his hand. And from the gash Han Sen had delivered, the man bled purple. Taya has what it takes to hurt him. Han Sen was surprised and delighted. The man stopped moving and looked on the sword with great fear. Han Sen was happy and renewed with hope following this development. With this revelation, he might have a chance to escape. And it was all thanks to Taya. When Han Sen took this opportunity to flee, though, the man was still not keen to let him go. The man came after him, but kept a moderate distance between them. His desires to keep Han Sen there and to stay away from Han Sen's sword seemed conflicted. Han Sen fell back to the tree, but the red-eye rabbit had vanished. "My tree, you die." The man, seeing his tree stripped bare, looked furious. No longer did he care about the sword Han Sen possessed, as a blazing bonfire of anger surrounded him in a frightful aura. The cavern seemed to tremble with his rage. "Hey, it wasn't just me. The rabbit had some, too." Han Sen kept on running, summoning his dragon blood snake to follow from behind. When Han Sen made it out of the tree hall, Han Sen heard the dragon blood snake cry out behind him. Turning back to take a look, it seemed grievously injured. Han Sen couldn't dwell on it too much, though. He summoned it back and cast arrow to glide upstream. But before he could put space between himself and the man, Han Sen found him approaching at a rapid pace and closing the gap. "DMN it." Han Sen cursed aloud, but he did not relent in his flight. Boom! The man stepped across the water and then leapt up into the air. He was right beside Han Sen, and there seemed no likely way he'd escape this strike. FCKU. Han Sen waved his Taya madly. But the man was like the master of all, and he was obviously prepared for this. He evaded the sword and threw his palm at Han Sen's chest. Spilling blood from his mouth, Han Sen lost control of his flight and went careening into the river. A huge splash accompanied his crash into the stream. The chestplate of his armor had been broken, and the water was dyed red. As wounded as he was, though, Han Sen was not yet willing to give up. Han Sen had practiced diving before. Holding strong against the pain threatened to drown him, Han Sen dove deeper into the water, trying to escape the evil thing that hounded him. It was a deep stream, 10 meters at least. But as Han Sen kept swimming, he suddenly caught sight of a pale face with black hairs swirling around it. It was like the frightening appearance of an underwater demon. "You can even beat me when it comes to swimming." Han Sen was angered by his opponent. Realizing flight was still pointless, he decided to attack with Taya again. The man looked cold. He dodged Han Sen's sword strike, spun, and had his arm outstretched. He was inches away from palming Han Sen's chest. Figuring it was a now or never moment, Han Sen burst with a bright white light. His eyes and hair shone like white gold, signaling his transformation into a super king spirit. His power and speed increased, and an endless font of energy sprung up inside his body to fuel his limbs. Han Sen did not dodge the incoming attack, he merely reoriented his Taya sword to strike the man's chest. Pang! The man's hand collided with Han Sen's chest, as Han Sen's blade plunged deep into the man in black's heart. Both of them bled. The man groaned and fell back into the black waters. Han Sen wasn't going to let him get away, though. He found footing on a rock and pushed himself forward with the blade primed to strike the man's chest once more. The man, seeing what was coming, clapped his hands to catch the incoming sword. Die! Han Sen's white light burned with the fire of a sun. With the power of his first gene lock open, the Taya sword did not relent upon its capture. It plunged deep into the man's chest once more. With this second stab, the man could not help but scream. He palmed Han Sen and the sword left his body. A cloud of red and purple mist obscured Han Sen's sight. Fortunately for him, he could still use his Dongshuan aura to keep track of the man. With no hesitation, Han Sen stabbed the man again. He knew the time he could keep Super King Spirit mode activated was limited. If he didn't take advantage of that time to heavily damage his pursuer, he'd be in dire straits when it was over. But the man used his legs to kick and propel himself out of the water. Han Sen sought to follow him, but by the time he could emerge from the stream in pursuit, the man was already 100 meters away. "I'll be back," the man said, as he ran. But Han Sen did not chase him. He decided to turn the opposite way and flee while he had the chance. Even if he managed to catch up with the man in black, his Super King Spirit mode would have most likely ended by then. Killing that man wouldn't be easy, not in Han Sen's current state and with the current length of his Super King Spirit. Han Sen flew for a while, but he noticed he was still in Super King Spirit mode. He thought it should have ended far sooner. After 10 seconds elapsed, Super King Spirit mode came to an end. And at this point, Han Sen had just reached the waterfall. "It looks like I can last around 10 seconds, after achieving my first open gene lock." Han Sen was delightfully surprised. But now was not the time to sit back and be happy over this advancement. Right now, Han Sen wanted to make his way out of this hellish labyrinth and go home. Under the effects of Super King Spirit mode, he was able to stab the man in his heart twice. But still, it wasn't enough to kill him. Han Sen only wanted to get back to his shelter. If he moved his underground shelter, he did not believe the man would be able to find him, either. But before he scaled the waterfall, the man appeared out of nowhere. The man in black caught up to him with alarming speed. "You almost had me fooled. I knew you could not remain like that forever." The man actually spoke a composed sentence, but the tone was monotonous, and there was a metallic reverb in his voice. He was not a pleasant person to hear talk. "You want to go again?" Han Sen stopped moving and floated motionless in the air. The man's chest had already healed. It was too late for Han Sen to run right now, but he thought bluffing might be the ticket. "Quit your embarrassing attempts at fooling me. I can spy a lie, for I am xianxia." The man in black then jumped towards Han Sen without hesitation. Crap, Han Sen had no choice but to run, he thought. And so he did, summoning the snake to do its best in blocking his ravenous assaulter. The snake had already been heavily injured, but now, it was hit by xianxia once again. It heaved blood following the blow and fell down into the black waters below. Han Sen quickly returned it, in case it actually died. Seeing xianxia catch up, Han Sen thought, if this wasn't underground, I could just fly away. Somehow, Han Sen believed xianxia's speed was actually increasing. The man seemed to be faster than he had been before. If xianxia looked likely to hit Han Sen, he couldn't use Super King Spirit mode to save himself. All he could do was rely on Taya. Han Sen's speed was not as good as xianxia's, so the man was able to evade Han Sen's attempted strike, spin, and try to grab him by the neck. Han Sen unleashed his strength in a fiery display, propelling himself into the water. But suddenly, an aqua dragon was coming for him from ahead. Crap, how could I forget about this thing being here? Han Sen now realized the waterfall in front of him was the one with a chained aqua dragon below it. Unwittingly, he had just served himself up as the dragon's prey. xianxia froze at the sight, while Han Sen leapt up and dove over the aqua dragon's head to land on its body. Han Sen grabbed it and tried to attack it, but the aqua dragon ignored the human crawling on its back, and instead looked ahead at xianxia. It roared in his direction. "I can't believe you have not died," xianxia said to the dragon. When the dragon heard his words, it only seemed to be more infuriated. It splashed the water violently, as the clanking of chains echoed loudly through the caverns. The power this beast possessed was incredible, but its arms were chained up. The forging must have been exceptional, as they bound the dragon to the point it could not make use of its powers or do anything to get free. Han Sen lay on the dragon and held on tight. The ride he was in for was like a rodeo times 10. "White dragon, I only want that boy's life. Do not get in my way." xianxia jumped towards Han Sen. The dragon roared and threw Han Sen away. But then, it attempted to catch xianxia in its mouth. Han Sen tried his hardest to keep his orientation under the disturbed, thrashing waters of the underground lake. When he breached the surface again, he saw xianxia punch the dragon's head. The dragon roared and attempted to fight the man, but the chains prohibited it from doing anything. Han Sen hid himself beneath the water again. Aside from the dragon, there was nothing else out there to help him. But then, hearing the chains being pulled in the dragon's futile attempts at freedom, Han Sen suddenly had an idea. He decided to swim downstream. The dragon's rage put the water in turmoil, which made it a struggle for Han Sen to stay on course. Right now, he was attempting to dive towards the rocks to which the dragon's chains were anchored. After diving down to a depth of 100 meters, he still couldn't see the bottom of the lake, but he did see where the chains led. The chains were there, screwed deep into the lake wall. This was slightly disappointing for him. Han Sen had expected there to be a simple lock he could break, but perhaps behind the wall, there'd be something else. With Taya in hand, Han Sen began to strike the stone. But the rock was tough, and it was difficult for him to make progress quickly. After a while of trying to cut through, he decided to give up. Stabbing the sword into the rock left only light marks on its surface. He was very disappointed, so, this time, he decided to try and cut the chain itself. But even on that, Taya could only leave light scratches. Still, this gave him an idea. The chain was as thick as an arm, and if he slashed it a few more times, it was sure to break. With all his power, Han Sen hit the chain as best he could. The dragon, feeling as if someone was gnawing at his chains from below, started to pull. It looked infuriated as it dealt with Xianxia. Surely it could not have been Xianxia who locked him up down here. Could it? Although Xianxia did not look as strong as the dragon, it seemed as if he was getting stronger all the time. It was as if he was still in the process of some sort of recovery. I need to be quick. If Xianxia does end up becoming stronger than the dragon, I'm in for a bad time. Han Sen continued to strike with his sword like a madman. Kacha. Han Sen slashed it 1,000 times, in total. And on the 1,000th strike, a ring in the chain was broken. When the dragon pulled again, the ring shattered. Without waiting, Han Sen swam towards another chain and started the process all over again. There were 6 chains in total, so it seemed as if he would have to break them all. If they hated each other as much as they seemed to, Han Sen could allow the two to duke it out while he made a sneaky getaway. The dragon, after feeling one of its chains break, began to pull harder than ever. Hang on, slow down, I'm getting you out, aren't I? Han Sen flailed his sword as maniacally as he could. After much more hard work, the second chain was severed. Han Sen took a look at Taya, to see how its sharpness was faring. Much to his surprise, delight, and relief, the sword was as sharp as ever. It had not been dulled by even the slightest amount. If this sword has not dulled by being beaten against rocks and metal chains such as these, how in the sanctuaries was it originally broken? Han Sen thought in awe. As Han Sen worked on the 4th chain, the dragon's excitement was going through the roof. It kept on pulling the last 2 chains, but still, it could not free itself. When Han Sen cut the final 2 chains, the dragon roared and leapt out of the water. Its performance was incredible, and very intimidating. Han Sen swam up to the surface, and when his head broke through, the entire cavern was rumbling. The fighting between the two had started to make the cave collapse. Xianxia is getting stronger again. Han Sen did not dare to stay and watch the spectacle of their combat. Which of the two won this fight meant little to him. He'd most likely be killed by either one, if their attentions weren't currently fixed on each other. And also, if the cave came down on top of him, he wasn't willing to remain and get buried alongside them. So, he took off flying, retracing the route he used when he followed the rabbit in. He heard explosions coming from behind, and they were loud that they made his ears hurt. But after traveling for a while, the noise started to die down, and he began to realize he had gotten lost. There were many different ways to go, and they all looked very similar. He had forgotten exactly which twists and turns he had taken. Upstream, right, just go upstream, that should lead me back to the surface. Han Sen continued to glide along the river on an upward trajectory. As good as this idea seemed, he was certain he hadn't come down the way he was currently going up. Han Sen, after a while of continuous flying, heard nothing come from behind now. But he had been going up the river for a while, and he had yet to see a single rabbit. I may not be able to get out, but at least Xianxia won't be able to find me. Han Sen hid his life force and continued his attempt at escape. Han Sen traveled for a long time, and eventually, the river became much wider. It had been a while since he last saw a turn, so he thought it was too late to go back. He decided to keep going. After 50 miles of subterranean travel, the river had widened until it looked like an ocean. There was no end in sight, and all that filled his vision was darkness and the gentle ripple of the waters. It was as if he had discovered an underground sea. Boom! A giant monster leapt out of that ocean, creating vast waves as it appeared. Han Sen saw it appear as he stood on the edge of a cliff. He was frozen at what he saw next. There were more of them. A variety of Goliath creatures emerged from that sea, and he found himself feeling like an ant. The creatures seemed to be playing on the water, but even so, Han Sen did not dare approach the group. There was a silver-scaled aqua dragon there, very similar to the one he himself had just released. Why are there so many dragons here? Han Sen counted 5 aqua dragons. And strangely, it looked as if they were having fun together in the water. Han Sen observed their life forces and noted that none of them were as powerful as the first he had encountered, with xianxia. There were also slight variations in each of their appearances. The first white aqua dragon had 4 legs and feet, and no wings. These, on the other hand, did have wings, pretty, silver, semi-translucent wings. They gave them the ability to fly. What is this? Han Sen saw another giant sea monster emerge from the black water. When his vision of it became clearer, Han Sen was shocked. It was a giant white shark, and it had wings as well. It was twice as big as the dragons, and it produced tall waves that disturbed the water as it swam. When the winged shark appeared, the 4 dragons almost seemed to behave as kids. They played around it in a friendly manner. Looking closer, Han Sen noticed that the wings of the dragons were quite similar to the wings of the shark. And what's more, the dragons had shark teeth. Furthermore, their bellies were broader than the white aqua dragons from before. They looked like Western dragons. Are these the offspring of both the white dragon and the shark? Han Sen wondered to himself. He thought that, after 1,000 years of being trapped so far below ground, the white dragon must have been willing to screw whatever female creature it could find. And that just so happened to be a shark. Across that underground ocean, it seemed as if only the shark could freely swim towards the dragons. That aqua dragon was one horny dog. You must be pretty desperate, if you're willing to make babies with a shark, Han Sen chuckled to himself. As Han Sen pondered the curiosity, he heard more splashes. Immediately, another aqua dragon came bursting out from the waters near him. This one had wings, but the body itself was no taller than a human's. It appeared directly before Han Sen, and it eyed him with curiosity. Han Sen was taken aback, not expecting to see a newborn. It hadn't grown at all, yet. The aqua dragon did not know what Han Sen was, and it just stared at him with much inquisitiveness. He could imagine its mind racing to figure out what the strange creature the human was. Go play. Han Sen gestured with his hand, trying to shoo the dragon away from him. He had been here long enough, he thought, and he still had to figure out how to return to the surface. He couldn't imagine what might occur if he drew the ire of 4 aqua dragons and a mama shark, as well. They weren't quite sacred blood in class, but they were still powerful. The white aqua dragon misunderstood Han Sen's command. He thought Han Sen wished to play, so it opened its mouth to say something. Immediately, Han Sen grabbed the mouth of the baby dragon and clamped it shut. If it spoke, he believed he'd be very dead. But it still believed Han Sen was playing, and so it used its hands to rub Han Sen and feel his skin. SSSHHH, be quiet. Han Sen knew there were creatures out there in the world that didn't always want to fight. And in particular, it was mostly the more intelligent ones that were likely to reason and not kill on sight. Slowly, Han Sen lifted his grip and let go of the dragon's mouth. With his Dongshuan aura, he covered the area to hide their life forces and movements. He wondered if the dragon understood what he had told it. After removing his hand, it really did not speak. And all it did then was rub its nose against Han Sen, sniffing with curiosity. Han Sen raised his hand and started falling back, afraid the dragon might have a change of heart if it were to get unintentionally spooked. But when Han Sen fell back, the dragon followed. It followed Han Sen until the duo reached a tunnel, far from the sight of all other monsters across that subterranean sea. Han Sen then had a greedy thought. If I could lure it back with me, it could be a great help. He then brought out a bottle of pet pills. He took one of the pills in his hand and presented it to the dragon. The dragon seemed to take interest in the pill, after a long sniff test. It tried to take a bite, and almost consumed all of Han Sen's hand. Thinking hand feeding might be dangerous, Han Sen resorted to chucking the pill into the dragon's mouth, just to be safe. The dragon quickly swallowed the pill, and it wanted more. Quickly, Han Sen held the dragon's mouth again. Then, he grabbed another pill and lobbed it deep down the tunnel. Han Sen kept doing this for a long time. After he did so until he had lured the dragon a long way away from the ocean where he had first encountered it. Okay, I've got him away from there, but how do I leave this place? Han Sen wondered, as he looked around for any sign of a passage that might lead him to the surface. Han Sen had thought it best to follow a running stream earlier, but doing that was what led him to the ocean. Now, He had entered another tunnel far removed from anywhere that was familiar to him. He was well and truly lost. I will just have to keep moving. Han Sen chose a direction and stuck to it. The dragon followed, with a clear desire for more pet pills. Han Sen only had 2 bottles of the stuff, and he had already given them all to the dragon. After a while of walking, the dragon stopped following him. Without any more pet pills, it wanted to return. Don't go. Han Sen had spent 2 bottles of pet pills on the dragon, so he wouldn't settle for it leaving him. If he was to invest in anything, he'd have to guarantee a worthy return. But the aqua dragon ignored Han Sen's command, and it went off, returning to the ocean. Han Sen opened the bear's blood and said, I have no more pet pills, but have a whiff of this. This stuff is even better. The dragon gave it a sniff, but wasn't interested. It carried on swimming back. Han Sen summoned a water drop this time, and pleaded, don't go. How about you try this? The white dragon sniffed the water drop and licked it. Good boy. Now, if you follow me, there's plenty more to be had. Han Sen stroked the dragon's head, hoping the dragon would follow. But then, Han Sen heard splashes from up the river behind them. A silver-scaled aqua dragon appeared, with lantern-bright eyes fixed on him. When their eyes met, Han Sen froze. The silver-scaled aqua dragon was injured, and it was the one from earlier. It seemed as if its fight with xianxia had been a brutal one. But even though it was injured, if it still sought to pick a fight with him, Han Sen couldn't use Super King Spirit mode or even hope to beat it. This kid is cute. Han Sen patted the little dragon's head and looked awkward, all in an attempt to hide what he had been doing. Roar! The silver dragon roared at Han Sen. A gust of spittle and wind blew Han Sen back a few steps. The saliva that now caked him made him sick, and an overwhelming stench of fish rolled over him. Han Sen thought this signaled a need to fight, but all the dragon did was roar. It didn't do anything else, and perhaps that was because he had freed it from incarceration earlier. The baby white dragon happily ran over to the silver dragon and jumped on its back. It, too, then, roared, It's nice to see you two have been reunited with each other. He looked lost in these tunnels, you see, and, well, I have an errand to run. I best get going. Han Sen hoped to sneak away after the two were together again. But then another gust of dragon breath knocked Han Sen off his feet and sent him hurtling against the tunnel wall. A fresh layer of saliva gelled his entire body. The silver dragon gave Han Sen one last look, then returned to the ocean with the small white dragon atop it. From the silver dragon's back, the white dragon turned to shout at Han Sen one last time, too. I suppose I shouldn't be too greedy. Han Sen then started trying to wipe the slime of saliva from his body. For now, he was just glad the silver dragon had chosen to spare him, and there'd be no need for another fight. If the dragon came back, that must mean it won. I wonder if that xianxia was killed, then. Han Sen hoped he was dead, for only then would he truly be safe. Han Sen continued through the tunnels and started following more and more water streams in the hopes one would lead him to the surface. The rivers were still too long, and the labyrinth was still too complex for him to navigate. All he could do was guess a direction and hope for the best, because he had no idea where he had come from and where he was going. But then, suddenly, Han Sen saw a white shadow appear. Much to his relief, it was the Red-Eye Rabbit King. Han Sen was made very glad, so he decided to chase after it. This couldn't have been the first time the rabbit had come here, and surely it wouldn't be lost like he was. By following the rabbit, he thought he might have a chance of getting out. The Rabbit King was on its way someplace, and it moved steadily. As such, Han Sen keenly followed. After a long while of walking, he finally encountered other rabbits, and this told him he'd soon be free of the place. The rabbit eventually led him out of the caves, and once again, Han Sen found himself in the canyon from before. He had come out a different way than he had gone in, though. But after exiting the cave, Han Sen frowned. Scattered all about were the corpses of countless dead rabbits. All the dead bodies had a hole in their head, as if something had bored through their heads to consume the brain and nothing else. The corpses were just left behind to rot. Is this xianxia's doing? Was xianxia not killed? Han Sen felt as if his presence there had left a dark imprint, and it made him shudder. As disappointed as he was in the thought that the man might still be alive, he knew he'd now have to exercise more caution. Fortunately, Han Sen couldn't feel him in the nearby vicinity. It must have left the area, and for that, Han Sen was thankful. Then, as if it was greatly upset, Han Sen saw the white rabbit hopping and skipping between all the murdered rabbits. Feeling bad for the creature, he decided to pick it up. Follow me home, at least you won't have to worry about being killed. Han Sen held the rabbit and left the canyon. The rabbit seemed useless, but at least he could keep it around as a sort of pet. Leaving the clumsy thing here, it would surely not last very long. Han Sen made his way back to the shelter, but throughout his return, he was in a constant state of alert. He didn't want to run into xianxia again, and fortunately, he didn't. Han Sen did not dare leave the shelter again, in fear of xianxia, who would relish the chance to finish him off. For now, he wanted to focus on his Dongshuan Sutra and open more of its gene locks. He had the ability to unlock 4 now. His fitness level had gone up quite a bit, and it had quickly outpaced his opening of gene locks. He entered the teleporter with the Rubik's Cube in hand. Much to his surprise, he was able to bring it with him. He scanned the computer and tasked his computer with figuring it out for him. It would have been an extremely difficult task for him to do, so it was far easier for him to just allow the computer to sort it out. Not long after, the Rubik's Cube was done. There were 6 sides, each containing a different picture and words from an ancient language. Each picture contained a different naked woman, and red and blue lines were drawn across each of their bodies. They were like arteries and veins, almost. But upon closer inspection, the pictures told a different story. Han Sen did not know what the lines meant, but the ancient words were too small for him to see, and he had to zoom in to read them. The ancient words were similar to that of the Dongshuan Sutra. Fortunately, he had spent time studying and learning ancient languages recently. Luckily, he could now read it. After reading the words upon the Rubik's Cube, Han Sen's face contorted a little. He was perplexed. It was an ancient qigong, transcribed across the puzzle, and it was called Wedding Dress Skill. The qigong seemed powerful, and there were 10 gene locks to open with it. But it was different from the Dongshuan Sutra, in that there was only one function and it remained at the same tier no matter how many gene locks were open. After reaching new tiers and opening more gene locks, the Dongshuan Sutra provided its user with new skills and improved pre-existing skills. Therefore, Wedding Dress Skill was indeed quite different. Still, it was clearly an improvement over the Dongshuan Sutra. The max number of gene locks to open with Wedding Dress Skill was 10 gene locks. The Dongshuan Sutra had more than that though, and that was the difference. As a surpasser, Wedding Dress Skill was clearly the best you could get. There were only 5 known hyper-geno arts that could allow the opening of at least 10 gene locks. Those 5 skills did not include the Dongshuan Sutra or the Blood Pulse Sutra, either. But now, there was another, and that was called Wedding Dress Skill. It was a strange skill, though. It was said only a woman could practice it, and only virgins, too. What was even stranger, if a woman was in the process of learning it, they could jump straight to the 10th gene lock if it meant ensuring a man who was committing a life-and-death breakthrough would succeed. But after that, the skill would be destroyed, and the memory of its learning would be gone. Life-and-death breakthrough was something Han Sen had heard of before, but he did not really know what it meant. He believed doing that could enable him to become a demigod, allowing him to practice the next Dongshuan Sutra. Of course, that was just him guessing. In the Dongshuan Sutra, committing a life-and-death breakthrough was incredibly dangerous. Even the most powerful of people could die using it, and traditionally, there was only a 10% chance of survival when doing such a thing. Dongshuan Zi explained that when he created the Dongshuan Sutra, he ensured its life-and-death breakthrough had a higher success rate, though. It was apparently over 50%. The Wedding Dress Skill said that if a woman was willing to sacrifice her learning of the skill, it'd allow a man to perform a life-and-death breakthrough with a 100% success rate. In Dongshuan Zi's era, people who survived life-and-death breakthroughs were regarded as gods. Dongshuan Zi himself was the only known person to have performed one successfully. The Wedding Dress Skill could enable a person to do what he did. It was a dizzying feat, and the entire concept was quite sweat-inducing. It may be a qigong, but this thing is useless to me. Han Sen downloaded the details and removed it from his PC. He then returned to the shelter and hid the Rubik's Cube there. Han Sen, Super Body Super King Spirit Level, Surpasser Lifespan, 400 King Body Evolution Requirement, Geno 100 Owned Geno Points, Ordinary Geno Points equals 100, Primitive Geno Points equals 100, Mutant Geno Points equals 74, Sacred Blood Geno Points equals 14, Super Geno Points equals 5. Super King Self Spirit Points, 118. Han Sen's fitness was not bad, and he had been doing well so far. But for now, he wanted to open more gene locks. He did not leave the shelter in fear of meeting xianxia again. One day, while Han Sen practiced his Dongshuan Sutra, he received a notification that Qin Zan was looking for him. Team Qin, long time no see. Han Sen smiled, looking at her in the video. Han Sen, do you have Taya? Qin Zan asked seriously. Lu Meng gave it to me. Is that a problem? Han Sen asked. He was surprised, and he was now witnessing firsthand how serious the Qin family took this business with the Taya sword. If you're looking to sell it, would you mind selling it to us? Qin Zan asked. Do you mind telling me why this sword is so special? Han Sen knew this sword was nothing ordinary. Qin Zan said, this sword just means a lot to us, and it is a secret that pertains to our family. What I can tell you, though, is that it's useless in the hands of others. Han Sen nodded and said, well, if I want to sell it, I'll come looking for you. Han Sen did not mind doing her a favor, but Taya was his primary weapon for the time being, and he needed it to kill creatures. Until he found a better replacement, he had to hold on to it. Thanks a lot. Qin Zan sounded relieved. Then she proceeded to say, let's talk about something else for the time being. I would like you to know I am establishing a training class for the special security team. Would you mind being a tutor? Nope. I can't teach. Han Sen was surprised at the sudden request. It's not like you'll be teaching directly from a textbook. And you'll only need to do it from Skynet. It'll take 1 hour each day for a month. If you are busy, we can schedule a replacement for certain days. We can fit it around your timetable. Qin Zan smiled. When does it start? Han Sen asked. Day after tomorrow. Over 20,000 people have signed up, Qin Zan said. I'll teach archery, then. Han Sen was only spending his time practicing the Dongshuan Sutra each day, so squeezing in an hour to do something else would be fine. Han Sen was still a member of the team, too. He was still being paid wages, despite not having done anything for the longest time. And being a teacher for newbies might be fun. When are you free, then? I need to sort out the rota. Qin Zan was visibly delighted at hearing Han Sen could join. After their discussion on that, they chatted about their lives for a while. Qin Zan did not want to become a surpasser yet. Ever since the discovery of super genes, many people wanted to focus on maxing out their level with the new genes before ascending to the next sanctuary. Some people managed to collect the eggs of super creatures, to obtain their super geno points. But there weren't many eggs, and if that is how they were to focus, it was likely only one person could max out their super geno points in a century. People in the Alliance believed Han Sen had a different method of obtaining super geno points, but Han Sen was Han Sen, they didn't dare do anything to offend him. If they tried making a move on Han Sen, they feared Godslayer Luo would unleash his wrath upon them. That aside, he was Ji Ruijun's son-in-law. As such, no one dared touch him. It would have been even more difficult to get to Han Sen in the sanctuary, too. Han Sen is to be the tutor. In a mansion someplace, a man read a list of names. When he saw Han Sen's name there, he was surprised. Which Han Sen? A red-haired man asked, looking back. There is only one Han Sen. It's the Han Sen, the man responded. What is he teaching? The red-haired man asked. Archery, the man answered. I previously had no interest in going, but I can't miss this. The red-haired man lifted his eyebrows. Having dinner with Ji Yanran, Han Sen informed her that he would be teaching students in archery. At this, she frowned and said, if you're going, that might be a problem. What problem? Han Sen asked, not understanding how there could be a problem with Qin Zan's simple proposition. Ji Yanran smiled and answered, being a teacher will aid your reputation in the special security team. And with this title, you can be a deeply respected member. But teachers usually hail from the martial hall, and you don't really fit in with that crowd. Han Sen understood what she was implying. It wouldn't only be that he'd not fit in, he'd most likely be isolated. Still, he had already thought of this and he was still adamant about tutoring. It was an exciting prospect he was keen to try. He was only a squad leader, so it would be good to achieve a higher rank in the team at large. It couldn't do any harm. Besides, Qin Zan most likely wanted him to gain a higher level in the team. And her plight was not something he could reject. Han Sen spent most of his days practicing the Dongshuan Sutra and taking care of Bauer and Zero. Such peaceful periods were a rare occurrence for him. Daddy, I want milk, Bauer said, as she held the Rabbit King in one arm, bottle in the other. The Rabbit King had tried to resist her hugs before, but Bauer managed to make quick work of its shield and destroyed it in the blink of an eye. To Bauer, a 7-tier Gene Lock shield was as stalwart as a flimsy piece of paper. But the Rabbit King was very tame and it didn't feel the need to resist her. Unlike her actions with the bear, Bauer didn't feel the need to torture the rabbit, either. And speaking of the bear, it was extremely jealous of how the rabbit was treated. It kept wanting Bauer to pay more loving attention to it, but a session or two of bullying was all it would get. Once, when nobody was around, the bear attempted to kill the Rabbit King. The rabbit was asleep at the time, but the shield was up, and when the bear attacked, it was unable to break it. It drove the bear insane. Han Sen, at her request, provided her milk and prepared some food for the pets. Then he went to tend to his garden. Aside from the dead orchid, everything else was growing very well. I wonder if that king tree will be able to grow again. I should return there sometime, dig it up and bring it back here. If the water drops prove successful in restoring it, I might be able to gain self-geno points very quickly. Han Sen was getting giddy just thinking about it. He knew high-tier plants would generally produce fruit only once, but it was worth a shot. And there was, of course, the prospect of it taking a very long time to grow, even if it could grow fruit again. Those hurdles aside, the king tree occupied Han Sen's mind a lot. He wanted it badly, but first, Han Sen knew he'd have to become stronger before he attempted a retrieval of the tree. Heaven knew what might transpire, if xianxia still lived there. When he was done in his garden, Han Sen went to check on the people in the eastern side of the shelter. They were doing well for themselves, spending their days hunting creatures and having a merry old time within the safety of the underground shelter. After spending most of the day there, Han Sen decided to return to his home in the Alliance. He went on Skynet and visited a community that was exclusive to members of the Special Security Team. There were many students there, all together in one area. When Han Sen entered, there was a teacher performing a lecture on stage. The students were all watching him. Choosing to listen in, Han Sen found himself a seat. He was good at fighting, but he wasn't a master of every combat profession. He understood how valuable it could be to learn and accept wisdom offered by others. This teacher was discussing fist skills. The talk provided Han Sen many new ideas to try in the future. He learned a lot. The name of this teacher was Nangong Han, and he was an aged surpasser. He had unlocked 4 of his gene locks, which was rather high. Few people ever reached the number 8. He was an old member of the team, and an accomplished teacher from the Martial Hall. And that was where most teachers came from, the Martial Hall. Many of them were very elderly, and they had quite the reputation. But this year, Han Sen would be a teacher. This made the others feel a little uncomfortable. He was so young, and he was only a squad leader. He did not come from the Martial Hall, and he did not even have a formal title. They thought the Qin family was trying to weaken the integrity of the Martial Hall. This was how Nangong Han viewed matters, as well. And when his eyes fell on Han Sen, he pulled them away quickly to pretend he had not noticed him. Fist skills are ripe with possibilities, but its general focuses are on speed, power, and dexterity. You have to be both faster and stronger than your opponent, if you seek victory. All this is not derived from pure muscle strength, however. There are many ways to hone your talents with the fist, but there are skills to make use of, also. A great focus is on reaction speeds, and without great reaction times, any skill you use is useless. Timing is of paramount importance. Nangong Han then looked at Han Sen and said, I am going to show you a few moves, driven by fist-geared skills. Perhaps Tutor Han can aid me in my demonstration. Han Sen froze, as suddenly, all the students turned to look at him. And then, many clapped. Han Sen froze. He did not expect Nangong Han to ask him to perform something on stage alongside him. But with the eyes of every student now on him, he could hardly decline. Tutor Nangong, how can I be of service? Han Sen asked, as he ascended the stage. Nangong Han smiled and answered, oh, do not worry. I am going to execute a few basic moves. It is your task to react to them as any other ordinary combatant would. Okay. Han Sen nodded. Tutor Han and I will now show you how to defend. The most important thing regarding defense is to never rest on your laurels. For a stalwart defense, you must consider everything you have ever learned. And when confronting the attacks of another, you must pay specific heed to their center. Even demigods have to move when they cast a skill, and through keen observation, you can always tell where their movements will take them. After this, Nangong Han threw a punch in Han Sen's direction. Qin Zan and many others watched this intently. She, in particular, had believed there to be something amiss with Nangong Han's request for Han Sen to go on stage. But now, it was too late for her to do anything. Upon seeing a fist suddenly hurtling towards Han Sen, Qin Zan looked afraid. Qin Zan knew the people from Martial Hall were not fond of Han Sen, but this entire event had been set up by the Qin family. She believed the concerns and moaning of the elders from Martial Hall would simply remain as verbal complaints. She never thought that things would escalate to a full-blown fight. Things had already gotten off to a shaky start, it appeared. Nangong's purpose, currently, was to humiliate Han Sen. He presented a facade of friendliness, and pretended to consider Han Sen as a colleague before the audience, but there was resentment inside Nangong Han, and embarrassing Han Sen on stage was his cloak and dagger outlet for this resentment. He could have asked his personal assistant to help with the demonstrations, but he had it out for Han Sen, so he asked Han Sen to come up on stage and aid him in demonstrating defense. If Han Sen did not block this sudden attack, Nangong Han would be able to point out his error. If this were to keep occurring, Han Sen's credibility would be undermined. Students would not regard him as highly, and they'd perhaps even favor a different tutor. Under his guise of friendliness, Nangong Han cackled with evil delight. That's not to say he was fooling everyone. Many people knew him and his true nature, including Qin Zan. She knew him well, and she knew the punch he had thrown was not one of idle performance. Nangong Han had been a surpasser for a few decades, and he had excelled in the technique of shadow punch. With his light element, it was difficult for his enemies to trace the path and velocity of his punches. Han Sen did not know the man, so he had come on stage without any measure of precaution or preparation. The punch seemed ordinary, on the surface. But that was just a shadow of its true form. If Han Sen sought to block the simple trickster hit, he'd be hit by the real punch underneath. What's more, Nangong Han had opened 2 more gene locks than Han Sen had. His fitness was far higher, as well. He really thinks this little of the Qin family, and that we're oblivious to what he is doing. Qin Zan's face looked ill, as she was fraught with worry for Han Sen's well-being. She believed she hadn't firmly asserted who was in charge of the entire event. She had to let the stuck-up people of Martial Hall know who was the boss to prevent this from becoming a common occurrence. However, while Han Sen had come on stage without knowing much, he had detected slight hints of the hostility Nangong Han harbored for him. Han Sen had been through much in the sanctuary, and he had encountered all manners of beasts. He could tell if a creature or spirit was hostile, so it was impossible for Nangong Han to completely hide his animosity. Squinting his eyes, Han Sen quickly reached up and tried to block the incoming attack. Nangong Han's eyes jumped with excitement as Han Sen reached out, and so he drove his punch with a quicker pace. If Han Sen only blocked his shadow, the young pup would take a hit that would make him look like a fool. Qin Zan saw Han Sen move to deflect the shadow and knew things would quickly turn ill. The tutors from Martial Hall saw this, too, and they all wore disturbing smiles of delight. The young man is in too much of a rush, one of the tutors said. He did not speak his name, but everyone knew he was talking about Han Sen. Pang! Everyone leaned forward to witness what happened, and there they saw Han Sen. He had blocked Nangong Han's true fist. He didn't use shadow punch. Did I misjudge his intentions? Qin Zan and the others looked on in confusion. Usually, that fist would have just been the shadow. But Han Sen had blocked the real fist. They didn't believe Han Sen could have blocked the real punch, had Nangong Han used shadow punch. Everyone thought the on-stage tutor was going to use shadow punch to make Han Sen look like a fool. But strangely, Nangong Han's face did not look quite right. And immediately after, he threw another punch. Everyone from Martial Hall frowned. Nangong Han's punches looked very simple, and it didn't seem as if he was using shadow punch at all. What is he doing? How can he expect to teach with such casual moves? A tutor from the Martial Hall said. Everyone thought Nangong Han was merely afraid of Han Sen and his connections, but Nangong Han started to look like a man who had been shocked by a disturbing revelation. It was as if something mortifying had happened to him. Nangong Han was an old man in the sanctuary. He had endured many trials in his time there, and his shadow punch was no joke. Now, he was more shocked than he had ever been. Through the years, he had never been put in such an awkward position. Despite what everyone thought, Nangong Han was indeed trying to use shadow punch. When Han Sen sought to block the shadow fist, Nangong Han would strike with his other. That was his plan. There was no need to hit Han Sen hard, as even the lightest jab would weaken his image and the respect he was given as a tutor. If he could tarnish Han Sen's reputation in such a way, Nangong Han hoped that Han Sen would be seen as an ignorant young man, too big for his breeches. But when Nangong Han sought to create the shadow fist, something strange occurred. His fist did not work correctly. At first, he believed he had let the excitement get to him, and that was why he missed. So, he tried to recalibrate his focus and deliver the punch again. But for some strange reason, he could not conjure the shadow fist at all. It was as if his actual fist was being magnetized towards Han Sen. Nangong Han secretly opened a few of his gene locks to increase his power output. But it didn't make any difference, and that realization soon robbed him of the snark with which he had invited Han Sen on stage. Against Han Sen, his shadow punch was useless. Its effectiveness had magically disappeared. Nangong Han's fist still went up against Han Sen with the speed of thunder, but it was a far cry from what was supposed to occur. But for the uneducated audience, it was quite the spectacle. Rapid, maniacal fists blurred towards Han Sen, but he was able to block each one. The other tutors of Martial Hall knew more of Nangong Han's capabilities, and they believed he was just being a coward. They thought he genuinely wanted to cooperate with Han Sen and get in his good books, rather than attempt to humiliate him. Even Qin Zan believed Nangong Han was playing nice. Otherwise, she reasoned, things wouldn't be going so smoothly. No one else knew how Nangong Han was truly feeling, and the shock of this turn of events was starting to make him panic. Sweat started to form across his forehead. He now wanted to stop attacking, but it was like he had been possessed. Nangong Han's fists had minds of their own, and they wouldn't stop coming towards Han Sen. Nangong Han was looking at the young man on stage with horror, as if he was the ghost of Christmas past. Understandably, Han Sen was feeling quite different. Han Sen was actually having fun. He was using Bauer's energy flow to draw Nangong Han's fists to where he wanted them and feign a proper block. But Bauer's energy flow was wild and uncontrollable, even for Han Sen. He had only planned to use it when he truly needed it, but now, the old tutor's fists were coming at him as if the stage was on fire. Nangong Han's strength was not in raw force, but in speed and the shadow that veiled his moves. Still, he had 4 open gene locks, and even that was not enough to withstand the insane suction that suckered him in. Although this trick did not deal damage to his enemies, Han Sen was glad he had this power. It could affect the way others moved, and therefore it was quite the game changer. If Han Sen used this technique during key moments of battle, it could entirely change the course of a fight and give him the leg up he needed to overcome powerful foes. Han Sen had once tried the gourd suction before, but after Bauer was born, its strength had most certainly increased. I thank you for your cooperation. That is exactly how one must defend against incoming attacks. Nangong Han's hands suddenly dropped to his sides, and he did his best to maintain his composure and not reveal a hint of what had occurred to him. Seeing Han Sen bow to him, Nangong Han was at least grateful that the young man had not tried to embarrass him on stage or reveal to the audience what had transpired. Nangong Han went on to finish the rest of the lesson, but when it was over, he could hardly recall what he had talked about. When Nangong Han returned to his friends from Martial Hall, they looked at him with great disdain. They all thought he was a coward. Nangong Han wished to explain what had occurred, but he could not put it into words. Han Sen had only become a surpasser recently, and there was no way he already had what it took to defeat Nangong Han. If he told them that Han Sen was controlling his movements, they'd think he was lying. Tutor Nangong, the lesson was nice. Han Sen's voice rang out to him from nearby, and when he turned, he saw Qin Zan and Han Sen approaching. Nangong Han felt like collapsing to his knees and crying his eyes out. The tutors that were with him were looking at him as if he was a traitor. Tutor Nangong's lesson was truly amazing. I'll be eagerly anticipating the next, Qin Zan said. The tutors from Martial Hall continued to stare at Nangong Han, silently fuming with anger. They believed he had betrayed them. I didn't do anything wrong. Nangong Han exclaimed in his heart, but try as he might, he could not spit out the words. Tutor Nangong, when I take the stage for a lesson of my own, I hope you can help me out, as well. Han Sen smiled at him, which only made Nangong Han's face distort even more. The old tutor wanted nothing more than to run away. For Han Sen, archery was not difficult. It was a combat profession he adored, and when it was his time to teach students, he committed to the lectures with keen sincerity. Tutor Han, I have heard you know of the skill called drillhead. Could you teach us that? A person asked. He was young, and wanted to learn a cool technique. The idea of learning drillhead quickly overtook the minds of many of Han Sen's students. Now, they all wanted Han Sen to teach them how to perform it. In response, Han Sen smiled and said, it's a complex skill. Skills that you would think of as being cool are usually quite complicated. But you must first learn how to perform the basic talents, and achieve mastery with many of the early techniques before you can learn a skill such as drillhead. It requires much dexterity with the bow. But Tutor Han, we have already learned our basic skills. We did so in the military academy, responded the man who initially asked. Ah, but I'm different. You learned those beginner moves from someone else, not me. Han Sen smiled warmly, and then went on to say, now, let's talk about the bow. Drillhead required its user to have already adopted a drilling skill. It was not something someone could learn, or achieve even a modicum of true talent with, in just a few lessons. Han Sen wanted to speak in broader strokes that covered the combat arts of archery. Unfortunately, it was a fairly boring lecture. But, as dull as it may have been, what was taught was very important. If the students heeded what Han Sen told them, their chances of survival and future success would be much greater. That being said, if the students did not listen, there was nothing Han Sen could do to force them otherwise. Cool skills were flashy, and they attracted much attention. But the students were young, and Han Sen wanted to teach them lessons that were truly meaningful, and could have a longer-lasting impact on their lives. Young people weren't too keen on having others tell them what to do, though. And few enjoyed lengthy speeches. Many people were becoming greatly disappointed with the lecture. They'd expected to learn a great deal, and to be inspired and uplifted by his speech. With their expectations dashed, their hearts continued to sink lower and lower with each sentence of Han Sen's on-stage rambling. But not all of the students were like this. Many of the smart and focused students still paid great attention to Han Sen. Overall, Han Sen wasn't a particularly good teacher. And while many of his students might have ended up walking away disappointed, he didn't regret the methodology or content of his lecture. Archery was his passion, and he was happy to share his wisdom about the subject. When the lesson ended, two students approached Han Sen. One had black hair, whereas the other had red. Tutor Han, can I ask you a few questions? The black-haired man asked politely. Of course, Han Sen said. I would like to ask if it's reasonable to use a bow in close-quarter combat. The black-haired man said. Han Sen initially believed the man would ask something else regarding drillhead. This question came as quite a surprise. That is a good question. Contact me with this ID later, and I will tell you more. For now, move on to the next lecture. I don't want to be held responsible disrupting other classes with late-running students. Han Sen provided them with his ID. He had been asked a question that could not be explained in a hurry. Plus, they had a few more lessons to attend immediately after his. Provided they were willing to listen, Han Sen would be happy to teach them more later. Thank you, Tutor Han. Then they continued on their way. Not bad. Qin Zan appeared, smiling as she approached Han Sen. The students, on the whole, don't seem pleased with what I was telling them, Han Sen said. What you said was fine, they are just too young and inexperienced to grasp what you were saying to them. Qin Zan took a moment to smile softly. Then, she went on to say, those boys from the Arthur family came to ask you something. Is everything okay? They just had some questions regarding archery. Han Sen was a little surprised by her sudden questioning, so he asked, why? Is there something wrong with them? Well, they can be considered the most troublesome members of the team. I get a headache just looking at them. Qin Zan smiled, then asked, right. And what about my proposition? Have you considered what to do with it? With what? The Taya sword. I'm still using it for now, but I might sell it when I get a better weapon in the future, Han Sen explained. All right, then, Qin Zan said. Han Sen thought this was strange. She was usually never this pushy and inquisitive, so he realized that the sword must mean more to her family than she was letting on. Can you tell me why this blade is so important to you? Han Sen asked. Qin Zan fell silent and still for a moment. When her speech returned, she said, I can tell you, but it's a secret. You cannot tell anyone else. I can keep a secret, don't worry, Han Sen said. After another lengthy pause, Qin Zan resumed by saying, you once asked me about Qin Waijun. This blade relates to him. Those two are connected. Han Sen had never confirmed that the person he once found frozen beneath the Black Desert was indeed Qin Waijun. And he had always wondered why that man had told him to be wary of Han Jingji. And he also wanted to know why the man possessed the Blood Pulse Sutra. A multitude of questions still lingered around his memory of that strange encounter, and nothing had ever been cleared up. With the chance of a long-awaited revelation, Han Sen's heart started to beat faster. When Qin Zan spoke again, she said, in the past, the Qin family was not whole. One half was from the Zhou period, named Ji. The other originated from the Qin period, and was named Ying. I come from the Ying, and our lineage hails from the first king. Taya belonged to the first king. Our family also possesses a qigong that requires this sword to be practiced. What qigong requires this sword for practice? Han Sen asked. I can't tell you that, Qin Zan said with a smile. Taya is rightfully ours, but the existence of sanctuaries was unknown to us back then. At that time, everyone knew about our qigong, they just lacked the correct sword for practice. Only Qin Waijun is known to have used Taya for its practice. Did he succeed in learning the qigong? Han Sen asked, with great curiosity. I believe he did, and after doing so, he joined the 7th team to be an investigator. He took Taya with him to the sanctuaries, and when he returned, that sword had been broken in two. The other half was lost to us, for the longest time. He told us it was important for us to recover the other half of Taya, so that we could practice the qigong. Han Sen had now learned more about Taya and Qin Waijun. While this may have helped elucidate a few things like how the sword had been brought to the sanctuaries, the real burning questions were still left unanswered. When the Qin family asked the Lante family where they found the sword, they said it was purchased from an interstellar traveler. They had only seen the traveler once. They did not know where he came from, and they had since been unable to identify him. When the following lectures ended, the two young men from the Arthur family came to visit Han Sen again. They were still very curious, wanting to learn more about archery. When Han Sen met with them again, it pleased him to see their enthusiasm for archery, so he answered every question they posed. Kai Wei and Long listened to Han Sen intently, and this made him even happier. But after that, their keenness did not lapse. Each and every day, they returned to ask Han Sen about stuff they did not understand. Han Sen enjoyed the opportunity to be a personal tutor and lecturer, and he took the time to help them to the best of his abilities at every opportunity he received. He started to like the two. Han Sen didn't think of teaching the two as a waste of time at all, provided they listened well, which they did. A month passed, and this time wasn't only spent teaching. He also managed to open his third gene lock. His fitness was very high at this point, so Han Sen was able to unlock his third lock rather quickly. By comparison, it'd take the average surpasser almost 2 years to reach this point. After opening the third gene lock, his Dongshuan aura expanded by a considerable amount and also provided him a new function. The second tier allowed him to mask his life force to elude the notice of others. After opening his third gene lock, he could now obscure the 7th sense of others. He could not dull or inhibit the 8th sense, though. But still, provided they did not have it, it meant he could make others practically blind and deaf. It was a frightening power for any combatant to face, and this silent disabler was scarier than any destructive power a person could possess. Having unlocked this ability, Han Sen wondered if his next unlock would allow him to smother the 8th sense of others, too. Han Sen sent Moment Queen out to hunt creatures, and while she was gone, he took this chance to enter the third spirit base. He adopted a low profile, and masked his presence there to ensure that no one else knew the king had arrived there yet. His Dongshuan aura could not only stifle the 7th sense of one individual, it could be cast across an entire area. That meant, if a spirit was outside the effective radius of his Dongshuan aura, they could neither see nor enter that place. So, after hiding his spirit statue, no one could see him or his island. His appearance there was little more than a flickering shadow. This was stage 1 of Han Sen's new third sanctuary Geno raiding plan. Han Sen began by going after royal spirits. He wasn't going to skip any levels, as he wished to gather as many royal spirit Geno points as he could. The spirits who were beaten were not even given the chance to see Han Sen's face. All they knew was that a veil of black obscured their vision, and then they were suddenly respawning at a spirit statue. Han Sen couldn't help his fast ascension through the ranks, and soon, he reached the ranks of the king spirits. Have you heard? A horrible king spirit has arrived here. You never see him until it's too late. He'll draw you into darkness, and then you will be killed. I know, I heard. I wonder which king spirit's son it might be. It's been a while since we last saw him, but do you think it might actually be the king? I don't think so. Doesn't the king wield a white light? But I have heard many king spirits have been killed by this new threat. It seems to be another frightening, powerful spirit we must contend with. Who do you think would win in a fight? This spirit or the king? The new spirit. The element of space is frightening. Split Space King said, he'll destroy the new spirit if it attacks him. He's a Space King spirit, of course he'll wreck this shadow-dwelling creep. I'm sure the spirit knows this, too. That's probably why he hasn't gone after Split Space King yet. While the spirits discussed this, Han Sen drove his island past them and briefly listened in. And as he went, he thought, if Split Space King is indeed a space spirit, I can kill it and nab a few space geno points. If we were to have a self-fight, that would be even better. But Han Sen wasn't going out in search of him yet. Back in the second spirit base, Han Sen had already been told about Split Space King and his vow to destroy the king. Maybe I really will be able to have a self-fight with him, Han Sen said to himself, as he continued looking for his next target. Han Sen only attacked king spirits that were one rank higher than he was. And by the time he was done, he had managed to nab an easy 20 spirit geno points. Unfortunately for him, though, they were all of basic elements. The more king spirits Han Sen beat, the cockier Split Space King became, though. He said Han Sen was a coward, only confident in fighting while concealed. He believed Han Sen would never show his face to him, and therefore, Split Space King was confident saying anything he wished to. Whenever Han Sen killed a king spirit, they'd respawn with great fury. And more often than not, their rage-fueled complaints made mention of Split Space King. His latest kill resulted in the spirit yelling, "Pa, coward. If you think you have the balls, go and fight Split Space King. That wimp, he is nothing, I can kill him with ease," Han Sen responded, from the dark that veiled him from their sight. Talk is cheap. If you think you've got what it takes, no one is stopping you from fighting him. Go over there and prove your worth, the king spirit rebuked. Oh, I will. Deliver a message to him, we will fight in Xianxia. And inform him it will be a self-fight. I will be waiting. Oh, and if he is not willing to commit to a self-fight, tell him not to bother showing up, Han Sen said, then left. It wasn't long before the news of this challenge spread throughout the entire third spirit base. Every spirit soon heard the words Han Sen had spoken, and they were each keen to watch such a fight. Do you think Split Space King will show up for the self-fight in Xianxia? Of course he will. He has nothing to be afraid of. His split space powers can vaporize this dark-dwelling loser. It's going to be one heck of a show, then. Come on, we mustn't be late. Let's hurry. This will be a rare spectacle, we must definitely get there soon. Countless spirits went to Xianxia to witness this fight, and as cold as ever, Split Space King accepted the terms of the fight and said, "Pa. What a fool, 'tis a waste of life, challenging me to a self-fight. Split Space, this fight is pointless," a woman said. "If I can't beat him, or if I cower away, how in the sanctuaries do you think I can live up to my name?" Split Space King said, "But you don't know anything about him. You don't know the extent of his powers. It's risky, and if you lose all your space geno points," the woman sounded very worried. "I am indestructible, have you not learned that yet? I will crush anything that comes my way with the greatest of ease," Split Space King reaffirmed. The woman wished to say something more, but he stopped her and said, "You are just a royal spirit. You do not understand, I can kill him 100 times in the blink of an eye." The woman was only a royal spirit, but she had given birth to Split Space King. It was very sad that he disdained her. He was a wretched son. Han Sen set up the fight, but he did not go to Xianxia. He killed 2 more king spirits and left the spirit base. When Split Space King arrived, the spirits were overjoyed and their hype reached maximum. But much to their surprise, the shadow spirit that had called for this fight did not appear. The audience waited 2 whole days, and still he did not appear. That king spirit must have bluffed, and really is afraid to fight. Of course, we should have seen this coming. Split Space King has split space powers, after all. That must be his weakness. I can't believe he lied like this. What a shameful person, he is so embarrassing. Maybe he's just busy. What a coward. Han Sen was in the underground shelter's east side, examining a corpse Shuyu brought back. It was a horned bug that was spiky like a burdock. It was only a primitive creature, but it was special. There was a fist-sized hole in its head, and its brain was gone. You say there are many such corpses up north? All in the same state as this? Han Sen asked. Yes, there are, and there are the bodies of other creatures, too. Shuyu gave him the details of their discovery. Han Sen observed the body and fell silent, having seen something like this before. He could feel a dark residue of xianxia in the wound. Xianxia must have fled north, following their encounter. Little Han, can we bring the bodies back? Old Huang asked. There were many bodies in such condition, and aside from their missing brains, they were perfectly fine. Some of them were mutant, too. They'd be a good way for the people in his shelter to level up. Let me go there and scope the place out first. If it is safe, then you can bring them back. Han Sen was worried xianxia was still in the area, so he fancied checking it out alone. Han Sen saw many dead bodies as he ventured north through thorn forest. He masked his presence and went forward with care. After 50 miles of travel, he was still seeing many dead bodies. It didn't seem as if xianxia had returned. Han Sen brought a few of the bodies back with him when he returned. He then commanded the others to go and collect the rest, deeming the region safe for the time being. He wanted to avoid letting the meat go bad. Han Sen was a little worried. He didn't know what Yaksha's ultimate goal was, what he was doing, where he was going, or anything else. If Han Sen bumped into him before he could move the shelter, things would go terribly awry for not just him, but for the people that were now in his care. Han Sen went to see Bauer, and left the shelter again with her in tow. He followed the bodies, wanting to locate Xianxia, if he could. As he moved deeper through the forest, the number of bodies lessened. Still, there were enough to track him. Xianxia was obviously uninterested in hiding himself, so this meant it'd be easy for Han Sen to track him down. But Han Sen made sure to exercise great caution on his trek, and his carefulness increased the deeper he ventured. He masked his and Bauer's presences as well as he could. Thorn Forest was a wild and unpredictable place. Han Sen had seen many crazy things in his time there, so he knew he could never be too careful. Suddenly, Han Sen's eyes opened wide. Along the thorny vines that wove between the trees, many corpses had been strung up. Upon closer examination, the corpses were all dried like husks. It was a sinister scene. And the most shocking thing for Han Sen was their human-like appearance. They weren't random creatures, they were humans with wings. These dried-up angelic beings had wings of varying colors, black, white, and gray. The feathers had mostly fallen from their wings, revealing the skeleton beneath what was once undoubtedly a most beautiful plumage. The bodies of these angels hung from the vines, and in their chests, protruding from where their hearts should have been, were red spikes. 13 angels had been pinned there, in total. When they had died, he could not tell. They no longer looked pretty and holy. The sight of them gave Han Sen chills. He noticed the bodies of these angels had no eyes, either. Their sockets were dark and empty. Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura to scan the area, and that was when he felt Yaksha's presence. He had been here, and he had examined the bodies of these angels, as well. Are they creatures or spirits? Han Sen wondered, as he examined the eyeless angels with confusion. Han Sen summoned Thorn Baron to hear her input. Thorn, do you have any idea what these are? Thorn did not immediately respond, and she went to examine them as if she had never seen them before. This was confirmed when she told Han Sen, no, I haven't. They seem to be some sort of creature. Are you sure they're creatures? Han Sen asked. Yes, Thorn Baron answered, assuredly. Han Sen frowned, thinking it to be an awful waste. Who would slay so many creatures and not even consume a single morsel? Since she couldn't help, he returned Thorn Baron and summoned Moment Queen to ask her. Immediately, she looked upset. She had been in the midst of a hunt herself, and with the yank of a metaphysical chain, she had been brought over like a slave. When Moment Queen saw the eyeless angels pinned on the vines, though, her irritation vanished. She looked shocked and exclaimed, who has established a sacrificial ritual here? Come again, Han Sen asked. Moment Queen looked at Han Sen with grave seriousness, and shouted, who did this? Who did this? I haven't a clue, I just stumbled upon it. Han Sen explained the events that led him to the discovery. When Moment Queen heard what he had to say, she looked upon the bodies of the angels. She walked towards the vine they hung from and looked at the earth below. Then she punched a deep hole through the soil. Dong! A loud metal noise emanated from beneath the dirt. Moment Queen punched the ground again and started to dig, turning up soil that was dark red. The soil looked coarse and dry, and the further she dug, the deeper the red hue became. It eventually looked as if the earth had been wholly dyed red. It got even stranger when jewelry started to turn up in the churned soil she was pulling out of the ground. They seemed to show up in a specific order. It really is a site of sacrifice. Moment Queen looked ill. Can you please explain to me what's going on? Han Sen frowned. Moment Queen eventually answered, saying, this is a festival for the deceased, something done by spirits. This is in worship of spirits. Han Sen found it difficult to believe. If what Moment Queen was saying was true, how was Thorn Baron unable to identify what this ceremony? After all, she was a spirit, too. Moment Queen replied, spirits have spirit stones. When they die, they don't necessarily die. The only spirits that require a sacrificial ritual are those who have failed to ascend to the fourth god's sanctuary. Their spirit stones penetrate their own bodies, killing them. Keep going. Han Sen didn't quite understand, but he was glad she was being somewhat forthwith. Think of it as a ritual of resurrection. If their bodies are not destroyed, they can use this ritual as a manner of reviving themselves. Moment Queen paused for a second, and then went on to say, this is a place of sacrifice. These beings were the sacrifice, and their life force was wholly sucked dry. They provide their life force to the spirit that requires resurrection, and the more powerful the spirit was, the more life force they'd need. These 13 creatures are Wind Angel super creatures. Han Sen felt a chill run down his spine, as he gulped and asked, 13 super creatures. Was it a king spirit that did this? Whatever did this was far stronger than a king spirit. Not even I can tell what manner of spirit would require 13 super creatures for a resurrection. My best guess would be an emperor. Moment Queen frowned as she stopped speaking. How do you grow the angels? Han Sen noticed a fluctuation in her tone when she mentioned the super creatures earlier. To this, Moment Queen hummed and said, you're asking how you get 13 of the same super creatures, yes? Well, they grow from a tree. And of course, any person who has managed to grow such a tree is undoubtedly an emperor. Han Sen was shocked, hearing that an emperor was resurrecting another emperor that had failed its ascension to the fourth god's sanctuary. Can we still eat these wind angels? Han Sen asked. Moment Queen looked at him and said, their life force has been sucked dry. It's nothing but compost now. Han Sen shrugged. He didn't want to eat the remains himself, but he thought it might have been a fine treat for the disloyal knight. Since his retrieval of the fiend, Han Sen had fed the disloyal knight pet pills and water drops for its growth. But when the pet would be able to fight, he could not tell. He thought the 13 wind angels might have been enough to enable its battle mode. Did he get resurrected, then? Han Sen asked. Moment Queen shook her head and said, I don't know. This is where the ritual is prepared. The real place of sacrifice is where the spirit's body lies. It's probably further ahead. Han Sen looked in the direction Moment Queen gestured, and realized it was the way xianxia had gone. He frowned and said, what is xianxia doing there? That's the person you saw in the ding, yes. He was the one who went this way. Moment Queen's face warped into an expression of horror. I am pretty sure, yes. Han Sen nodded. We should follow. Moment Queen walked forward in a bit of a rush. For what? Han Sen commanded her to stop, not wanting to risk Baoer's life by going after xianxia. Moment Queen stopped and explained, if the ritual did not work, the emperor will not have been brought back to life. But regardless, his life force is still in play. If its existence continues in this way, it will instead become a spirit orb. Think of it as a weakened spirit stone, that is unable to revive anything. But, it can be consumed by other spirits. If another spirit consumes a spirit orb, they are granted a considerable number of self-geno points. How do you know there'll still be a spirit orb? What if the emperor has already taken it? Han Sen frowned. It sounds to me like xianxia is the emperor who has put all this in motion. Perhaps something happened to him, long ago, and now he has returned to finish the task, Moment Queen said. And you think we can do combat with an emperor? Han Sen still feared the spirit. The Aqua Dragon had been unable to defeat xianxia, and Han Sen himself had only opened 3 of his gene locks. Hesitance and doubts as to whether he could defeat such a foe were entirely reasonable. The only reason he had chased after xianxia thus far was because of Baoer's support and his newfound ability to obscure the 7th sense of others. Moment Queen, seemingly alarmed, tried to explain the gravity of the situation in a rush. Xianxia came out of a ding and fought a dragon immediately after, you said. He will undoubtedly be in a weakened state, and if we go after him now, we can kill him. Don't forget, your spirit stone is a part of your body. You can't respawn if you fall in battle, Han Sen told her. I wouldn't throw away my life by challenging a foe I knew I could not hope to beat. But you said there were several creature carcasses, scattered along the way here. That in itself tells me xianxia is weakened. Pride is a spirit's greatest shackle, and an emperor wouldn't be willing to eat such low-life creatures unless he was absolutely desperate. Before he consumes the spirit orb he is after, he'll be at his weakest. If we find him, we can kill him and take the orb for ourselves. Han Sen thought what she had been saying made sense, and perhaps it would be best to nip this entire mess in its bud before things could get any worse. Han Sen didn't want xianxia to get any more dangerous. Moment Queen wouldn't needlessly risk her life, and Han Sen needed all the self-geno points he could get. Fine, let's check it out. With Bauer by his side, he felt a lot more confident. If xianxia was able to, he would have killed the dragon when he fought it in the subterranean labyrinth. xianxia had suffered much damage, and it was clear he had not yet recovered his health. Moment Queen raced through the trees, as Han Sen followed from behind. Bauer observed her surroundings with great interest as she clutched a bottle. She was like a puppy, swinging her head left and right to see everything she could. Although it seemed as if she was in the biggest rush ever, Moment Queen still exercised caution. But so far, after a great distance had been traversed, nothing curious revealed itself. The signature vines of the forest were still all present, woven between each tree, but that was it. After crossing a distance of 10 miles, Moment Queen stopped and said, "This is it. It's right in front of us." Han Sen stood near Moment Queen and saw a great clump of vines, all tangled together to form a sort of wall. It was rather like a wicker basket, except for its strong resemblance to a castle. As they wondered whether or not to enter, something let out a sudden roar. It sounded like a beast, one that used sonic powers to amplify its cries. It was so loud, they both felt as if their chests had been delivered a direct punch. They even spilt blood from their mouths. "There is a super creature inside," Moment Queen said, as she wiped the blood from her lips. Han Sen, wiping his own blood, saw that Bauer was completely unharmed. She looked in the direction the noise had come from. "Let's go." Han Sen wanted to leave. If there was indeed a super creature inside, there was no feasible way they could defeat it. But, before he could turn to leave, something appeared to exit the castle. Without wasting a second, he masked their life forces and moved to hide in the nearby bushes. It was a giant centipede. It looked terribly wounded, and it wasted no time scuttling out and racing off between the trees in panic. Not long after, something else came out of the castle. It was xianxia. xianxia looked to be in terrible shape, as well. His scaled armor was entirely broken, and only a few roughed-up plates remained. One of his arms had been almost completely severed. Only loose flaps and strings of skin connected it to his shoulder. "God MN Dragon King, I'm not done with you yet," xianxia shouted, while holding the arm that looked ready to drop. Then he disappeared. Han Sen froze. It was a horrible sight, seeing him in such condition, and he wondered what had occurred. From what he could guess, xianxia had been set up. Moment Queen frowned and looked at Han Sen. She said, "I have heard about the existence of a certain Dragon King before. If it resides inside that castle, we may have a struggle ahead of us." "What do you mean?" Han Sen saw xianxia fleeing the area, and his expectations of obtaining a spirit orb had gone with him. Moment Queen said, "Dragon King is a famous emperor of the third god's sanctuary, and he possesses the power of dragons. Everyone obeys him, and if he failed to reach the fourth god's sanctuary, I can't imagine my chances. They'd be far slimmer, to say the least. Are you still going to risk entering that castle?" Han Sen asked, as he looked at the menacing construct. "Not even xianxia could defeat Dragon King. I doubt we'd fare any better," Moment Queen said. Han Sen nodded. He didn't want to risk Bauer's life by bringing her inside, either. As they turned to leave the area, though, Bauer leapt out of Han Sen's arms and rapidly crawled inside the castle. "Bauer, get back here." She didn't heed Han Sen's call, but she did turn around and wave at him. This prompted him to follow, despite the sirens in his head. When he caught up with her, she had crawled even further forward. "Don't go in there," Moment Queen shouted. If Han Sen died, she did, too. There was nothing for her to gain in her master's untimely death. Han Sen returned Moment Queen to the Sea of Soul and continued chasing after Bauer. He would have put his foot down and stopped her if Bauer was an ordinary baby. But her appearance obviously hid her true maturity and knowledge. She wouldn't have crawled into the castle like she was, if there was nothing of value to be found there. When they got inside, there were a variety of different passages. The variety of passages didn't slow Bauer down, though. As if she knew the way to go, she kept on crawling without a single pause to collect her bearings. She crawled incredibly quickly, and whenever Han Sen fell behind, she'd stop and turn around. Then, she'd call out, "Daddy, come." Han Sen continued to follow her, and was surprised by the distinct lack of action. They walked through the labyrinthine complex of the Vine Castle without anything attempting to get in their way. The castle was massive, and Han Sen had been walking for at least 10 miles within its walls. He projected there'd be many more directions to travel since paths branched off in every which way, as awkwardly and obtusely as the very vines that twirled around each other to form the castle's structure. Suddenly, Bauer stopped. She pointed forward, and at which point, Han Sen decided to pick her up. In front of them, the corpse of a dead creature barred their way. It was a golden tiger of sorts, and its body was wedged into the passage, with its backside facing them. There were no visible wounds, but blood coated the area around it. Did the roar come from this thing? Han Sen summoned his disloyal knight. When disloyal knight saw the body, it emotionlessly approached the corpse and began chomping on the flesh and slurping its blood. If disloyal knight was so interested in eating the creature, then there was a high chance the fallen monster was a super creature. Disloyal knight ate as quickly as little angel had, and it wasn't long before Han Sen could see the front of the tiger. The tiger did not have a head, and he was unsure why it was missing or who had severed it. After a brief look around, he couldn't find the head, and neither could he find a life geno essence to consume. Disloyal knight was almost done with the creature. With most of the flesh gone, it began gnawing at the bones, before snapping them and sucking the marrow inside with a revolting, feverish excitement. Han Sen had no clue how it could eat so much. When it was done, Han Sen put disloyal knight away. Then, Bauer crawled forward and said, "Let's go, Daddy." Han Sen was unsure whether or not he should keep going, as the way that monster had been killed concerned him a great deal. But with Bauer hurrying him, not dismayed by what they had just seen, he was okay with following her forward. Whenever the way branched, which was often, Bauer led him without pause. There was no fear of getting lost, with her leading the way. Shortly after, they came to a big room. In its center, there was an altar that had also been formed by the vines of the castle. Upon it lay a man. Dragon-like horns protruded from the man's head, and his body was clad in black-plated armor. He had long, blue hair. As surreal as the scene was, it was so quiet, you would assume the man was just peacefully in slumber. Upon closer inspection, Han Sen noticed a glowing orb atop the man's magnificently still forehead. It was beautiful. Looking inside it, the image of a dragon appeared. It seemed to swim around inside the orb, as if the glowing lights were the sea it resided in. So, this is the spirit orb. Han Sen was overjoyed at the discovery, but he wasn't willing to be so reckless as to attempt to steal it without learning more about the situation he had found himself in. The man did not look dead, and his sleep may have been true. If Han Sen snatched the orb, and the man woke up, he'd be the one who was dead. Deciding it was time to bring Moment Queen back, he did just that. She looked angry and ready to complain at first, but when her eyes glanced across the man, she screamed and said, "Spirit orb. It's Dragon King's spirit orb. Can we take it?" Han Sen asked. Moment Queen inspected it carefully, but came to a disappointing conclusion. No, the Emperor has not been revived, but the body is active. It looks as if it's missing a key ingredient that is necessary to complete the resurrection ritual. Moment Queen paused, and then went on to say, "Dragon King's body is connected to the orb. The life force inside the orb, if stolen, might compel the body to attack and kill us. And that would be no hassle for an emperor, believe me. So, does that mean we should leave it be? We can't take it." Han Sen frowned. Moment Queen had a wry smile, but then said, "His resurrection is only half complete. I still fail to understand how it wasn't a success. See the dragon inside the orb? That is the spirit's soul. He should have been revived, so it is very strange to learn that he has not. The spirit orbs you can take and consume are those that have yet to achieve any such activity. This is far too tricky for us to attempt." Moment Queen seemed to be out of ideas. Han Sen wished to say something, but Bauer suddenly held up her gourd. Then she aimed it at the dragon orb. Over the course of a single second, the orb was sucked into the gourd. Moment Queen froze, looking at Bauer as if she had just seen a ghost. Han Sen, seeing Bauer take the orb, then turned his attention to the body, in case it moved. But then, the strangest thing occurred. The lifeless body withered away, drying up like a long-deceased carcass. Dong! Something fell from the emperor's body. After it dried up, Han Sen saw a red jade ring drop to the floor. It had been on the man's finger, but it slipped off when the body withered. He was not interested in jewelry, but he gave it a scan to see if it was significant, anyway. It wasn't, to his knowledge, so Han Sen paid it no mind. But when Moment Queen saw the ring, she was shocked. She pretended not to be, though. Han Sen had never heard of the ring before, but she had. The blood ring was something of much renown. When she was in the third god's sanctuary the first time, Dragon King was incredibly famous. He also had a vast collection of jewelry. His most important possession was this ring. He would never be seen without it, and Dragon King had an obsessive compulsion to never let it out of his sight. People said Dragon King synthesized the ring with the horn of a super creature, and he fed the ring with his own blood for many years. While many people had seen the ring, few knew what it did exactly. The only time he would remove the ring was to fight a human. And when he set it aside, not even his wives were allowed to touch it. He once murdered his favorite wife for touching his ring. When she touched it, she did so by accident, and as a consequence, he broke her spirit stone without remorse. Some said the ring possessed Dragon King's second soul, and all his memories were stored there, like a backup. If he ever failed his ascension to the fourth god's sanctuary, he could resurrect himself with this ring. Although it was just a legend, and something unproven, it was still a valuable artifact. It was the most important treasure of the late Dragon King. Moment Queen wanted the ring for herself, as a sort of memento. If she went to get it, though, Han Sen would believe the ring to have a true worth and keep it for himself. How can I grab the ring? I need to distract him, somehow. Moment Queen tried to think of a way in which she could draw his attention away from the sight. As she contemplated what to do, Han Sen was still observing the body. He circled it slowly, over and over. Despite how much he looked, there did not seem to be anything there of worth. He fancied taking the king's armor, but after touching it, it started to decompose. Han Sen scanned the corpse repeatedly, unable to fathom how he might walk away from the venture without a reward. Moment Queen, just about managing to contain her excitement, said, "That armor is pretty good, you should check it out." "The armor is turning into goop." "How is that, pretty good?" Han Sen said. Moment Queen then said, "The reason it decomposes is because of the scales. It decomposes with the body." "Okay, and what's your point?" "It's ruined now." Han Sen frowned. Moment Queen smiled and said, "You don't understand. There is one portion of the scales that won't decompose." "Which part would that be?" Han Sen asked with confusion. "There is a dragon scale that grows upside down. Even when Dragon King dies, that scale won't decompose. It will absorb his life force, and thus be quite precious," Moment Queen explained. "You're saying it's that good?" Where is it?" Han Sen said. "I don't know. It must be underneath the armor or something. You should take a look," Moment Queen said. "Okay, fine, I'll take a look." Han Sen then got to it, in search of the mystical dragon scale Moment Queen had told him about. When Moment Queen saw Han Sen begin to rummage about the body, she coldly smiled and thought to herself, "Consider this a trade for the ring. If I didn't want this ring so badly, I wouldn't have told you about the scale, either." Moment Queen had not lied about the scale's existence, but it was an effective way of buying time for herself. And even though she knew, she wasn't willing to tell him where exactly the scale could be found. If she did, she'd have no time to fetch the ring without attracting his notice. Han Sen, no longer focusing on her, was keen on pillaging the corpse. The prospect of treasure always demanded his attention. She walked around, as if pretending to be busy elsewhere, all the while eyeing the ring on the ground. The dragon blood ring was near the altar, and as if she was pretending to examine the altar itself, she inched her way closer to the ring. "Mwahaha, it's mine. If the legends are true, perhaps I can use the Emperor's help to get rid of this *SSHOLE for good," Moment Queen thought. As Han Sen plundered the body, she did her best to control her heartbeat and act as normal as possible. "It's mine." Seeing the ring so close, Moment Queen was exuberantly joyous. She believed the ring would aid her in escaping Han Sen's control. Just as her finger touched the ring, a fat little hand reached out to grab it. Moment Queen froze. Ah! Bauer looked very curious, holding the ring. Moment Queen's heart pounded in her chest as she watched Bauer hit the floor with the ring in gleeful child play. She wished to snatch it back. But if she showed any interest in the ring, she knew Han Sen would take it away from her for good. Bauer continued to play with it, and Moment Queen hoped she'd soon lose her interest in it. As Bauer swung her arms around, with her fist clenching the ring, it looked as if it'd slip out from her grasp any second. Bauer, that belongs to the dead. You shouldn't do that. Han Sen was afraid she'd end up eating the ring. Bauer was stronger than anyone he knew, but on a certain level, she was still a baby. He still felt compelled to be as protective as any reasonable parent should. When Moment Queen heard him speak, she hoped Han Sen would tell her to discard the ring. She knew she still had to act cool and not show any interest, so she held back for a while and just watched Bauer. But then, Bauer stopped messing about and just sat there. She fiddled the ring between her fat, wrinkly baby fingers. It seemed as if she was actually considering whether she should keep it or throw it away. Suddenly, she raised her hand as if to prepare a throw. Moment Queen's glee and excitement immediately returned, and in her heart, she started shouting, "Throw it! Yes, throw it!" Bauer's hand raised the ring, and stopped. She didn't throw it, and the baby's crooked face suggested she was still deep in thought over whether or not to keep the ring. Moment Queen's face turned dim again. Soon, Han Sen would find the scale. And when he did, her opportunity of nabbing this ring for herself would go, too. But then, Bauer pulled back her raised arm, as if to finally throw the ring away. This delighted Moment Queen, but the roller coaster of emotions showed no sign of slowing down, as Bauer's arm dropped with the ring still in her possession. Moment Queen's mind was furious, screaming, "Just do it." Finally, Bauer came to a decision. Her face looked serious, and she seemed ready to throw it in Moment Queen's direction. "Yeah, that's it. Come on, baby, come on." Moment Queen opened her arms, as if to gesture that she should really throw it her way, and prepare to catch it. Bauer's face dropped its baby-like glee, though. She was serious, like a baseball player, preparing to throw the game-saver. Seeing Bauer ready to throw, Moment Queen's hands opened wide. The baby's arm launched forward but, no ring left the clutch. Bauer smiled to Moment Queen like a little demon. She stood up, with the ring firmly in her hands, and ran over to Han Sen. Bauer climbed on top of Han Sen's back and forced the ring on him. Han Sen accepted the ring and smiled at Moment Queen. Moment Queen, after seeing their impish smiles, knew she had been tricked. Han Sen must have known there to be something special with the ring a long time ago. To test her faithfulness, and whether or not the ring was a worthy item for the taking, he pranked her. *SSHOLE, SSHOLE father, SSHOLE daughter. Moment Queen's mind was an inferno of raging hatred, particularly so when she realized she had been tricked by a baby. Han Sen took the ring. He didn't know what good it would do him, if any, but if Moment Queen wanted it that badly, then he knew he'd be better off with it. Han Sen did not say anything, though. He ignored Moment Queen and continued searching. He lifted up the armor and saw a scale that looked like that of a fish. It almost looked like a shell. "Brother Dragon, you're very dead, aren't you? That means you won't be needing this, right? Don't worry, Skeletor, I'll make good use of it. You have my word, and who knows, I might make you famous again," Han Sen said to the withered husk, as he plucked the scale from its bony torso. Perhaps it was because the body was dry, but he had no problems taking the scale. When his fingers felt the scale, it was cool to the touch. The scale was white and semi-transparent. "Moment, is this the reversed scale you mentioned?" Han Sen asked. "Yes," Moment Queen coldly answered. "Is there anything else around this place worth taking?" Han Sen asked, with a tone of slight mocking. Moment Queen wanted to kill Han Sen. If it wasn't for the ring, he wouldn't even have learned about the scale, either. "No," Moment Queen coldly said. "Dragon King died because of his attempt to level up. It was not his tomb or shelter, so it was likely she was telling the truth and there really was nothing else worth taking. Finding the ring was lucky enough. And it was only through the Emperor's stubbornness it was there for Han Sen to claim. Well, if there's nothing else for us here, we should take our leave." Han Sen then returned the way he had come, and placed the angry Moment Queen back in the Sea of Soul. With Bauer up front, leading the way, the return trip to the shelter did not take long. Resting in his hall, Han Sen fiddled with the ring and scale he had retrieved. Moment Queen wanted this thing pretty badly. I wonder what it does, exactly. Han Sen couldn't discern what made either item special. Well, treasure is treasure. And besides, I've been needing a ring to pull my bow. Han Sen then placed the ring on his finger. When he wore it, though, the red of the ring seemed to come alive. It glowed menacingly, and the sound of a roaring dragon boomed through the hall. A light, manifesting in the shape of a dragon, shot out towards Han Sen's forehead. The light was wickedly fast, and Han Sen was not quick enough to avoid it. Dragon King has returned. A voice rang across the expanse of Han Sen's mind. It was firm and menacing to hear, but there was a glimmer of genuine surprise and relief as an undercurrent to the tone. Han Sen looked around and suddenly realized his environment had changed. He was inside his own consciousness. Ahead of him was a red lotus, and in its fold, something was trying to wiggle its way out. Evil Lotus Queen, you belong to her. And she has marked you. Dragon King's voice roared with sudden anger, and he went on to say, if she is here, I would do best to avoid her. But you are merely a marked subordinate, there is nothing you can do to prevent my rebirth. Dragon King, I think it would be best if you did not leave the lotus. You should go back to your ring. Han Sen was not afraid of Dragon King. The Dragon King that sought to invade his mind was not the emperor he once had been. Now, he was only a king. Spirit. If his body was there, then perhaps Han Sen would have been unable to beat it. But with only his mind there, playing an away game, he was nothing compared to Han Sen. After all, Han Sen was a super king spirit that also possessed a super king body. Dragon King was only a king spirit, and had no body at all. What a fool. Do you think me feeble, without a body? I will make a good vessel out of you. The encased dragon raged against the lotus folds and did its best to escape entrapment. Cracks began to run the length of the petals, and it looked as if it would soon break. Suddenly, the lotus began to shine. And then, fresh petals began to grow to replace the near-broken ones and keep the dragon contained even tighter. I am a dragon, break. The dragon roared, and then, the red lotus burst into flames. Seeing the red lotus get destroyed, Han Sen was delightfully happy. He had never lifted the mark that had been stamped on him, in fear of triggering the lotus. Now that Dragon King had removed the lotus stamp on his behalf, he was actually grateful. Far away, in a palace, Lotus Queen frowned and said, Dragon King was not killed for good, and furthermore, he has touched my man. Even the Demon Emperor has returned. Oh, I'm going to make that Dragon King suffer. Dragon King, breaking free from the constraint of the lotus, exclaimed to Han Sen, now, I can use you as a vessel. And when I return to the world outside this pitiful mind, before Dragon King was able to finish his dialogue, the shadow of a holy white light beamed in front of him. Against that, even his draconic powers were no longer intimidating. How can your mind be so strong? In front of that shadow, his dragon body was stripped of all its fierceness. It looked weak and frightened, by comparison. I told you to return, you brought this upon yourself. Han Sen's Super King spirit mind prepared to attack the blood dragon. Dragon King roared and attempted to flee. The figure of a Super King spirit leapt forward and palmed Dragon King, making it wheeze blood. Of course, it wasn't physical blood. It was Dragon King's actual life force, and as it seeped out, Han Sen was able to consume and absorb every last morsel of it. Super King Spirit Self Gene +1. When Han Sen heard this, he was delighted. He squeezed the frail dragon repeatedly, to gain more and more Self-Geno points. Dragon King was in utter shock. He was so powerful, but against the spirit that now pounded him, he was helpless. The blood dragon was like a dying lizard, unable to withstand the hits. Escape was impossible for it. I am a true dragon. Dragon King knew he'd be broken for good soon, and he'd never return. He had to do whatever he could to ensure his survival. But Han Sen wouldn't let him, and in response to Dragon King's proclamation, he made the spirit's draconic body explode with a bright white light. Amidst all the brilliant light, the dragon tried to slip away. You can't just come and go whenever you please. Han Sen reached out his hand and grabbed the dragon blood life force. Arg! Dragon King shouted, as the tiny sliver of life force was taken by Han Sen's hand. Dragon King was being dominated, and Han Sen would not show mercy to someone who had sought to usurp his body. Absorbing every glint of light he could, Han Sen's Super King Spirit Self-Geno points count continued to increase. Reaching down to the flailing dragon, Han Sen squeezed it tight. Super King Spirit Self Gene +1. More of the dragon's life force was absorbed, and with it, Han Sen's Geno points increased again. After squeezing some more, the dragon was beaten. It only had the strength to let out a pitiful scream. Don't kill me, I can give you something wonderful in return for your mercy. Please, just let me live in. It is yours. Dragon King begged and pleaded for his life. Okay, then tell me what I can have. This better be good, and if I don't like what I hear, you're dead meat. Han Sen coldly said. Dragon King quickly responded, telling him, I am one of Demon Emperor's generals. When he went to the fourth god's sanctuary, he left me his armor. I can give it to you. Please, just don't kill me. Dragon King had been returned to the ring by Han Sen. When Demon Emperor entered the fourth god's sanctuary, not a single sanctuary had been discovered by humans yet. When he was about to enter the fourth god's sanctuary, his equipment became useless, so he gave all of it to his subordinates. Dragon King received his armor, and when he tried to ascend to the fourth god's sanctuary, it saved him from certain death. His ascension failed, but he was not killed outright as was expected. Therefore, Dragon King made preparations for a future sacrificial ritual that would allow him to one day be reborn in full. The dragon ring was his last resort, but neither method had worked out well for him. Furthermore, the armor was damaged. But regardless, Dragon King hid it someplace special, so he could recover it upon his return to the world. Han Sen put the ring on and hid it with his Dongshuan aura. He summoned Moment Queen so he could ask for more information regarding Demon Emperor. Moment Queen scoffed and wished to ignore Han Sen completely, but she knew that wouldn't get her anywhere. So, to gain his favor, she told him what she could. When she first reached the third god's sanctuary, Demon Emperor had already been in the fourth god's sanctuary for 10,000 years. What she heard were only whispers, murmurs, and rumors regarding the figure. And she never even knew Dragon King was associated with him. What she had heard about most was the simple power Demon Emperor possessed. She had no idea about what he owned or anything. Han Sen put Moment Queen away again. Then, he touched the ring and asked, Dragon King, do you know someone named xianxia? He is another subordinate that belongs to Demon Emperor. We were never friendly, and he was always jealous of the armor I was given. Still, he never could beat me, Dragon King told Han Sen without fuss. Did you know that he went to your sacrificial ritual? Han Sen asked. That *SSHOLE must have come from my armor. Little did he know that it was not with me. I foresaw the possibility of something like this occurring, and so I set up a trap. If he sprang it, he should be heavily wounded now, Dragon King explained. Han Sen did not move and asked, you said you were given the armor. What was xianxia given? He was given a demon seed by Demon Emperor. It takes 100,000 years to grow. The tree that grows, upon maturity, can bear many fruit that provide spirit genes. If low-tier spirits consume one, they can outright open gene locks. But like I said, it takes 100,000 years for such a tree to grow, Dragon King said. It's no wonder xianxia wanted to kill me, if it took that long. Now Han Sen was understanding xianxia's motives a whole lot more. Dragon King also said that if a king spirit ate one, it could increase a few self-geno points. But whenever Han Sen ate one, it only provided him a single point. It seemed as if things were far more difficult for a super king spirit. I need to find a way to move that tree. Maybe I really can get it to grow some more fruit, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen kept Dragon King in the ring. He planned to leave him there for a while, as he wasn't going to get the spirit's armor just yet. Even if the location he spoke of was true, the armor resided deep within the forest. And venturing there could prove too much, even for him. It was likely he'd encounter a variety of super creatures if he was to go there. Even if he used the underground shelter, there was no guarantee it would work. And Han Sen was now responsible for the lives of everyone else who lived in the shelter, meaning he could not take so many risks. If a super creature attacked the shelter, it was likely they'd all be killed. Han Sen looked at his self-geno points and noticed he had 163. 45 of those had come from Dragon King. Han Sen recalled he had to battle Split Space King, so he decided to return to the spirit base. I hope he was patient enough to wait all this time, Han Sen said to himself, as he drove the island to where he had proposed that the fight be held. All the spirits were still gathered at Xianxia, waiting for the much-anticipated fight to commence. Split Space King had waited there for 3 days, and when the shadow spirit never appeared, they believed it was due to cowardice. Unfortunately, Han Sen's absence only fueled Split Space King's arrogance. I expected more from the spirit that beckoned me to fight. Split Space King feigned disappointment, but the mocking of his tone was hard to miss. You really want to have a self-fight with me? A voice came from an incoming island, with a handsome spirit atop it. The king, is the nameless king spirit actually the king? It would appear so. Niece. Split Space King said the king is garbage. I guess now we'll see. When many spirits recognized Han Sen, they began to talk amongst themselves with great fervor. You are the king spirit that wished to fight me? Split Space King asked. Yep, Han Sen answered. And you are the king? Split Space King asked. Yep, Han Sen nodded. Well, that saves me some trouble. Let me kill you so we can get this over with, Split Space King said. Han Sen started the self-fight. Due to Split Space King being first rank in the entire spirit base, he was able to send him an invitation immediately. Split Space King promptly agreed, which led to his statue going bright. Self-fight, it really is a self-fight. All the spirits began screaming with excitement, as the hype consumed them. Only the greatest of enemies would commit to a self-fight, so it was rare to witness such a battle. A white light shone brightly as Han Sen stepped onto the physical clouds of xianxia. Then, he said, I'm afraid this will be my final fight in the third spirit base. No one will dare fight me, after what they are about to see. That being said, I'll grant you the opportunity to forfeit before we begin. The spirits that watched, all believed Han Sen was trying to bluff his way out of the fight. At first, Split Space King did not say a word. He silently stepped onto the clouds of xianxia, then said coldly, You're afraid, huh? You should be. Han Sen laughed in response, and said, You can go on believing that, if it helps. But how about you just cut the crap and try to kill me, like you've been saying over and over? Split Space King swung his hand like a blade that seemed to tear through the fabric of reality. Cracked spider webbed through the very space around Han Sen. He really does wield the space element. Although it doesn't actually shatter the dimension, it is quite impressive to see cracks form in the fabric of space itself. Han Sen wanted the genes even more now. But seeing what was occurring around him, Han Sen did not try to fall back. He wanted to see if his Super King spirit could withstand the attack. If he could not go up against space, then that meant he was not indestructible. So, Han Sen stretched his body as light coursed through his veins and muscles. The light of his exterior was amplified. As the cracks of the dimension drew nearer, it looked as if they would shred his body. But without fear, Han Sen stretched his arms and prepared to punch his foe, seemingly without a care for the cracks that were fast approaching. Fool, Split Space King laughed. Although his power was low, the cracks were like flying weaponry that sought to slice and dice Han Sen into bits. All the spirits, seeing Han Sen just move forward, thought something was amiss. The moment Han Sen went through the cracks, his body bled. Even Han Sen's fist was bleeding, and as he pushed on through, he did so in a red light, as his clothes were dyed with his blood. Even king spirits could not move through the cracks without getting destroyed in a barrage of lacerations. Space powers are too strong. Is there anything out there that can withstand it? Split Space King really is indestructible. Even the king can't beat him. If anything could actually challenge him, I'd wager it is only a spirit that wields the element of time. Split Space King looked on cockily, saying, What a fool, trying to transcend and break through the fracturing of space. Han Sen's body was covered in gruesome gashes, and the red shredding of his being was like the marking of a spiderweb. Split Space King believed the king's body would collapse into a mound of chopped meat if he pushed through a second more. But Han Sen's fist was getting close. It was getting dangerously close. Split Space King's face changed. He wanted to formulate more space tears, but it was too late for him to do anything. Han Sen's raging fist was going to land, and the best he could do was establish a flimsy block. Muscle collided with muscle, as bone went up against bone. The spirits, seeing Han Sen's body approach with a glowing fist, watched with rapt intensity as it broke Split Space King's arms and drove itself directly into his smug face. Boom! The white light drew together to create an orb of incinerating power, one that destroyed Split Space King's head. The arrogant spirit was sent flying back, crashing into statue in a bloody heap of broken bones and blood. Space King Spirit Gene +1. Shen Shao was so quiet, you could hear a pin drop. No one could believe what their eyes had just witnessed. They could not believe Split Space King had lost to a single punch delivered by the king. The eyes of the audience stared unblinking in disbelief of the sight. In continued silence, their eyes flickered between Han Sen standing still, and the crumpled body of Split Space King in the bloodied statue. "I'm going to kill you." Split Space King responded and did not wait a moment before racing forward to attack Han Sen again. Split Space King created a multitude of cracks across the arena. It was as if Han Sen was standing in a world of glass, one that was slowly breaking and collapsing. "If you could actually break space, only then might I fear you. A kitten could scratch me harder than all this could." Han Sen threw his fist forward once more. Again, many of the dimensional breakings cut Han Sen, but the damage done was only skin deep. No damage was done to his muscles or even his super body. Split Space King was incredibly angry, and that fury spread out into his surroundings, making the area around him look like a broken snow globe. But still, even those attacks would only draw blood. Not a single one of those cracks were enough to truly repel Han Sen and his thirsty fist. Boom! Han Sen's punch nestled itself deep into Split Space King's head once again, with no fear, hesitation, or pain softening the merciless strike. Split Space King was powerful, but his body was not built to withstand the likes of Han Sen. During his respawn phase, Han Sen approached the statue. And when Split Space King respawned, there were no dramatics to precede the next killing. Upon each respawn, Han Sen was there, waiting for his next kill. The statue was like a space geno point dispensing machine, and the only sound to be heard was that of a brief scream being cut short every time. Indeed, no spirit dared make a sound as they watched Split Space King be utterly annihilated each and every time. It was a frightening scene, watching an incredibly powerful king be utterly destroyed like an ant. Indestructible. Every spirit had this word rattling around in their heads. Han Sen was incredibly overjoyed, watching his Space King spirit geno point tally increase one by one. Split Space King, before it was all over, became numb. Eventually, he gave up completely. Whenever he respawned, he stood there silently, awaiting death. Again and again, he allowed this to happen. "Oh my spirit, the king is terrifying. What element does he wield? Physical, maybe, but if that is true, can plain, physical power even reach such heights? Unless someone has more gene locks open, the king is unbeatable. The king won't be a king much longer. He is sure to become an emperor. This is the sort of spirit that will bring great change to the third god's sanctuary. The king is indestructible." The quiet chattering between the spirits soon turned into a frenzy of praise and fawning, and whenever they looked at the king, their faces fell slack in complete awe and admiration of him. Boom! After killing Split Space King 99 times, Han Sen's space geno point tally reached 100. He couldn't increase it anymore. "I've gone up against many king spirits in my time here, and still, none are able to defeat me. Is this to continue forever?" Han Sen spoke aloud and put on an expression of disappointment. Then he turned to leave. Only the king can say something like this. And to be honest, he has every right to. The spirits all looked on him in amazement. Han Sen did not really mean what he said. His primary goal was to provoke the ire and hatred of the other spirits even more, and perhaps draw out another challenger. Unfortunately, none were willing to. Unexpectedly, the spirits all agreed with his words and deemed them appropriate. "These spirits are lame. Humans are fearless. They wouldn't act like this," Han Sen thought to himself. "I can't believe Split Space King was unable to defeat the king." Flower Empress was in shock. If nothing stops him, he's well on his way to becoming an emperor. He's got the makings of a spirit that'll reach the fourth god's sanctuary, without error, Heavenly Empress said. "The emperors have had no luck so far, but they won't relent in their pursuit of him. And when they do find the king, they'll kill him." Flower Empress spoke with a soft and worried tone. "I don't think that is necessarily true. If they find out where he is, I'm not sure they'll be able to do much," Heavenly Empress commented. "I wonder who his parents are. I'd sure like to meet them." Flower Empress said. "You want to be their daughter-in-law. You're thinking that far ahead, are you?" Heavenly Empress jested with a laugh. Flower Empress said, "Well, there's no denying it'd be great if I could marry a spirit such as that. The baby we'd conceive would be something quite special, for sure. And regardless of that, I still owe him kisses." Moment Queen had been sent out to retrieve creatures, and when she entered the spirit base, she heard the news. "Whoa, that sounds like a scary spirit. I wonder where he came from." Moment Queen did not think highly of herself, and she did not even reckon she could defeat Space King spirits of her own tier. After hearing the tale of the king, She thought to herself, if I can ally with him, I can most certainly exact my revenge. But I've only opened one gene lock, I doubt I'll be able to catch up with him. When the image of Han Sen's smug face flickered across her mind, Moment Queen said to herself, this is that asshole's fault. If it wasn't for him, I'd have opened a multitude of gene locks a long time ago. When the time for my revenge comes, I won't just kill him. No, that'd be too merciful. I'm going to enslave him. I'll make him my thrall. Moment Queen did not know the king was Han Sen, the person she hated most in all the world. As this was occurring, Han Sen was dining on a meal Zero had prepared. At the same time, he fiddled with the scale. With Moment Queen's fruitful hunt, Han Sen no longer had to worry about mutant geno points. All he had to do was eat his fill. But the dragon scale troubled Han Sen. There were many small words inscribed upon it, and he had no clue what they meant. Dragon King told him it was a transcript of his own secret skills. But Han Sen did not believe this, and he found it difficult to imagine someone randomly carving their skills out on such a unique scale. When Han Sen pestered Dragon King for a more profound explanation, he translated the text for him. But due to Han Sen not being able to understand the source text, he couldn't be sure whether or not to trust the translation. And still, Han Sen believed he was lying. He asked Thorn Baron and Moment Queen what they thought, and they both told him the same thing. The words on the scale were not written in any spirit language. Han Sen then went to do some research, and he found a few languages that possessed similar runic systems to the ones on the scale. After a deeper analysis, Han Sen was surprised to discover an exact match with a Shira language. Han Sen had learned how to read, write, and speak the Shira language. But he had learned a modern variant of the language. The dialect written across the scale was ancient, and it was almost entirely different. Not wanting to jump the gun, Han Sen spent some time with his research and was careful to confirm his findings. It wasn't long before he realized he really wasn't mistaken. The text on the scale belonged to an ancient Shira writing system. It was prehistoric. It was a shocking discovery, to say the least. The Shira could not enter the sanctuaries, so why in the universe would their runes be inscribed on the scale? Han Sen attempted a translation with his computer, but there was little he could uncover. Although there were a few words here and there the system could translate, not a single sentence could be completed. At the very least, Han Sen had now learned that whatever had been written upon the scale was not one of Dragon King's skills. And when he translated a word that was clearly the title of the text, it read, Asura. Why is the dragon scale inscribed with Shira text? Han Sen had tried his best to translate it, but it was mostly to no avail. So he turned his attention back to Dragon King and started interrogating him for information. But the spirit was tight-lipped, and no death threat Han Sen could make was enough to force him to talk. It's like the sky, but it is not. It is Asura. As Zero returned, bringing back the meat feast of a hunt to the shelter, she started talking to herself when seeing the dragon scale. Did you say something? Han Sen asked Zero to repeat what she had said. Zero pointed to the scale and said, it's like the sky, but it is not. It is Asura. You know what's written on this thing? Han Sen's excitement perked. His excitement did not stem from Zero being able to understand the text, though. Zero was a Shira, in some way or another. Although he was surprised to learn she was able to read the ancient Shira language, this was not what excited him. What excited him was what Zero had said. He recognized them, as they were the opening lines of the falsified Sky Sutra. Zero nodded. Can you read it out to me? Han Sen asked, in a rushed manner. Zero took the scale in her hands and started to read, as requested. It's like the sky, but it is not. It is Asura. Han Sen was frozen, as 90% of the text was the falsified Sky Sutra. His heart pounded and his head pulsed as if it was going to explode. Han Sen could not understand why the falsified Sky Sutra had been written in an ancient Shira language, on a dragon scale in the third god's sanctuary. It gave him a headache, as he tried to comprehend all the possible implications this revelation conveyed. What's going on? Han Sen asked himself, in complete disbelief. After Zero finished reading what was written, her hand gleamed with a power. All of a sudden, an invisible force was cast outwards against a nearby pillar with great intensity. Falsified sky powers. Han Sen was quickly taken aback. Han Sen had seen it many times at this point, so it was easy for him to recognize it. Zero, have you learned this before? Han Sen asked, as he grabbed her by the arms. Zero shook her head, but Han Sen still asked, and that's the truth. You haven't learned it. What about the falsified Sky Sutra? Zero shook her head, as if she had done something naughty. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cast it like that, I was just giving it a go. It's okay, you can practice it all you like, that's not what I meant. Han Sen realized his reaction might have scared her. So, he gave her the scale and comforted her to the best of his abilities. Han Sen had not practiced the falsified Sky Sutra to distance himself from the Luo family. Since Zero had suddenly just learned it, he didn't see the harm in allowing her to continue practicing it. But Han Sen was still perplexed over the day's discoveries. He could not wrap his head around why the falsified Sky Sutra would have some kind of connection not only to Dragon King, but the Shira, as well. Han Sen's mother told him only members of the Luo family could learn the falsified Sky Sutra, but evidently, that was not the case. Zero had only just read it once, and she inadvertently cast it with as much ferocity as Luo Yin. Looking at Zero, Han Sen now wore a complicated look that came from his intense interest in her character. Han Sen left the hall shortly after this and went to a place where no one might intrude upon him in the shelter. There was a room there, and after closing its doors, he released Dragon King from the ring. The hall was suddenly alive with the sound of screaming. Even the King of Hell himself would have shuddered at the sounds of those anguish-born cries. No matter what Han Sen did to Dragon King, he would not talk. No threats or wretched manner of torture or inflicted pain would make him speak. The Asura Sutra on the scale was the falsified Sky Sutra, and as incomprehensible as it seemed, Dragon King was not at all willing to elucidate the reasons why. How could Dragon King plead for his life before, and yet now, he seems happy to die on behalf of maintaining the falsified Sky Sutra's secrecy? Han Sen wondered. Seeing Dragon King near death, Han Sen returned him to the ring. Han Sen really wanted to learn more, but for now, he had hit a dead end. With no further leads to explore, it'd have to be put on the back burner. Han Sen thought about asking his mother, but she was never keen on discussing anything regarding the Luo family. As such, he thought it was unlikely he'd learn anything from her about this entire affair. And it would probably upset her, if Han Sen did start showing an interest in the Luo family. Han Sen returned to the hall and continued dining on the mutant flesh Moment Queen had retrieved earlier. And now, his mutant geno points had maxed out. He gave his new strength a whirl on the tester, and learned. His fitness level was above 1500. This meant he was capable of opening his 5th gene lock. Unfortunately, his Qigong was trailing behind. He estimated it'd take another 3 months just to unlock the 4th tier. The higher the gene lock, the harder it would be to unlock it. After the 7th tier, subsequent unlocks rested purely on talent and luck. Few super creatures and king spirits were capable of unlocking 9 gene locks. And the number of humans reaching such heights was lower by an extremely large margin. To kill super creatures in the future, though, Han Sen knew he'd have to get his gene locks open. And so he was determined to do just that. If he didn't get them open, he wagered he'd have no luck in their hunting. When Han Sen woke up, he received a package from an AI. Strangely, it did not say from whom it was sent. That's weird, who sent me this package? Han Sen opened the package immediately, not concerned about the remote possibility of something dangerous residing within. The Alliance was able to scan packages, anyway. If there was a harmful substance, such as toxins or radioactive material, or even bombs inside, the package would never have been forwarded to him. Han Sen opened the package, which had been delivered to him in a recyclable box, and saw a lone envelope inside. Needless to say, he was taken aback. Sending someone a primitive letter in that day and age was very unusual. He picked up the envelope, which was plain and without text on the front, and turned it over. There was nothing written on the back, either. Han Sen opened it up and pulled out the slip of paper that was inside. On it, 2 simple sentences were written. Something will arrive in 3 days. Take it to the shelter and do not allow anyone else to see it, blind man. Han Sen read it out and frowned. Han Sen did not recall a person named Blind Man, but the writing was somewhat familiar. It was someone he had met once before, but his memory of the person's significance was hazy. When Han Sen was in the second god's sanctuary, a man called Blind Man had given him a book called The Innocent. He only saw him once, and after their encounter, he disappeared and was never seen again. Why he would send a letter and ask him to expect a package in 3 days, Han Sen could not tell. What a strange person. Whatever was going on, it didn't feel like a mere prank. Regardless of what was to occur, Han Sen decided to wait 3 days and see if anything did indeed come. When that day rolled around, a package showed up at Han Sen's door. Strangely, it was delivered to him by an actual person. This person was well cloaked, though, and it was difficult to even discern their gender. The person placed the item in the mailbox and left. Because this item had not been scanned, Han Sen brought it to the sanctuary and God Moment Queen to open it for him. If there was something dangerous inside, it was best if she handled it. When the box was opened, nothing bad happened. And on the inside was a miniature purple cauldron. It was around 20 centimeters tall and 10 centimeters wide. There was a lid on it, so if there was something within, it was obscured from view. Curiously, though, emblazoned on the cauldron was the symbol of the 9-life cat. As blind man a member of Blood Legion, what meaning could there be to him sending me this cauldron? Han Sen frowned and gave the cauldron a good shake, to determine whether or not there was something inside it. No sound was emitted, which told him it was empty. This actually disappointed him. Removing the lid, though, proved his little test wrong. And what was inside gave him quite the shock. Sitting inside the cauldron was a red jewel shaped like a ping-pong ball. It was rather weird, in that it had made no sound when he shook the cauldron. How is that possible? Han Sen was really confident in his abilities of perception, and being able to sense the presence of something, even if it was out of sight. If there was something inside, he should have been able to detect it. Han Sen closed the lid and gave the cauldron another shake with the jewel still inside. Like before, no sound was heard. It was as if the cauldron was empty. When Han Sen removed the lid, the jewel was still there. He now also noticed a pleasant, herbal fragrance being emitted. What is this? Han Sen took the jewel out. It felt warm to his touch, and it was lighter than any stone he had felt before. Han Sen wondered if the jewel was actually a jewel, or was instead some sort of pill. If it was, it didn't look edible. Swallowing it would be like swallowing a rock, or so he thought. He didn't fancy digesting something like that. Not partial to the consumption of such an item, he placed the jewel back in the cauldron and found a place in the shelter to hide it. He didn't really want to help Blind Man, but he was worried about the possibility of the package being associated with some murder or criminal act. Han Sen returned to the Alliance and searched for information regarding such a cauldron. He found many different cauldrons on Skynet, but there was nothing remotely similar to the one he had just been given. There was no news out there, either, about the theft of a cauldron. After entering the dimensions of the cauldron, he should have been able to find something out about it. But alas, he could not. Han Sen could not find anything out about the jewel, either. Frustrated, he simply decided to log off Skynet and leave. Following this package, though, Han Sen did not receive anything else from the elusive blind man. With no more reason for it to demand his attention, Han Sen decided to let the matter go for the time being. Little Han, we have received a report of an injured sacred blood creature. Would you like us to check it out? As Han Sen went off to the east of the shelter, Old Huang sought him out. What is it? His fourth gene lock had almost been opened, so he was fancying the idea of a quick kill of a sacred blood creature. It is a black snake of sorts. It appeared to be dying, but that didn't stop it from swallowing a mutant-class frog. Still, that's what told us it was most likely a sacred blood creature, Old Huang elaborated. Let's take a look, then. Han Sen followed Old Huang out of the shelter, and they ventured west. After 10 miles of travel, they encountered a black snake resting on a rock. Its body was as thick as a barrel, and it had to be at least 50 meters long. Concerningly, its scales had been shredded by what appeared to be massive claws. It is a sacred blood creature, you're right. Han Sen scanned it, and took notice of the life force. And as they suspected, it was indeed legitimately damaged. Little Han, is it a sacred blood creature? Old Huang asked. Han Sen nodded, saying, yes, it is. Han Sen brought out his bow and summoned a saber-toothed bee arrow. Then, he took aim at the giant snake's weak spot. Old Huang, ready yourself for a fight. Han Sen then commanded the party to establish a formation. Han Sen loosed the arrow. It pierced through the snake's already shredded flesh and embedded itself entirely within the beast. The black snake shrieked in agony, and took off after Han Sen. It expelled a black smoke from its mouth, as it went, and it looked terrifying. The snake can breathe a horrid mixture of fire and toxic smoke, run. Han Sen summoned his dragon blood snake as he ordered them all to fall back. The two monsters lashed against each other. Although the giant snake had been severely wounded, it was still more formidable than its new opponent. Without wasting a second, it slithered its way around the dragon blood snake to ensnare and choke it. So powerfully did it seize Han Sen's creature, it looked as if its entire body would snap in 2 seconds flat. The dragon blood snake squealed in pain as the black snake rotated its head, nearing the mouth of its captured foe. Then it opened its venomous maw wide and cast a gust of toxic smoke down the dragon blood snake's throat. The dragon blood snake's muscles relinquished their strength, and it collapsed as if it were drunk. It wished to escape, but it longer had the strength to even attempt to free itself. Han Sen returned the dragon blood snake to the Sea of Soul before anything even more foul befell it. Whoosh! Another saber-tooth bee arrow was fired, and it drilled through another of the giant snake's wounds. The black snake was whipped into a frenzy by Han Sen's bold attacks, and it lashed towards him with a mouth that breathed fire like a geyser. The forest around him was turned to cinders, and charred branches cascaded to the ground in a chimney-red, Halloween-orange haze. If a portion of the once green region had been spared the fury of the snake's fire-wreathed vengeance, it soon fell prey to the fierce disintegrating properties of the beast's toxic smoke. Han Sen pranced quickly in retreat, weaving his way past trees and bushes, using what he could as momentary cover. His sacred blood armor was able to repel the fire and toxic smoke, thankfully. All he had to do to remain alive was not breathe in the smoke himself. Using the bushes, Han Sen evaded the snake's enraged attacks, and after each successful dodge, he fired an arrow at another of the snake's wounds. If Han Sen had not gotten as strong as he was, he wouldn't have been able to keep his head above water and remain toe-to-toe with the foe. Still, the sacred blood creature was scary, and despite the barrage of arrows Han Sen fired, and the shrieks of pain they drew from the snake, they didn't actually slow the creature down. It still came for Han Sen as madly as ever. He could only be thankful the snake had already been injured so severely. Had it not, Han Sen wasn't sure if he could have handled it. The black snake was strong, and it continued as it was for quite some time. But eventually, as all things did, the blood loss took its toll. The creature began to shiver and shake, and its attacks lost the precision and finesse they once had. Han Sen, braving the inferno, took the opportunity to run loops around the snake. He fired arrow after arrow, each striking the wounds of the giant snake. After an hour of this, the black snake lost its composure and fell to the ground. It remained there, with at least 200 arrows protruding from its scaly skin. Sacred blood creature black python killed. No beast soul gained. Consume its flesh to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. Han Sen felt great relief following that battle. It had almost been too hot for him to handle, and he was supremely thankful the creature had been found wounded. He did not fancy going up against such a foe if it was at full health. Han Sen then went to fetch old Huang and his people, and brought them back. As they prepared to transport the creature back, something leapt out of the forest towards the snake's body. It grabbed the snake, threw it over its shoulder, and ran away. Everyone was frozen stiff. An ape had just waylaid them, one that was 2 meters tall and had baby blue fur. For it to carry such a creature all by itself was no small feat, and yet despite that, it managed to race through the knotted woods with impressive speed. *T. How dare you take my kill? That belongs to me. Han Sen's wrath was quickly incited, and he fired arrows as he yelled at the fleeing simian. But the ape did not look back, and off it continued to go. It had positioned the snake across its back, too, so that the corpse would be the recipient of any arrows fired at the ape's back. Ooh oh ha ha. The blue ape turned around and laughed at Han Sen. Then, it went back to running away. FCKU, monkey. Han Sen was furious. He had to do something, but first, he told old Huang to return. The blue ape continued running through the tangled overgrowth of the forest, and Han Sen planned to go after it. Unfortunately, it too was a sacred blood creature. And so, to ensure the safety of old Huang and the others, he made sure they did not follow. What's more, he had seen the ape's claws. It was quite possible that the blue ape was the one responsible for the snake's initial injuries. As Han Sen gave chase, the blue ape sped up. It ran faster than Han Sen could. That surprised him, too. It was as if the blue ape had suddenly activated a speed boost. Is it just fast, or has time just sped up? Han Sen was quite surprised. The blue ape shone with a blue light as it went, and further it raced. When there was a wide enough berth, it would even turn around to taunt Han Sen with a cheeky grin. Han Sen was unable to catch up, and after a while of chasing it, the thief had gained a lead that increased until it was completely out of sight. Regretfully, Han Sen had to give up the pursuit. There was no use in Han Sen getting mad, as it was his fault for not being able to match the ape's speed. He returned to the shelter empty-handed, but did not make a fuss. What had occurred with the ape did not weigh on his mind, either. He soon forgot about it entirely. Failure was to be accepted sometimes, and it was something that happened frequently, when someone wished to hunt creatures. But a few days later, there were growing reports of a blue-colored fiend making a habit of stealing kills and even wounding people. Han Sen frowned. With the ape's power being what it was, he knew the ape could have killed the hunters if it chose to. So, it seemed as if the ape had returned with the desire to provoke them. Stay in the shelter over the course of the next few days. I will check it out, Han Sen commanded his people. Then, he went to the spirit hall and picked up Bauer. With the baby in hand, he left the shelter. Han Sen had been unable to chase the blue ape before, but things might be different with Bauer in tow. If the ape made an appearance and did something to upset Bauer, Han Sen was fairly sure she'd use the gourd to make quick work of it. Han Sen left the shelter with Bauer. He killed a few primitive class bugs at first, to see if that would draw the ape out. Not long after, it had indeed come to steal his kills. It crept near to Han Sen and watched him. It was possible the ape knew Han Sen was special, more accomplished than the others fighters it had boorishly stolen from. This time, it did not make an immediate appearance and try to tackle Han Sen before running off with the goodies, it just waited and watched. Han Sen was aware of the ape's presence, but pretended he wasn't. If he revealed he knew it was close by, there was a chance the ape would scarper. And if so, he'd most certainly be unable to pursue the ape if it was empty-handed. Han Sen faced away from the ape, and holding Bauer, he looked for more prey he could kill. When he started to move, so did the ape. Han Sen found a black scorpion lying ahead, and noted it was primitive class. He fired an arrow. The scorpion's carapace was broken by the sudden shot, and the insect quickly died. And just as this happened, a blue flash leapt out of the bushes. The ape spared no time in picking up the scorpion, shouting mockingly at Han Sen, and running off back into the tangled depths of the forest. The ape could have easily killed the scorpion if it wanted to, and it was clear it was interested in annoying Han Sen more than anything. Han Sen immediately opened the 3 tiers of his Dongshuan Sutra. As he did, he covered the ape and sealed its 7th sense. Where are you going to run now, you little imp? Han Sen pulled out his bow and fired. Having been unexpectedly robbed of its 7th sense, the blue ape was quite shocked. It frantically panicked as if it had been blinded, and a saber-toothed bee arrow had already made a home on the hairy fiend. The sharp arrow hit the monkey's soft belly, and it accelerated as it came into contact, spinning as if it were a drill. Surprisingly, the arrow was only able to ruffle some of the ape's fur, and was unable to break the ape's skin. The blue ape squealed in fright, but it didn't let Han Sen's meddling stop it from trying to escape. Although its 7th sense was still sealed, it was still able to reorient itself and try to flee. Perhaps, Han Sen thought, the monkey was familiar with the area, and thus it could still run off in a certain direction with great speed. Han Sen gave chase, determined to fire another arrow that would strike the monkey's ass. Through the boons of Dongshuan aura, Han Sen was able to fire the arrow silently. And because of this talent, the arrow managed to avoid the attention of the ape. As planned, the arrow dug into the monkey's meaty backside. Roar! The blue ape's ass was bleeding. It pulled its arms back to finger the wound, which oozed blood. It looked rather funny. Ha ha! Bauer clapped and laughed at the sight. Han Sen was going to fire another, but the ape's blue light appeared. And after this occurred, the speed of the ape greatly increased. He tried giving chase to the monkey, but Bauer looked unmoved, and it didn't appear that she wanted to bring out her gourd and kill the ape before it could escape. Needless to say, this disheartened Han Sen, somewhat. Bringing out his bow again, he fired. Unfortunately, not even the arrows could keep up with the fleeing ape. Eventually, it disappeared from his sight. It went fast. Although Han Sen had lost sight of the creature again, all was not lost. This time, he had drawn blood. With a good whiff of the ape's scent, Han Sen would be able to track it and discover where the ape had gone to. The blue ape traveled through the forest for a good long while, and Han Sen was determined to follow it. As long as the ape's trail didn't lead him to the more nefarious corners of the forest, that was. Because Han Sen was able to mask his scent and movement, even if there were creatures near him, he would most likely be able to avoid them and not alert them to his presence. After 50 miles of travel, however, the scent became lighter. Han Sen presumed the wound on the blue ape's ass had probably healed up. But the blue ape seemed to have a taste for vengeance. Han Sen had inflicted a decent bit of damage, and in an embarrassing spot, too. Given the chance, Han Sen believed it would only be a matter of time before the ape returned for him. Dad, monkey. Bauer suddenly pointed to a space ahead. Han Sen peered in the direction she was pointing, and suddenly saw an army of monkeys jumping around. The monkeys had already spread out to surround them, something which had shockingly escaped Han Sen's realization. Ooh oh ahaha. The thieving blue ape made an appearance. And as it revealed itself, so did all the other monkeys that surrounded them. They all chanted in their simian banter, wildly and sharply. Han Sen observed them all, and counted there to be around 1,000 of the creatures. Save for the soul-sacred blood blue ape, which had clearly established itself as king, the rest were all a mixture of primitive and mutant class types. In unison, all the apes let out a cry and ran towards Han Sen. As cool as ever, though, he did not flinch back from their approach. And as this occurred, Bauer clapped her hands as if she was applauding grand theatrics. Han Sen opened his Dongshuan aura and sealed the seventh sense of every creature there. And like they had just become headless chickens, all the monkeys lost their sense of direction and became aimless. Han Sen brought out his bow and fired an arrow at the Blue Monkey King, aiming for the felon's ear. The arrow drilled neatly into the spot he had selected, but it did not remain there long. Immediately after it had settled, the ape grabbed the arrow, pulled it out, and broke it. Han Sen was disheartened by the loss of the arrow, so he pulled out Taya and ran towards the king. The ape king could no longer hear or see, but it looked as if it was able to do just fine with guesses. It turned around and sought to run off again. The blue ape's behavior was starting to aggravate Han Sen. The beast was too cowardly, despite its dastardly acts. Han Sen wanted to fight it face to face, but his inability to do so annoyed him. Han Sen was even angrier at the thought he could never actually catch up with the fiend if it chose to flee. Still, this area was home to many such monkeys. Wherever the blue ape lived, it had to be near. I don't think so, Han Sen said, with Bauer on his back sucking a dum-dum in excitement. Han Sen chased the ape king, but again, he was unable to keep up. He could have sworn the simian fiend was cheating, and before long, it had completely disappeared from sight. But with the king gone, the other monkeys still tried to attack Han Sen. After sealing their seventh sense, he went into hiding. When their sight returned to them, they poked around and looked for Han Sen, but they couldn't find him. Not too concerned with establishing a manhunt, they just went away. I'm going to find you now. Believing they were headed home, Han Sen decided to follow the monkeys. After 10 miles of travel, he saw a grand mountain many of the monkeys were scaling. Han Sen admired the grandeur of the mountain and was in awe at the spectacle. Its peak was nestled above the clouds, and there was a massive waterfall. It was incredibly beautiful. If I had to wager a guess, I'd say the Monkey King makes its home here, Han Sen said to himself, and then thought, now I know where you live. If you ever show your face, and if you ever disturb my people again, I will be back. I'll kill your kids and all your grandkids. We'll see who's laughing then. Han Sen approached the mountain, and as his sense of scale improved, he got a sense of how truly enormous the mountain really was. He could not even see the peak. The silver waterfall came from someplace above the clouds, and it looked like a silver dragon descending from the heavens. Strange. I wonder where the water comes from. Han Sen looked around, and noticed it really was just a single mountain surrounded by the woodlands of thorn forest. It was not a mountain range. A lonely mountain, with a spectacular waterfall such as that, was strange in Han Sen's eyes. Does the water come from the sky? Han Sen thought, but then quickly disregarded the idea as ludicrous. Han Sen turned his attention back to the monkeys that scaled the mountain. Curiously, they were all headed for that waterfall, and when they reached it, they went beyond it. Han Sen's interest was captured by the sight, and he wanted to see exactly what they were doing and how they were disappearing into the waterfall. After another moment of contemplation, Han Sen decided to check out the waterfall himself. So, he started to scale the mountain, heading there alongside the blue monkeys that still couldn't notice him. The monkeys were unable to beat him in a fight, and even if Han Sen had to take on the Ape King, he was confident he could beat it. Therefore, he did not need to fear going after them. Han Sen wished to see what they were doing behind the waterfall. Upon reaching it, Han Sen found that there was a cave behind the waterfall. He scanned the entrance and could not see a thing. All traces of the monkeys had vanished. Bauer herself looked curious, and she asked, "Daddy, where are the monkeys? I'm sure we'll see them soon enough." Han Sen walked inside the cave with caution, slightly worried that he was walking into a trap. But nothing happened. He walked through the caves for 3 kilometers, and still, he could not find the monkeys. The cave was getting dark, too. Han Sen could no longer see Bauer's face, either. He had his Dongshuan aura active, and try as he might to find a creature, there was nothing. There was only the black. Han Sen kept a hand on the cave wall as he went, and he thought to himself, what are the monkeys doing down here? Is there a treasure of some value, maybe? With the thought of treasure running through his mind, Han Sen's excitement for this affair was renewed. Wherever he was headed, there was only one way. The cave's tunnels were linear, and there were no forks or branching pathways. As such, he did not have to worry about getting lost. He walked another 10 miles in that place, and he started to wonder whether or not he was going to reach the end. Regardless of where he was, the mountain was far too big for its own good, he thought. He suddenly saw a light ahead of him, which brought him a joy that had long since been vanquished. Holding Bauer tight, he ran towards the light. It was an exit, and speeding up, Han Sen ran out. Before him lay a valley. There were countless monkeys playing in that valley, and across the verdant greens of that expanse were gorgeous trees. Are they geno plants, I wonder? Han Sen looked at the trees, and after a brief scan, Han Sen could detect the life force of each. They were indeed all geno plants. Many of the trees were ripe, and there was much fruit growing across their boughs. The monkeys were gorging themselves on the succulent fruits, even now as he looked on. Awesome, so many plants with really high life forces, I most certainly hit the jackpot today. Han Sen wanted to rush forward and claim them for himself, and even Bauer was squirming with hands outstretched, obviously wanting to eat the fruit. Don't be hasty, we're still not sure if we can even eat them yet. Han Sen held Bauer tight, watching the reactions of the monkeys as they ate the fruit. The geno plants did look strange, admittedly. As such, he was a little hesitant to begin eating the fruit their branches offered. The geno plants possessed fruit, but that was it. There were no flowers or anything of the sort, which was why Han Sen thought it strange. Han Sen, with his eyes alone, could see at least 100 of the geno plants. But none of these plants grew weapons, beast souls, or creatures. Not even spirits. There was only fruit. The monkeys weren't selective of which fruit they wanted, either. They just picked up the fruit nearest to them and kept on eating. Bauer could not wait any longer, and she escaped Han Sen's grasp. She crawled to the nearest tree and climbed it. She picked up one of the fruits and ate it. Bauer sat upon a branch of the tree with the fruit in her hands. Then, she took a big bite. A lot of juice flowed out of the fruit, and it emitted a pleasant fragrance. Bauer ate the fruit whole in a few more bites. Then she licked her lips and immediately went for another. She climbed further up the tree and collected as many as she could carry. She stuffed her face with the fruit, all the while saying, "Daddy, come and eat the fruit." Dismally, Han Sen thought to himself, if only I could be so carefree. Unfortunately for me, I have monkeys to deal with first. Han Sen was not currently in the mood to eat, and there were at least 1,000 monkeys with their eyes fixed upon Bauer as she munched their food. The Monkey King made an appearance, and after it noticed her, and it yelled at her in its simian tongue. All the monkeys began hopping and jumping about in excitement. The Monkey King was glowing blue, and it jumped towards Bauer. Han Sen immediately grabbed Bauer away from the tree and activated his Dongshuan aura. But this time, the Monkey King seemed immune to the seventh sense stifling effects. It came directly towards Han Sen, without pause or confusion. Needing an extra kick, Han Sen activated Jade Sun Force and Long Live to speed up and evade the incoming attack. The Monkey King was incredibly powerful, and if Han Sen didn't use his Super King Spirit mode, he wasn't sure if he'd emerge victorious. Han Sen was far slower than the ape, as had already been established. But he was fortunate to have the geno trees all around. They were basically sacred to the monkeys, and the last thing the Monkey King wanted to do was destroy those trees in a rampage. Acknowledging this, Han Sen was able to use the trees for protection. Bauer swallowed the last morsel of fruit she had collected, and she looked bloated. She reclined in Han Sen's arms, satisfied, without concern for the horde of furious monkeys. Ducking and weaving, Han Sen was getting chased all over the place by the Monkey King. They ran across the valley for a long time, but then, Han Sen stumbled across a wine jug that had been crafted from jade. Half of the pot was in the soil, and only its rim and lid were exposed above the earth. The reason it stood out to Han Sen, and why the wine jug was most curious, was the fact that it was 10 meters tall. He could not fathom what sort of being would use it to pour wine for themselves. Do humans or spirits reside here, I wonder? If he had to take a guess, Han Sen thought it would most likely belong to a spirit. He didn't think humans could make use of a 10-meter tall wine jug. Before he could admire it more, though, the Monkey King was closing in. In the nick of time, Han Sen evaded the attack. But when he did so, he took notice of a giant stone bowl in the ground. This shocked Han Sen, as well. They were curious items, and yet, they were all half sunk into the ground. There was a 40-meter tall cauldron in the area, too. It was all rusted, but there were several dings in the area, also. It was strange. Everything in the area was significantly larger than they should have been, and even the smallest cup was a few meters tall. Han Sen wondered how long they had been here, but signs pointed to it being a long time. All the wares there were caked in dust. The items had also been crafted either out of jade or copper. And whereas the jade items were doing perfectly fine with the advance of time, the copper wasn't faring so well. The copper wares had rusted, and were clearly in a state of decay. Han Sen ran the length of the valley, from end to end. He could not detect the presence of a single human or spirit there, but now, he had been trapped. He had backed himself into a corner, which proved to be a dead end, and he had no way out. The Monkey King was still in pursuit, and it was drawing near. It came for Han Sen with blistering speed, gleaming with a blue light all the while. Han Sen jumped into the air, wishing to fly up and above the rabbit ape. But the Monkey King jumped and tried to attack Han Sen. Fortunately for Han Sen, he was adept with airborne maneuvers, and he was able to sidestep in the air to evade the monkey's fist. As he did so, he called out to the monkey, "Ha ha, Chunky Kong. I can fly, I bet you can't do that." The Monkey King did not look angry, though. It looked happy, and a grin formed on its face. It seemed as if it was the monkey was now laughing at Han Sen. There was clearly something amiss, and Han Sen felt it. But even with his Dongshuan aura active, he could not sense what had brought on the aura of unease. Having almost exited the valley in flight, Han Sen felt as if he hit a wall. Brought to a sudden stop, he fell back down with Bauer. He reactivated his flight and dodged the Monkey King, who had come over for a follow-up attack. Han Sen maintained his position, but could not see what had brought his earlier flight to a sudden stop. Looking up, there was no wall or fogged object that he might have accidentally bumped into. Han Sen flew up to where he hit something solid, but this time, he went slowly. He felt as if he was coming into contact with an invisible wall, and when he reached out to touch it, it bounced him away. What sort of power has created this invisible, skyborne hurdle? Han Sen tried exiting the valley from another portion of the sky, but he was met with the same results there. All the while, the Monkey King continued attacking while Han Sen dodged. It had been going on for some time now, though, and he knew he could not keep it up much longer. Han Sen decided to fall back to the tunnel he had entered the valley from, but strangely, it had disappeared. He punched where he believed the cave had once been, and the power of his strike was deflected back into him. There was a lot of power in that fist, and Han Sen ended up making himself bleed. Holy sh*t. Where the hll have I ended up? What is this place? The Blue Monkey King came swiftly from behind, and Han Sen decided he'd had enough of this ordeal. He stopped dodging and simply activated his Super King Spirit mode. Boom! Han Sen punched the Monkey King with tremendous force, which knocked it backwards into a roll. Unexpectedly, it landed perfectly. The strike had hit the monkey's fist, and the only damage the strike did was to cause the creature's hand to bruise and swell. This was an unpleasant surprise. His Super King Spirit mode had opened its first gene lock, but his fitness level was much higher than a sacred blood creature's. For the Monkey King to be nearly unfazed by Han Sen's strike, he couldn't imagine how many gene locks of its own it had opened. Han Sen's Super King Spirit mode was always on a short fuse. If he stood a chance, he couldn't waste a single second. He had to take his opponent out before the timer expired. But weirdly, the Monkey King was starting to run off again, and Han Sen was unable to catch up. How many gene locks has this guy opened? Han Sen deactivated his Super King Spirit mode. Han Sen knew he wouldn't be able to catch up with the ape, so he thought it best if he saved some strength. The Monkey King looked scared of Han Sen, surprisingly. It stopped, then simply watched him from afar. The Monkey King commanded the other monkeys to follow it, which made them back away from Han Sen. The worst they did was give a mean stare to the intruders of the valley, as they heeded their king's order. It was fortunate for Han Sen that the Monkey King was somewhat of a wimp. Being unable to beat the Monkey King with his 10 seconds of Super King Spirit mode would have left Han Sen in a dire predicament. With the valley now mostly clear of monkeys, Han Sen decided to explore the area a bit. The only things of note there, aside from the trees, were the oversized dishes and cooking implements. None of them were particularly special or fancy in appearance, and they looked fairly practical and crude. Whatever they were made by hand, that was for sure. Han Sen didn't want to spare too much time thinking about those items right now, though. After the fight, he noticed he was feeling rather hungry. He ate some of the red fruits Bauer had consumed, to fill his empty tummy. They tasted sweet and refreshing. It's no wonder she loves these things. They taste much better than the seedless fruit you can buy back in the Alliance. Han Sen ate a whole fruit. Super King Self-Spirit Gene +1. Han Sen was shocked, learning that a single one of those fruits could provide one self-geno point. Xianxia had only managed to grow one Devil King tree, the fruit of which also provided one self-geno point. Is it possible that all these trees can be as bountiful as the Devil King tree's fruit? Han Sen, not sparing any time, raced to grab another fruit. Super King Self-Spirit Gene +1. After Han Sen ate the next, he heard the same announcement. He had rarely been this happy. What about this fruit here? Can they provide the same? Han Sen picked up a yellow fruit, which he had seen a few monkeys consume earlier. When Han Sen ate this fruit, he heard the announcement play again. He was giddy like a schoolgirl. If I eat them all, how many self-geno points might I receive in total? I'd wager a fraction of this valley would be enough to cap off my self-geno point needs. Han Sen, reveling in excitement, began munching all the fruit he could. Unfortunately for him, he was not a super creature and his belly had a limit. After 10 of the fruit, he was stuffed and could eat no more. What disappointed Han Sen the most, though, was that after eating 3 of the red fruits, his points did not increase anymore. It seemed as if by consuming the same fruit 3 times, and by receiving a self-geno point each time, he couldn't get any more. Still, there's a wide variety of fruit here in the valley. Even if I took 3 from each, I could still earn myself a few hundred geno points. Han Sen was not at all disappointed, as there was still plenty to get. After Han Sen was full, he decided to look around for a way in which he might exit the area. The sides of the valley were tall and steep, and the sky was blocked by an invisible force. He had been trapped. The Monkey King and the monkeys were still in the region, but they did not dare provoke him. In fact, it seemed as if the monkeys themselves were looking for an exit, as well. After the monkeys had eaten the fruit, their bodies seemed to morph and become stronger. Even the mangy, lanky monkeys were starting to buff up and look similar to the king. Han Sen's face became dire when he noticed this. What's more, it seemed the Monkey King had only just found this place instead of living there, as Han Sen had initially suspected. If they did not know how to leave, then he was stuck there with them. And by further observation of their behavior, his suspicions were confirmed. The monkeys had gotten bigger. They weren't king-sized yet, but it was clear they had opened a few gene locks. Han Sen made sure to eat as much fruit as he could, whenever space was reclaimed inside his stomach. Before long, he had reached the 3rd tier of Super King Spirit mode. His power had not greatly increased, but there was an improvement to the length of the talent. Han Sen summoned his disloyal knight, Meowth, and Golden Growler, and got them to dine on what they could. Following their consumption of the fruit, they each experienced some changes. After this, though, Han Sen was determined to find a way out. There had to be a way to escape the valley, he just had to find it. But the mystic force that shielded the place proved to be too formidable, and it protected the land there. Han Sen could not even create a cleft in a rock with a mighty strike. Han Sen realized time itself was rather stiff in the valley, too. It felt as if time was standing still there. The trees had stopped growing. The ripe fruit did not fall to the ground, and the unripened fruit stayed as they were. This valley is a strange place. Han Sen was a little bewildered by the place he had found himself. But it seemed that, until the cave revealed itself again, he wasn't going anywhere. He also realized he couldn't get in touch with Moment Queen. It was as if such connections were interrupted by the powers of the valley, isolating him. Stuck there in the valley, with no immediate concerns, Han Sen was bored and had nothing to do. Aside from chatting with Thorn Baron and taking care of Bauer, he spent all his time practicing the Blood Pulse Sutra. Perhaps it was because he had a lot of fruit, the speed in which he could practice had vastly increased, and he unlocked the next gene lock in a few short days. His Blood Pulse Sutra was developing very quickly, but the same could not be said for the Dongshuan Sutra. Han Sen put a stop to his practice of the Dongshuan Sutra to wholly focus on the Blood Pulse Sutra, for the time being. And that was all he could do. As boring as it may have been, at least it was beneficial for his personal growth. When he was a little worn out, though, he'd take the time to investigate the valley and examine the earthenware a little more closely, and perhaps even see if he could unearth a clue or come up with a solution to his dilemma. But the items that were strewn across the valley lacked markings or telltale signs of their former owners or makers. Without any leads to follow, Han Sen seemed to forever remain at square one. There was, however, one item he came across that was interesting. It was a broken tablet that had been entirely buried beneath the ground. He caught sight of a monkey taking a leak nearby. It dug a hole and did its business, and when it was done, Han Sen noticed the corner of the fragmented tablet the monkey had inadvertently dug around to answer the call of nature. Unfazed by the monkey pee, Han Sen went over to uncover the rest and dig it all up. The tablet was big, just like everything else in the valley. It was 10 meters wide and 2 meters tall. The text on the tablet was written in an ancient human language, one that Han Sen had little knowledge of. The only word he could decipher was the word knock. It was fortunate Han Sen had once taken the time to educate himself about ancient languages. If he hadn't, he would have passed the text off as nonsensical scribbles. This is an ancient human language. Was this thing created by humans? Han Sen was shocked at the discovery he had made. On the word knock, Han Sen noticed there was a blood stain. It was a melancholy sight to see. He then looked at the craftsmanship of the tablet. He couldn't guess what tools had been used to carve it and etch the ancient characters, but the work was remarkable. It was all very smooth. It was strong, too, and even if Han Sen exhausted all his power on the tablet, it was likely he couldn't break it. He'd probably not even be able to leave a mark. Aside from this curiosity he had found, no other item he had seen in the valley had words etched upon them. Han Sen and the monkeys were still stuck there, and with no daytimes or nighttimes, it was impossible to determine how much time had passed. Han Sen continued his practice, and things came along very well. With his 1500 fitness level, he managed to open 6 of his Blood Pulse Sutra gene locks. He also made sure to eat a lot of fruit, too. When his self-geno point tally reached a sum of 900, it appeared to become significantly more difficult to increase. No matter what fruit he ate, he could not increase his self-geno points. As far as he could tell, he had maxed it out. Even Thorn Baron helped herself to the fruit of that valley, and her development came along quite a bit. She managed to open 9 gene locks. The blue monkeys had done well for themselves, also. They all looked like fierce primate warriors. They were terrifying. But because they had all been in the valley together for the same amount of time, trapped, they had become friendly. All of them were in the same boat, and both parties acknowledged there was no need to make matters worse by maintaining their hostilities. With no day and night cycle to mark the passage of time, Han Sen had made sure not to lose track of the calendar, though. He counted the hours that passed in his head, and every time the count hit 24, he made a mark. It might not have been the most accurate calendar, but it had to be fairly close. They were there for a long time, so long. Han Sen believed they had all been stuck in that valley for 3 years. His Blood Pulse Sutra was up to its 9th tier. There had been no advancement with his Super King Spirit mode. It was still at 900, and Han Sen was still unable to earn any more points for it. Unfortunately, his fitness was still stuck at 1500. His Sacred Blood and Super Geno points had not increased one tiny bit. Still, the fact he had managed to open so many gene locks with such a low fitness level was a remarkable accomplishment, and one that was extremely rare. But even at 7 gene locks open, Han Sen's body could not support the surge in strength it provided. Super King Spirit mode did not have this negative effect, though. So, Han Sen was able to use that as freely as he could. With all of its gene locks open, Han Sen could use Super King Spirit Mode for at least a whole hour. If he did use it that long, though, Han Sen required a whole week of rest to recover before he could use it again. After 3 years, Bauer was still the baby she had always been. But Han Sen understood her life cycle might have been different than a typical human's. On this day, as he frequently did, Han Sen took a stroll all around the valley. He did this every day, trying to spot even the slightest difference in the place, which seemed to be stuck in time. And over the course of the 3 years, there had not been a single change. That is, except for the fruit they had all eaten. The trees were bare and the valley looked glum and dead, following their 3-year occupation of the place. If they didn't find a way to leave the valley soon, there was a possibility of a simian uprising, and Han Sen and the apes would end up fighting again. But on this day, when Han Sen approached where the entrance of the valley had once been, he had his breath taken away. Han Sen almost cried tears of joy. The flat wall, which had blocked his return once before, now led into a tunnel. It was the exact same one he had traversed to get to the valley 3 years ago. After 3 long years, we are free. Bauer, come, we can leave this place. Han Sen ran to Bauer and picked her up as hastily as he could. He was afraid the cave would disappear. He returned Thorn Baron to the Sea of Soul and called over to the monkeys, saying, "Come on, let's go. We can leave." Han Sen did not know whether they understood or not, and neither did he care to stay and find out. He raced back to the tunnel as fast as he could. As he ran through the dark tunnel, the roar of a waterfall began to echo around him. When the literal light at the end of the tunnel greeted Han Sen's eyes, and the sound of that waterfall caressed his ears, Han Sen felt like crying. Over the past 3 years, he had become far stronger and had advanced a considerable amount. But still, it felt as if he had spent the time in jail. He had been stripped of all freedom. Now, he had been given that freedom back, and that sensation trumpeted through every cell of his being. Han Sen ran out through the waterfall and flew into the sky with Bauer in his hands. He went up and up, shooting through the clouds. Han Sen is back, ha ha. On the slopes of that mountain, a group of people were traveling. They were a mixture of young and old people, and there were about 200 people in total. They were sluggish and in disarray, and upon closer inspection, many were wounded. Some had been more grievously injured than others, with many having lost entire limbs. It was a horrifying scene. "Uncle San, are we going to make it?" a young woman asked an elderly person, as she rode upon a unicorn. "Yes, we are," the old man answered her with absolute certainty. They were surpassers, hailing from Wind God Shelter. They were once incredibly strong, and one of them had even opened 8 gene locks. They had conquered royal shelters for years. But this legacy was brought to its knees upon the arrival of a powerful spirit. Thousands of people had died in the sudden siege, and only 200 had made it out alive. The man who had opened 8 gene locks, and many other brave warriors, remained behind to stall the spirit that attacked them. They gave their lives so others could escape. But fleeing to the wilds was not a guarantee of safety for anyone. It was often a crueler fate, and this mountain was not someplace anyone could take refuge. This was a place not even an army of spirits would dare go, and so the small group's chances of survival were nearly nil. But these people did not know this. Still, they remained wary, just as much as they were weary. It was a foreign land, and they had to maintain vigilance. Even if they crossed the mountain successfully, there was no guarantee fonder pastures awaited them on the other side. The area past the mountain was most likely controlled by spirits, as well. With nowhere specific to run, and with no idea what fate might soon await them, all they could do was give in to the whims of their feet. They traveled with no destination in mind, in a simple escape of the horrors behind them, in a desperate hope that no more would lie ahead. Lin Weiwei did not ask again. As kind as her uncle's few words were, she had just been hesitant to accept the truth of what was most likely to happen. She wanted at least one comforting thought, but their reserves were empty and there was no comfort to be had. Whether any of them would survive was now in the fickle hands of destiny. After another 2 days of harsh passage, they encountered more than a fair share of creatures. 2 more people fell in battle with them, and they were still in what could be regarded as the foothills of the mountain. As they went deeper, they knew crueler monstrosities would soon appear. "Careful, we have movement to the left," someone said, which drew their attention there. "Prepare for battle." Uncle San rallied, whose actual name was Lin He. After his command, silence gripped the air again. Then came the sounds of rustling. It drew nearer and nearer. Sweat and fear choked the hearts of those who waited for whatever foul beast would emerge and waylay them. A shadow started to form in the foliage, and with their weapons in hand, they prepared to fight. But when this shadow came closer, the dark figure began to take shape. It was a person, strangely. It was a 20-year-old man with skin that was smoother than any fair maiden. If it wasn't for the person's manly face and strong, wide body, he could have very well been mistaken for a woman. When they saw another human approach, relief captured their hearts. Someone yelled, "What is wrong with you? You should stick with the team. He is not one of us. And how can a baby exist here, in the third god's sanctuary?" When Lin He said this, the warmth of relief evaporated in a sudden tug. Their nervousness was amplified once more. The people realized that they did not recognize this man, and a baby was asleep sucking her finger. The sight unnerved them. Humans could not enter a sanctuary before they were 16 years old. Only death would await them, if they tried. If this was true, how could one survive there? Kill him, he is not human, and this is a trick. When a person commanded this, bows were raised and aimed at the shadowy figure. Don't shoot. The man with a baby in one arm raised his other with the plea. Renounce that forked tongue, and spare us any lies you wish to conjure. Attack this wicked fiend. With these words, arrows were knocked and strings were drawn. The refugees were on edge, and they had every right to be. With this person appearing from out of nowhere, in possession of a strange baby, they struggled to believe it to be an actual human. Stop, he is one of us. Lin Weiwei leapt off her unicorn and stopped the barrage of arrows that was about to be loosed. One of us? You don't even know him, someone asked. I know him, and if you can't recognize his appearance, then his name is one you must certainly be familiar with, Lin Weiwei said. Are you certain? You know who this man is? Lin He asked, as no one dared to lower their bows. This is President Ji's son-in-law, Han Sen, Lin Weiwei said. Lin Weiwei was Lin Feng's auntie. They had once met a long time ago, in a conference held by the four families of Lin, Shui, Ji, and Wang. He is Han Sen, Lin He asked, in disbelief. Ask him, if you do not believe me, Lin Weiwei said snidely. Before Lin He could ask, Han Sen broke the silence. He asked, Sister Wei, how is Lin Feng? A vat of relief washed over Lin He. It was immediately comforting for him to learn this person knew Lin Weiwei and Lin Feng, who was still in the second god's sanctuary. Not bad, but now is not the time for idle chit-chat. Do you care to tell me why you are out here, on Ghost Mountain? And where in the sanctuaries did this baby come from? Lin Weiwei asked. Everyone was still in a state of alarm, so Han Sen stepped forward to be friendlier and ease some of the tension out of the atmosphere. A creature chased me here whilst I was out hunting. Oh, and it's not an actual baby. It's a humanoid pet. I'm still growing it. Han Sen smiled. Han Sen wished to say something more, but a sudden scream erupted from the front of the team. It was a wretched plea for aid, and when they turned to look, they saw a surpasser burning to cinders. A monster appeared on the slopes ahead, wreathed in fire. A man, who was looking Han Sen's way, was suddenly set ablaze. Han Sen frowned at the sight, but thought it fortunate he had stumbled across the group right before a crisis befell them. Now, he had an opportunity to prove his worth and removed any shadows of doubt they harbored that he might not have been who he said he was. But before Han Sen could move, Lin Weiwei tugged at him and said, Please be careful. I can help, Han Sen replied. Protecting yourself is the best thing you can do for now, Lin Weiwei said, before she started running towards the monster. Han Sen wished to tell her, I can kill that thing. Get your hands off me. But before he could, she and the others in their company had gone forward to run the creature through. Lin He was a fairly accomplished fighter, and he had opened 7 gene locks with a skill that aligned to the wind element. Nobody looked happy as they felled that beast. They were upset at the realization they had so suddenly lost a teammate and friend, one who had already endured so much. Han Sen spoke with them for a bit, and when they believed him, they accepted him into their fold. Sister Weiwei, what is the date? I was chased for a few days, so I fear I have lost track of the date and time, Han Sen asked. When Han Sen exited the cave that led to the valley he had been trapped in, he emerged in a land he had never seen before. As strange as it was, the monkeys did not follow, either. After taking off in flight above the clouds, when he descended, the mountain was gone. Try as he might, he could not find the same mountain. And during his search, he had stumbled upon Lin Weiwei and her people. She told him that her shelter had just been destroyed by a fierce spirit, and they were in search of a new place to stay. Han Sen asked them if they had heard about Thorn Forest before, but they looked at him blankly. No one knew of such a location. Today is the 7th, Lin Weiwei said. It was common for people not to know the date. Which year? Han Sen asked. It is the year 25, the month of March. Lin Weiwei found it strange he had asked that. Are you sure it is the 25th? Han Sen asked, with wild eyes. Although there had been no shift in daylight during his stay in the valley, the constant presence of the sun and blue skies might just have been an illusion. And even if he had miscalculated the time that had elapsed, he wouldn't be as clumsy as to mistake 3 days for 3 years. But Lin Weiwei told him it was the 25th year, and he had chased the Monkey King on the 4th of March. There was no possible way he had only been absent for 3 days. I am not old enough to misremember the year, Lin Weiwei said. Han Sen was flabbergasted and not sure what to say. For him to only have been missing 3 days was quite the shock. That valley must have had some control over the flow of time. Time was still there, and the monkey was able to speed up time. There must be some connection there, Han Sen wondered to himself. The mystery of what occurred on that mountain puzzled Han Sen a great deal. It was a conundrum he was keen to mull over, and so he wondered who or what was responsible for the shift in time there. Han Sen had never heard of a power that could have such a radical effect on the flow of time. Lin He asked Han Sen a few questions. He told them he had come from Thorn Forest, which disappointed everyone. We have to keep moving. We need to cross this ghost mountain and find someplace new to settle down, Lin Weiwei said. Spirits were strong, but so were super creatures. Past the mountain, the lands were divided like kingdoms, domains ruled either by spirits or super creatures. If they ever reached a place with no spirits, they could possibly take a spirit shelter for themselves. Han Sen followed them. He had opened 9 gene locks, but his fitness was low. If he had to go to war, he'd have no chance of competing against super creatures and king spirits. They encountered many creatures on the road, ones which Han Sen wished to help fight against. But each time Lin Weiwei pulled him back in the belief she was protecting him. They only ever encountered mutant creatures, anyway. And those were killed in the blink of an eye. Lin Weiwei knew Han Sen had just become a surpasser, and so she believed he was weak. Because she regarded him as a friend, she felt compelled to protect him, too. The further they went across the mountain, the stronger the creatures became. The team stopped after their 4th day of travel. A green forest lay ahead of them, one that looked like an endless expanse. The trees nearest them seemed to be silverleaf poplars. The trees there crackled and popped with a green lightning. If you touched them, you'd be painfully electrocuted. They wondered whether or not they should have ventured beneath the boughs of such a curious location. The lightning trees were spaced a few meters apart, so if they all traveled together, and something bad happened, they'd be in great danger amidst a scramble. But being unable to return the way they came, it didn't seem as if they had much of a choice. So, they had to keep going. Everyone ventured beneath the canopy of that forest with care. They dismounted their rides, not wanting to risk touching the trees. When a stiff wind blew, it tickled the electricity of the trees and produced many snapping sounds. A few lightning-charged leaves fell from the boughs above, and onto a surpasser who was immobile due to grievous injuries sustained in a previous fight. He screamed as his blood boiled, and smoke arose from his head. The leaves did not kill him, thankfully, but it made the group doubly wary of the trees on their way. If we keep going like this, we are sure to meet our demise. We might as well turn back, one surpasser said, pleading for them to leave. Another surpasser threw up, and others broke down in tears or screams, afraid of the killing trees that surrounded them. Turn back and go where? Lin He asked. Back to Wind God Shelter, the man answered. Lin Weiwei angrily retorted, have you forgotten what occurred there? It was conquered by a spirit. It would be suicide to return. If we sign a contract, perhaps they won't kill us, the man said desperately. Everyone looked to Lin He, thinking the same way. Whichever way they were headed, their survival was not guaranteed. But amidst the deadly trees that surrounded them, making a groveling return to the shelter to put themselves at the whims of a spirit suddenly seemed like a more attractive option than it had before. If they knew for sure that there was a place of sanctuary somewhere ahead, they would continue. But only the unknown guided their feet, and that was the nexus of all their fears. Lin Weiwei had thought of surrendering to the spirits, too. What had occurred to them was not an anomaly. In fact, such conquerings were a frequent occurrence. They had each been lucky enough to spawn in a human shelter, anyway. And what do you say? Lin He looked at each of them now, posing the question. When he did, they each lowered their heads in shame for what they wished to do. Uncle San, if there was a human shelter ahead of us, we would go. But we don't know what awaits us, a middle-aged man sadly proclaimed. Uncle San, can we truly make it across Ghost Mountain? We have barely begun our ascent, and already, a few of us have been killed. If monsters lie in wait, especially here amidst these trees, fighting them would be folly. We assuredly cannot compete. People started to argue amongst themselves, laying forth their reasoning, but it did little to change things. People were starting to turn away and return. No one mentioned their desire to surrender to the spirit that had robbed them of their home, but their intent to do so was clear. Everyone has control of their own fate. Choosing whether you live or die is not a frequent privilege, but on this day, I believe you have each been given this choice. And this is not something I can decide for you. You may either straddle a thin line between life and death amidst the treacherous unknowns ahead, or return in the belief you will guarantee your survival, albeit as a thrall for a new and cruel master. Lin He gave another look to each member of his weary, broken-hearted group and continued by saying, I will not falter in my resolve to keep my fate my own. I will continue to traverse this path, and you are all welcome to join me. I would sooner die due to a bad decision that I made myself than submit to the whims of a callous spirit. You won't go back? A few people asked in shock. No, I won't forget the sacrifices made by our fallen allies, they that bravely allowed us to escape from the shelter. I won't allow their deaths to be in vain, Lin He proudly stated. The soldiers each wore a complex expression. No one wanted to be taken as a slave, but they couldn't see a happy existence ahead. Both options were shrouded in darkness. All life is precious. Command your own fate, and you won't be subject to judgment from me. Do what you think is best with this one life you possess. Lin He smiled. I'm going with you. I'd rather die with pride than whimper softly as some spirit's toe-rag, Lin Weiwei said, as she went over to stand by Lin He's side. Han Sen started walking over to Lin Weiwei, too. But she stopped him and said, you should go back with them. Ji Yanran is waiting for you, and this road is too perilous for one as green as you. Han Sen did not honor her wishes this time. He continued walking forward and said, if I go back, I don't think the spirit will allow me to use a teleporter. Han Sen's words startled a few of the surpassers, who had not fully realized how miserable and robbed of freedom they would be, with a spirit presiding over them. Some of those who were still on the fence decided to join Lin He after hearing this. Others, without a word, gave one last look to the foul trees around them, and turned away to exit. Although Han Sen was strong, he could not promise to lead them all out safely. As such, he did not say a word. We will share our resources evenly, and then, we will go our separate ways, Lin He solemnly said. You are a good person. Lin Weiwei was actually surprised Han Sen had decided to follow them. Lin Weiwei always thought Han Sen was a decent human being, due to the accolades given by Lin Feng. But seeing his stoic heart in person was something else entirely. She had really grown fond of him. For many surpassers, this was a difficult decision. Such choices never came easy, even to the strongest of people. And Han Sen, new as he was, made it without flinching. Han Sen wished to tell her that, with his power, he would survive even if the rest of them died. But he held his tongue. Now wasn't the best time to hurt their feelings. Seeing people pack and organize their things before going their separate ways, no one looked confident in the decision they were making. Let's go, Lin He said, after taking a deep breath. Lin He started walking in the front, knowing he was the leader. He had to be firm in his resolve and not show a single sign of regret. He had to be a pillar of support for all those who followed him. After all, a leader could not lead if he did not know where he was going. The members of his band looked at each other and then moved forward to follow him, beneath the cruel malice that tainted the trees of that forest. Using his Dongshuan aura, Han Sen scanned the area. He needed to remain alert, for his own sake as much as theirs. Han Sen, when are you going to marry Yanran? Lin Weiwei asked Han Sen this light-hearted question, upon seeing the glum expressions that were glued to the faces of everyone else in their company. After this ordeal is over, I think it will be the right time, Han Sen answered. Lin Weiwei wanted to say something else, but Han Sen then suddenly said, careful. A group of creatures is coming this way. Everyone was shocked at the sudden announcement, but when they looked carefully, they could see the flickers of a shadow that suggested something was coming for them. Lin Weiwei and her people looked through the darkness in confusion, and Han Sen did not say anything more. It didn't take long for her face to change and exclaim, "Han Sen is right. Many creatures are fast approaching." Lin He heard the patter of paws on the forest floor, growing louder as the creatures moved towards them. He was surprised to learn that Han Sen had noticed them a whole 10 seconds before he did. Lin He had already opened 7 gene locks, and for Han Sen to have better awareness, he must have had a higher number unlocked. How such a thing was possible, he could not guess. Lin Weiwei looked at Han Sen with shock now, too. She was just as surprised as Lin He was, to learn Han Sen was quicker to notice the incoming threat. The phantom prowlers were drawing nearer, and the sound of footsteps could now be heard by all of them. Stricken with nervousness, the fighters summoned their beast souls and began to sweat. They did not know what was coming their way, and they did not know how they'd fare when the battle commenced. Soon, a green shadow flickered through the nearby underbrush. A pair of emerald eyes gazed at them from out of the black. More flickering shadows appeared, and their silhouettes outlined by the green cracks and snaps of electricity. "Daddy, I want to play with the cats," Bauer professed, clapping her hands with sudden exuberance. "They aren't cats, Bauer. They're wolves." Han Sen had a wry smile, as he determined the shapes to be that of wolves on the prowl. Han Sen attributed Bauer's interest in the animal figures to her fondness for bright lights. The others were not half as relaxed as Han Sen and Bauer were, though. There were at least 300 of those green wolves, but fortunately, they did not look too strong. Still, the environment did not do the humans any favors. In this dangerous forest, the trees themselves could be considered enemies. Once the wolves attacked, they'd have to watch their step, and it'd be too dangerous to take off running. If they ran smack into a tree, they'd be incinerated and killed in a frighteningly painful manner. Roar! A lightning wolf cast a bolt of electricity at a person on the team, which was quickly repelled with a fist ablaze with fire. Pang! Fire and electricity collided in the air. The block was successful, but the man had to take several steps back to maintain his guard. Everybody was now very alarmed at the sudden violence. The man that deflected the lightning bolt was called Chen Hu. He was not the strongest in the party, but he had unlocked 5 gene locks and his fitness was just over 1500. Although he managed to repel the attack, it was not a flawless deflection. The wolves were strong, it seemed, and Han Sen wagered they were mutant-class creatures. The wolf that attacked looked identical to the others in its pack, and this told Han Sen one thing: they were all the same strength. They were all mutant-class. The party of humans was a strong collective, but they could hardly face down the 300 wolves that had shown up to chew them all to pieces. The wolf in the front howled, and they jumped towards Han Sen. Han Sen was happy this was going to happen, though, and he thought to himself, "Finally, it's my time to shine. I'm getting tired of Weiwei making me look like a noob. How can she have the audacity to make me look like a noob?" Han Sen rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. But before he could make a move, Lin He brought out a longsword and screamed to the high heavens. One moment later, 2 of the wolves were dead, and a few were injured. The swing of that longsword was fast and cruel. Whimper, whimper. The wolves fell back, the injured ones limping away while whimpering. Lin He was delighted, learning he was powerful enough to kill them. As good as this was for him, he feared his team wouldn't be up to the task and would fail to repel the invaders, so he decided to step forward and attack before the wolves could retaliate. He wanted to let the wolves know their passage shouldn't have been disturbed, and they were not a company of travelers to mess with. The wolves had most certainly been spooked. Despite their visible fear and trepidation, however, they seemed determined not to leave. Lin He thought about trying to flee with his people, but all of a sudden, a louder howl sounded. The trees around them shivered with lightning that lit up the sky in response to that announcement. Everyone looked in the direction the howl came from, and they saw a giant blue wolf perched on a rock. Blue lightning flashed around it as its howl ended. Everyone's face dropped in misery. They might have been able to kill the 300 mutant creatures, and they were confident enough to try. But when the alpha wolf showed up, that confidence evaporated, leaving them to tremble in fear. "It's a sacred blood creature." Han Sen frowned. He was not afraid of doing battle with a sacred blood creature, but he was unsure what it would be like to deal with an alpha wolf that was sacred blood. Many alpha wolves were smart, and if the humans couldn't kill it quickly, they'd have a lot of trouble going forward. Han Sen had once encountered a sacred blood fox king in the first god's sanctuary. It was able to control its entire tribe of foxes, and dealing with it was a monumental task for Han Sen. When the subordinate wolves heard they were being backed up by their alpha, their fear vanished. With hearts renewed with courage, they leapt forward. "Fly, you fools, I will draw their attention," Lin He commanded, as he ran towards the wolves with his sword in hand. He was determined to take down that alpha. Han Sen looked at Lin He with great respect. He knew he would most likely never see the man again, but he admired his willingness to give his life and draw the wolves away so that the rest could escape. Han Sen did not believe he himself could perform such a courageous and selfless act. The alpha wolf looked disdainfully down at them. It acknowledged the ploy and howled, commanding the wolves to ignore the old man and go straight for Han Sen. The alpha wolf looked at Lin He himself, and as it did, the blue light around it increased in intensity. Lin He knew he would be unable to one-hit kill the alpha wolf. He just wanted to pull the attention of all the wolves onto him, so his people could get away. He did not expect the alpha wolf king to be so smart, though. The wolf king knew better than to command its pups anywhere near Lin He and his drawn sword. Lin He wanted to run back now and help his people against the legion of wolves. But before he could, the wolf king leapt off the rock and fired a bolt of blue lightning at him. Seeing all the mutant wolves headed their way, the faces of the people changed. They knew things had taken a dire turn. "Kill as many as you can," Lin Weiwei ordered, before fearlessly running forward to meet the wolves in battle. Chen Hu and the rest followed without delay, bravely submitting themselves to the grievous combat. "Give me a chance to perform." Han Sen opened his Dongshuan Sutra and used it to wipe out all the senses of the wolves in the area. While Han Sen was in the valley, he had practiced the Blood Pulse Sutra primarily. When he reached the 9th tier, and there was no more progress to be made, he turned his attention back to the Dongshuan Sutra. With it, he managed to reach the 4th tier. The 4th tier, unfortunately, did not stifle the 8th sense of others as Han Sen had believed it might. All it did was increase the radius of the other abilities he was already able to perform. It was fairly disappointing. That wasn't to say Dongshuan Aura was ineffective, though. Upon its casting, Han Sen transformed all the bloodthirsty wolves into canine-like relatives of headless chickens. They started to flail around aimlessly, unsure of what was happening or what they could do. Unfortunately, while it worked wonderfully on the legion of lesser wolves, it wasn't strong enough to debilitate the Wolf King. That meant the Wolf King, much like the Monkey King, had opened its 8th sense. Lin Weiwei believed she was running into one last valiant battle, where she'd most likely fall. But all of a sudden, the wolves in front of her lost their focus. They wonkily remained in place, as if they were spaced out. The humans initially believed this to be a scheme of the wolves, but when they lunged forward with their weaponry, the wolves failed to evade them. They were able to cut down the wolves with ease, and there seemed to be nothing the wolves could do to protect themselves. The wolves acted as if they had been robbed of their brains. It seemed as if they did not even feel pain, and they all just stood there, allowing themselves to be killed. A couple of the wolves were jumpy and spat out lightning. But those bolts only ended up striking their allies and incinerating them. Han Sen went to join in with the mutant wolf slaying, but felt it was unnecessary. His mutant point tally had been maxed out, so it was pointless for him to do this. When all of their senses were blocked, their sight and hearing were blocked as well. Their sense of touch was disabled, too, and that meant they couldn't feel pain. The wolves were allowing themselves to be killed, or so it seemed. And swiftly, 30 of the blighters had been cut down. Although the humans on the field were unsure of what was going on, they were delighted, regardless. Lin He was ecstatic. When the Wolf King noticed something was wrong with its subordinates, it howled to rally them. But the wolves, of course, could not hear a thing. They either stood still, trying to maintain balance, or walked around in circles aimlessly. Seeing the wolves get mowed down with ease, the Wolf King decided to flee the scene despite the grievous loss. Its speed was blisteringly quick, and it managed to disappear from sight in no time at all. Lin He turned back to rejoin his allies, and side by side with Han Sen, got to work on killing all the wolves that had once sought to eat them up. All in all, the group managed to kill just over 100 of the furry fiends. Fortunately for many of the ones in the back, they managed to wander away and have their lives spared through sheer luck. "Are those wolves retarded?" Chen Hu said. Everyone looked happy. After fleeing their home and fearing for their lives for weeks on end, it felt tremendously good to kill their enemies without worry. Their adrenaline was pumping, and their murderous rage had flared. They had hunted sacred blood creatures together in the past, but such fights were extremely difficult. They were long and tiring, and one had to exercise caution at all times. To mindlessly hack and slash enemies, to kill carefree, was a joyous experience. Uncle San, what happened to those wolves? Lin Weiwei believed it was Lin He who had done this. But Lin He shook his head, indicating he didn't know what had happened, either. Lin He looked to Han Sen, then. He knew his people well, and he knew of all the abilities they possessed. The only person he didn't know well was Han Sen. What's more, Han Sen had somehow managed to detect the presence of the coming wolves before even he could. Han Sen, you did this, didn't you? Lin He asked. Han Sen nodded and said, yes. I can snuff out 6 of their senses. Han Sen did not dare say he could actually block 7 of them. That would have given people quite a shock. Lin Weiwei was just about to say it couldn't have been Han Sen, as he had just become a surpasser. But now, she had her breath taken away. She could hardly believe it. Everyone now looked at Han Sen in a different way. It is no wonder President Ji would allow you to marry his daughter. You saved all our lives here. Lin He gave Han Sen a pat on the shoulder. Good job, brother Han. Chen Hu gave him 2 thumbs up. Lin Weiwei looked at Han Sen as if she did not know him. Little Sen, why didn't you tell me you could do something like this? Lin Weiwei asked Han Sen, which made him feel awkward. Fortunately for him, she wasn't mad, and she didn't feel as if she had been insulted. The lightning forest was not the sort of place one could hold lengthy discussions. After a brief talk, they heard wolves howling in the distance. When the sounds subsided, the lightning trees seemed to react as if a message was being relayed, passed from tree to tree. Chen Hu and the others were unnerved at the sight, and mournfully realized that their trials might not be over. In the distance, the surviving wolves prowled in the undergrowth and watched the travelers. Come and fight us, if you dare. Your howls will accomplish nothing. Chen Hu was annoyed, and their constant watching made him itch. He couldn't help but blurt out insults towards them. Let's just hasten our passage and leave this forest as soon as we can, Lin Weiwei said. Don't be afraid, there's no need to be. If they come closer, I am sure our friend Han Sen will reactivate their retardation mode, Chen Hu said. Talking will only slow us down. We should hurry, I have only opened my 4th gene lock. And if there are sacred blood creatures amongst them, my powers won't be half as effective. It'll be bad news, if we have to face off against sacred blood wolves, Han Sen said. But there's only one wolf king. And it's only sacred blood. Chen Hu let out a hearty laugh. They continued walking through the forest, and they espied more and more wolves amassing on the fringes of their sight. There were dozens of sharp, gleaming eyes watching them. Some followed them from behind, others were up front. Every now and again, they all howled. Oh no, there must be at least 1,000 of them around us, by now, Lin He said. They did not see the Wolf King, but the number of subordinate wolves was enough to strike fear into their hearts. Chen Hu did not say anything now, and Lin Weiwei's nerves looked racked. Things did not look good for the band of travelers. If Lin He had Dongshuan aura, it would have been far more effective. But he didn't, and Han Sen's senses were the best of the group. This meant he was the one who had to remain the most alert. And Han Sen knew the number of wolves around them was greater than Lin He's estimation. There was, in fact, 2,300 wolves baying for their blood. Although there were no sacred blood creatures, it was a terrifying number for even the strongest person to think of competing with. Those wolves sure look hungry. Please, remain vigilant. As Lin He said this, the sacred blood wolf king revealed itself. Before they could react, though, 4 more wolf kings appeared. They each came from a different direction, surrounding them on all sides. Me and my big mouth. Chen Hu wished he could take back what he had said, and did not incite any further ire from the wolves by taunting them. Even though Han Sen could deal with the legions of mutant wolves, the combined strength of the sacred blood wolf kings was out of his league. Ho! The 5 wolf kings howled in unison, and after that, all the lesser wolves began running towards the group with a ravenous appetite. Han Sen quickly snuffed out their senses, for a reenactment of what had occurred earlier. Pa, so dumb, have they not learned a thing? Chen Hu tried to lighten the mood. But unlike last time, the wolves did not stop and wander about aimlessly. They seemed to react better to their disability, and they ran forward at a decent pace. Pang! A wolf came into contact with a lightning tree, which rattled it. From the boughs above, many leaves began to fall. Oh, No, Lin He screamed. It was a new tactic. The wolves mindlessly charged forward to bash the trees and make the forest rain those electrifying leaves. The lightning danced from leaf to leaf in sparkling freefall. Everyone drew a weapon and tried to cut the leaves before they could touch them. With every connection of a leaf to a weapon, the leaves exploded in a firework of electricity. It was a frightful sight. The leaves were like rainfall, and one leaf was enough to injure you so grievously, you could no longer raise a weapon. These wolves are smart, Lin Weiwei said, as her once hopeful spirit began to sink. With a wry smile, Han Sen responded, I underestimated their cunning. I shouldn't be surprised that they came up with a solution for our initial trick. Lin He was shredding the airborne leaves like a madman, and without him there, they wouldn't have been able to survive the leaf rain as long as they did. The wolves did not relent in their bashing of the trees, and as more and more leaves departed their harboring branches, many wolves decided to rush to the fighters and do what they could in close-quarter combat. It's my time to shine. Han Sen's skin started to turn red, as if he was a being formed of blood. His black pupils turned red, with many rings emerging within. Han Sen's pupils soon had 7 of these rings, indicating his blood pulse sutra had 7 gene locks active. He only had a fitness of 1500. If he activated his 8th gene lock, he wouldn't be able to last very long, and he'd most likely end up damaging his own body. Han Sen ran the Phoenix Hyper Geno art, and his body burst into a living brazier of wild flames. The fire was no longer black, either. Due to the effect of the Blood Pulse Sutra, the fire looked demonically red. It was terrifying. Lightning was tearing the battlefield asunder, and it sapped the fighters of their hope of triumph. But suddenly, from the corner of their eyes, a red flame danced. Han Sen was standing there, a red flame encompassing his being. He raised his hand and 1,000 firebirds shot out, hungry for murder. There were so many of them, they covered the skies like a veil. At first, the firebirds went for the leaves. Their touch incinerated the leaves effortlessly. The fire still raged around Han Sen, and he generated more and more firebirds. When each leaf was destroyed, a blood bird spawned out of its ashes, as well. Where there was once lightning, now there was fire. The forest had become a raging inferno, all answering to the whims of the one who controlled it, Han Sen. The fire quickly overwhelmed all it came into contact with, and everything that it touched was turned to ash. From that ash, firebirds arose. It was like the spreading of a violent, parasitic infestation. The firebirds did not extinguish, either. They went on ceaselessly, incinerating the wolves with a ravenous appetite for the act. The wolves whimpered and cried out for aid, but nothing could save them. The squeals were like those of tortured souls wailing from the pits of hell. Countless wolves fell in a short amount of time. Aside from where they were standing, everything around them was ablaze. Everyone looked at Han Sen, who had become a fire-casting monstrosity. Phoenix. But Phoenix is not that powerful. Lin He struggled to speak. He was too overwhelmed by what he was seeing. Howl. The 5 wolf kings howled to the skies once more as the lesser wolves started to scatter and run away in fear. 100 wolves and a dozen trees had been burnt to a crisp in a matter of moments. The wolf kings were not going to flee, though. With an aura of blue light surrounding them, they raced towards the travelers, all from different directions. Han Sen was not going to waste any time, and he was surely not going to wait for them to close the gap. He transformed himself into a phoenix and flew forward to meet one of the kings. Ho! 7 bolts of lightning were fired towards Han Sen. That meant the wolf had opened 7 gene locks. It was a scary thing, considering the wolf had a much higher fitness level. Pang! Lightning and fire collided into a dizzying array of fireworks that exploded against each other. Han Sen did not relax his attack. He fearlessly flew towards the Wolf King, Taya in hand. The Wolf King bared its fangs to Han Sen in response, and lightning flickered across them. The beast reared its head, ready to sink its teeth into Han Sen's neck and rip out his throat. The Wolf King's mouth reached its target, and the monster brought its hungry maw down on Han Sen's neck. Strangely, not a single mark was left. The Wolf King, however, had been cut. Boom! The Wolf King twitched as blood gushed from the wound Han Sen had inflicted. It looked ready to collapse and die. Everyone was shocked, having seen Han Sen kill a sacred blood Wolf King with 7 gene locks active with a single hit. Lin Weiwei thought her eyes were playing tricks on her, and she found it difficult to believe what Han Sen had accomplished in the single year he had been in the Third God's Sanctuary. It looks as if he managed to max out his super geno points before choosing to become a surpasser. But still, he has only been here for a year. Where has all this additional power come from? Lin Weiwei retreated into her mind, as a complicated look consumed her face. Sacred blood creature lightning wolf killed. No beast soul gained. Consume its flesh to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. Han Sen heard the announcement and did not relent. He went straight for another wolf king. The blood pulse sutra was quite simple. It did not matter how many gene locks it had open, it imbued the power of blood onto every skill its user performed. The more gene locks that had been opened, the stronger this boon of blood power would become. Without this skill, even with Taya, Han Sen would not have been able to take down the Wolf King in a single hit. Everyone was shocked, and even the wolves were taken aback by what had just occurred. Without hesitation, they chose to flee before any more of them became victims of the ruthless man. Han Sen caught up with one of them, and try as the Wolf King might, it was unable to avoid Han Sen's assault. His phoenix flames annihilated the 7 lightning bolts the wolf cast, as Taya was plunged deep into the furry fiend's throat. It was killed in one hit, once again. Sacred blood creature lightning wolf killed. Beast soul gained. Consume its flesh gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. The rest of the wolves managed to get away. They were terrified of Han Sen, and they scrambled wildly in their attempt to flee. To be honest, it wasn't only the wolves who were scared. Even Lin He and his people were unnerved. The power they had just witnessed was too shocking for them to comprehend. Lin He could have fought against one wolf king, but it would have been a lengthy battle. The victor of such a fight would be difficult to determine, as well. But Han Sen was able to one-hit kill a wolf king. Rarely had he ever been in such a state of speechlessness and shock. Oh my god, brother Han is that strong. Wei, didn't you tell us he had only just become a surpasser? Chen Hu was flabbergasted at the ruthless spectacle he had just witnessed. I told you that because it's true. Wei wasn't sure what to say anymore. But Han Sen did not have time to revel in the glory of victory, because the wolves now stopped running. The wolves and Wolf Kings stopped their flight. They stood where they were, trembling in fear of something else. What's wrong with them now? Chen Hu wondered, with a look of confusion. Oh, no, run. When Lin He discovered the unseen menace, he did not delay a single second. It's too late. Han Sen shook his head and peered into the darkness of the forest. What is too late? Chen Hu asked. It's the Wolf King, Lin Weiwei said. What about them? Wasn't Han Sen just killing them? Chen Hu's mouth had always been a little faster than his brain, and he was content to remain that way. He had never been fond of thinking. No, I'm talking about the real king. Have you ever seen a pack with 5 kings before? Lin Weiwei said. No, a wolf pack should only have one king, the alpha. Upon finishing his sentence, Chen Hu's face remained still in thought. A few seconds later, it dropped. If those wolves weren't the actual kings, then the real one had to be above sacred blood class. It might be a super creature. Having now realized what was going on, Chen Hu's face looked glum. A giant wolf emerged from the shadows of the charred trees. It was purple and without lightning, it looked like any ordinary wolf. The other wolves parted to make a path for it to approach. It was obviously all for show, a way for the wolves to display how the one nearing them was the big cheese. Han Sen looked at the purple wolf and saw the subdued gleam of purple lightning flickering in its eyes. Han Sen felt a renewed pressure, watching this wolf come closer. Everyone sweated in anticipation. If they had to fight again, they didn't think they'd have the morale to go on. They wished to run, but their legs wouldn't follow their commands. That being said, they believed it was for the best. Attempting to outrun what was most likely a super creature was folly. Everyone was petrified, and even Lin He was shivering with fear. The wolf was as strong as the spirit that had destroyed their shelter, and it sent a number of flashbacks coursing through Lin He's mind, those of the atrocities that had led them to where they were standing now. Oh, no, the real king is this powerful. Lin He sighed in his heart. The wolf walked up to Han Sen and stopped right in front of him. They both looked at each other, as if they were squaring off right before a fight. It's definitely a super creature. And that means I'll definitely have to become a super king spirit if I'm to stand a chance. Han Sen didn't want to use it because it'd render him weak, but there was little else he could do. This forest composed only one area of Ghost Mountain, and no one could promise they'd not encounter another, further along their journey. As such, Han Sen really didn't want to use it. But he was accompanying Lin Weiwei, and Lin he had proven himself to be a good man. He'd feel awful if he left them behind. Daddy, kitty. Bauer was behind Han Sen, pointing at the wolf while speaking. It's not a kitty, it's a wolf. Han Sen's smile was wry, but he did think it was amusing how she thought every furry creature was a cat. But Bauer wants kitty. Bauer never listened, and she was determined to own everything she deemed cute. The Wolf King's hair stood on its end, and purple lightning flared up to coat its fur. It seemed upset, learning the baby believed it to be a cat. The group of travelers knew they were weaker, but they still valiantly held up their weapons for the fight that was about to ensue. Han Sen looked at the Wolf King's changing temper and prepared himself to cast his Super King Spirit mode. The purple lightning grew brighter across the wolf's body, and it looked powerful enough to destroy an entire planet. The wolf seemed as if it was going to attack, and the lightning bubbled and boiled like the magma residing in a soon-to-erupt volcano. It made everyone take a step back. Howl. Just as Han Sen was preparing to cast his Super King Spirit mode, something howled in the distance. It was as if all the wolves stopped breathing. And to the humans, the long howl stood out from all others they had been hearing so far. It was similar to the howl of a wolf, but it was slightly different. Strangely, when the howling came to an end, the Wolf King looked less aggressive. Its blinding light subsided, and then it turned around and left. All the wolves turned away from them and left. They disappeared into the darkness, vanishing as if nothing had happened. All the wolves had left. Before the group of travelers also continued their journey, they gathered up the carcasses of the slain Wolf Kings, and a few mutant ones, to take with them. They traveled with greater care from then on, but met no more resistance from the forest's occupants. 4 days later, they found the other end of that place. When it was time for supper, nobody touched the meat of the Wolf Kings. They only dined on the mutant flesh. Han Sen offered for them to eat whatever they desired, but Chen Hu told him, "You saved our hides multiple times back there. These Wolf Kings were slain by your hands only. How could we ever have the audacity to eat your food, on top of what you have already done for us?" It was a nice gesture, but Han Sen didn't really care much for the meat. He could now kill sacred blood creatures whenever he desired. And besides, with the size of those wolves, it'd most likely take him an entire month to eat them. If they didn't want to eat them, though, he wasn't going to push it. Despite leaving the lightning forest behind, they were still on Ghost Mountain. They reached a valley, eventually, where a rapid river rushed through. While they held a discussion about which way to proceed, they espied the presence of a turtle riding the stream. On its back was a human. "Is that a human or a spirit?" Lin He asked Han Sen, who was now regarded as their boss. Han Sen was able to tell them. The turtle was a sacred blood creature, and the man atop was indeed human. He could tell that the man had greater strength than the creature he was using as a surfboard. Seeing a human riding a creature in such a manner was a little strange, Han Sen thought. "He's human," Han Sen said as he watched the man. "Does that mean there might be a human shelter nearby?" Chen Hu's excitement flared up. They had managed to get through the lightning forest unscathed, though not for lack of effort on the part of the wolves. But they still wondered why they had been let go, when the super creature showed up and looked likely to attack. Whatever had occurred, the timing of the wolves' withdrawal was impeccable. And they did not think such good fortune could arise again. The man on the turtle saw the collective watching him, and he decided to approach. When he got closer, he said, "Uncle San and Weiwei, long time no see." "You know this man?" Chen Hu asked. Lin Weiwei nodded and said, "Yes, this is Liu Yuxuan from Baojin Mining. He has been in the Third God's shelter for only 6 years, and in that time, he has already opened 8 gene locks. He is a genius, and I can't say I expected him to be here on Ghost Mountain." Liu Yuxuan quickly started a discussion with them, while ignoring all the others. "Tell me, Weiwei, what brings you here? This place is dangerous, even for mighty elites such as myself," Liu Yuxuan spoke smugly. Liu Yuxuan was hitting on Lin Weiwei, that much was obvious. After the question, Lin Weiwei explained to him the events that had transpired and put them on their present course. Then, she asked, "Is there a human shelter in the nearby vicinity?" Liu Yuxuan shook his head and said, "Humans cannot dream of owning a shelter anywhere near this wretched place. There is a king-class shelter, mind you, but it is owned by a spirit, one with whom I signed a contract. Brother Liu, can you tell us which direction we might be able to go to escape this place?" People did not think poorly of him for being the slave of a spirit. It was far more common for humans to sign contracts with spirits in the third god's shelter, than to have absolute freedom with those of your own kind. Survival was the name of the game, after all. Lu Yuxuan shook his head and said, "You wish to escape this place? I don't think that's possible. I'm surprised to see you haven't been eaten by the Wolf King yet, but that's not the only super creature you should be worrying about. There are quite a few populating this mountain, and to escape their notice will be quite the task. An impossible one." Lu Yuxuan paused for a moment, and then went on to say, "Wei Wei, why don't you and your fellows come with me? I'm a valued member of the King's Spirit Shelter, and I can vouch for you all. You will be safe there." Lin Wei Wei frowned. Going there would only reduce their chances of escaping that mountain. They had risked everything and lost so much, all in the name of maintaining a hold on their freedom. Going into the service of a spirit would be like throwing in the towel, and it wouldn't feel right submitting now. Lu Yuxuan looked at Lin He and made an offer. "Uncle San, I believe you are well aware of the dangers this mountain poses. Even our King Spirit Master would not lurk in the territories ruled by the super creatures of this place. If you come with me, I can assure you that you will be treated well." Lin He turned around and asked, "What do you think, little Han?" Lu Yuxuan saw Lin He ask Han Sen, and thought it strange. He looked at the young man a little more closely, as he had initially believed him to be another random nobody. "This is," Lu Yuxuan asked Lin He. Lin He introduced Han Sen by saying, "This is President Ji's son-in-law, Han Sen. We joined forces on the slopes of this mountain, after a chance encounter. I have heard of him before, yes. I never expected the name Han Sen to be the label of a young boy such as yourself." Lu Yuxuan feigned politeness, but the ignorance behind his words was clear to hear. After smirking at Lu Yuxuan for a second, Han Sen turned to face Lin He and answered his question. "I'm not seeking employment with any spirit. I still want to leave this mountain of my own accord. Han Sen would sooner die than submit to slavery under some spirit. If anything, he would be a slave driver of spirits." Of course, Han Sen knew his powers weren't the best they could be. What's more, the instability and imbalance of his powers could be problematic. He didn't have what it took to conquer a King Spirit Shelter just yet. Lu Yuxuan looked at Han Sen with disdain and said, "Pa. A typical noob outlook on things. I'm afraid you have yet to learn the way things go in this sanctuary, and how powerful the spirits of this place truly are. Without the power and support of many, you aren't likely to last out there. Folks who fly solo never last, and even a person such as I, with 8 gene locks open, knows it's better to get along with spirits than to fight them. Uncle San and Wei Wei, follow me to the shelter," Lu Yuxuan said, with surprising passion. He had not lied when he told them he was quite an important figure in the King Spirit Shelter. But he had opened 8 gene locks, not because he was strong, but rather because the King Spirit liked him and helped him a great deal. Over the course of a few years, he had been given over 800 spirit genes. It was that generosity that allowed him to open the gene locks. He wasn't a genius, of course. He had not received any King Spirit Geno points. And that was because he hadn't signed a contract with the King Spirit. He had signed his contract with a subordinate of the King Spirit, one that had also opened 8 gene locks. But with the spirit itself having only opened 8 gene locks, that meant it was the highest Lu Yuxuan could open, as well. The King Spirit wasn't very keen on signing contracts with any random human. This King Spirit would get their subordinates to do it, and that was what had occurred for Lu Yuxuan. "Brother Lu, are you certain there is no safe passage for us to leave the mountain?" Lin He asked. Lin He wasn't willing to violate his own principles by submitting to Lu Yuxuan's offer, but he felt them waver. When he heard Han Sen speak up for not becoming the slave of a spirit, though, he was firm in his resolve not to go to the King's Shelter. "There is no safe route, so don't throw your life away. Especially on this man's accord. This guy doesn't know anything. He's barely out of his third god's sanctuary nappies." Lu Yuxuan was staring at Han Sen as he spoke. It was obvious to Lin Wei Wei that he was indeed an influential figure in the shelter, but he just wanted to flex his importance to impress and seduce her. In his shelter, it was unlikely they'd be able to return to the Alliance, as well. In the Alliance, he was nothing in the eyes of the Lin family. Here, things were different, and he had a much better chance of wooing her. He didn't care for the well-being of the others. More than anything, he just wanted to bring her back to the shelter so he could have her sign a contract with the spirit he knew. Then, no matter what, she'd be unable to escape him. And if he played his cards right, fun with Lin Weiwei wouldn't be the only thing he could have. He could end up having some of the other humans as subordinates for himself. If they didn't behave, they'd be killed. Their lives in the Alliance would have already been forfeited, anyway. Are you positive there aren't any safe routes? Lin Weiwei asked. Yes. So, please, don't do this. Lu Yuxuan started to act all upset, and went on to say, the mountain is too dangerous. If you insist on trying to cross its perilous terrain, you really will lose your life. A grisly death is all that will await you. If you come with me, I can make it so you can get to the Alliance whenever you wish. And if you don't like the shelter, once you're in the Alliance, just don't return. Lu Yuxuan was not dumb, and he wouldn't start an argument with them. But in his heart, he thought, Mwahaha. Once you're in the shelter with me, you'll never visit the Alliance again. Lu Yuxuan did not start a fight because the 8 gene locks he had opened were solely from the spirit genes, and as such, he'd most likely be weaker than some of his opponents when it came to actual battle. Lin He had opened 7 gene locks, but they were earned the old-fashioned way. As such, he'd likely wreck the conniving wretch. That's why he was trying to trick them into coming to the shelter. Once they were there, he could do whatever he wished to them. Hearing what Lu Yuxuan had told them, Chen Hu was tempted to go with the man. After all, he was told he could visit the Alliance whenever he wished. Ghost Mountain was a wicked place, and going back to the Alliance with your life was a fair option. And once in the Alliance, the leash of the contract was ineffective. They could just forfeit their lives in the sanctuary, and live in the Alliance forever. Not being able to grow stronger was a better choice than being killed. Chen Hu and a few others showed great interest in going, so they asked Lu Yuxuan for many details. You see this sacred blood turtle? The king spirit gave it to me as a gift. He's a stellar bloke. If he treated humans like thralls, would he have given this to me? Lu Yuxuan's words were creamy, and his ploy was more than convincing. Chen Hu then turned to Han Sen and said, Come on, brother Han. We should go there together. Again, Han Sen reaffirmed his goal with a shake of his head. I am leaving this place, he said. Me, too. I've come too far to turn back now, Lin Weiwei said. Chen Hu gritted his teeth and said, Well, if you guys are going, it'd be unkind of me to remain. We've been through a lot together, and on this road, there'll undoubtedly be more hell to endure. And if that's the case, I'm going to be right by your side and not miss a second of it. The offer had been very tempting, but when the time to make a decision came, everyone still decided to remain with Han Sen. Lin He said, Brother Lu, I thank you for the offer, but we decline. The kindness you wish to show us is a testament to your good heart. And if your heart is as good as I have been led to believe, then you will point us to the path of least resistance. Tell us which way will let us leave this mountain the easiest, and we'll owe you big time. Lu Yuxuan did not expect everyone to end up following Han Sen. He had clearly underestimated his influence. Lu Yuxuan was fuming on the inside, but he still feigned a weak smile, as if his ulterior motive had not just been foiled. He told them, I truly admire your courage. Unfortunately, I cannot guide you away from this place entirely. But, I can lead you for 300 miles, and make sure no harm falls upon you. I will guarantee your safety. Han Sen calmly observed Lu Yuxuan. Han Sen was dexterous in the arts of assassination, and when his Jadeskin had allowed him to open his 8th sense, he gained the ability to detect any hostile feelings towards him. Although Lu Yuxuan had hid it well, Han Sen could sense he meant to do him harm. Of course, Han Sen did not say anything just yet. The road they would go along together had to be safe, because schemers and backstabbers like Lu Yuxuan rarely put themselves in dangerous situations. Everyone followed him, and as he led the way, many creatures came into sight. When they saw the turtle, though, they ran off and posed no threat. With me here, nothing for the next 300 miles will lay a finger on any of you. Watch the creatures run off. Lu Yuxuan puffed his chest up and spoke with an arrogant tone of voice. It's nice to have you here with us, Wang Yu said. Soon, we'll be passing through the territory of a super creature. But again, you needn't worry. I, Lu Yuxuan, am here to safeguard you all. He continued to speak with the same snobbish mannerisms. Lin He and Lin Weiwei responded with simple grace, saying, Thank you for your service. Well, we are friends, aren't we? I am especially fond of you, my dear Weiwei. This is the least I can do for you, Lu Yuxuan said. In his heart, his real emotions were actually like curdled milk. He snickered to himself, saying, "That super creature is a good friend of mine, and I often please his son. He'll do me a favor, for sure. Once I get him to deal with the rest of this annoying congregation, I can whisk Wei Wei home to my bedroom chamber. And I'm not letting Han Sen get off the hook by granting him a swift death. They'd all be on their way to the shelter right now, if it wasn't for that snotty brat. He'll die slow." Thinking of his bestiality, fetish, a pleasurable chill ran down Lu Yuxuan's spine. Then, he looked over to Han Sen. Han Sen was, much to his surprise, was looking his way as well. He was smiling, but that smile almost felt as if he had been able to read his mind. Has he noticed something amiss? Does he know what I'm up to? Lu Yuxuan was spooked. He mulled it over a bit, and then comforted himself by saying, "Pa. That is preposterous. He doesn't know a thing. He's a noob that's somehow fumbled his way into the third god's sanctuary. I should ease up a bit." Lu Yuxuan presented a smile back and said, "There is no need for you to worry, Brother Han. I can keep you safe." "Gee, thanks," Han Sen said in response. "Fool, even if you did max out your super geno points, here you are, waltzing into my trap without a single suspicion. You numbnuts," Lu Yuxuan thought to himself, cackling on the inside. Cliffs adorned both sides of the valley, and there were many caves dotted across them. There were many winged beasts in the area, and a few thousand of them populated the skies. The group was a little nervous and antsy, seeing that many creatures were lingering above them. "Again, there is no need to worry," Lu Yuxuan said, then screamed into the skies. After that, all the beasts returned to the caves as if they were afraid. Then, they just watched from the darkness of their holes. "You are good," Wang Yu said. "Later, I will summon the super creature's son. He'll come over and meet us. Under his protection, we can travel further along the valley. Nothing will attack us, then." Lu Yuxuan's tone of voice was already changing, as if he had a mouthful of plums. He had spent a long time studying the language of creatures. After much time, he had learned a fair few words, and this was a talent few people had. To his credit, he was a smart man. Few humans were ever treated with even a modicum of respect in spirit shelters. Lu Yuxuan had done well for himself, to have gotten to the position he was in. What's more, his skills of observation were in fine shape. He let out another scream, to summon the super creature's son. This scream was different, though, and in the language of creatures, he mentioned he had brought a grand bounty of food with him. Except for Lin Weiwei, everyone else was up for sacrifice. No one there spoke the language of creatures, so no one had a clue what to expect. After the scream, an echo of response came from further down the valley. A red beast appeared and came before them. It had blood-colored wings that were 30 meters wide, and horns decorated the monster's head like those of a goat. Chen Hu, upon seeing this, couldn't help blurting out, "Wow, you really are good." Han Sen had fantastic eyesight, and he saw a small beast atop the big beast's back. Lu Yuxuan's face changed when he saw the big beast appear. He had only wished to summon the super creature's son. He hadn't expected he'd end up summoning the big one that the sun rode upon. He rarely ever got to see the king, and he was only used to interacting with the sun. Lu Yuxuan would have had some control over what happened if only the sun had shown up, as he had planned. With the blood-winged beast king there, as well, he'd be helpless in controlling what might happen. Maybe I shouldn't have mentioned the presence of a sacrifice. I think a simple summoning of the sun would have been better. Lu Yuxuan thought the beast king had come over upon hearing there'd be much food on offer. Whatever happened next was entirely up to the hulking, airborne monstrosity. He could only hope it'd leave Lin Weiwei alone. If the beast wanted to eat Lin Weiwei, as heartbreaking as it'd be, he knew better than to protect her. He only wanted her as a pretty toy, and it wasn't worth risking his life for her. Seeing the blood-winged beast king nearing, Lu Yuxuan quickly kowtowed before it and made a few subservient sounds. He had only wanted to summon the beast king's son, due to the fact the two shared something of a bond. Now, he had to tarnish his own image of being strong and influential to the creatures of the domain by going down on the ground. But Lu Yuxuan knew what to prioritize with the beast king's unexpected approach. He'd rather discard his image than his life. If he was disrespectful towards the king, he could provoke its finicky wrath and end up as its tea-time meal. Han Sen didn't care much for the two-faced man, making a fool of himself on the ground. He was a dead man walking, as it was. Chen Hu, on the other hand, saw things differently. He was touched by what Lu Yuxuan was doing, believing his act wasn't one of self-preservation. He believed he had gone on the ground to kowtow on his behalf and the others that were with him. Boom! The Beast King landed before them all. Lu Yuxuan did not relent in his feverish kowtowing. But the king paid no heed to him. It walked towards Han Sen, at which point, the sun leapt off its parent's back. Lu Yuxuan wished to remind the king that, if it was hungry, Lin Weiwei was not one to be eaten. But he was having cold feet about telling the king anything. Seeing how mighty and powerful it looked, he thought it best to shut up completely and not say a word. Han Sen looked at the beast that was approaching, thinking he'd use Lu Yuxuan as a meat shield if a fight started. Eat them all up, just please, save me the delicious Lin Weiwei, Lu Yuxuan thought to himself. But what happened next went against all of his expectations. The Beast King, after coming directly in front of Han Sen, performed a friendly gesture of respect. Neither Lu Yuxuan nor anyone else could understand what was going on, and why the Beast King was acting that way towards Han Sen. How? Lu Yuxuan's breath had been yanked from his lungs. Even king spirits were afraid of this creature, so it was difficult for him to fathom why it'd show so much respect towards Han Sen. He thought he must have been having a nightmare. No one else spoke the language of beasts, but there was no hostility between the two parties. And the tension that once existed, quickly vanished. Chen Hu hurriedly asked, "Mr. Lu, can you translate what it is trying to tell us?" Lu Yuxuan was so shocked, he didn't hear a word Chen Hu said. But the shock wasn't going to end anytime soon. What happened next made him dizzy. The Beast King's son ran towards Han Sen and leapt into his arms. It placed a red fruit in his hand. Seeing this, Lu Yuxuan felt blood rush to his head in such volume that it felt like his head was going to explode. I must be dreaming. I must be. This must all be a bad dream. Why would he give a blood fruit to a human? Lu Yuxuan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, as he eyed the fruit in Han Sen's hand with envy. The king spirit once asked Lu Yuxuan to deliver gifts and treasures to the beast, in the hopes of one day receiving such a fruit in return for the kindness. But the spirit had yet to be given a single one, despite the repeated offerings that were provided. Lu Yuxuan had only glimpsed the Beast King once before, too, as he was never allowed in its presence. This had gone on for quite some time, but the king spirit never thought to stop. The fruit really was that valuable. Constant gifts with an expected return never given. The king spirit, despite his grand efforts, did not receive a single one. But here, now, Han Sen was handed one oh so simply. Lu Yuxuan's mind was suffering a meltdown. The Beast King's son licked Han Sen's cheek in admiration, and its tail wagged with unbridled joy. Lu Yuxuan's mind recalled how each of his visits with the son usually went, in that it always used him as a faucet of blood. Every time they were together, he would have to allow it to sink its teeth in him so that could it drink his blood. It always acted superior, as well, vastly different to the puppy-dog-like behavior it was showing Han Sen. Han Sen stroked the Beast King's son's head and asked, "Is this fruit for me?" The Beast King's son seemed to enjoy the hand was that caressing it softly, and it made a gentle sound. Then, it nodded in confirmation. Lu Yuxuan's shock had turned to jealousy, but now, it turned to anger. The creatures never replied to him whenever he spoke the human language. That was the whole reason he taught himself how to communicate in the language of creatures, in the first place. DMN it. DMN that *SSHOLE. His face was still on the ground, and he did not dare get up. He couldn't at all wrap his mind around why the two creatures would show so much love and respect towards a human they had never seen before. Bauer, seeing the Beast King's son being so friendly, wanted to show it some love, too. She crawled up to it and rubbed her face in its lovely mane. This did nothing to upset the disposition of the Beast King's son or the Beast King itself, either. Things were as peaceful as ever, and the son decided to lick Bauer a little, as well. Han Sen was surprised by the entire affair, also. He had gotten himself ready for a fight, so the lack of hostilities came as a delightful shock. The blood fruit he had been given looked immensely powerful. It looked far superior to the ones birthed by Devil King's seeds or any of the ones found in the Valley of Time. Roar! The Beast King suddenly roared, and after it did, many small creatures flocked to the valley as if they were in celebration of Han Sen's coming. With the Beast King protecting them, the group traveled through the valley for a few hundred miles, entirely unhindered. But when they exited the valley, it was no longer the dominion of the Blood-Wing Beast King. When it was time to say goodbye, the king leapt onto a rock and gave a faint cry of sadness in farewell. Mr. Lu, I thank you. You have greatly opened our eyes, Chen Hu said. He believed the beasts were so kind because of Lu Yuxuan's behavior. With a forced smile, Lu Yuxuan pretended that had been the case and said, "You are welcome. Brother Lu, when we return to the alliance, we will send you a reward in return for your kind deeds. But if I may ask, where do we go from here?" Lin He knew it wasn't actually Lu Yuxuan who had made the Beast King so friendly, but he was still oblivious to his evil thoughts and intentions. So, he just went along with his credit-taking and thanked him. "Well, that's me, helpful as always." Lu Yuxuan smiled and went on to say, "There is a path you'd do well to take, just up ahead. Come, I will lead you there." "Ah, in that case, we thank you again," Chen Hu said. Lu Yuxuan then turned to ask Han Sen, "Have you seen the Blood-Wing Beast King before?" "No." Han Sen shook his head. Lu Yuxuan had no reason to believe Han Sen was lying. Is this guy the luckiest man in existence or what? Why would this brat be given a blood fruit? Lu Yuxuan did his best to contemplate why. Lu Yuxuan forced another smile and tried to weasel his way into getting a nibble of it. He said, "That blood fruit is a gift for everyone, why don't you share it?" Cheekily, having not received it, he tried to lie and say it was something that belonged to everyone. If Han Sen was willing to share, it meant he'd be given a slice. With a fruit so brilliant as that, even a small nibble would be wondrous. If Han Sen was not willing to share, others might end up upset. They might even revolt against the man they all seemed to be blindly following. "I gave it to Bauer." Han Sen pointed at her. Lu Yuxuan had only focused on Han Sen the entire time, not noticing Bauer was munching away at the fruit as its juice stained her cheeks. "How could you?" He was unable to hold his tongue and feign kindness at this point, and like a sudden barking, he yelled at Han Sen. He was infuriated to learn that Han Sen had fed a fruit that was greatly desired by a king spirit to what he deemed a useless pet. "I shouldn't have done that." Han Sen smiled. Han Sen had actually tried having some earlier, but it had no effect. When Bauer showed him she really wanted it, he had no problem giving it to her. "Let her have it, we don't need it, anyway," Chen Hu said. The Beast King provided it to Han Sen as a gift. It was his to decide who should or who should not receive some. Lin Weiwei spoke out, in defense of his decision. She could tell Lu Yuxuan hadn't actually helped them, as well. If the king had really been nice to them because of his kowtowing, the fruit would have been given to him. Seeing that he had lost his temper this way, Lin Weiwei was now positive her hypothesis was correct. With everyone else also saying they did not mind not having it, Lu Yuxuan was again left struggling to comprehend why everyone was so supportive of Han Sen. Seeing Lin Weiwei looking at him, Lu Yuxuan tried to swallow his flaring temper and gently explain, "It can merely benefit the human body, that's all. I just thought it was a shame to give it to a pet." "It's fine, I treat her like a daughter, anyway," Han Sen said. "Fine, whatever, let's keep walking." Lu Yuxuan marched ahead as soon as he finished his sentence. Lu Yuxuan went with a smile, but inside, he was thinking, "FCK. That's it, I'm not allowing any of you to live. That *SSHOLE Han Sen must die." Lu Yuxuan despised Han Sen more than ever, and the fact he had ruined his plans was driving him nuts. He wanted them all dead, especially since they had seen him shamelessly kowtow in front of a super creature. He hadn't told anyone which shelter he actually came from, fortunately. But regardless, he wasn't going to allow anyone there to walk away and possibly mention the shameless act they had seen from him. But these thoughts and desires were all manic concoctions of his disturbed mind. No one thought anything ill of his behavior so far. They actually appreciated his willingness to go down on the ground in a subservient manner before the Beast King. They might not have known his true intentions, but still, that was besides the fact. Right now, though, Lu Yuxuan was leading them to a dead end. They were headed to the territory of another super creature. It was another place the king's spirit would not dare tread. Compared to the Blood-Wing Beast King, this super creature was 10 times more ferocious, Lu Yuxuan reckoned. It was known to kill and gorge on whatever living thing came near its lair. Not even the bones of its victims would be left uneaten. When they were almost there, Lu Yuxuan stopped and pointed in the direction, saying, "I can't lead you any further. Beyond is where you should head, and not soon after, you'll be led away and off the mountain. Be careful on your way, lest you make your presence known to the king's spirit." Lu Yuxuan was lying, of course. The super creature was said to lurk directly ahead of the party now. He had no actual clue where the mountain's exit might have resided, and he had no idea what was past the doom-bringing beast he was leading them to. Not that it mattered to him. Mr. Liu, wait. After everyone thanked him for his guidance, and he was ready to turn away and leave, Han Sen stopped him from going. What is it, Brother Han? Lu Yuxuan asked, looking back at Han Sen. There is something I need your help with. Before your departure, Han Sen said. I'll certainly help, if I am able to. What is it? Lu Yuxuan said. What happened next would be up to him to decide. Take us further, Han Sen said, looking at Lu Yuxuan sternly. At this request, his face changed. And he said, well, like I said, I would like to help you. Unfortunately, I am not too familiar with these roads. But, should you proceed this way and meet some misfortune, you can come back and seek me out. The offer for you staying at my shelter still stands. Lin Yuxuan's tone of voice bordered one of mocking, as if he was trying to make Han Sen seem as if he was scared. I have no problem going further, but you need to come with me, Han Sen said. Lu Yuxuan was suddenly angered by the persistence of this request, and he moodily said, Uncle San and Wei Wei, did you hear what he just said? I am not one of you people, but I have helped you get this far out of the kindness of my heart. Haven't I done enough for you? I even kowtowed on your behalf. What, do you expect me to die for you lot, too? Lin He looked at Han Sen and said, Brother Lu, calm down. I'm sure you have misinterpreted little Han's words. Chill for a minute and hear him out, in full. He didn't misunderstand. He has to come with us, Han Sen spoke plainly. You are crazy. Who do you think you are by telling me what to do? At this point Lu Yuxuan was yelling at the top of his voice. He went on to shout, Uncle San, Wei Wei, do you hear what he is saying? This guy is FC King impossible to please, he wants even more. Dogs would show a greater appreciation than this boy. Han Sen coldly said, I am crazy. I have been for a long time. Are you only just learning that now? The boy has a death wish. But whatever, I'm done with you. Lu Yuxuan did his best to speak poorly of Han Sen, trying to discourage the group of travelers from supporting Han Sen any further. No matter how powerful Han Sen had become, he had been in the third god's sanctuary for a year. Most people would have only suspected him to have opened 3 gene locks at the most. Although Lu Yuxuan's gene locks were weak, he still had 8 of them. And what's more, he had a sacred blood turtle. Lu Yuxuan's body was burning with a fire of utter hatred and contempt for Han Sen, and he growled, You're so cocky. You think you're the best, don't you? Come on, show me what you got. Others thought to say something, but before they could, Han Sen swung his fist. Han Sen knew why Lu Yuxuan was behaving the way he was, and he knew the man had a secret desire to get them all killed. What's more, Han Sen was not a fan of negotiation. When he encountered a heated confrontation with someone he deemed evil, a quick fist was Han Sen's favored method of achieving resolution. Han Sen's fist traveled with a fire. Seeing it come, Lu Yuxuan transformed into a flaming snake that lunged at Han Sen. The snake was 10 meters long, and all Han Sen had was a fiery fist. The scene certainly looked unbalanced. But when the 2 fiery figures collided, Lu Yuxuan was the one given the most shock. Boom! Han Sen hit the flaming snake, and ignited the body with a searing flame of a far crueler power. Lu Yuxuan dropped to the ground, rolling around on the grass and screaming in agony. He managed to utter a command to his turtle, which then attacked Han Sen. The turtle's first move was shooting water towards Han Sen. This attack was rapidly dodged, and in retaliation, Han Sen jumped to the turtle's head with Taya in hand. Gotcha! The turtle's head was sliced off with ease. Blood squirted from the red, rhythmic pumping of its exposed throat. Sacred blood creature armored turtle killed. Beast soul gained. Consume its flesh to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. Lu Yuxuan continued rolling around on the ground, but the fire that was ruining his body refused to be put out. Han Sen picked him up and got rid of the flames himself, but the man was heavily damaged. Lu Yuxuan's 8 gene locks were nothing compared to Han Sen. Lu Yuxuan pretended to be a victim in this entire ordeal, crying tears while proclaiming, Uncle San, Wei Wei, Chenhu, I helped you. What did I do to deserve this treatment? He made himself look so wronged, others actually felt pity for him. Maybe there really was a misunderstanding. Lin He did believe Han Sen had been a little too cruel on him. But Lin He trusted Han Sen's judgment, and he knew there had to be a reason Han Sen was so willing to lash out against Lu Yuxuan. I will explain later. You guys remain here. Han Sen continued down the path, dragging Lu Yuxuan along with him. Lu Yuxuan yelled for help from the others, but he didn't get any. Eventually, as Han Sen pulled him nearer the place he wished for them to meet their doom, he quieted down. He was scared now. He was terrified of waking up the super creature that was said to lurk there. Lu Yuxuan, at this point, knew Han Sen had figured out what he had been up to. It had to be the reason why he had been dragged there like that. But Lu Yuxuan believed Han Sen's determined march into that wicked territory was merely a bluff. He thought Han Sen wouldn't risk going too far forward. If Han Sen could not provide his party an explanation for what he had done, Lu Yuxuan thought there might be a chance to turn them all against each other and possibly crawl away from this entire affair with his life. Seeing Han Sen continue to walk forward, not slowing down for a single second, Lu Yuxuan was moving from afraid to terrified. It didn't help that Han Sen had remained silent the entire time, as well. Most people that found themselves being suddenly dragged away against their will by an angry man would object quite loudly, but Lu Yuxuan remained as quiet as he could. There was a risk he was trying to avoid, despite thinking Han Sen's bluff was still in play. Lin He and Lin Weiwei could see the two from where they were, and they watched intently. They were still a little unsure about what had motivated and instigated Han Sen's aggression, but they knew there was more to this than met the eye. Lu Yuxuan's eyes were wide open now, having realized Han Sen had strolled directly into the area the beast was said to feast on intruders. You're crazy. That's it, we have to go. We have to go now or else we die. Lu Yuxuan finally spoke, and his voice wasn't at normal volume. It was a scream, one driven by an intense fear of imminent death. Han Sen stopped, looked at the wriggling worm, and said, "Why would we die? I thought you said this is a safe road, and that our exit from the mountain is just beyond here. Do it, just do it, get out, leave this place." Lu Yuxuan was writhing around with what looked like a broken mind. He really didn't want to die, and he was utterly terrified of the concept of waking up the super creature that was said to live there. Leave here, give me one good reason to. Han Sen was slowly starting to walk forward again. You are crazy, it's a dead end, not an exit. And only death will await us both if you continue going forward. Even the deaf could have heard Lu Yuxuan's hopeless crying, and so pretty swiftly, his scheme was revealed to the party that watched from afar. If it wasn't for Han Sen, they all would have merrily walked into a trap, still thinking Lu Yuxuan was a decent fellow. Han Sen turned around and dragged him back to Lin He. Then, he threw him onto the ground. *SSHOLE. Why do you want to hurt us? Chen Hu was furious at this revelation. Run, run. Lu Yuxuan believed the creature must have woken up by now. It would be best we stay away from this area for now. Come, let's backtrack a bit, Han Sen said. Lin He agreed, saying, yes, Chen Hu, everyone, let's go. But suddenly, the sound of a wicked scream and an explosion was heard from far behind them. We are dead because of you. Lu Yuxuan yelled at Han Sen, as if he was a victim. Han Sen frowned at the emergence of a new threat, but he was not afraid. The sound was loud, and the noise of something hissing was quickly drawing near. A white snake came into view. It was like a cross between a white cobra and a dragon. The head possessed a unicorn horn, and ice-like eyes. The scales of its form were like threaded diamonds. The monster was as beautiful as it was scary. Nobody's legs could move, though, and it felt as if something was keeping them from fleeing. The creature was infinitely more frightening than the blood-winged beast king they had previously encountered. In the presence of that monster, they could not even think about running. Even Lin He felt his body stiffen, and all he could do was remain still, watching the snake approach. The snake looked at the crowd and hissed. Its forked tongue rattled in the open maw. As everyone looked on, they were sapped of their hope of survival. Lu Yuxuan looked as if he belonged in an asylum. He was crazy, mumbling and dribbling in fear. He repeatedly blubbered, "That's it, man. Game over, man. Game over." In the next second, the white dragon moved in front of Han Sen. Everyone thought he would be the first to go, regretfully. The snake pulled out its tongue and touched his body. Han Sen was able to move the entire time, but he had chosen not to. He knew the beautiful white snake was not actually going to be hostile at all. He had, of course, at first prepared to fight. But as the snake drew nearer and nearer, he was able to realize there was no aggressive intent in its approach. Amidst everyone's mounting shock, a white mushroom fell out of the snake's mouth and into Han Sen's hands. Then, the snake lowered its head in front of him. Is this for me? Han Sen looked at the mushroom with confusion. The mushroom was very big, and the life force it possessed was no joke. It was incredibly strong. Simply smelling it was enough to bring a person's mind great comfort, and it looked so delicious, Han Sen thought he could hear his cells moaning and groaning for a taste. It was lucky the super creatures had no intention of harming him, but Han Sen couldn't yet understand why that was. And stranger yet, why were they delivering him gifts? Having also received the blood fruit earlier, he now thought to himself, does Lady Luck simply have a crush on me? Is this her work? Lu Yuxuan was frozen for a different reason now. He watched what occurred with immeasurable shock. He exclaimed, impossible. Dragon saliva, impossible. Everyone looked at Han Sen strangely. They now knew for sure that the Blood-Winged Beast King really had only cared for Han Sen. Suddenly, though, the white snake grabbed Han Sen. They believed it was going to eat him for a second, but that spike of fear was quickly alleviated. It had only grabbed Han Sen by his clothes, and gently, it placed him on its back. It had decided to guide him through the next region of the mountain. Seeing Han Sen atop the white snake, Lu Yuxuan's broken mind seemed to completely shatter. He muttered, this must be a nightmare. I have to wake up. This must really be just a bad dream. Han Sen had his people bring the body of the slain turtle and Lu Yuxuan with them. They followed the snake he rode upon through the region the creature presided over. Bauer climbed ahead of Han Sen, sitting directly on the snake's head. She held the creature's horn, which worried the others. If her behavior angered the white snake, no one could imagine what wrath might be brought down upon them. Lu Yuxuan spoke a lot about how cruel and evil the white snake supposedly was, but from what they were actually seeing, his words couldn't be further from the truth. It didn't mind Bauer climbing all over it, and it continued leading them in a delightfully tame and kind manner without an ounce of hostility. It went quickly, though. Lin He and his fellows often had trouble keeping up, but it seemed to acknowledge their existence by slowing down for them, every now and again. The group traversed this portion of the mountain without a single incident. All was well and all was safe. When had gone as far as it could, it gently allowed Bauer and Han Sen to disembark. Then, it returned to its domain as swiftly as it had initially left it. Brother Han, why do super creatures treat you like this? Were you once a renowned super creature king in a past life? Chen Hu asked, in equal parts amusement and awe. Everyone seemed to be a little dazed by what was going on. No one had ever seen or even heard of a human receiving such treatment from creatures before. If I told you I didn't know why they treated me this way, would you believe me? Han Sen asked. Lin Weiwei just smiled and said, I'd believe you. Super creatures are unpredictable, to say the least. But perhaps there is an item in your possession that attracts them to you. That most certainly sounds like a feasible possibility, Lin He added. Their comments reminded Han Sen that he did indeed have something special on him, but it was something he had brought with him from the second god's sanctuary. The only special item he had acquired recently was the dragon blood ring. But if his possession of that was why, then neither the wolf nor the monkeys would have attacked him. Han Sen, unable to understand, shelved those thoughts for the time being. Well, Han Sen, is it time we decide what to do with this *SSHOLE? Should we kill him and be done with it? Wang Yu said, with a tone of utter contempt. The jig was up for Lu Yuxuan, and it had been revealed to them all how much of a spiteful, twisted, backstabbing liar he truly was. The region they had crossed with the snake was nothing like he described. Don't kill me, I just don't like Han Sen, that's all. I only tried to get rid of him. Lu Yuxuan was on his knees, sobbing for mercy. Little Han, what will you do? Lin He asked. Kill him. Lin Weiwei, now understanding what he had planned to do, was in great relief she had not decided to follow him to the shelter. We'll take him with us for now. If something seeks to attack or kill us, he'll make a fine decoy, Han Sen coldly said. To Han Sen, he was a dead man already. The only reason Han Sen was going to allow him to live a little longer was so his death could prove at least somewhat useful. Hearing what Han Sen said, they each thought it to be the best course of action. They did not have any more ideas or opinions to share. A while later, they all stopped for a rest. Since there were hungry stomachs all around, Han Sen got to preparing a meal from the turtle he had slain. The turtle was a fairly big creature, so it was going to prove too big for Han Sen to eat all by himself. As such, He offered some of the cooked turtle to the others, and they each accepted a portion. Bauer looked excited, eating the turtle. She had developed a great taste for meat. While everyone ate and dined merrily, though, creatures approached them. A white, sacred blood deer walked up to Han Sen and placed down a clump of holy grass in front of him. Then, it left. It wasn't long until other creatures showed up, bringing with them the carcass of a creature they had hunted. They laid it down in front of Han Sen and walked away as well. Han Sen cooked the creature he had been provided, and he was delighted to learn it was a sacred blood creature, too. Lu Yuxuan had no clue why all the creatures of the mountains, those he had once believed to be utterly wretched, wished to please Han Sen. Everywhere Han Sen went, creatures welcomed him. He received an abundance of gifts over the course of their travel, all beyond their wildest expectations. Little San San, you must have been quite the romantic creature lover in a past life, Lin Weiwei said. I must have worked hard, all day and night, to please the number of creatures that seek to reward me. Han Sen gave her a wry smile. Maybe you were just a popular figure, adored by all. Lin Weiwei suggested. Yep, I can believe it. Everyone must love Brother Han. Chen Hu said, in admiration. Han Sen replied to them both, saying, maybe in a past life, I was their king. King? Lin Weiwei shook her head. Then, she said, no, more like a celebrity. Yep, a celebrity, Chen Hu said. Han Sen wasn't actually a believer in the concept of reincarnation. He knew there was a reason for the kindness being shown towards him by the creatures, but he just couldn't figure out what it was. But at least it made for a pleasant journey. Encountering creatures was no longer a problem for them, and the fear that first plagued their journey had vanished. Before Han Sen, every creature was tame and gentle. They went on in this manner for quite some time. They traveled for an entire month, and they moved at a quick pace. Their lives were better than they had been, even when they were living in a human shelter. Han Sen had eaten 2 whole wolf kings, some turtle, and a variety of other meats given to him by creatures. In total, his sacred blood geno point tally managed to reach 56. Although Han Sen had received many presents from the creatures of the regions he and his party traversed, none of those gifts had yet surpassed the blood fruit and dragon saliva in terms of rarity and power. Those gifts, given to him by super creatures, were by far the best. Upon nearing the exit of Ghost Mountain, they encountered another super creature. It was a giant ape, and it provided Han Sen with a small wine cup. Han Sen could tell it was actually a Geno item, but despite his close examinations of it, he couldn't really tell what purpose it might serve him. The giant ape also aided them in travel. He grabbed a hold of every member of Han Sen's party and placed them all atop his shoulders. Then, he took off running for 4 days straight. The craggy slopes of the mountain soon gave way to an emerald, verdant expanse that was home to a number of horses, merrily grazing away the hours of sunshine. We are finally off Ghost Mountain. Everyone was exuberantly happy. The ape placed them down, roared at Han Sen, and then returned to the mountain. Looking back to where they had spent so much time traveling, it was almost like a dream. Everything they had been through seemed unbelievable, even to Han Sen. Arg! Just as everyone was in chirpy spirits, a scream sounded from their midst. Lu Yuxuan was rolling on the ground in pain, shrieking in agony. A wound had formed on his body, as if something had cut him badly. He was covered in blood, yet no one around him had done a thing. As Lu Yuxuan screamed, he barely looked human. His body was being skinned by a phantom aggressor, and soon, his flesh started to get carved away in large chunks. Soon, it'd be down to the bone. The wounds were not fatal, though. Kill me, please. I was wrong. I wanted Weiwei, and yet I was willing to harm and kill you to have her. Lu Yuxuan's face was distorted and covered in blood. But the torture he was now under was so unbearable, he actually wanted to die. Everyone understood what was happening. The spirit that owned Lu Yuxuan must have detected that he had left Ghost Mountain. Thinking that it was an act of disobedience, the spirit started to torture him. Lin He grabbed his sword and plunged it deep into Lu Yuxuan's heart. As his life force left his body, his muscles relaxed and his face became softer. He looked free, as if he had been granted a release he had long wanted. There was no need for him to suffer. We are still the same kind. He may have deserved death, but not one that was brutally prolonged, Lin He explained. Han Sen nodded. Even though he despised Lu Yuxuan and would have killed the man himself, he wouldn't have tortured him. The others, seeing the way he died, were in shock. They were eternally glad they had not returned to the shelter and submitted themselves to the command of a spirit. One day, they could have ended up just like Lu Yuxuan. To avoid his body being desecrated by creatures, Han Sen torched it until there was nothing left but dust. When it was time for them to set out again, they were not too sure where to go. The only thing in front of them was a flat, plain field that went on as far as the eyes could see. So they picked a direction and went straight ahead. The horse-like creatures were afraid of the passing humans, it seemed. Before they even got close, the horses would run off and maintain a lengthy distance. After a while of travel, they suddenly heard a buzzing noise. Something gold was coming towards them from across the expanse. At first, it was alone. But later, more of the golden things appeared. After squinting to get a better look, the group saw that the creatures were golden, fist-sized bugs, and their numbers were many. More and more emerged, until they started to blot out the sun and ink the sky. But since they were gold, they did not darken the field they traversed. Instead, the brightness of the region only increased. The area became almost blindingly bright. I wonder what these things will give us. Chen Hu looked very excited. Although Chen Hu did not personally receive any gifts or reap any specific benefits, he was excited to see what new thing they would bring. But Han Sen was not in this mindset. His face changed and he said, "They are not here to bring gifts. Everyone, get ready to fight." No way. Chen Hu could not believe it. The golden bugs closed in on them quickly. They swooped down low and tried to bite them in a hungry swarm. With their gene locks open, the fighters raised their weapons to counter the assault. Han Sen was ablaze with a red fire, and he commanded a phoenix to incinerate the bugs that were directly in front of him. But the golden bugs were strange. When the phoenix slew them, it did not respawn and allow Han Sen another usage. Even stranger, there was no announcement after the bugs died, and his Dongshuan aura revealed nothing on those bugs. He didn't learn a thing. The group of travelers unleashed everything they had as they fought back against the tide of insects, but the enemy's numbers were too many. If a bug landed on one of their bodies, even mutant armor wasn't an effective enough resistance for the subsequent biting. The bugs would tear through their bodies in an instant. Screams started to erupt from the group. When Han Sen turned to look at those who cried out, he found them soaked in blood. Han Sen tried his best. He always did, but he knew he could not protect everyone this time. Han Sen gifted the turtle armor beast soul to Lin Weiwei and said, "Put this on." After donning the armor, she was far safer and she felt that way, too. The golden bugs could no longer nibble their way through that protection, but it did nothing to alleviate the enormous swarm that assaulted the rest. There were so many, it was almost like a sandstorm of the fiends. And as for how they might get out of this predicament, Han Sen was short on ideas. Arg! The people screamed. Many of the bugs were attached to Wang Yu's legs, which were being ravenously gnawed. Within a few seconds, nothing but the bones remained. He collapsed to the ground. On the ground, his ability to resist was drastically reduced. Countless more of the bugs swarmed his defenseless body. He was being ravaged, and in a few seconds, ransacked bones were all that would remain. Han Sen's body surged with red fire, and the bugs that swarmed around Wang Yu were blackened and burnt. The man had been saved, but only barely. He could not stand up, let alone fight. Chen Hu was next in line to suffer, though. He screamed, and Han Sen watched as he fell to the ground. A fireball was sent his way, incinerating the hungry bugs that sought to do him harm. Han Sen was managing for now, but he knew he couldn't save everyone. "Bauer, get these bugs," Han Sen pleaded, but the baby did not move. Her eyes seemed fixed on something. Han Sen knew he could escape and save his own hide, but he knew that would only result in the deaths of the people he had now spent much time with. Chen Hu, Lin He, they'd all die a gruesome death. Lin Weiwei had been safe in the armor, but the two was now riddled with cracks. It wouldn't be long before that broke, exposing her to the ravenous hordes of insects. Bauer continued looking in the same direction, not bothering to summon the gourd. Han Sen suddenly heard an explosion in the sky above. A shockwave followed, almost knocking the fighters off their feet. It was a howl, and it was familiar. It was reminiscent of the howling of a wolf, but it wasn't quite the same. When they were on Ghost Mountain, the purple wolf super creature heard this sound and left Han Sen and his people be. Han Sen suddenly thought he might receive protection from the creatures, after the howl. But the howl, as loud as it was, meant whatever made it was close. Han Sen wasn't sure what would happen next. And yet, nothing did. After a moment of anticipation, the bugs merely continued their onslaught without reprieve. It was disappointing, to say the least. But in the next second, silver lightning tore the skies asunder. Its presence quickly surprised everyone, knocking them down to the ground. As their hope had just started to wane, silver lightning descended from the sky like a river. The bugs in the path of those lethal webs of windborne fire were destroyed. Needless to say, it was shocking. Huddled together, everywhere outside their small portion of land was being ravaged by what felt like world-ending chaos. All the bugs that sought to kill them were promptly electrocuted. No way, a thought flashed through Han Sen's mind, but it was so crazy, he wasn't sure whether or not he was a fool to believe it. There was a small shadow in the direction Bauer was looking. It was headed towards them, emerging from beyond the streams of lightning. It was a small, silver fox. It approached them slowly, with grace and elegance. No lightning touched it, it was as if the curtain of silver fire parted for its entrance. No way, Han Sen was speechless. Han Sen now understood why the Wolf King left them alone, and why the creatures had all started to be nice towards him. It was because something had been watching over him the entire time. "Little Silver," Han Sen shouted, running to greet his old friend. The lightning broke away for Han Sen's approach. He dropped to his knees before the fox and planted a big kiss on the much-missed creature's forehead. Then, he ruffled the fur on his head. The silver fox shoved his muzzle towards him and licked Han Sen's hands. Then, he buried his head in Han Sen's chest. Bauer squinted her eyes, looking furious at the silver fox. She seemed jealous that something else was obtaining Han Sen's love. The bugs had all gone. When the silver fox looked at Bauer, it looked as if there was friction in both their eyes and an ignition of sparks. But 1 second later, they looked away from each other. Fortunately, Han Sen did not notice this brief standoff. It was best that nothing spoiled the moment for him. Han Sen had wanted to discard the gourd once before, and had gone so far as to throw it away. But it was the silver fox that picked it up and brought it back, indicating Han Sen should hold onto it. Strangely, after the occupant of the gourd emerged and met the person who had given it a father, they did not seem friendly. Han Sen wished to say something to the silver fox, but suddenly, there was another explosion. A giant, golden bug emerged from the ground in a haze of soil. Its lower body was like that of a snake, whereas its upper body was plated with a carapace that was not unlike a centipede. The creature's head was like a scorpion, and a stinger-tipped tail swung from its back. It looked evil, like a demon freed from hell itself. Amidst the golden light that reflected from its shiny plating, the hideous creature roared. Chen Hu was grabbed and pulled across the disheveled field. As he went, soil and grass stained his clothing. After a roar, the golden bug's tail started to move. It swayed from left to right, as if it was taking aim at Han Sen. Boom! 9 streaks of golden light were cast towards Han Sen, which twisted the very composure of space. The silver fox leapt in front of Han Sen, amassing a massive vortex of silver power. It transformed back into the fierce lightning fox it could be. Before the golden beam could reach its target, the silver fox roared as a big beam of silver lightning blazed back to counter it. Silver lightning burst out of the silver fox and collided with the golden light. Boom! The golden light was fractured, and in a second, the atmosphere exploded around them in a blinding flash. A 1-mile-wide hole formed in the ground, and aside from Han Sen and Bauer, everyone was blown away. The streaks of the silver fox's lightning filled the exhibit of destruction, suppressing all the golden bug sought to do. Try as it might to break that oppressive power, the golden bug could not. All it could do was flail around helplessly. The silver fox's fur gleamed. A silver aura formed around him, and it became brighter and brighter. It culminated in a wretched bullet of silver lightning. His target, the insect aggressor, shrieked wildly in agony. Lin He was frozen as he watched the scene unfold. Even Han Sen was shocked. The silver fox hadn't been in the third god's sanctuary for very long, but he had already amassed a terrifying amount of power. He had managed to alter the minds and desires of the super creatures of Ghost Mountain, and promptly came to Han Sen's aid on the verdant expanse. Of course, this wealth of power wasn't entirely down to the silver fox's own prowess. The silver fox had opened 9 of his gene locks, but he had done so through the help of other super creatures. It was through their aid that he managed to open so many gene locks so quickly, and it was how he had obtained such fierce powers already. The reason Silver Fox had received such treatment was his rarity. He had become widely respected throughout the creature kingdom, and that was down to his healing abilities. Many injured creatures had kindly received the Silver Fox's healing. He was proficient with this talent, and grievous injuries were healed in no time at all. It was that which earned him this great respect amongst creatures. Of course, only having 9 gene locks open meant he could not even beat the white snake if it came down to a fight between the two. Han Sen had 9 gene locks open, as well, and when bringing fitness into the equation, the two were well balanced. Just like Han Sen, the Silver Fox's fitness had not been able to keep up with the number of open gene locks. So, even in the third god's shelter, they'd make for a remarkable duo. Boom! The golden bug let out a shrill scream. It hastily dug back underground and disappeared, leaving behind stains of gold blood. The silver fox looked like a simple fox again. It trotted over to Han Sen and started rubbing his head against Han Sen's legs again, just like he used to. Han Sen picked the silver fox back up in his arms and said to him, "Well done." Bauer was sucking her dummy extra hard. Upon seeing this, she was most certainly not happy. No one dared remain in the area. Quickly, Han Sen and his party moved on. They eyed the silver fox with slight wariness because of the power they had seen him wield. He was quite a scary thing. They looked at Han Sen with such strangeness, too. Han Sen was bringing it along with them, as if it was a pet. It was difficult to imagine what might happen to a man, should they incite the ire of the fox. Han Sen had raised the silver fox since its birth, though, and there was no possible chance it would attack him. The only downside to the silver fox's presence was its tendency to keep creatures at bay. While this trait had its benefits, it made trying to hunt a touch more difficult. But, after the golden bug was chased off with its injuries, it did not show up again, thankfully. After another 2 weeks of travel, the group stumbled across humans. There were 3 of them, and they seemed to be collecting grass. At the sight of them, the group was made extremely happy. If there were humans there, it might mean that there was a human shelter nearby. When the 3 people saw Han Sen, they too looked happy. And without delay, both groups met up for a chat. "This is not a human shelter." Chen Hu was disappointed. The eldest man amongst the 3 was a fellow called Zhao Xin. He told them, "There aren't many humans here, but we belong to a royal spirit shelter. It's called the Sword Furnace Shelter." Lin He said, "Are there any other human shelters around?" Zhao Xin regretfully informed them, "No, this area is under the control of spirits. It would be best if you return wherever you came from, lest the spirit become aware of your presence." Lin He and Lin Weiwei looked at each other. They were saddened, upon hearing they had still not reached a location where they might safely settle down. Han Sen asked, "Do you know of a place called Thorn Forest?" Han Sen needed to know where he was, in order to let Moment Queen move the shelter. They all shook their heads, much to Han Sen's disappointment. Immediately, he asked a follow-up question. "Do you know if there is a king-class shelter nearby?" Everyone's eyes lit up, upon hearing this question. If there was no king-class shelter, there was a chance they could claim the royal shelter for themselves. They most certainly had enough power, between Han Sen and his silver fox. Zhao Xin shook his head and informed them, "I only know this is a royal shelter, and it's fairly remote. I don't believe there are any other shelters in the immediate vicinity." "Brother Han, let's do this," Chen Hu and a few others said. It had been too long since any of them had gone to the Alliance, and they all wanted the opportunity to see their family and friends again. "Uncle San and Weiwei, what do you think?" Han Sen asked. "Go ahead. If this doesn't work out in the long run, we can retreat to the Alliance forever." Lin He spoke with hefty gravity. "If we let this opportunity pass us by, who knows when our next chance at a place of sanctuary will be?" Lin Weiwei said. Zhao Xin looked at the party in shock, and he asked, "What are you guys talking about?" "We are talking about becoming the new owners of Sword Furnace Shelter," Han Sen answered. "No, even if you do take down this shelter, it ultimately belongs to Sword Palace Shelter. If they send reinforcements here," Zhao Xin quickly told them, "then I'll deal with them and take Sword Palace Shelter for myself, as well." Han Sen spoke calmly, with perfect confidence. "Brother Zhao, do you think they can do what they say they can?" Zhao Xin and the others hid amongst some bushes. While they watched Han Sen, the youngest of the 3 asked Zhao Xin the question. "They sound confident, so they definitely possess some manner of strength. But even if they can take down this royal shelter, I'm not sure they have the strength to take down Sword Palace Shelter." Zhao Xin paused for a minute, and then said, "Still, for now, if they can just manage to break the spirit stone here in Sword Furnace Shelter, we'll be free. Then let us hope for the best and pray they are successful." The young man said, his eyes also resting on Han Sen. The three of them held their hands and prayed after this. If the group was not successful in liberating the shelter, their betrayal might later be found out. If it was, then the three of them who were under contract would most assuredly be given a torturous death. After Han Sen and his people entered the shelter, the noise of explosions, clanging weaponry, and the shrieks and war cries of battle sounded from within the walls. The three of them sweated in anticipation. It didn't last for very long. And after a short while of audible fighting, the city fell silent. "Brother Zhao, why is it all quiet? Were they all killed?" the young man asked. "I don't think so." Zhao Xin wasn't entirely sure. It was strange, though, they had only been inside for a short while, so how could the battle have come to an end so soon? The fear of the group being unsuccessful lingered on the minds of the three, and the idea that Han Sen might have already conquered the shelter in such a short time seemed too silly for them to even consider. All of a sudden, a swordsman appeared from out of the gate. His build was heavy, and they recognized his figure all too well. It was a spirit of Sword Furnace Shelter. "We are done for," Zhao Xin quietly muttered. He hadn't expected them to be defeated so soon. The two young men had hoped, more than anything, to return to the Alliance if they had been freed. But now, they didn't think that was happening anytime soon. But then, after watching the spirit with bated breath, the tension in their contorted expressions loosened. They couldn't believe it. Another person came out from behind the gates of the shelter, and as he stepped past, the spirit moved aside like a servant. When Zhao Xin squinted to take a better look, that person was the young man who had told them his people could take the shelter and give them back their freedom. The royal spirit is obeying him. Zhao Xin looked amazed. How could he have achieved all that so quickly? The young man was in awe. Han Sen bid for the three to emerge from the bushes and enter the shelter. After coming inside, they were able to confirm that Han Sen had indeed conquered the shelter and asserted control. The bodies of slain creatures were strewn about everywhere. The shelter had been populated with a large sum of mutant creatures, but now they were all dead. "Who are you people?" Zhao Xin asked in shock. If they possessed the power to so easily bring down Sword Furnace Shelter, they couldn't have been an ordinary bunch of adventurers. "You aren't aware of what President Ji's son-in-law looks like?" Chen Hu smiled. "You are Han Sen," the young person exclaimed with much glee. Zhao Xin had been in the third god's sanctuary for far too long, though, so the name Han Sen didn't ring any bells. But now, they could all use the teleporter. It had been many years since Zhao Xin had been to the Alliance. He had a lot of catching up to do. Lin He and his group were supposed to stay for a while and protect the shelter, but Han Sen allowed them to return first. With the Silver Fox and Bower there, even if Sword Palace Shelter came quickly for retribution, there'd be little the other royal shelter could do against the combined might of those two. Han Sen gave them their places and explained to them what should be done, in the event hostile forces came to the shelter. Then, he too returned to the Alliance. It had been a while since he was last in touch with his mother and Ji Yanran, and so he sought to allay any fears they may have had for his well-being. Inside a giant city, one that sat in the center of the glorious emerald expanses, many royal spirits had come together for a meeting. The leader amongst them wore green-plated armor, and he spoke to them all. A swordsman spirit approached another royal spirit and whispered in his ear. When he heard the whispered words, the spirit's face changed. "My son, what is wrong?" Holy Sword Emperor asked. Ghost Sword was only just a royal spirit. He hadn't become a king spirit yet, but he was the strongest of Holy Sword Emperor's sons. With the possibility that, in time, he might be able to become a king spirit, his father loved him dearly. "Father, a few humans stormed Sword Furnace Shelter and took it from me. We should send reinforcements to slay them," Ghost Sword said, then gestured to the swordsman, who promptly left. "Okay, then." Holy Sword Emperor did not think this matter was too concerning. In that place, only super creatures could pose a threat to them. Humans were weaklings, and not a force worth worrying about. Mostly, though, Holy Sword Emperor's placid reaction to the news was because he was in a good mood. He had just been the recipient of a treasure. It was given to him by an emperor spirit from Phoenix Desert. With that treasure, he had a chance of transcending his own class to that of an emperor. The power of an emperor was not far off that of a berserk super creature, and it was half a tier higher than that of a king spirit. Spirits that had opened 10 gene locks mostly moved on to the fourth god's sanctuary. The treasure he had received was from an emperor spirit that had gone to the fourth god's sanctuary. It was a very beneficial gift for spirits such as Holy Sword Emperor. He hadn't previously hoped he could achieve 10 open gene locks, but now, he did. A swordsman approached Ghost Sword and whispered to him again. Upon hearing what the messenger said, his face turned green. He stood up. After a time spent in the alliance, Han Sen returned to the sanctuary. As soon as he arrived, Bauer leapt up to kiss his cheek and say, "Father, I missed you." "I missed you, too." Han Sen kissed her and then went off, looking for the silver fox. Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura and found the fox lying atop the shelter's ramparts, just above the gate. Han Sen took Bauer with him to where the silver fox was and said, "Little Silver, I'm back. There is no need to guard so fiercely anymore." The silver fox just continued staring in the direction he had been. Han Sen could tell the silver fox was concerned about something, but all that did was make Han Sen worry, too. Han Sen frowned. Ghost Mountain was in the direction the silver fox faced. Caringly, Han Sen went to stroke the silver fox's head and asked him, "Do you miss your friends?" Han Sen believed the silver fox might have missed the fellow creatures back on Ghost Mountain, as they had treated him well for a long time. Before he could receive a response, though, Han Sen's attention was snatched by the sudden sound of a cry. It came from Ghost Mountain. The silver fox stood up in alarm, paying extra attention to the cry. He approached Han Sen's legs and rubbed his head against them. Acknowledging something was wrong, Han Sen stroked the silver fox's face and asked, "What is it?" Gently, the silver fox crooned as an answer. He jumped up, licked Han Sen's cheek, and then jumped off of the shelter's wall. The silver fox started to run in the direction of Ghost Mountain, but as it went, it repeatedly looked back at Han Sen. Han Sen did not delay in going after the silver fox, but Little Silver kept on howling back at Han Sen, who sought to give chase as if he was telling Han Sen to stay back and not follow him back to Ghost Mountain. "What's wrong, Little Silver? You can tell me." Han Sen did not heed the silver fox's warnings and continued pursuing him. Bauer was left behind in the meantime, up on the ramparts of the shelter. Han Sen thought about why the silver fox might not have come to see him in the very beginning, when he was up on Ghost Mountain. The silver fox had called off the super creature wolf. It was strange how he had only shown up after they exited the mountain. Howl. The silver fox tried to warn Han Sen off and get him to stop following. "Little Silver, is someone trying to bully you? Are you being threatened? What is that far-off cry?" Han Sen increased his speed, to catch up with the silver fox. Although Little Silver was not a human, he was a creature Han Sen had raised since its birth. At one point, the silver fox was his most trusted ally and sidekick. He was family to Han Sen, and he couldn't just let the fox run off into danger. It was okay if the silver fox wanted to go back there to be with the creatures. Han Sen wouldn't have forced him to stay with him, if that was the concern. But if something was forcing the silver fox to do something against his will, Han Sen wouldn't stand for it. Little Silver slowed down due to Han Sen's repeated calls, but the crying noise from Ghost Mountain started up again. Little Silver barked at Han Sen, and then, with a bolt of lightning, ran off. The silver fox was incredibly quick, and Han Sen had no chance of following him. The creature was going to leave his range of vision in no time. With 8 gene locks open, though, Han Sen did his best to try and catch up. He had fallen behind, yes, but he still continued on his way to Ghost Mountain. That was where the silver fox was headed, after all. The silver fox heard the upset howling again and stopped in his tracks. Seeing him stop in the distance put a smile back on Han Sen's face. But as he neared the silver fox again, and was close to catching up, Little Silver electrified him. The silver fox barked at Han Sen, commanding that he stop following. Bringing himself back up to his feet, Han Sen was not mad at his behavior. He said, "If you are willingly going back, I won't stop you. But if someone is making you do something against your own will, I'm not leaving your side." Boom. The silver fox shot Han Sen with another bolt of lightning, but after, he looked a little remorseful. He seemed to have been touched by Han Sen's words, despite his initial reaction. Shrugging off the pain, Han Sen continued to approach the silver fox. Little Silver couldn't bring himself to shock Han Sen the third time, so he just barked, ran, and leapt up into Han Sen's chest. "Little Silver, I don't want you to leave me." Han Sen stroked the silver fox's head with much love. Little Silver licked his dear master's cheeks and barked quietly, as if he wished to speak with him in a common language. But suddenly, the silver fox jumped away from Han Sen and made all his fur stand on end. Han Sen suddenly felt a terrible presence drawing near. Turning to take a look at where it was coming from, he saw a black shadow approaching them from across the field. The shadow was very slow, but every step made Han Sen feel as if the very world was under threat. It was as if the world was shrinking, the nearer it drew. Han Sen could sense a terrifying power residing within that black shadow. Now, Han Sen believed he understood the reason why the silver fox had not revealed his presence as soon as he probably wanted to. It wasn't that the silver fox did not want to be with Han Sen, it was this shadow that was stopping him. He only revealed himself when he did because it had been a life and death moment for Han Sen. The assault of those bugs out on the plains could have ended poorly for all the humans involved. Staring at the scary shadow, Han Sen thought even the intimidation of the snake paled in comparison to it. When the shadow arrived, it felt as if the entire expanse had been veiled with a cloak of darkness. The creature was a fox. It was different than the silver fox, not only in that its coat was black, but it had a look of murder in its eyes. It was evil, it had 9 tails that wagged strangely, and it gave the illusion of a warped dimension. The 9-tailed fox approached like a demon, and its oppressive appearance made Han Sen feel he could drop to the ground at any given moment. The eyes of the phantom fox were frightening. The sockets were where they should have been, but they were empty. Sunken and empty, the fox looked at Han Sen, and as it did, he felt a weight of doom press on his shoulders. The tyrannical feelings it exuded were suffocating, so much so, Han Sen felt short of breath. Han Sen did not have an 8th sense, but he knew all too well that the fox wanted to murder him. He felt as if he was encountering a twisted, vengeful ghost from the beyond. And it was then that it hit him. Perhaps there was a reason the area was called Ghost Mountain. Is this why Ghost Mountain is called Ghost Mountain? Is it because of this ghost-like fox? Han Sen mulled to himself. Howl. The silver fox cried out at the ghost fox, as if it was begging it to let Han Sen walk away. But it seemed as if the ghost fox did not care. It looked furious, undoubtedly angry Han Sen had taken the silver fox away from it. Seeing the ghost fox approach, nearer and nearer, Little Silver straightened his hair with a charge of electricity. He growled at the ghost fox, as if he was telling it to stay away. The ghost fox was irritated by Little Silver's behavior, and it let out a horrid shriek. After it was over, its tail sprang outwards to attack Han Sen. The silver fox was shocked, so it unleashed a barrage of silver lightning at the ghost fox in retaliation. Strangely, the lightning flashed through the body of the ghost fox and only scorched the ground behind it. It was as if the ghost fox was truly a ghost. The silver fox unleashed more and more lightning, each discharge being stronger than the last. Try as he might, though, not a single one impacted or dealt damage to the shape of the foe that opposed them. Han Sen turned into a phoenix and leapt towards the ghost fox. But after unleashing a number of attacks, nothing touched the ghost fox. Han Sen felt like cowering in the ghost's intimidating shadow. Suddenly, Han Sen behaved as if he was possessed. Black smoke rose from his flames, and his eyes turned black as well. Han Sen's hands rose up of their own accord and placed themselves on his own neck. Then, he vigorously tried to strangle himself. You deserve it, ha ha ha. Han Sen squeezed his own neck with tremendous strength, wheezing out a cackle whenever he could. He had gone psychotic. A tick-tick sound came from the neck, and it sounded as if it was going to snap any second beneath the horrid pressure that was being put upon it. Han Sen had never had to deal with a power such as this before. Only his consciousness was free, everything else about him was under the control of the ghost fox who had disappeared into him. The silver fox howled in fright over what had happened to his master. He couldn't do anything to save him, and he could only run around in circles. The ghost fox had possessed Han Sen, and even though it was vulnerable now, if he attacked, he'd be harming his master. Little Silver's eyes turned red, and it began kowtowing before the ghost fox. I told you, I'd grant him safe passage across Ghost Mountain, only if you remained my slave. You broke your end of the bargain, and now, he has to die. Han Sen's mouth spoke the words that the ghost fox desired, and did so with a spooky, empty tone that was devoid of all emotion. The silver fox had no idea what to do. He didn't know if there was anything he could do. All he did was beg and beg for the safety of his master. Little Silver, don't beg. He isn't worthy enough to be your master. Suddenly, Han Sen had managed to regain some control. The ghost fox was surprised at the resilience of its host. It had never expected that a possessed human could summon the will to regain command of their voice. Not even super creatures could resist the powers of the ghost fox, so how a human had managed to do so was unfathomable. To the ghost fox, the 1,700 fitness the human possessed was incredibly weak. Not wanting to risk him regaining any more control, the ghost fox decided to kill him outright. The ghost fox strengthened its power, but strangely, it could not corrupt any more of Han Sen's body. A holy light came out from Han Sen, and it seemed to be purifying and negating the effects of the black smoke. This humble light grew, until the darkness that surrounded him was wholly vanquished. Impasse, the ghost fox sought to squeal a few words using Han Sen's mouth, but his attempt was cut short by the severing of the corruption. Han Sen's black hair became a bright, stunning white gown, and it grew so long that it brushed the emerald grass. His body was beaming with a holy light. The 9-gene lock Super King spirit body was increasing in strength and magnitude. The dark presence in him was ejected, and the form of the ghost fox returned. It looked at Han Sen in utter shock. "How dare you make little Silver cry? You know what? You deserve it." Han Sen's eyes burned with the brightness of stars. A fist, imbued with the same power, was thrown towards the wretched ghost fox. The ghost fox squealed as if it was trying to say, "I am indestructible, you are nothing." But in the next second, Han Sen's mighty fist was burying itself deep into the ghost fox's face. It annihilated the composure of its shadowy form and sent the beast flying. The ghost fox wore an expression of complete incomprehension. It couldn't believe the human had actually managed to punch it. Han Sen did not hesitate for 1 second, though. His anger was like the sudden eruption of a volcano, and he moved over to deliver follow-up blows. Approaching the fox, his arms swung wildly. Pang, pang. Han Sen punched the 9-tailed fox repeatedly. Blood squirted out with each brutish impact like flowers in the air. The ghost fox was in shock at how the tables had turned on it. Han Sen was an oppressive tyrant, standing in front of it, beating it senseless. The crazy man's barrage of punches ruined its body into a sickly, disfigured mess. All it could do in response was scream, shriek, and squeal in agony and fright. Die, die, die. Han Sen's fists were faster than any eye could track. Gotcha! A fist opened up and grabbed one of the fox's tails. It ripped the tail off and cast it away like some joke. The 9-tailed fox could not hold back its pained cries. It tried to raise its claws in a hopeless defense, thinking it might be able to get away. But Han Sen's fists of fury were too powerful. The nails and paws were shattered with no additional effort, and then, he teleported in front of the fox's face. Gotcha! Han Sen grabbed the fox by the neck and reached around for another one of its tails. Effortlessly, another tail was torn from its flesh. The ghost fox was in shock. It had resided on the mountain for countless years, but it had never been this scared before. Han Sen was like a demon. Its ghost body was useless against the raging madman. The fox couldn't fathom trying to fight back anymore, and all it wanted to do was run off and retreat to some cave where it could lick its wounds. Every step it tried to take, Han Sen was there with it. Another tail was ripped off. Every time a tail was ripped off, it lost its shadowy, phantom-like illusion. When it hit the ground, it was an average, fluffy fox tail. Han Sen chased the fox for 300 miles. Over the course of this distance, the ghost fox was beaten until it continuously spilled blood from its mouth, and countless wounds checkered its body. Every now and again, a tail was ripped off and cast away, too. When Han Sen reached the last tail, the ghost fox no longer looked like it had before. It had lost its translucent look and simply became a frail, beaten, black fox. With Taya, Han Sen did not show any remorse or mercy. He cut the head of the fox clean off, from a strike that started low. The upward momentum sent it barreling through the air. The ghost fox Han Sen had been savagely beating on was killed then and there. It wasn't in any particularly flashy fashion, just a clean, simple severing of its head. Super creature 9-tailed ghost fox killed. No beast soul gained. Consume its flesh to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. You may also collect the life geno essence. After killing the 9-tailed fox, Han Sen exited his Super King spirit mode. It was incredibly draining on him, and he had been sapped of all strength. Now, he could barely lift a finger. His bones felt like glass, as if they were fragile and ready to shatter. His flesh felt stressed, as if the entire composition of his body had been stretched. He was like butter, scraped over too much bread. His life force was weak now. It took him a whole hour of Super King spirit mode to kill the fox. If he hadn't figured out how to kill it by tearing off its tails, he wouldn't have been able to finish it off. The reason Han Sen was able to make a comeback and kill it, though, was all down to the ghost fox's underestimation of his power. If the fox had not tried to possess and toy with him for a while, he could have been outright killed before being given the opportunity to fight back. If the fox had tried to kill him properly, it all would have been over for him. Han Sen had more than a few tricks up his sleeve, and the ghost fox had no idea he was capable of unleashing such vast amounts of power. The fox had been in charge of that mountain for countless ages. By killing the master of that massive region, it finally made him realize just how powerful and fortuitous he was to possess a super king spirit body. This hurts way too much. Whichever way Han Sen chose to move, it felt as if he was pressing his body against 1,000 knives. The silver fox had done nothing for a while. He had only followed Han Sen, staring at him with his mouth agape. The ghost fox had been wickedly powerful for many years, and heaven knew how many good things it had eaten over the course of its time as supreme commander of Ghost Mountain. A super creature that had reached its 9th tier would most certainly not have been able to kill it. The fact that it was so far ahead of every other creature there was why it had been in charge. Even the silver fox had been forced to become its slave. No one could have expected it to have been so simply killed by a human like that. Han Sen summoned Thorn Baron, asking her to bring the fox's corpse with her. Back in the shelter, he rested the following day and night. His body had moderately improved, but he was still very weak, and there'd be a while to go before he could make a full recovery. Not even the silver fox's powers of healing were enough to fix him. Han Sen had tried to use his own holy light to heal himself, but it was futile. It seemed as if only time possessed what it took to recover, this time. The silver fox brought out the dragon's saliva Han Sen had been gifted. After eating a bit, Han Sen felt much better. Still, with not much going on, Han Sen thought it'd be a waste to eat it now. Its recovery benefits could prove very useful in the future. Han Sen dug up the life Geno essence. The silver fox circled him as he did so. With the saliva drooling from his mouth, it was obvious little silver wanted some. With a wry smile, Han Sen gave the life Geno essence to the silver fox. He barked after accepting it, then ran off to enjoy it. After trying to eat some of the ghost fox's tail, Han Sen found it to be inedible. So, he summoned the disloyal knight and got him to eat it. The disloyal knight gobbled up all the meat it could, and was then sent back to the Sea of Soul. This time, it began to shine with a green light it was evolving. Now that the ghost fox had been slain, Han Sen believed he could ransack Ghost Mountain alongside Little Silver. But the silver fox, after receiving the life Geno essence, disappeared for a few days. Han Sen was still awfully weak, and was in no condition for solo travel. He thought the silver fox might have gone to the ghost fox's den, but Han Sen had no idea where that might have been. Since it was too dangerous for him to venture there in such a weak state of body, he didn't dare leave the shelter. After a period of rest and recovery, Han Sen found himself nearing full recuperation. But just as he was alerted to the nearby presence of a swath of angry creatures and spirits. The leader was clad in black iron armor, and he wielded a black iron greatsword. He rode atop a lion, whose fur was also black. Many powerful creatures and spirits trailed behind him, as awake. They had come to the front of the shelter once before, but this was while Han Sen was back in the Alliance. The silver fox had been there at the time, and he managed to ward them off by incinerating a few. Learning a high number of creatures and spirits had come for them, Lin He and Lin Weiwei returned to the Alliance so they could fetch Han Sen. After returning to the sanctuary, Han Sen picked up Bauer and ascended one of the shelter's watchtowers. There, he used his Dongshuan aura to measure the strength of those that sought to oppose him. Amongst the collective that had now gathered in front of the shelter, Han Sen espied the presence of a small sacred blood creature that looked like a pigeon. This pleased him. Sacred blood creatures that were small in size were quite a rarity. He could finish that pigeon in one sitting, easy. There were a few other sacred blood creatures there as well, but they were too big and none tickled his fancy in particular. The second smallest was the black lion, but a preliminary examination suggested it would be inedible for him. Contemptible humans, how dare you assault and claim my shelter for your own? Lay down your arms and submit to slavery and I will spare your lives. This is the only offer for such mercy you will receive, Ghost Sword Prince coldly proclaimed. What do we do? Should we return to the Alliance? Zhao Xin's face seemed disturbed. Don't worry, it's only a royal spirit. After that, Han Sen turned his head to address the spirit below. He said, this seems rote. How about we spice things up with a duel? If you defeat me, then by all means, enslave us all. Fine, Ghost Sword Prince agreed. Han Sen had embarrassed him, directly in front of his father, no less. Killing them all in a crude siege would have been too simple for Ghost Sword Prince, so a duel for the regaining of the honor he thought he had lost was a concept he rather enjoyed. Ghost Sword did not think much of humans. He thought they weren't very powerful, due to most of the human population being mere slaves in the third god's sanctuary. And he wasn't entirely wrong. Humans had become slaves to the overwhelming strength of spirits all across the third god's sanctuary, and humans of some renown were in very short supply. Luo Haitang was a human of renown, but his time had come and gone. Han Sen drew his Taya sword and leapt down to the grassy fields below. He said, "Come on, show me what you've got." No human could talk to him like that, or so he thought. Being addressed in such a boorish fashion enraged him, so he spared no time in trying to swing his black iron greatsword down on Han Sen. It was a Geno weapon he wielded. It might not have had the glow or sheen that was typical of such weaponry, but it had a dark and imposing figure. The sword itself looked powerful and unbreakable. Dong! Han Sen used his Blood Pulse Sutra to perform a guard with Taya. The force that came down on the sword was tremendous, and it knocked Han Sen back about 10 feet. Still, Taya was left without a scratch. You must have a death wish, to willingly fight one such as I. After Ghost Sword Prince finished speaking, he lunged forward for another strike. Han Sen knew his power was weaker than the prince's, who seemed reliant on the use of raw, physical damage. But since that was only one element of the fight, it didn't concern him. Han Sen could have used Super King Spirit Mode, but he didn't want to. He thought it'd be a waste of time and strength, using it on a foe he didn't deem worthy enough to be the recipient of its might. Han Sen used Arrow and Double Fly, and attacked like a dive-bombing phoenix. Sword Ghost's power was no joke, and each strike could have proven fatal if they met with their target. Fortunately, Han Sen was able to dodge each and every one, using stealth to insert hits of his own. Ghost Sword Prince felt as if he was doing battle with the air. Try as he might, he only broke the sky. He couldn't touch Han Sen. Han Sen was silent the entire time, though. He was focused right now, and he was in the zone, entirely concentrated on honing and improving the skills he employed to fight the spirit. It was difficult to find an opponent that was of a similar level as him, but here one was. If Han Sen had to take a guess, he'd assume the spirit had managed to unlock 8 gene locks. He was nigh the perfect opponent to train and spar with. Wei, it looks like Han Sen can make use of both Heavenly Go and 7 Twist, Lin he said, correctly determining what moves Han Sen was making use of. Lin Wei nodded, saying, he learned Heavenly Go from Queen. As for 7 Twist, I have no idea where he learned that or from whom. Lin he, as he continued to watch, said, Little Han is quite a talented young chap. Even though he has opened 1 gene lock less than the spirit he battles with, he can keep up just fine and surpass his opponent. Han Sen is clearly winning. He really is the best of the best. Where did that fox go, I wonder? Lin Wei was worried about Ghost Sword Prince not keeping to his promise if Han Sen won the fight. If the creatures in his command still attacked, she thought the fox would be of great service to them. The fox isn't here, and if that spirit does not stay true to his word and attacks us anyway, I'm not entirely sure we can hold this place. Chen Hu had the same worry. And just as Chen Hu said this, Ghost Sword Prince commanded his followers to commence an attack on the shelter. Han Sen wished to spar with Ghost Sword Prince for a while longer, but the snake had commanded his troops to commence an attack on the shelter. Han Sen opened his 8th gene lock, which made Taya gleam with a dark purple light and look like calcified blood. He had managed to collect many sacred Geno points up to this point, so he'd be able to last a while longer. Taya's blade swung right before Ghost Sword's face. And then, with a sudden blaze of additional speed, Han Sen kicked things up a notch. His fierce blade accelerated, forcing Ghost Sword to raise his greatsword and attempt a block. Dong! But the greatsword did nothing to repel Taya. In an instant, the mighty greatsword was broken. Taya continued its forward thrust, directly towards Ghost Sword's chest. Taya was an incredibly strong sword, but its strength was determined by its wielder. If Han Sen wasn't half the man he was, the blade's strength would most likely have been similar to Z steel. If you were a weak person, Taya would have been useless. The Blood Pulse Sutra imbued the blade with the power of blood, and it bolstered its strength by a huge degree. It lent it the mighty force that drove the current attack. Ghost Sword was too pompous to expect such a thing to occur, and so, it was too late for him to evade it. Just as this happened, the pigeon on the spirit's shoulder flashed with a green light. It flew down to shield its master's heart. Awesome. Han Sen was made even happier. He had done all this for the sole purpose of killing that creature. Blood sprayed everywhere as the blade severed the bird's head from its neck. Sacred blood creature Green Falcon killed. No beast soul gained. Consume its flesh to gain 0 to 10 sacred Geno points randomly. Ghost Sword's disposition only curdled after this, though. Enraged, he drew a longsword to replace his now broken greatsword and attacked Han Sen madly. Han Sen's body looked red, but he did not dodge the attack. Instead, he allowed the longsword to pierce directly into his chest. He didn't fall, though. Instead, he looked cold, as if this had all been predicted beforehand. It was as if the entire fight had been calculated already. He dashed forward and brought himself directly in front of Ghost Sword. This scared Ghost Sword. He had expected to be able to cut Han Sen in half, but instead, he felt his own head depart his body. In Han Sen's hand, droplets of a red substance dripped from Taya's blood-soaked blade. The army that had accompanied Ghost Sword all fled, as he was zapped back to his spirit stone. In the manic scramble of creatures that were tripping over themselves to escape, Lin He and a few others ran out to nab a few easy kills. They had never been so happy. They used to be terrified of fighting, and they had only just escaped the coming of a spirit that sought to conquer them and had, in fact, succeeded. It was a great relief to see victory achieved so easily. In the past, it took a large amount of planning with a high volume of people to secure a win, but this was swift and only required the help of a few individuals. It was unbelievable. At midnight, in Holy Sword Shelter, a man pounded a stone door with one hand, held a torch in the other. The door opened, and the man went inside and closed it behind him. "Brother Seven, why are you here?" a bearded man asked. Brother Seven set the torch in a wall mount, and with much excitement, said, "Junhao, Holy Sword Emperor was just yelling at his son. The one he proclaims to love so much." Qin Junhao asked. "Yes, that one. He failed in trying to reclaim his own shelter." Brother Seven said, "Which spirit was able to beat a spirit that has 8 of his gene locks open?" Qin Junhao wondered. "It's not even a spirit. It was a human. It was one of us." Brother Seven couldn't quell the giddy excitement that drenched his speech. "Are you serious? How is such a thing possible?" Qin Junhao's facial expression suggested that he was struggling to believe what he had just been told. Brother Seven, finally starting to get a grip on his composure, explained, "I don't know, but this actually happened. I got the story from the horse's mouth. I heard Ghost Sword talk about it himself." "That is good news, then. Finally, humanity seems to be accomplishing something in this place. I must tell you, though, this sounds like a person I'd very much like to meet," Qin Junhao said. "I'm glad you say that, for I would very much like you to go meet with this person," Brother Seven said. "How can I even arrange such a meeting?" Qin Junhao was stuck in this shelter, unable to leave. "I have an idea, but they are probably unaware of Holy Sword Emperor and what he is capable of. We have to warn this man, and the people that accompany him." Brother Seven paused, and then went on to say, "Holy Sword Emperor is on his way to Phoenix Desert. This is our window of opportunity to act. Now is the time we would do best to warn them." "But I can't leave," Qin Junhao said. "I have a method, a way in which you can leave. But if you are caught, you will be in grave danger." Brother Seven now spoke with a tone of dark gravitas. "Danger means nothing to me, if it enables me to warn others and possibly save them," Qin Junhao said with pride. Brother Seven nodded and went on to explain his plan, and then he said, "I must accompany Holy Sword Emperor. If you make it back to the Alliance, tell my wife I cannot return the favor." Qin Junhao looked shocked, and asked, "Is he going to Emperor Mountain?" "Yes, he can go there now with the gift he was given." Brother Seven now possessed a wry smile. Qin Junhao quickly suggested, "Brother Seven, come with me. Perhaps we can return to the Alliance together." But Brother Seven shook his head and said, "You have to do this alone. You have a higher chance of making it by flying solo. If I come with you, they'll immediately come after me, and we'll both be killed." Qin Junhao wished to say something, but Brother Seven interrupted him and said, "When you find these people, tell them to return to the Alliance. Otherwise, they'll never be given the chance to again. Brother 7 provided a map to Qin Junhao and said, "This is a map I have drawn. I have worked on it for many years, and it is done from memory. It includes the location of God Mountain. If humanity ever goes for a full-blown war with spirits one day, this may be of great service." Brother 7 spoke as if he'd be dying soon, and he gave many of his secret possessions to Qin Junhao. Han Sen, browsing the aisles of the supermarket, held Bauer in his arms. He had spent so much time in the sanctuary, returning to the conveniences of civilization made for a nice change of pace. Bauer and Han Sen each had an ice cream, and they were delicious. Teacher Ku, Lanshi, Han Sen caught sight of two people who were familiar to him. One of them was a very elegant woman. Her full name was Ku Wanj, and she was a lecturer at St. Paul College. The other woman was Ku Lanshi, who Han Sen had met in the Third God's Sanctuary. Han Sen, they were both quite surprised. Han Sen was also surprised, especially at seeing them both together. They seemed rather close with each other. "You two are good friends?" Han Sen guessed, unsure of the exact nature of their relationship. "Lanshi is my big sister. I didn't realize that you knew her." Ku Wanj smiled. "When I first came to the Third God's Sanctuary, Lanshi helped me out a lot. I just didn't expect you both to be sisters." Han Sen smiled. Ku Lanshi blushed and said, "Are you sure it was I who helped you? It was thanks to you that Chu Ming and I were able to return here." Ku Wanj chimed in to say, "Didn't you tell me it was San Mu who helped you?" "I am San Mu." Han Sen smiled. "Come to my home for dinner tonight, then. Our parents would really like to meet, greet, and thank the person who saved my sister," Ku Wanj said. "There is no need for that," Han Sen said. "I have wanted to do this for a long time, so, if you really aren't busy, I would much appreciate it if we could have a get-together," Ku Lanshi pleaded. All right, then. They had endured many hardships together, so Han Sen wasn't entirely against joining her for a night. "Is that your daughter, by the way?" "She's cute," Ku Wanj asked. Bauer: "No, she's just a humanoid pet beast soul. I treat her as if she was my daughter, though." Han Sen had started to use that as an explanation for what Bauer was, masking her true, enigmatic identity. If it became known that Bauer was a creature of sorts, one that could actually come to the Alliance, people would undoubtedly freak out. A ruckus would ensue, all with Han Sen back in the limelight again. If there were other creatures that could come to the Alliance, things would be far more dangerous for humans. And what's more, he feared Bauer might be taken away by the government if her nature was exposed. As such, he kept it a secret. That must be quite rare. They looked at Bauer with much surprise. Bauer reached out and said, "Beautiful aunties, hug me." Immediately, they were both smitten with Bauer. They did not mind that it was a pet beast soul, as they had been told, and were keen to treat it like any ordinary baby. While Bauer could be sweet and had the naivety of an actual child, after the time he had spent with her in the sanctuary, Han Sen had come to know that Bauer had an evil streak within her. She wasn't entirely innocent. Bauer could even command Moment Queen to do things for her. After Bauer's introduction to Ku Lanshi and Ku Wanj, the baby was able to obtain many things Han Sen usually forbade. She had put on a front of being as adorable as possible, getting the two she referred to as aunties to buy her many things. Much of this stuff was just junk food. Han Sen thought it was a waste, buying her such food. He believed it would be useless for her development. Furthermore, Han Sen didn't like spending too much, either. And with Bauer's belly being like a black hole, she could eat and never be satisfied. He couldn't risk spoiling her. But on this day, those two girls greatly enjoyed feeding Bauer whatever she requested. "Have you been abusing her? Why is she so hungry?" Ku Wanj stared at Han Sen with trepidation. Han Sen shrugged and thought to himself, "It's all fun, lollipops, and kisses for now. If only you had to take care of her for a few days, you'd understand how difficult she is to take care of." After their time shopping was over, Ku Wanj drove Han Sen and Bauer to their house. Their parents greeted Han Sen very passionately. They were so grateful Han Sen had been able to deliver Ku Lanshi back to the Alliance without harm, after her many-year absence. While Han Sen was in deep discussion with her parents, Ku Lanshi took Bauer up to her room. "Bauer, does this dress look good on me?" Ku Lanshi asked, after placing Bauer on her bed. "No, you're too old," Bauer said, with squinted eyes. Ku Lanshi froze, utterly dazed from the response she had received from a baby. Her attitude was most certainly different than when she was around Han Sen. It was as if her cuteness had entirely evaporated. "You are so old, and to wear such old-fashioned clothes, it's no wonder you haven't married yet. You'll never wed anyone if you carry on like this." Bauer spoke with a deep, serious, and rough tone, all while she sucked her dummy. Ku Lanshi had not expected a pet baby to insult her this way. Bauer placed her little hands below her jaw and said, "Yeah, I don't think you'll ever get married. Of course, if you aren't against the concept, I can get my daddy to be your husband for a temporary period of time. You'll just have to buy me good stuff for the duration." Ku Lanshi was still frozen, with her wide eyes staring at Bauer. Bauer seemed to be adding something up with her fingers, and eventually, she said, "Daddy is popular, so this is going to cost you at least 200 ice creams." When Han Sen was ready to leave, the sisters looked at him strangely. They avoided eye contact and didn't even bid him goodbye. But before they left, Ku Lanshi gave a lot of food to Bauer. "Bauer, did you do something to offend your two aunties?" Han Sen asked. "I behaved," Bauer said, as she munched on jelly. Han Sen went home to rest for the next 2 days, but Lin Weiwei sent him a message. It told him that a person had come to the shelter and that he would like to meet Han Sen in the virtual community. The reason they were to meet in the virtual community was because Qin Junhao had a contract with a spirit. He escaped from the shelter where he was held, so returning to the sanctuary might have resulted in a painful death. When Han Sen went there to meet with him, he saw Lin Weiwei, Lin He, Chen Hu, and Zhao Xin standing next to a tall young man. Lin Weiwei introduced this person to him, and Qin Junhao proceeded to explain the concerning matters to Han Sen. "Me and Brother Seven thought you may be unaware of the existence of a king spirit. When I learned you had been able to kill a super creature, though, I fear we may have worried too much." Qin Junhao sighed. "No, this is important information. I'm glad to have learned this, and while we knew about super creatures and king spirits, we did not know there was a king spirit in the vicinity. If you hadn't risked life and limb to inform us, we might have been caught with our pants down," Han Sen said with appreciation. Qin Junhao then said, "You are welcome. If you have someplace to run, it is best to move now. Else, stay here and never return to the sanctuary." Han Sen asked, "Brother Qin, aside from Holy Sword Emperor, are there any other king spirits or super creatures we do well to know about in the region?" Qin Junhao swiftly answered, "There aren't any more king spirits. But super creatures, yes, there are 2 of them. One belongs to Holy Sword Emperor through a mutual respect, earned by him having saved the super creature's life one time. The other super creature is there by contract." When Han Sen heard that there were 2 super creatures, he looked dismayed. If Holy Sword Emperor was on a journey to some remote desert, he might have had an easier time obtaining its spirit stone. But with news that there were 2 super creatures still there, guarding the shelter, he doubted he could pull it off. Furthermore, if there were super creatures, the rest of the shelter had to be packed with sacred blood and royal spirits. Han Sen could not kill them all at his current level. He could enable his Super King Spirit mode, but he'd have 1 hour to complete the entire conquest. Even if he risked running inside for the sole purpose of obtaining the Spirit Stone, if it had been hidden, he wouldn't have enough time to eliminate the enemies there and then commit to a search. His body would be practically crippled afterwards, too. "Brother Qin, can you tell me about the Phoenix Desert and God Mountain?" Han Sen fancied the idea of slaying the King Spirit, but he had to collect as much intel as he could. "Yes, I can tell you what I know." Following this, Qin Junhao told Han Sen everything he knew. Phoenix Desert was a dominion of creatures now, but 100,000 years ago, an emperor spirit ruled the area. This spirit's title was Phoenix, and he was the most powerful spirit to have ever existed in the 3rd God's Sanctuary. But then he went to the 4th God's Sanctuary, leaving no heir behind. Over time, Phoenix's shelter became known as God Mountain. Many warriors traversed those blistering deserts, all in search of God Mountain and the treasure it contained. But nothing ever came of such searches. In fact, most never even found the fabled location known as God Mountain. Holy Sword Shelter was fairly close to Phoenix Desert, but try as he might, not even Holy Sword Emperor had been able to locate God Mountain. When Brother Seven entered the 3rd God's Sanctuary, he spawned in Holy Sword Shelter. Holy Sword Emperor had just lost a fight, and in his foul mood, he planned on killing Brother Seven in a vain attempt to make himself feel better. But Brother Seven managed to prove to the spirit that he would be useful. After being spared, he worked tirelessly in his service. Eventually, he helped Holy Sword Emperor discover the exact location where God Mountain could be found. Brother 7 was good, he did something a king spirit could not. Chen Hu said. Everyone shared this thought. Qin Junhao said, he's not a great fighter, the fortitude of his mind is his greatest asset. He is intelligent. He is a geographical professor, who just so happens to be well versed in the arts of feng shui. While he proved to be of some worth, he was still hesitant about wanting to assist a king spirit. So, even though he helped him locate God Mountain, he made sure it would take a long time. Brother 7 is a good man, Han Sen said, admiring him. But still, it was all in vain, Qin Junhao continued to say. Holy Sword Emperor found a Geno item. This item allowed him to find the entrance of God Mountain. He has taken Brother 7 with him, but Brother 7 said he would do his best to stop the spirit from obtaining a certain treasure, no matter what it took. Qin Junhao sighed and spoke with remorse, saying, Brother 7 is such an honorable man. He shouldn't be forced to die this way. I'm still only breathing because of him. I'd have died years ago, if it weren't for him. He's the one that bid me to come here and inform you of all this, too. You said he left a map that would show where the mountain is. Han Sen asked. Yes, Qin Junhao answered. May I have a copy? Han Sen asked. Of course. What do you plan to do with it, though? Qin Junhao wondered. I want to go to Phoenix God Mountain. Maybe there is something I can do to help Brother 7, Han Sen said, squinting. Qin Junhao looked as if he was in shock, and he said, No. You can't. That place is too dangerous, and Holy Sword Emperor is most mighty and strong. And with Brother 7's contract, there is no possible way you could save him. If there's a will, there's a way. Han Sen did not explain too much about what he was thinking of doing. More than anything, right now, he simply wanted that map. Han Sen reached the desert, map in hand. It was very detailed, and there were many points of interest marked on it. Locating his exact position was not at all difficult. Due to the Silver Fox's continued absence, Han Sen traveled there with just Bauer. Holy Sword Emperor had not come alone, though, according to what he was told. Still, provided no super creatures were accompanying him, Han Sen thought he'd do just fine. What Han Sen most feared was the mountain he was headed towards. It had once belonged to an emperor spirit, after all. He had no idea what to expect or what he might find once he reached it. Carrying a parasol to deflect the brutal heat of that region, Han Sen traveled. Bauer, who was in his other arm, had her tongue out like a puppy. It didn't seem as if she was too fond of the weather, either. But suddenly, Han Sen stumbled across a dune that was littered with the remains of dead scorpions. They were muddy in color and fairly big. Each was about the same size as a small car. There had to be at least 300 of them all strewn about. Judging from the wounds they had incurred, each had been killed in a single hit. Han Sen checked his map again, and it was noted that there would be a vast number of scorpions in a location that looked to be where he was at right now. He was on the right track. It looks like Holy Sword Emperor passed through this way. Han Sen checked the wounds again, to see if he could estimate when exactly they had died. From what he could tell, they had been slain no later than 1 day before. He was close. They were sacred blood creatures, but Han Sen didn't bring any with him. They were inedible, according to Brother 7. This didn't just apply to the scorpions, either. Curiously, almost every monster that populated the desert had the strange property of being inedible. Their drop rate for beast souls was awful, too. As such, he couldn't expect to receive any, on his venture there. Of course, that was what he had been told and what had been written on the map. Trying to have a nibble himself was the only way he could confirm whether or not it was true. Brother 7 said, after killing 1,000 monsters there, he had only been able to obtain 1 beast soul. With the bodies there, at least, Han Sen knew he was headed in the right direction. After 4 days of travel, Han Sen found himself almost walking in circles. One would have assumed Brother 7's abilities of cartography were very poor, at first glance, but it really was a strange route he had to take. But after seeing those bodies, Han Sen was confident he would ultimately be led to God Mountain if he stayed on the funny route the map said he had to follow. And he wasn't wrong. Before long, a mountain came into view, its peak nestled above misty clouds. It stood out, and was a striking sight. But it had just snapped into his vision in an instant, fairly close. He should have been able to see such a mountain from a long distance away. As if it had appeared out of thin air, a massive edifice of stone was now ahead. He took a moment to take in its splendor, but wondered what was at the very top, at the peak that was hidden from sight. The mountain was massive, though. It was difficult to comprehend its size, and it had to be many hundreds of miles in length. It was decorated in a vast array of green plants, but the earth that composed it was like sparkling copper that gleamed in the midday sun. The phoenix shelter had sealed up, and had indeed become a mountain like in the legends. Not even other emperor spirits would be careless when approaching such a place. But the task that stood before him now was locating its entrance, and for such a big place, that wouldn't be easy. Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura to scan the nearby vicinity. He couldn't see any human or spirit ahead of him. The map ended here, though. This was most likely because Brother Seven himself had never gone any further. Regardless, Han Sen hopped to it. He had to find the entrance of that place as soon as he could. Not daring to fly, Han Sen simply walked. The mountain wasn't too steep, but the slopes were still wide. After a whole day of traveling, he was still on what could be considered the foothills. The plants he had seen were all around. They were lovely there, and it was pleasant to know there weren't any nefarious beings lurking beneath their canopies. In fact, there were no creatures at all. Han Sen grew concerned, though, unsure of how long it would take for him to circle the mountain, if that was what it was going to take to locate the entrance. Maybe I should head straight for the peak first. Han Sen decided to venture straight up instead. It took him a whole day of careful travel to get there. Or so he initially thought. After reaching what he believed to be the peak, he saw an even higher one up ahead. He continued his climb up this new mountaintop, but when he arrived at the top, it was to the realization that there'd be another peak to climb. The mountain seemed endless. Han Sen decided to look down the way he had come. Even the clouds seemed far off now. This peak isn't leading to a sky palace, is it? He wondered, despite knowing shelters did not have sky palaces. All of a sudden, Bauer leapt out of Han Sen's arms. She kept on running in a direction, beelining there with sudden vigor. Bauer, where are you going? Han Sen called, chasing the runaway baby. Something had clearly snared her attention and desire, and she crawled away so fast, she eventually disappeared from Han Sen's sight. Taking a moment to scan the area, Han Sen found her again. She was climbing a tree. Strangely, it was just a pine tree. But from its boughs, Bauer jumped and disappeared again. Bauer, there was only one pine tree there, so how could she have just disappeared? Daddy, come quick, there is treasure. Han Sen heard her voice, but he could not see where she herself was. So, he followed where the sound came from. Han Sen climbed the pine tree, but still couldn't see Bauer. Bauer, where are you? Han Sen shouted. Here. Bauer's head popped out from behind a metaphysical wall the tree brushed up against. Seeing just her head, looking at him from outside what appeared to be a stone wall, he was perplexed, to say the least. He reached over with his arm and tried to touch the same wall Bauer's head was sticking out from, and much to his surprise, it went right through. It was an illusion. The wall looked rock solid, but that was only in appearance. There was nothing physical there, at all. Daddy, come, Bauer said. Han Sen pulled his whole body through, and when he looked up, he noticed he was in a large cave. Looking back, he could see the pine tree he had climbed, and the rest of the environment. It was like a one-way mirror of sorts. The cave didn't seem like anything special, though. So, what might have been hidden there was not immediately apparent. There were plenty of stalactites, but that was it, in terms of decoration. Bauer sat upon a rock, gnawing on purple mushrooms. Han Sen saw there were many other such mushrooms near the rock she sat on, and he thought they looked delicious. But he knew the more colorful a mushroom was, the more poisonous it could be. Back in the world of the Alliance, he wouldn't have dared to eat one. Seeing Bauer happily munching away, though, he knew they couldn't have all been bad. So, he decided to try one. He picked one up and sunk his teeth into its moist cap. Then, he ate it all. He immediately felt really cool, as a chill ran up and down his body. Sacred Geno point +1. That came as quite the surprise. He was more than happy, discovering the mushrooms there could provide him sacred blood Geno points. He and Bauer then stayed there for a while, merrily chomping on as many mushrooms as they could. Over and over, the announcements popped for Han Sen. But after downing the 5th mushroom, the announcements stopped. He couldn't receive any more sacred Geno points off them. Bauer continued to eat as many as she could, though. After a while, she sat back and burped. She was done, too. Han Sen decided to poke about the cave some more. It seemed rather deep, and there could be plenty of spelunking to do before he was done exploring it all. Might I be able to enter the shelter from here? Han Sen wondered to himself. If the entrance was as well hidden as this cave was, he imagined he would never find a way in. He'd probably have to inspect every inch of the mountain to find another not a wall that may have existed, just like the one that had led him there. Such a task would take years. The idea of continuing to explore this cave, though, concerned Han Sen. It felt as if he could no longer make use of Dongshuan aura. He tried using it and felt its radius shrink down to 1 meter. Then, nothing. He couldn't use it at all anymore. That must have been why he could not sense the boons the mushrooms would have provided, and only decided to eat them upon seeing Bauer enjoy them. Bauer, come on, we should go deeper, Han Sen said, and so off they went. The cave was fairly straight, without any branching pathways. The duo walked for hours, and still, there was no end in sight. The only remarkable thing to occur on that long travel was stumbling across another variety of mushrooms. Bauer was full, though, so she was not interested in eating them. Han Sen ate one, but found out they did nothing. There was no point increase. So, he summoned Meowth and Golden Growler and got them to eat the mushrooms. He had continued feeding them water drops for quite some time, but it had been a while since the drops had influenced their growth. No longer did the water drops make them stronger. After some more travel, Han Sen saw a light at the end of the tunnel. He was excited to see what might be ahead, but he doubted he'd find the entrance to Phoenix Shelter through that dingy cavern. When he exited the cave, he was back outside. Strangely, though, there were no more peaks to climb. He had emerged on the absolute mountaintop. When he looked down, the mountains looked like large lotus flowers. Every petal was one of the peaks. It was no wonder it had taken him a long time to reach the highest point. Upon this main peak, there was a big tree. It had to be at least 100 meters tall, but it was dead, dried up like charcoal. It was, however, hollow. Also of note, the tree appeared to have been chopped in half. It must have been cut by some fearsome weapon. I wonder what sort of weapon would be able to cut through this tree. Han Sen asked himself, as he examined the tree. After noticing the tree was hollow, Han Sen decided to check it out. The space inside was about as wide as a basketball court. Looking inside, Han Sen noticed a golden feather inside the trunk. It was there in plain sight. The 2-meter-long feather was shining gold, much like starlight. It was hot, too, even for Han Sen, who was exceptionally talented when it came to dealing with fire. It felt like metal when Han Sen touched it, and he tried lifting the feather by its hard tip. Unfortunately, despite using all his strength, he could not move it. It was frighteningly heavy. Han Sen was shocked. He was a strong man, and he could lift even the heaviest of items. This feather, though, would require a heft far beyond his capabilities. It was heavier than any metal he had ever known. But not wanting to give up, Han Sen flexed and prepared to give it another go. Is this metal, or is it the actual feather of some bird? But if it did belong to a bird, how could such a creature possibly fly with a wing full of them? As he thought, Han Sen tried dragging it from left to right. The feather was almost like a hiltless sword. It made for a supremely sharp blade. Han Sen brought out a Z steel stone and ran it against the feather. With remarkable ease, the Z steel stone was split in two as if it were made of butter. Even with Taya, he had to use much strength to cut through things. When Taya was in Han Sen's hands, it could be used to slay super creatures in the third god's sanctuary. If Taya had been wielded by a mere evolver, its use would mean a struggle to kill a measly creature of even the first god's sanctuary. But without much effort, weight, or force, the feather effortlessly cut the Z steel stone in two. It was like magic. Perhaps its weight correlated to its strength, and that was why. Either way, it was remarkable. Looking at the edge of the feather, Han Sen had a sickly feeling. It looked so thin. Giving the feather another wiggle, he did so with greater care. It was almost frightening how sharp the feather was. It felt as if it had the power to tear through the fabric of space and time. This is quite the prize. Since I found this thing up here, on Phoenix Mountain, I will call it the Phoenix Sword. Han Sen had never been proficient when it came to naming things. Han Sen brought out his Taya sword. Their lengths were different, but they would make a fine duo. With them, he could practice double fly. I need to practice double fly. If I don't, it would be a waste of two good swords, Han Sen told himself. If he left the area now, with Phoenix Sword, he'd have been satisfied. He didn't even care much for finding a way into the shelter, anymore. but he had initially ventured to this place in the hopes of rescuing Brother Seven from a callous spirit. Han Sen left the tree with a renewed vigor for finding an entrance into Phoenix Shelter. All of a sudden, though, he was hit with a strange sensation. It felt as if the mountain had been missing something. God Mountain's peaks were like petals, but from where he now stood, he could see that there was something amiss. He only noticed what was missing because he was at the highest point. Han Sen did not know much about feng shui, so if he had been farther down, he never would have noticed it. Han Sen packaged the phoenix sword, picked up Bauer, and went towards a parcel of the mountain that lacked the distinct features to have it fit in with the lotus petal collage. It was situated at around the halfway point of the mountain. Not needing to fly, he just slid his way down. He came to a stop on a stone platform, and he turned to look at a copper wall that skirted the back of it. It had been dressed in a variety of vines, ones which Han Sen promptly removed, in the hopes the copper wall would be another metaphysical doorframe. Unfortunately, after pressing against the copper in every way he could, nothing was revealed. It was solid. He was stubborn, though, and he kept on feeling the copper wall, determined to find something. Eventually, his hands ran across a strange indent. It was like a little slot, and around as thin as Bauer's arm. He brushed away more of the vines to reveal it as a written character. Removing more of these vines exposed a number of different words that were written in a language Han Sen was unfamiliar with. Han Sen summoned Thorn Baron, to ask her if it was a language of the spirits. Her answer was, "Yes, these are spirits' words." "What do they say?" Han Sen asked. Thorn Baron had a curious, almost perplexed look on her face, and she said, "The phoenix descended on God Mountain and the Emperor died." Han Sen didn't really understand, and so he asked Thorn Baron if she understood. She told him, "Well, I can read it, but even I am not sure what it all means." "Does it say anything else?" There was very little to go on, so he thought there had to be more. Thorn Baron frowned and just said, "The words are strange. They don't have meaning." Thorn Baron continued reading the inscribed words, but they made little sense. There was no cohesion or form to what was written. It was all mumbo-jumbo. Thorn Baron then said, "I know what each word means, but it's all jumbled up like nonsense. There is no meaning to what comes past the first line." As they discussed this, the platform trembled as if an earthquake had just begun. The platform lowered. It descended slowly, until it came to a stop before a stone door. "Is this the entrance to Phoenix Shelter?" Han Sen was delighted, thinking he might have found it. He looked at the many vines that draped the doorframe. They looked undisturbed, which told him Holy Sword Emperor had not yet arrived. Or, if he had, the spirit had not come this way. Han Sen summoned Sword Furnace Spirit. Treachery and danger might have lurked ahead, so he thought the spirit could make a fine decoy. At Han Sen's command, Sword Furnace pushed the door open. Nothing out of the ordinary occurred, it just opened like any average door might. Beyond the door rested a stone staircase that descended a very long way down. Eventually, the stairs took a turn. What lurked at the bottom, Han Sen could not yet tell. Along with Bauer, Han Sen stepped inside. Sword Furnace led the way, and after some time venturing down, they arrived before a palace. Surprisingly, there had been no danger, and nothing inherently peculiar stood out to them. Even the door of the palace seemed normal. The door was ajar, and from what he could see from where he stood, there were many copper items inside. There was a furnace, a ding, and a number of statues, all wrought from copper. Going inside, he noticed statues on either side of the entrance hall. They all depicted birds. There was a peacock, a crane, a sparrow, and even one of bees. The walls had mosaics and plaques, with themes and designs all revolving around birds. Across the ceiling, there was a painting of a grand purple peacock. Across the tiled floor, there were many illustrations of cranes. It was like a museum, dedicated to birds and birds alone. An image of a bird adorned everywhere that Han Sen looked, and even the pillars of the hall were decorated with pictures or carvings of them. Han Sen wandered around the palace for some time, but strangely, he did not come across a single image of a phoenix. Is it because Phoenix Emperor resembled a phoenix, anyway? Han Sen guessed. Aside from the statues and the other bird-based decorations, there did not seem to be anything of value. The only thing of note was the throne. Phoenix Emperor must have sat right there. But why do only paintings and statues remain here? Thinking of this, Han Sen then told Sword Furnace to examine the throne more closely. The throne was engraved with a number of bird illustrations, just like everything else in the palace. After Sword Furnace had finished investigating the seat, Han Sen decided to sit on it. After Han Sen sat down on the throne, it suddenly seemed as if the statues before him were alive. It seemed as if they were there, ready to obey him. This Phoenix Emperor dude had taste, Han Sen thought. It was strange to imagine Phoenix Emperor spending so much time and effort to merely be able to sit there and enjoy the artwork and the feelings they elicited. It was a unique sensation, but it was only achievable by sitting down on the throne. With Phoenix Emperor's power, he could have most certainly gathered a flock of genuine birds. It was weird to see such focus and time given to the creation of fake ones. Han Sen continued sitting on that throne, observing the birds in a new light. Eventually, though, his face turned dim. Following a tingling sensation, the birds did indeed start to look more and more alive. Eventually, he was stricken with the feeling that the birds were about to fly towards him. Everything seemed so real. They may have actually been statues, but they were shaped, sculpted, and built in a way that was as convincing as a real bird. And what's more, no bird looked alike. They each had a personality, despite being constructed objects. Many might have appeared rather similar, but there were minor variations to make even those stand out from their inanimate peers. Was this his study room? Maybe. Han Sen felt as if he had learned something through this idle observation. Han Sen had once learned Heavenly Go and Seven Twist, which he later combined into Arrow. This technique was associated with birds. After watching the birds for a while longer, he felt as if they were somehow related to the self-taught Arrow talent. By simply watching the birds before him, he felt as if he was given a greater understanding of Arrow. He was learning a lot about birds, all by simply watching them. He realized there were many things about birds he had never seen or even considered before, and it was like his mind had breached a veil, and he'd now be operating on a higher plane of existence. He was in a different world now. I didn't know I could do that, Han Sen thought, considering the new options that were opening before him. Han Sen then focused his attention and examined every bird individually. They weren't alive, but every time he looked back to a bird he had previously looked at, it would seem different. Han Sen stood up to take a better look. Before Han Sen sat on the throne, he hadn't noticed anything peculiar about the hall. After sitting on the throne and standing up again, his perception of everything had changed. It was like a 3D picture. At first, the image of the hall was plain and meaningless. But now, looking closely, it was as if a lock had been broken. He could see things differently, from a multitude of different angles. The hall, of course, had been designed better than any 3D image ever could. Its depth was unparalleled, and you'd discover and learn a number of new things, depending on where you stood. Everyone had a different personality, and everyone saw things differently. The birds were this way, as well. They all looked unique, and when he looked at them from different angles, he felt differently about them. Han Sen did not know how others felt, but he felt as if he had just entered a treasury. It was a treasury of knowledge, and what he had learned about Arrow there was different than anything he could ever learn from reading a book. Somehow, Han Sen's arrow activated. He felt incredibly light, as if he could shoot off into the skies at any given moment. As Han Sen continued his observation of the birds, he suddenly heard a rumble. He turned around and saw a wall on the left side of the hall rise up. Inside, there was a room. A 3-meter-tall spirit was standing inside, and just a mere glance was all it took to recognize how monstrously powerful he was. He possessed 3 eyes, all of which gleamed silver like the spirit's hair. They looked alive and dripped with excitement. 100,000 years. I, Xianxia, am free once more. He wasted no time, calling out at the top of his lungs. He was oozing a fever-like excitement. Han Sen watched the spirit with great surprise. When he arrived, there, his Dongshuan aura had been unavailable. As such, he had been unable to detect the presence of the spirit. If the spirit had been trapped there for such a long period of time, there must have been something special about him. Han Sen wasn't afraid, though, and he wouldn't be, even if the spirit was a king spirit. He could always use his super king spirit mode, after all. What are you looking at? Get over here and bow before me. The spirit, who proclaimed himself to be Xianxia, commanded. Are you talking to me? Han Sen asked, in shock. He had mistaken Han Sen, a human, for a spirit. That was quite the error of judgment, not something likely to be done by a king spirit. Han Sen believed, if he had indeed been trapped down there for 100,000 years, the spirit would still believe humans to be primitive wildlings. Perhaps such a mistake was warranted, and maybe he didn't even know anything about humanity occupying the shelters at all yet. Are you a creature? Xianxia frowned. Perhaps he had been trapped in there too long. No, I'm a spirit. I'm just special. Han Sen held his fist as he talked, and he continued, I am San Mu, my king. You are just a royal spirit, aren't you? What is so special about you, exactly? Xianxia eyed Han Sen with suspicion. Still, there was a glimmer of a certain satisfaction, having heard Han Sen refer to him as a king. Did you open my cell and free me? Xianxia King asked Han Sen. I was simply walking around here, admiring the place. The wall opened up of its own volition, Han Sen explained. Xianxia King looked at the room and said, that cheap turkey. He used me to clear the invaders of this place. He played me like a D*MN fiddle, and I waltzed right into his trap. Xianxia King said, as he looked at Han Sen. You said your name is San Mu. Follow me. When I claim the treasure, left behind by that turkey, I'll give you a small portion as a reward. Thanks. Han Sen bowed. Han Sen preferred peace. There was no need for him to create any more enemies if he could avoid it. Plus, the king's spirit had not shown an ounce of hostility. Therefore, there didn't seem to be any particular need to kill him. Is that a baby? Xianxia King asked, as he looked at Bauer. Yes, it is my daughter. Her name is Bauer, Han Sen said. Xianxia King responded, you are so weak. Why would you even waste time having a baby? Han Sen thought it obnoxious. Powerful people always felt like only they should have babies. Xianxia King observed the hall as they went, seemingly lost in thought. Xianxia King walked across the hall to its other side and said, this way. It's high time we checked out the turkey's treasury. Han Sen guessed the turkey he was referring to was Phoenix Emperor. Believing that the spirit indeed knew the way there, he saw no problem following him. But in the next second, Xianxia King's fist blazed with a silver light. Then, he broke a wall that had been decorated with a number of avian symbols. Alu alu alu, Xianxia King shouted, as he continued to punch the wall. He punched through a meter-thick wall of solid stone. Han Sen was shocked at what the spirit had just suddenly managed to do. Earlier, he had tested it himself with his new phoenix sword. With a strike, he could only plunge it a single inch into the wall. Furthermore, Han Sen had been afraid of traps, so he had spent most of his time in the shelter with much care. This spirit seemed to be a little on the reckless side. What are you doing over there? Come here and stay close. Xianxia King frowned, and then he went on to mumble, I can't believe I brought a dumb SS with me. Han Sen did not pay much heed to the insult he had been given, and he just followed as the spirit wanted him to. After exiting the hall, they came to a branching corridor. Han Sen wondered which way the spirit might decide to go, but again, he just started to chant, Alu Alu. Then he smashed the wall ahead of them with his fist. In this way, they went on for some time. Han Sen stayed close behind, as Xianxia King broke down wall after wall. He imagined the spirit would eventually get tired of doing that, but he never seemed to. He just kept on going, wall after wall. He's pretty cool, Han Sen said to himself. Xianxia King must have broken down a dozen walls, each one a shortcut through what had to be some manner of maze. There were countless branching pathways, each guided by thick walls that were around 1 meter tall. It was in this wall-breaking way that they proceeded. Alu alu, another wall was smashed through. Beyond it, something new greeted their eyes. It was another palace, just smaller in size than the previous one. It did, however, have a pool at its center and a tree in the middle of that. The tree was strange. It was 2 meters tall and it only had 2 leaves to its name. Between the leaves was a sole gray fruit. It was hefty, looking around the same size as a football, but it looked slimy and sickly. Holy jade fruit. Xianxia King looked at the fruit with much excitement. He reached out and tried to grab it. But before he could, the fruit broke. From within its sticky interior, a juice oozed out. Xianxia King's face suddenly became ghastly, and so he punched the fruit away. The ooze of the fruit splashed across the tiled copper floor, and after a moment's rest, started to violently corrode the copper surface. Han Sen was well aware how solid that copper was, so it was frightening to see the potency of that juice. If it touched a human, Han Sen couldn't imagine the pain that would befall its victim. Xianxia King's hand suffered a couple drops of that corrosive liquid, and it had damaged his hand a good deal. It gushed blood. The juice was no joke, if it had also managed to pierce and ravage his hand while it was still ablaze with the powerful silver light. All Han Sen could think was how thankful he was to have decided to hang several meters behind Xianxia King. If he was any closer, he could very well have been sprayed by that horrendous fluid. King corpse juice, that D***MNED turkey. It is only fortunate I have trained in the ways of combating evil. A splash of this stuff is all it takes to fell even the most powerful spirit. After explaining, Xianxia King punched the tree and snapped it in two. When it broke, a gray mist seeped from the two broken ends. Suddenly, he was petrified and rendered unable to move. Han Sen was shocked, seeing another trap immediately spring out to get Xianxia King. Phoenix Emperor must have known what sort of person he was. Ordinary people wouldn't have punched the tree right after a spoiled harvest, but Xianxia King did. Knowing he'd react this way, Phoenix Emperor had constructed another surprise trap for when he did. The king corpse juice was merely a red herring, and it wasn't actually the planned way to stop Xianxia King. It was not half as efficient as a substance that could petrify. Han Sen had no clue what it was, but it had worked without fault. In an instant, a king's spirit was wholly petrified. As Han Sen inched forward to inspect the tree, Xianxia King started to shout. He put stone jade miasma inside the tree. Pa, weak. He'll need to do better than that to petrify me. I'm going to dig his corpse up. Xianxia King had managed to regain control of his eyes and mouth, but his body was still frozen stiff. What are you looking at? Are you going to help me or what? Xianxia King yelled. How can I help you? Han Sen asked him. It was no wonder Phoenix Emperor imprisoned him down there. If he had known about him being locked up, Han Sen would not have helped him out. The spirit may not have been hostile, but he was not the same species and could not 100% be trusted. Xianxia King responded, that sneak knew I'd use my evil breaker power to smash that tree containing the stone jade miasma. I have been petrified, yes, but only my exterior has been. Break the stones that encompass me and I will be free. But I am so weak, Han Sen pretended. Xianxia King said, but you have to try. Typically, only his undying flame can break these stones, but it's worth a shot. Han Sen looked at Xianxia King and thought him to be strangely naive. He wondered why the spirit was so sure Han Sen would both be willing and able to save him from his entrapment. Han Sen then recalled the time he had spent in the spirit base, and how lower-tier spirits would blindly follow one who was superior and provide them spirit geno points. A real spirit would attempt to save Xianxia King, no matter what it took. But Han Sen was just a human, and he felt no obligation to save or truly follow a spirit who may have been superior to him. Hurry, the stone is starting to settle inside my flesh, strengthening. If we cooperate, perhaps the combination of our powers will be enough to break this curse, Xianxia King pleaded. Han Sen wondered whether or not he should reveal who he truly was. But just as he considered doing so, he heard a wall on the side of that chamber begin to rise. Someone is here. Han Sen looked around, checking to see if there was someplace he could hide. Xianxia King noticed this, as well, and so he stopped talking. Han Sen saw two men standing behind that risen wall. It was a human and a spirit, and they were both visibly surprised to see Han Sen there. They had obviously entered expecting the place to be empty and free of others. Who are you? The spirit asked, staring at Han Sen. His power looked crushing, as if he could squish him like a bug. Han Sen thought to himself, this must be Holy Sword Emperor. The human next to him must be Brother 7. Who are you? Holy Sword Emperor asked. That is of no concern to you, Han Sen said. Holy Sword Emperor balked and pulled out his sword. Without delay, he thrust forward, taking aim at Han Sen's forehead. Han Sen leapt away like a bird, evading the attack with ease. Holy Sword Emperor raised his arm and pointed with his fingers. Suddenly, they all took on a life of their own, each one becoming a free-thinking sword. The index finger was thin like a rapier, whereas the middle finger was hefty like a greatsword. The thumb was like a plump dagger. The 5 fingers became 5 different swords, and swiftly, they went after Han Sen. Holding Bower, Han Sen rode the air and dodged every finger that wished to skewer him. Despite the spirit's grand display of power, none of his attacks found their target. Holy Sword Emperor was wielding 10 swords, 1 for each finger. Each one weaved between each other, striking with an unbelievable amount of precision and speed. Han Sen did not believe any other spirit he had come across could have managed to achieve such finesse with a weapon. As Han Sen danced through the air, his mind recalled the birds in the palace. As the swords launched towards him, his mind flashed back to a movement he had witnessed off one bird. He applied it to arrow and evaded whichever sword came for him, alternating through the vast array of different movements he had learned. Han Sen was incredibly happy at what he was able to achieve. He had only opened 8 gene locks and had 1800 fitness figures, which made him weaker than king spirits, but that did not matter. Han Sen was able to dodge every single attack that came his way, from a foe that should have been out of his league. What he had learned from the birds was incredible. Of course, much of what he was doing now was all thanks to arrow. If he didn't have it, even if he was a king spirit without it, he'd have been unable to pull off half the graceful evasions that now came to him effortlessly. Holy Sword Emperor's senses had been restricted in this place. Although it did not stifle the power he possessed, it made him unable to determine Han Sen's actual power. Xianxia King, on the other hand, had a third eye that enabled him to now see more of who his follower actually was. He could most certainly tell the power Han Sen held. And as he watched with great interest, Holy Sword Emperor had yet to determine whether the foe he was battling was a human or a spirit. Han Sen maintained a firm grip on the baby, as he pranced through the air. Continuing to evade with such grace and finesse was a remarkable feat, and a display of fantastic talent. Although he may not have been able to correctly gauge who his enemy was, Holy Sword Emperor was at least aware Han Sen was a powerful person. Brother Seven was not aware of who Han Sen was, and he could not determine the level of power he possessed, either. The only thing he could tell was that he was a human. He knew this from the structure of his face and the clothing he wore. He had heard of humans being able to effectively do battle with royal spirits, but he had never heard of a human being able to compete with a king spirit. The person was very young, too. It greatly surprised him how brilliant the young man was. Regardless of what was going on or what would happen later, he knew he was witnessing something quite brilliant. Plus, to top it all off, he was holding a baby. To engage in battle as he was doing, Brother Seven was in immediate adoration. Have humans really become this strong? Brother Seven wondered to himself, in awe. He knew it was only natural for humans to improve and become stronger and better able to compete with the spirits. It was an inevitability of the passage of time. But this was far beyond his wildest expectations of what was possible, at their current stage in time. Whoever this person battling Holy Sword Emperor was, he was strangely powerful. Holy Sword Emperor, frustrated with his inability to determine who his foe was and how powerful he might have been, decided to up his game. He split his swords into 100 smaller versions. The stakes had been amped up, and it actually put Han Sen into some degree of danger. Even though Han Sen was continuing to use arrow, it was difficult and far more trying for him to dodge his aggressor's attacks now. 3 minutes later, he slipped up. A sword nicked his arm and broke the sacred blood armor there. I was almost expecting a challenge. I see the truth now, you are nothing but a wimp. You are a coward that can only flee to and fro, not daring to face me like a proper opponent. Holy Sword Emperor taunted Han Sen, and then fired a greater number of swords in an attempt to finish him off. Han Sen knew the odds were lopsided from the get-go. The only reason he was still alive was due to Blood Pulse Sutra. But due to the buffs being unable to increase his fitness level, he hadn't been able to open more gene locks. If Han Sen's Blood Pulse Sutra could go higher than 8, he'd have a power that was equivalent to 2000 fitness. But Han Sen's base fitness was still only 1800, and because of this, he could not continue this way forever. And adding to that, the more Han Sen dodged, the more the callous spirit wanted his blood. Suddenly, Han Sen had an idea. He dive-bombed down with haste, landing directly behind the still petrified Xianxia King. Holy Sword Emperor had been fixated on Han Sen the entire time, and had initially believed the calcified Xianxia King to be an inanimate statue. So, he did not relent and simply decided to blast the statue with all his might. My Emperor, the time is now, Han Sen happily proclaimed. Boom! The statue shattered, and a man drenched in blood appeared. A silver light encompassed his body, healing his wounds. In the time that it took Xianxia King to take 2 steps, he became fully healed. Good job, you were smart to save me. Xianxia King laughed out loud, having come to really like Han Sen. Thank you very much, it was my pleasure. Han Sen feigned happiness, but in his heart he thought, you'd still be a rock if I was able to kill Holy Sword Emperor with my Super King Spirit mode. Holy Sword Emperor looked upon Xianxia King with remarkable shock, and he actually exclaimed, Xianxia King. Han Sen was shocked, to say the least. He had not expected the two to have known each other. He was hoping Xianxia King would be freed to eliminate Holy Sword Emperor, but that wasn't looking likely now. You remember me? Xianxia King asked, with a smirk. While he was petrified, he had hidden his powers. Now, he did not have to. Holy Sword Emperor forced a smile, saying, I had only just been born during the times you fought in the spirit base. You were a person I greatly admired. I cannot say I expected to see you here. Holy Sword Emperor was lying. He did not mean a word of what he said. 100,000 years ago, Holy Sword Emperor was nothing. But back then, Xianxia King was not an emperor, just as he wasn't now. With Han Sen referring to him as one, though, he was taken aback and unsure of what to say. Holy Sword Emperor had not known of his imprisonment here. Xianxia King hadn't actually ascended from king to emperor status, it was just Han Sen attempting to mislead Holy Sword Emperor. Xianxia King was made glad, upon hearing that Holy Sword Emperor knew his name. He did not pay much heed to Han Sen, since he wasn't on the same level as him. This was different than the way he felt about Holy Sword Emperor, who was. Xianxia King's silver eyes rested upon Holy Sword Emperor, and he asked, have you found anything? This is where Phoenix Emperor once lived. There is treasure here, but evidently, it is well hidden, Holy Sword Emperor quickly explained. Really? Xianxia King did not believe him. Han Sen then chimed in to say, I am not sure if he has recovered anything from this place, but I have heard he was able to obtain a certain Geno item. That is how he was able to enter this place. Everyone knows because he held a big and fanciful celebration for it. When Han Sen said this, Holy Sword Emperor found himself wanting to swiftly explain. But Xianxia King cut in before him, saying, give me that item or die. My emperor, this was all Holy Sword Emperor was able to mutter before Xianxia King swung forward with silver light. Holy Sword Emperor was not going to hand over the item he much cherished, so he decided to flee. If only running was so easy. Xianxia King ran after him, and both spirits disappeared. Are we the same kind? Brother Seven mumbled to ask, once the spirits were gone from sight. Do you know the water pavilion? Han Sen asked, out of nowhere. Qin Junhao told Han Sen that, if he saw Brother Seven, he should ask this. It would confirm that he was an ally. When Brother Seven heard what was said, he happily exclaimed, Junhao made it to Sword Furnace Shelter. Yes, he's taking a well-earned vacation in the Alliance. Han Sen smiled, and then went on to ask, so, you are Brother Seven? Brother Seven nodded and said, I did not expect someone to be here, and neither did I expect that someone so young could ever possess such frightful power. If Holy Sword Emperor survives this ordeal and decides to attack your shelter with all his might, at least you can return to the Alliance safely. Han Sen smiled and said, smoke and mirrors, I'm not actually that strong. The info you provided has saved our lives. I have come here to bring you back. Holy Sword Emperor doesn't currently know what you're up to, so he can't kill you with the contract you have signed. It's best that we take this opportunity and return to the Alliance while we still can. Brother Seven shook his head, though, and said, it's not worth the risk. There is treasure here, and if we are able to retrieve it, humanity as a whole will improve. It is of vital importance, and it is imperative that we claim it before they do. But you are under contract. Holy Sword Emperor can easily take it from you, Han Sen said. But Brother Seven said, I know. But now that I have met you, things have changed. Are you willing to go with me to get the treasure? Treasure? Where do I sign? Han Sen paused for a brief moment, but then backtracked to say, but I'm serious, you should return to the Alliance. Tell me where the treasure is, and then go. You can return once I have slain Holy Sword Emperor. Brother Seven admitted with a wry smile, well, I actually don't know where it is. He went on to say, Holy Sword Emperor's treasure is a map. It leads to an item, located in the Phoenix Eye. But the location of the Phoenix Eye is ever changing, so I have no idea where it might be. I've been known to risk much for obtaining treasure. But I'm telling you, your life is far more important than what any item can do for you. Brother Seven said, I am not concerned with myself right now. Come, we should find it. Once we claim it, you can ensure it stays out of their hands. Brother Seven then brought out a compass. He looked at it with a concentrated expression, as if he was trying to deduce something complex. After a minute of silence, he said, follow me. Brother Seven led them in the direction Han Sen had come from. He passed 3 of the broken walls Xie Qing King had smashed through. Han Sen followed him with Bauer still firmly in his arms. It seemed no matter what he pleaded, Brother Seven was determined to stay. At every turn, Brother Seven consulted his compass. It meant their passage was rather slow. 4 hours later, they reached a dead end. A 10-meter tall door barred their way. It was a double door, and each side was emblazoned with the painting of a phoenix. Han Sen wanted to approach the doors and examine them, but Brother Seven stopped him and said, "This place is dangerous. Don't do anything reckless. Isn't that where the phoenix eye might reside?" Han Sen asked. Brother Seven turned to look at the images of a phoenix and said, "A phoenix is a bird that has died, and is then reborn from the ashes of its prior form. Typically, dead is dead, and you don't get to come back from that. But there have been rare instances of resurrection in the past." Brother Seven noticed that the claws of each phoenix were painted around the door knockers. Each door had a knocker. When Brother Seven saw this, he said, "On my signal, we knock on the door 3 times." Han Sen nodded and moved over to the left door's knocker. The door was massive. It would have been impossible for one person to use both door knockers at the same time, so the duo had to cooperate. Brother Seven reminded Han Sen to knock 3 times, and 3 times only. He looked nervous. Han Sen wasn't really sure what was going on, so he wasn't feeling any sort of pressure. Brother Seven gave his command, and then they used the door knockers 3 times. Their knocking was perfectly in sync with each other. "Back!" Brother Seven shouted, which prompted them both to retreat away from the door a little. Then, they watched what might happen. Bauer was still there, suckling her milk bottle. She watched with as much curiosity as they did. The screeching of 2 phoenix birds sounded. The images came to life, and they left the door to fly around together. Han Sen had maxed out his fire geno points, but even so, the heat the phoenixes were emitting was incredibly hot even for him. The doors slowly opened to reveal a large hall. They could see 2 lanterns there, still lit after all those years. Brother Seven stepped inside and said, "Quick, when the phoenixes return to the doors, they will close." Han Sen walked past both creatures, feeling as if his hair was being singed. Just as they both entered the hall, the phoenixes returned to their doors, and the doors silently closed. The hall before them had 9 lanterns, each shaped like the head of a phoenix. But aside from that, there was nothing else of particular interest. There was, however, another room they could enter at the back. No light came from within, so it was pitch black. Brother Seven muttered to himself, 2 phoenixes together, and the lanterns split them up. "I didn't know spirits practiced yin-yang." "Brother Seven, care to speak up? What does that mean?" Han Sen asked. Han Sen was a proficient fighter, but that was about it. He wasn't really educated in the subjects that Brother Seven was. Brother Seven then said, "Phoenix Emperor is not a person. He is a spirit," Han Sen replied. Brother Seven then said, "I mean, he is not a soul person." "There are 2. Are you saying there are 2 of these emperors?" Han Sen asked with much shock. Brother Seven responded with a nod. "There is a male and a female phoenix. Phoenix Emperor is a title given to a pair of spirits. Or maybe they are together, in a 2-for-1 way," Han Sen suggested. Brother Seven agreed and said, "It is possible, but they would still wield 2 separate powers." Brother Seven looked at a lantern to his left and said, "This is the fire. It represents yang." Brother Seven then looked to the right lantern and said, "This is the black fire. It represents yin." Han Sen noticed the fires did indeed look different. Did they mean different things? Han Sen asked. Brother Seven explained, "The living fire is yang. It guides you to life, survival, and prosperity. The black fire is yin, which guides you to hell." Brother Seven looked towards the black hallway ahead and said, "That is a path that straddles the line between yin and yang. I am not sure what danger, if any, will await us. If we seek to survive, we are going to need a lantern." But what?" Han Sen asked. "The Phoenix lanterns are for the living. We have to bring them, if we want to survive. But even so, that doesn't seem quite right." Brother Seven paused for a brief moment of contemplation, and then went on to say, "This is a path between life and death." "Then which lantern are we to pick?" Han Sen asked. "I don't know. Whichever we choose, there is great risk. This is a test of this Phoenix Emperor, and he is smart, whoever he is." Brother Seven had a wry smile. "Well, if we aren't going to get any answers, there's no use debating, is there? Let's give it a go." Han Sen picked up a lantern without consultation, and went on to say, "I'll go first and check it out." Han Sen didn't know anything about the matters Brother 7 was talking about, so he was not very concerned with the need to be careful. If Phoenix Emperor was ahead, and he had to fight him, Han Sen was confident he could just use Super King Spirit Mode to defeat him. Hang on, Brother 7 said, as he stopped Han Sen. Think of a word in your mind. It can be any word. And now tell me what it is. I can predict, from your word, whether your selection of lantern is good or bad. Han Sen smiled and said, prediction is pointless. We can't change our destiny, a decision is a decision. Being able to predict things is a waste of time. I'm going, good lantern or bad. After that, Han Sen lifted his lantern and walked forward into the dark place. Brother 7 looked to where Han Sen had picked up his lamp, and then his face changed. The fourth lamp, that was supposed to be a lamp of the living. Now, its light symbolizes death. He is going to die. Brother 7 ran towards the lanterns and picked up the seventh lantern. Then he followed after Han Sen. Han Sen had only been inside for 10 seconds, but that was already enough for him to have disappeared from Brother 7's sight completely. He was gone. The light cast from his lantern could only illuminate a single meter ahead of him. The darkness there was suffocating, and almost physical. Brother 7 called out for Han Sen, and walked at a very brisk pace in the hopes he could catch up. His calls garnered no response. Suddenly, a strange noise sounded. And then, Brother 7 felt as if countless monsters were lurking just beyond his sight, watching him. He kept on walking, confident in the knowledge he had selected the correct lamp. With it in hand, he knew he'd be able to catch up with Han Sen eventually. The seventh lantern, the one he had selected, was called the Lamp of the Returning Soul. The fact that it expelled the thick mucus of darkness around him was the only comfort available on that black road. But it wouldn't last. Those who made use of it would perish, eventually. Brother 7 was on a suicide run. He knew this, but he didn't care. He had much respect for Han Sen, in the brief time he had known him, and he would gladly lose his life if it meant securing Han Sen's safe return. As he marched through the black hall, led by the flickering flame, its warmth suddenly depleted. Then, the fire of the lantern turned black. Darkness did not resettle over the hall, instead, it was lit up. But it was lit with 1,000 braziers of black fire. Han Sen was nowhere to be seen, but Brother 7 knew he was not alone. In that hall, staring at him, were countless monsters. A second later, they were pouncing towards him. Brother 7 quickly made use of his purple light, but it could only extend to a range of about 3 feet. He swung his sword and slashed one beast, but another monster used its vile claws to grab the blade as it slowed. The rest of the monsters did not even slow as they came for him. Brother 7 realized he was going to die, but he did not care for himself in this affair. He only hoped Han Sen would see his light and return safely. Seeing countless monsters, jaws agape, all aimed for his head, arms, legs, and torso, Brother 7 closed his eyes in acceptance of his fate. But then, the sudden flash of a red light made him reopen them. A flame had appeared, and it incinerated the monsters directly in front of him. The red flame replaced the black flame of his lantern, as all the monsters around him burst into flames. Soon, they were nothing but sizzling cinders in a mound of ash. A man appeared in his sight. He was holding a lantern, and the flame upon it resembled a bird. Han Sen, Brother 7 called out, "Didn't I tell you to wait? What are you doing here?" Han Sen smiled. Brother 7 could hardly speak, shaken from his close call. "You practice fire hyper-geno arts? Which one?" Han Sen nodded and said, "Phoenix Flame, actually." Brother 7 then said, "It is no wonder, then. I worry too much, it would seem." Han Sen appeared to have been touched by something, and he said, "Thank you, Brother 7. Brother 7, with a wry smile, said, "For what?" "I didn't do anything. But this place is not safe. We should depart it quickly." Han Sen nodded, and then led the way forward with Brother 7 close behind. The red flame of Han Sen's lantern illuminated far more than Brother 7's. But even so, it was of little aid. The murky dark was as stifling and threatening as ever, skirting the fringes of the light's strength. Many strange noises could be heard from the darkness around them, but even after a while of walking, no monster revealed itself in their light. Han Sen smiled and said, "This Phoenix Lantern is quite the treasure, in itself. It can boost the power of one's strength when wielding fire. We should take the rest of the lanterns with us when we leave." Brother 7 said, ordinary fire cannot light the lanterns, but your phoenix fire is a dead fire. It is strange how you managed to light up a lantern of the living with such a flame. Han Sen's phoenix flame had been boosted by Blood Pulse Sutra, which was how he had managed to incite a living fire. They trudged through that mire of black for a long time. When they reached the end, it came about as a light in the darkness. Seeing it was a massive relief, and they raced towards the light once it greeted their sight. Neither of them could wait to leave the black path behind them. But when they moved from the darkness and into the light, they both froze. It was as if they had exited the entire shelter. Above were the clear skies, all graced and warmed by the radiance of sunlight. But strangely, everything was black below it. The trees, flowers, soil, and stone, all of it was pitch black. Nothing was with a rightful color, and it was as if the entire landscape had been subjected to a bitter firestorm of great malevolence that charred it all. But still, despite the color, everything looked as if it was thriving. There were leaves on the burnt-looking trees, and they grew in abundance. The entire place was like an ink painting, save for the ordinary sky. Brother 7, what is this place? It looks as if we've somehow managed to exit the shelter. Han Sen was confused. Brother 7 brought out his compass, and with much joy on his face, said, we haven't left Phoenix Shelter. Not at all. This is it, we've made it, we've reached the Phoenix Eye. This is the Phoenix Eye? Han Sen asked with shock. It was difficult to imagine they were still within the confines of a shelter that had been buried by a mountain. They were both almost speechless. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.